in the last stage of decay. So we need to follow that. We need to understand that. We need to study it. We need to have the correct, realistic understanding of what is going on in the United States of America outside of their propaganda. And maybe outside of our own propaganda. So we have to have a very
This is nails on a chalkboard to listen to.
realistic understanding of American society, because from that depends almost everything in the world. So we need to try to reach the people of real MAGA, the core MAGA, who share with us our general ideological, geopolitical, metaphysical vision of multipolarity. Because the MAGA accepted multipolarity. Trump has betrayed MAGA and has thrown away multipolarity, has declared the war to multipolarity. Okay, so you'll hear the narrative framing that he says the betraying of MAGA. It's an Epstein problem. The true core MAGA has adopted multipolarity, so we need to find out about them. All that is the exact same words you'll hear in Twitter Spaces. You'll hear on certain posts. You'll hear, oh, is there a MAGA civil war? You'll hear this in Bannon's show. You'll hear it in Alex Jones' show, Owen Schrayer. You'll hear it from all the little pundits. You'll hear it from, wow.
Who listens to Owen Schroyer?
Wow.
Wow.
This is really crazy. I was like, I can't believe he was saying all of that, because this is a clear admission, but he's also, laying out all the network and naming names and saying how they're going to operate in the future. So, okay, we can counter that. And the first move I think Trump made was excommunicating Tucker from MAGA. This has happened like a couple hours after it. So Trump is on it.
Yeah. So, but not MAGA. So we need.
I just don't understand how like people can still listen to Tucker. It's just I don't know a single person that doesn't eye roll when they hear him or watches this full show. Like it's got to be clips or something like that. Dude has lost complete credibility. It's actually insane. He sounds so fake. Like you can tell.
You can tell because you're listening to rational things in here, but it is he's speaking to individuals, like even people his brother's age, who thinks like he does, who have a fascination with the East. He's actually speaking to people. He's pushing the multipolarity amongst the population of individuals, both in Europe and in the West.
It's just giving daddy and mommy issues. Like the way he acts is just so like cringe. Like
Yeah,
like
but
the
our
little kid that
problem
is
is we
trying
are
the kid
reactive.
the kid with the rich parents who's like rebelling against their opinion and trying to be like different because it's so edgy and cool to like not follow the path, but like you don't really know how it's like to, I don't know,
Yeah.
not fly
Yeah,
first
but
class.
our problem is we are reactive to what they are saying and saying this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is a psyop. And what we're not doing is framing the reality in a way that young people can relate to it. And I think Trump's government is doing it excellently with
Trump
clips,
does it
with
in
the
the
speeches.
physical and with, yeah.
Yeah, and we should just amplify that story and make it like one big story of big win. This is what's going on right now. And
It takes a lot of Avi, it takes a lot of humility to say that. There's a lot of people on this app that have ego to where they talk on stuff they don't know, or they think that they're experts on everything. I really respect the fact that you just said that you may not be able to say things in the best way to younger people, but that you're willing to promote good content that you know does work. I just want to give you your flowers on that. That was a refreshing
Yeah, true.
moment to hear on this app. I'm being
Because all of a
real.
sudden everybody's an expert on Kurds and how to convey messages to young people. And I'm just like, I'm not an expert on Kurds, but delivering a message to young people, I think I'm better than average, and all of you suck.
Let me try to explain myself. For me, this is as clear as black and white. I just see it. What I do see clearly is that Trump is on it. Trump is fighting that fight. What I cannot do, and what Dugin is doing perfectly here, is explain the bigger picture. But he's doing it is on his side of the his point of view as the losing side. What I'm taking from it is the way that we can tell the bigger story of this victory from his side of this story, and understanding what they lost and how they are pivoting to the next phase, and how that next phase should be countered by Trump. And when I look back to what Trump is doing and what the messaging is putting out, I'm saying Trump is fighting that fight, but nobody knows he's fighting that fight. Maybe beside a couple of people on
I'll
this
just tell you,
panel,
Hmm.
and we should support Trump.
99%, 99% of the content that young people, and I still consider myself, I would think some other people in here would say that they're not old, but not for really young people, 99% of content comes from reels, whether that be on TikTok, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be on Instagram, whether it be on
Short form
Snapchat.
content.
Yeah, literally just boom, 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 boom. And if it's funny, if it's got a hook, if it's got catchy music, all this kind of stuff. And I will tell you, the effectiveness would blow your mind.
Oh yeah.
There was a time recently where um I stopped into a gas station, and the gal behind the counter had her phone on the counter. It looked like was watching probably some sort of TikTok or YouTube short or whatever. And she was just shaking her head. Oh, I can't believe that Trump did this to me. And I just stood there and I just was like, what do you mean? And she's just like, well, I just was watching this video and she said that, Trump's bombing Nigeria because he hates black people. I can't believe he would do
That's why
that.
she works at a gas
And
station.
I swear to God, I swear this really truly happened. And it was like I'm just going to be candid. Don't read too much into it. I'm just describing.
That's why she
It was
works at
like
a
a
gas
younger,
station. I said it out loud.
it was like a younger black gal, probably,
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna shut up.
mid 20s, and she was just like, I can't believe you'd do that. And I just was like, you do know that Christians are being killed, and that it's actually more of trying to save them, correct? She said, I didn't know anything about that. I said, they didn't mention that in the video you're watching? No. They said it's because he's racist. And that's all it took? I said, I bit my tongue. It just was like, perhaps question that source going forward. But extrapolate that out to millions of people. And so if you want to be effective, you got to meet people where they're at. You got to learn. I know it's corny, but you got to learn the memes. You got to learn the gifs, the lingo, all that.
Yeah,
The
I
formats.
agree with you. I'm my work is producing
And the White House does an
content and stuff.
amazing job.
No, they're
I
terrible
know,
at it.
but look at the rapid response count. It's exactly what they're
You
doing.
wait, Josie. You do not think that the social media team from Trump does a great job?
There is one of them
I
that
think
does
they
a good
kill it.
job. One of them. The other ones are fucking terrible. Terrible.
Who are you pointing to that does well?
There is one that is Trump's personal team that actually does well. The White House job is awful.
I
I'm sorry,
disagree.
they're
I
disconnected.
think the I think they're doing very good job. We're just
White House is
They
doing
work.
great job in the
They
memes.
work on
But the
me. I mean,
problem
I
is
guess
that
I
their
can't speak
opponents,
to current
any
kids, but
psyop that is being run right now is doing a better job than them, and that's the freaking problem.
Well, White House is not a
yeah,
psyop.
I know.
No,
They
I'm
can't
not
do
saying
that
the
to the
White
pro.
House. I'm saying that
Yeah, but the
maybe
White
the
House cannot
Iranians,
do
the
the same.
Chinese, the Russian are doing a way better job right
Yeah, but
now.
they do it through people. They don't do it through their officials.
Okay, if they're doing such a good job, why is it all the anti-Semitism that we see anytime that we freaking scroll? If they're doing such a good job, like it's out there.
Mm.
We're
Have you
not
ever?
I
arguing
don't
that
see it
Trump
all as the case, to be
Anti-Semitism
honest with
never
you.
went away on social media.
No, and it's way worse than it used to be. Come on. Don't tell me that it was
guys.
like that
Look at
before.
the rapid response
I don't know. I've
account.
seen more
They're doing an
anti-Semitism
excellent
in
job, and
2021 that I
we
see
should
today.
amplify it.
Everyone
You will
who's
see.
Gen Z
You will
is
see what you see.
complaining about Trump. They're all complaining about Israel. Most people, Gen Z, are on short form content, and you're telling me that the White House is doing a good job? Hey, I don't want to know what a
White House
medium
is not
bad
Okay,
job
okay,
focusing on
is.
the
okay.
Jewish
Let me.
issues.
Okay, okay.
Wait,
Let
wait,
me. Let me
wait. White
rephrase.
House is
Look
not
at the
focusing on the
show.
Jewish issues. They're focusing on the
Because
White
that's
House
what is
issues.
going to wipe the heck out of us in the
Correct.
midterms.
Okay, two things. Two things. Okay, one, KGG is correct. I was being precise that the White House social media comms do an excellent job for their purposes. I'm not specifically talking about this topic of battling anti-Semitism. That's not necessarily their 24/7 social media job, for one. Number two, okay, it's also to scale. Okay, Republicans historically have, I hate to say it, been stuffy, been cold, been kind of unwelcoming, and they're actually trying to engage with younger people. It's going to take some time for it to be perfected, but I want to reward good behavior for them actually trying to engage with people, because most Republicans, they don't even try. There's not even an attempt to get close to what the White House social media team is doing in terms of like short form content. If we want to be nitpicky, fine, but if from, as a campaign person, I am very pleased with what the White House does. I really appreciate their efforts. I think they do a good job.
Okay, let's put it into this perspective then. Do you know how difficult it is to get a job for an administration, like a head position in terms of what content goes out there, or media coordination, or marketing campaign, or anything that is like you're the person in charge to make the shorts that is going to promote Donald Trump for an election? Do you know how difficult it is to get that job? Do you know how competitive it is?
Extremely.
So I'm sorry,
Yes, I'm very
just
aware.
trying is not enough for me, respectfully.
Well, okay. Well, I guess we're gonna talk about like with campaign stuff. Like you gotta work your way up. You gotta prove that you can do it at a state and local level to build up to regional, to build up to national, to get your shot.
That doesn't prove me wrong though. I'm
Yeah,
sorry
it
for
doesn't
them. It's
work
for
with
me it's not
technology.
enough. Just
Josie,
trying to
yeah.
reach out to the young folks to me is not enough. I want somebody that gets it done, and there's absolutely no excuse.
I think there's an interesting point here. So the Dilly team, you start to see they started to put up some content. There's some other people that Trump will share, but like we have access, we have such a close. You can like I literally can DM most people from the administration and send them something, and then they'll tweet it out. So with that in mind, like if there is a difficulty, even like a lot of the White House press secretary people, staff, or like undersecretary for State Department follows me and everything. If you have a good content person that made something already, send it to me and I'll post it under their feed and tag them, and they'll see it and they'll be like, hey, like we want this person for you guys. You need content for young people for midterms. That's all you have to say. It's like takes two. We have
Yeah,
Scott Presser
but
in here. It's very easy.
yeah, yeah, but they won't listen, and Scott doesn't actually get listened to for the group she's talking about. Like, there is no content whatsoever for any pro America, pro MAGA, none of it in any of these different realms. Like, there, it's zero. It's like
What are you
zero
talking about? The
percent.
content every day that you're seeing is not pro MAGA and pro
Yeah,
America.
no, no, I'm saying they're not on X. None of these people that are voting this year that are going to turn this election are on X. Not one of them. Not even one. They're not even on TikTok. They're on like off-brand, off-name stuff in chat groups on video games, and there's, it's very complicated, but I think Josie has a point with that. Like, the outreach to the youth is horrible with MAGA, and it's typically because none of them listen and they're always drunk and
What's the voter
having a
rate
good time.
for 18 to 24 in America, Stefan? What's the voter rates?
Very low.
Okay, both on the left and the right?
You realize
I would say high.
that's what
Hi,
made
Hold on,
Trump win the
Josie.
election, right?
Hold on, Josie. Yeah, go
hi,
ahead.
hi, hi. Well, it varies, right? The presidential election is not a midterm election, and so I would predict that for a midterm election, just for whole numbers, just spitballing, you're probably looking at single digit. I mean, it's not going to be a massive proportion. Now, one could counter and say, well, Stephen, or depending on if it's the host, Sifan, why don't we do a better job of getting that proportion higher for us? And I would respond by saying, okay, you could make a case that perhaps, let's say, 1 to 3% of Gen Z / Gen Alpha right leaning voters might stay home. And so that's depending on how deep you want to get. A lot of people think elections are just plus ones. Elections are actually plus ones, plus twos, minus ones, minus twos. If somebody who is, you predict, is a registered Republican and they go and they vote Republican, that's a plus one. If they stay home, that's a minus one. If somehow they get flipped, that's a minus two. That's also the vice versa on the other side. So, like, for example, in 2016, there were a lot of minus ones on the Dem side in Rust Belt states that helped Trump win because maybe they weren't ready to cross over and vote for Trump, but they stayed home or they left it blank on Hillary or voted third party. And so I'm just trying to keep this high level for now. But in terms of like the super young people as part of the electorate, yes, should we engage with them? But I think it's much deeper than social media because Key made a point that, yeah, a lot of them are more obscure dark web stuff. We got to engage them in the education system. I mean, love it or hate it, the concept of having turning point chapters in high schools, Republican governors leading the way on that, is brilliant and just what the doctor ordered. I will tell you that if the first political opinion that a student is hearing is from a teacher and not from a parent or a family member, there's a great chance that they're cooked. And if there's not a response to that political opinion that they're hearing from the teacher, then they're all but assuredly cooked. And so we can't necessarily always control that they're hearing the counter outside of the school, but let's at least get on top of them hearing the counter in the school. And one thing I want to throw the gauntlet down, I'm not a parent yet, but to all the people in here who have young people in their lives, make sure that they thoroughly know that you are a conservative. I'm not talking about put them up against a wall and shake them down. Just make sure they know that that's what you are. A lot of people on the right try to be cool, or they don't want to be seen like they're, being imposing. And that's a mistake because the other side is perfectly willing to. You have got to tell them you're conservative because when they go into that classroom and the teacher says conservatives are evil and they're racist and they're hateful and all that stuff, it's going to activate in their mind, well, wait a second, my grandfather is not hateful. My mom is not a meanie head. My older sibling is not looking out to get me. And it's going to make them challenge what they hear subsequent to that. And so I think that the social
Stefan,
media, yeah, we can quibble over that, but it's actually really the education system.
42%
And I'll
of
land here.
Gen
you're
And,
aiming
Zers.
too high,
Hold on,
and
man.
hold
I'll
on, hold
land
on,
here.
hold
Let
on,
me
hold
land
on,
here. I'm
Josie.
one
I
sentence
mean,
away.
bro.
I'm one sentence away. Let
Let
me
him land, and
land
then
here.
Avi wants to
Let me
respond.
land
Yeah.
here. Let, let me land. I know
That's
I
a
went
long
long,
flight,
but
man.
hopefully you got something out of that. It's international. Call me Mr. 305. Let me just say, defund the teachers' unions. That was my last sentence. Thank you very much.
42% of 18 to 24 voter turnout, actually.
No. It was 49% turnout in 2024
Yeah.
of the youth 18 to 29. 42% of 18 to 29-year-olds.
Yeah, and presidential is very different than midterms, what I was trying to explain.
Guys, you bugged down by the technical
And also,
stuff
by
and
the way,
the
Hold
furthermore,
on,
we're
numbers.
not using
Avi's trying to
precise
speak to
terms.
you.
Turnout. Hang on. Let me just correct one more thing. We're not. Again, you say 49% turnout.
42% turnout at
I was
18
at.
to 29.
I understand, but let me clear this up. This is math. Turnout does not equate to percentage of the electorate. That's what I was asked. So when I answered the question for the midterms, single digits, that means that of the 100% pie of all voters that show up, probably single digit percent of that will be voters in the 18 to 24. That's what I
Yeah,
was
but that's
answering.
what
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying. So Josie
Uh,
mentioned these statistics. Your numbers
Hold
are
on.
way,
Avi
way
wants to
off,
respond, CTF.
Yeah.
CTF,
Stephen.
hold on.
No, I mean the number. If the numbers are off, and we're talking, he's saying
Mhm.
single digits. It was double digits in the last 5
No, my numbers
elections.
are not off.
Trump saved
You
TikTok
guys are
because
you
of
guys are
that.
talking about you guys are talking about some you got you turnout percentage is not percentage of the total electorate. We're talking about two different
Okay,
things.
you
So let me
vote.
break
The
it
vote
down.
of the
If
young
there
people saved
if
Trump. Okay? That's that easy.
guys,
okay, that's a
hold on for a second.
presidential election. Okay,
Stefan,
let me break it
Stefan,
down to
Stefan,
simple
let
numbers.
Avi
If
Stefan,
let's
go.
say
please
Hold on, hold
let
on, hold
me
on.
get it.
Hold on, hold
guy
on. Just come up with an actual number. Go to the numbers right now. You, Josie, whatever. Get the actual numbers for 2024. The actual voter numbers. That's all that we need to know. That's all. Because this whole number game, percentage of, da da da, this is how people fudge with
I
numbers.
literally get paid for this shit. So that's what I'm saying. He's
Oh,
wrong. It wasn't
okay, then
single
go get the
digits.
evidence. Then go get the
It
go get the
fucking
numbers.
evidence is everywhere.
no,
Stealth.
no.
No, you
You
Google
weren't
it. You
listening,
go find
Key.
it. You do it for
Respectfully,
work.
I
Go
do
get
this
it.
for a living. I was asked a question on predict the percentage of the electorate for the midterms that will be 18 to 24. Do you want to actually contend that you think that it's going to be significantly more than single
Yeah,
digits?
I'd
Do you
wager.
actually want to
I'd
make
wager on double digit.
okay? What percentage of the turnout electorate in the upcoming midterms are going to be 18 to 24 year olds? What percentage?
16%. That's my estimate
Guys,
as of right now.
that's not what I'm talking
That's
about. It's
incredible.
not the point here, the percentage, the point here or there. You have to look at the bigger story. These are young brains. They see everything with black and white. You see them on the campuses. They're looking for heroes, and they made Sinwar and Hamas heroes. They're looking for some role model to follow, something to some meaning. And Trump team is doing excellent job in conveying that patriotic story. We are not helping enough. We are criticizing, which is fine. It's part of being a critical thinker and conservative. But we should promote this. How do you say it? Toda'ah, the consciousness, the combined consciousness of what is going on right now. And the story the administration is telling, it's a patriotic story, something the young crowd can, identify with and be proud of. And then it will be easier to say to the teacher who come with bullshit, no, that's not my America. My America is a winner. My America is kicking ass. My America is bringing peace to the world, and I will not stand for this bullshit. You will not criticize my country for that. And you need to give them something to defend, because right now they don't have. All they have is criticism. So our job is not like coming to meet them where they are. We should understand where they are mentally and help them see this patriotic story and see something they can identify with and realign themselves with, because they don't have that. All they have from our side is reactionary to this is bullshit psyop and this is bullshit and this is a lie. And yeah, we can keep doing that forever, and Dugin and his bunch will keep throwing us more and more bullshit to deal with, but this is not getting us anywhere. This is reactive. We need to lead, and this is what Trump is doing. You need to lead by example and tell the story as you want it,
They want
and
somebody they can
we
relate
should
to
hold.
and actually cares. That's all they want.
I know, but we need to give them a story that they can be proud to put an
It's a
American
15
flag on their
second
chest.
story that they want. It's really not that hard. You do like Donald Trump did. You go in the freaking McDonald's drive through and you make some funny videos with an iPhone. That's what you do, and they just don't get it.
I told Stelt yesterday, if you take Hexed clips and Trump clips from this war, just the words, slap some metal song on behind it and some airplanes bombing shit, that's it. That's all you need to
Yeah, I'm
do.
sure the
That's
boomers will
America.
love it big time.
No, but this is exactly something they can mock,
It's
and they can,
fake.
the kids, they can mock and they can say it's cringe and whatever. But eventually, when you see enough of that, this has become the identity. Maybe something you
So the
don't
more we
identify
shove
with, but
down
it's the
their
identify.
throat, the more they're gonna think it's cool if it's already cringe.
No, don't shove anything. Hold your own story. Tell your own story. Be proud of it yourself.
But they're
Be
not.
proud of it like it's. I know they are not, but you should be.
Okay, but it's not about me.
When you are proud of it, they can follow your lead
I'm proud
because
of
they are
it, but it's
young.
not
They're
about
looking
me.
for guidance. Yeah,
It's
but
about the
are we telling a proud story here, or are we also always reactive to this bullshit and that bullshit and every side that they throw at us, and we are like coming to debunk it
that's why you gotta
and
flip
talk
it
a lot
around.
about it and talking about the points? No, let's talk about the big
Trump did
story.
a wonderful job before right before the election. He went the McDonald's drive-through, that was a really good one. Then for some reason some people started like the Trump dances, that which was hilarious because it was a raw footage, pause. It was raw footage and there was no music on it. It was just Donald Trump on a phone, something that everybody could relate to. It was short, straight to the point, good quality, but not too good quality that it's not relatable. Then he went and
Yeah, but
collaborated
that's
with big
mainstream
streamers. He
demographics.
went and collaborated with big streamers that the young people can relate to. And that was, by the way, shout out to Baron Trump for that. That was brilliant. Shout out to Aiden Ross. He did a
Yeah, but
brilliant job.
if Stealth will keep playing Dugin's video, you'll
Okay.
hear that all those
So I
guys are
can
working
bang
for
my head
Dugin
Yeah,
against the
they're
and
all
wall
they
working
harder.
for
flipped on him.
Dugin, and now they're captured an audience, and there was a fuck up because we allowed certain people, and those young influencers got caught up because they're getting funded not by Trumpers and the administration. They're getting botted and funded by both the Chinese and the Russians and the Iranians and the Turks,
Exactly.
and that's the problem, right? It's also of the boosting the bots, that whole industry, and it nudged them and pushed them in a different direction. So you've lost that influencer class because they've all sound like lunatics. Theo Vaughn, Sean Ryan, Tucker Carlson, 16-week tour, Megan Kelly. Like, think of all the different podcasts that now we've lost. That's the point. That's the problem.
Yeah, but aren't
See,
people moving to other stuff? Because I'm sorry, like the people that seem to be getting paid, they are so not relatable. You look at their numbers ever since they started losing track, and their numbers are just going down, but they keep on getting richer for some reason. But people don't really watch
Here's
them
your
as much.
sign. That's your sign because they don't convey a story that people can identify with. They get people angry about the administration or whatever, or the Jews. But what does it say about them? Nothing. If you can tell them, this is you, this is your country, this is what your country is doing, you should be proud of it. Don't shove it down the throat. Just hold that story for as long as we can, because it is a great story right
where is
now.
KGG? Did she leave? Are you guys seeing John Kirikou going on Fox News talking about the Kurdish invasion? This whole narrative that's being pushed. This is another part of that multipolar bullshit. This is a very big problem. Let me get her back.
They likely couldn't make it all the way to Tehran without significant assistance from the United States, but I don't think that would be the goal. I think the goal would be to capture areas that historically have been Iranian Kurdistan, and to draw the Revolutionary Guard out so that they would be that much easier to strike. Do you see other ethnic groups move into Iran proper? We're hearing Azerbaijan got hit, and they got some hardcore fellas that have been licking their chops to go south for quite some time. They do. And, one thing most people don't know, I think, is that there's the country of Azerbaijan, and then there's an Iranian province of Azerbaijan, and they're, of course, ethnically closely related. I think the Azeris were really, really angry when this strike came their way yesterday, I guess it was, and I think that they would be very happy to work with the United States on this. There was an accusation that there was a screaming match. It was an accusation, Jesse.
Do you think that? Okay, so this is concerning to me because the framing of this. Okay, KGD, I need to talk to you something. So there's a op going on right now by John Kirikow, who you have to understand, like he's like a Russian disinformation agent, but he's working on behalf of the multipolar complex. And he just was on Fox News with Jesse Waters doing narrative shaping, and it's the second time in a few days. And he's talking about the Kurds invading and the Azeri stuff. Have you watched this? Have you tracked the narrative shaping, KGG?
Yeah, I've seen like a lot of anti-Kurdish posts in the recent days, and also I've seen a lot of pro-Kurdish posts. But I also saw like some people trying to say that America is using the Kurds for the regime to come out with, their best militants, so they will be exposed to the Israelis and the Americans, and just for America to bomb the regime as using the Kurds cannon foders, basically. This is what I've been seeing
Okay,
on.
all right. Let me just play this for you. Kurdish play is a distinct possibility. Oh, I would say the chances are 100%. The Kurds have long worked with the United States. They are brave fighters, pro American. We've worked with them very closely in the past against Saddam Hussein. We worked with them in Syria against Bashar al Assad. This is a logical next step. Okay, there they are doing cartwheels over flyer. That's an interesting training technique. I've never seen anybody do that before. But in all seriousness, what would be the strategy once they cross the border? To draw the Iranian units out, to go straight to the capital? Is it a decoy? Is it security? What would their role be? I think it's probably the first. They likely couldn't make it all the way to Tehran without significant assistance from the United States, but I don't think that would be the goal. I think the goal would be to capture areas that historically have been Iranian Kurdistan, and to draw the Revolutionary Guard out so that they would be that much easier to strike. Do you see other ethnic groups move into Iran proper? We're hearing Azerbaijan got hit, and they got some hardcore fellas that have been licking their chops to go south. Yes. For quite some time. They do. And, one thing most people don't know, I think, is that there's the country of Azerbaijan, and then there's an Iranian province of Azerbaijan, and they're, of course, ethnically closely related. I think the Azeris were really, really angry when this strike came their way yesterday, I guess it was, and I think that they would be very happy to work with the United States on this. There is a... Okay. Your thoughts, KGG?
Yeah, I saw that earlier, like 7 hours ago, I think. Wasn't that on Fox News?
So on Fox News, it was about 6 hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so still, this is what I know about the Kurdish and America so far. They have talked to each other about the situation. The Kurds did not say no, and they have not said yes. There's some stuff that has to be sorted out because you have to understand that it was January that America betrayed the Kurds,
Yep.
and of course, Kurds will not just trust America like before.
Yep.
So the America needs to like come up with a very good plan to give
A good
guarantees.
offer. A good offer.
A good offer, yes. And Kurds love America, and they love American people too. And the only thing that they don't trust is the policymakers
Yep.
in the recent years, right?
Yep.
So if the policymakers are similar to the George W. Bush, who actually did give guarantees and did give honor to the Kurdish people, Kurds are more than willing to work with America, like as brothers in arms. But if the type of the policymakers are going to be like Obama or the like recent years, like the past 15 years, no Kurds will do anything. They will stay out of it, um, instead of getting involved as a whole.
Easy
We don't want to
sell.
be
We'll give
we
you
don't want to be
Erdogan.
dragged. We don't want to be dragged into a war that it will kill a majority of us for nothing. We died in many battles that were not our battles. We did it for
for better humanity or for better good of the Middle East, the security and the prosperity of the Middle East. And if this next move in Iran doesn't have like guarantees for the Kurdish people after the war is finished, Kurds will not get in.
And there should be guarantees inside of Syria combined. You should do a double.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah.
We have not forgotten the Rojava, which is Kurdistan, Syria, betrayal yet. The wounds are still open. You have to understand. People still are crying about the Kurdish people who have been killed during these massacres. So for the Kurds to trust America, like I said, they need some very good policies towards the Kurdish people and agreements that will not just be in by words or promises. It has to be in writing and it has to be in action. And then I don't think Kurds will say no to any good agreement because Kurds are very pro-West, very organized, very together. Like when it comes to a lot of decisions against the terrorism and Islamic regimes, we have been fighting Islamic regimes and terrorism for a long time before even the West wanted to get rid of Islamic regimes. So. I think it's a good opportunity for both of us to become real partner, not just, some mercenaries for the West.
Hey, South, I've
Yeah.
got to turn in. I just want to confirm that I wasn't speaking gobbledygook. So I have access to voter file. Just pulled this up since apparently I have to. People want to argue with me. In the 2018 midterms, 4% of the total electorate was Gen Z. In the 2022 electorate, 7% was Gen Z. In 2024, a presidential, which I kept trying to say is different, was 11%. So when I was asked what percentage will be the electorate in the midterms, and I said single digit, I was dead on. Don't argue with someone who does this for a living. Have a good night, Stuff. Thanks for the great space.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
responding, and I put my projections down bottom, just so you could see what I project. I know it might not turn out, but we'll see. I don't know where you got your numbers from though. I would like to see because I seen double digits multiple times. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a math thing. Maybe that's where the confusion is. I'm talking about turnout. Did Steve leave? Stefan?
Stills, what do you think of the situation overall?
I don't like the. There was a hearing today with Elbridge Colby that I'm gonna have to like listen on my own, like slowly, like during here to hear what's going on. But I think everything's going well. I'm just curious about Azerbaijan and Turkey, what they're gonna do, and I'm curious what's gonna happen with Iraq. Um, if you listen to this Dugan interview, that's what you should take back to your people. Why are you laughing, KGG? Why?
I hate Dugan. Okay, go
Well,
ahead.
I know. Well, that's we're all having problems. He literally is saying what the plan is, and yeah, it's problematic to say the least. So I'll send you the interview so you can watch it and take what you will from it. Um, yeah. Why?
He's a manipulative bastard that uses everybody in his own for his own agendas against the West.
Um, by the way, do we use more B2s and we dropped more busters?
I'm not sure, but I know that
Yeah.
America is striking Iraq.
We're striking Iraq right now.
No, but they have been in the past days. They have been striking the PMF, which is the Popular Mobilization Forces of Iraq, that are backed by Iran. They came with Qasem Soleimani, and right now the Quds Force commander was Ismail Qaani, which is killed by the regime itself for being a spy for Israel. They killed the guy, accusing him of being a spy,
When?
Mossad agent.
When?
Yesterday, they hanged him.
Wait, do you have pictures? Do you have imagery? Because this is something.
No,
You know,
This is
this was an op was done against him, right?
they said they executed him.
I know it was an op. I'm saying like
Yeah,
people were saying
he
like,
was not a Mossad agent, of course
of
not.
course not. No, I know, but wow, that's wild. So,
I think the Twitter page about him being a Mossad agent worked.
oh, 100% it worked. There's a bunch of, yeah, but is there images of him being hanged actually, or
No, we don't have images, but my dad told me when I got home. Also, some other Iranian friends of mine called me and said it. I have not checked their sources yet. I can check right now. Give me some
yeah,
seconds.
yeah. Okay, whose hand up? Whose hand was up? I thought somebody's hand was up. No, Axel, nothing. Axel, no. Okay,
Not to me.
okay.
Axel, where did they use the B-52s on Iran? Tehran, Shiraz, where?
But I heard about the B2s. I don't know about 52s.
Oh, B-2, sorry.
Yeah, like I read that they struck like uh, ballistic missiles that were dug very, very deep in the ground. They destroyed the compounds.
The missile cities they were so proud of.
Yep.
They had full on missile cities.
You know, Gaza is like their under city.
Got it. Yes.
So Iran has ballistic under city.
Interesting. Interesting.
Missile cities are the missile cities under the ground. It's they have tunnels full of missiles underground. There's a theory that actually they have the similar situation in Yemen with the Houthis.
What do they have with the Houthis? Sorry, go ahead.
Missile
They
cities
have goat
underground.
under city, some
Oh
of
yeah,
them.
yeah. Besieged and Revolutionary Guards are dressing as women to evade Mossad agents. Did you hear this? 164,000 views. It's wild. This couple is crazy. Who when I go to War for Israel? This is him with his wife in the jihadist kafia. This guy's story is wild. Okay, let me see. Where is what Avi sent me? Because I do want to. They never let me finish the videos, Avi. You know how it is in my space. They don't let me get to my. Hold on.
I know, I know.
Tom Nash also put something out, right? Okay, let me see here. Oh,
Yeah, he's
yeah, he used to
excellent.
come to my spaces before he had his podcast. Looking for your text. Okay, here it is. Sorry. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Andrew Neapolitano, Larry Johnson, Hinkle, Jackson Hinkle, and great, absolutely great, Kim.com that we should invite next time for our conference. He is very great. So we need to reach. Kim.com cannot leave New Zealand because there's Interpol warrant for his arrest now for like 10 years. And he's going to go to jail in America. So this is hilarious that he wants to invite him to their next conference. But he named all the name of their influencers. See? There you go. There you go. So these non-conformist MAGA people in the United States who have a very similar vision of what are the real priority to save America, to save the world, to save the West, to save the East, and so on. So we have immense amount of our friends in the United States of America. Mega movement has made a rise of them. They help to them to reappear and to become important influencers, important power inside of American society. Yes. Now they are leading anti-Israeli line, and that
that coincides geopolitically with our vision of things. So that is very important. So, but as well, we need to support Africa, Latin America, promoting more and more unity of the continent, and we need to try to find a way to find a solution. You know, the Mossad could do a funny thing, Avi. That's all I'm saying. Avi. Okay, Avi's not listening to me.
So Stealth, the
Yeah.
reports
Yeah.
about the Qani came from UAE based media, of being executed, but IRGC have denied it. Tehran denied it so far.
Mm.
But what is confirmed that he has been taken to the custody to question him, and some people are saying maybe he was executed during questioning. If we don't see him in the couple weeks onward, like let's say next week, he's dead.
Yeah.
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 So if you don't see any images of him
One
being
way or the
alive,
other. One way or the other,
yeah,
he's dead. Yeah.
yeah.
I will not cry for Argentina. So I mean,
Rest in peace, Agent Shlomi Bargut,
Our
KKK
good
Ismail.
Mossad agent. He was a good help.
what if we ran a story that Dugin labeled every single person he's mentioned are really Mossad agents? Avi, what about that? What if we create the narrative that all the names he mentioned are really Mossad agents? That would be
It will
hilarious.
work.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. I
It's dangerous because there is like 75% chance that it's true.
Give me my payment of the $7,000 a month,
give
and
me
I will
my
do
give
it.
me a $7 payment, let alone buy me a coffee, not a coffee, but like a I don't know, like
A
a challah,
frappuccino.
a challah or something. This is the funny part. And it's anyways, I don't even want to say more.
Like, where the F do I sign the F up? Somebody, because they keep saying 7,000, 7,000. I'm like, yes. Where? How? Gimme. Gimme. But nowhere.
It was a mistranslation. It wasn't 7,000 shekels. It was 7,000 shawarma rolls.
In total, it's not
Oh,
even dollars, it's shekel, and that's total. That's the total you can make, allegedly. And
that's nothing.
I haven't seen anybody make that yet. Okay.
They were talking about the taxes. That's it.
They're talking
This
about
is
what?
what we pay for every move we make.
For
The Israeli
taxes?
tax, very
Exactly.
high.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly.
If
Exactly.
it's 7,000 shekels, that's like $2,264. That's nothing, to be honest.
Yeah.
That cannot cover my payment for the 1 month.
For a 15-second video, that's a pretty good payout regardless.
Well, I don't know what the rules are. I've never heard. I don't.
I
I've heard.
heard it's a monthly payment, so
Is it? Oh, I don't know. I have never heard that. Okay.
But it depends, like, how many you have to post, I guess. But
Yeah, but
$7,000 a video is freaking insane.
did you hear what the IRGC guys were paying? Millions of dollars to these
Yes,
people, these
millions
Where?
clowns.
upon
Where?
Literally
millions.
millions.
Yes,
Where? I didn't get
in
the
where?
the
memo.
U.S. In the U.S.
They're
Well, I
still
No,
didn't
it's
get the
online talking
memo.
about it.
Mials
Listen,
paying
you know what? I
$7.
will become a double agent for you guys. I will take all of the information from them and I will tell you, hey, I'm doing this.
That's good.
Well,
That's
I'm
good.
pretty sure they got leverage on these guys also. But the one
They
guy, I'm not
cannot
gonna
have
say his
leverage on
name.
me. I'm not scared of
I'm
anything.
I'm not gonna say his name, but the one guy that's still on here running his mouth.
Yeah.
Even though his employer essentially is no longer in service, he's continuing. So I think they paid him. He's probably got some money stacked up.
I don't even think they're getting paid, to be honest. I just think that they've got the farm bot capacity that they get rewarded in engagement, that they keep on going and they don't even need to pay them because that's how
You need
pathetic
a
the game
billion
is.
views to make anything decent on X.
Yeah.
Just so you guys
Yeah.
want to know what the numbers are, it's like a billion if you want to make like some cake, like some real money. A billion views. These guys are getting like maybe a million views.
And it's
So
Elon Musk. It's Elon Musk that decided
but
gets
but
paid. But I'm
didn't we
talking about
see
other
a list of
platforms.
payments? for Thomas Massey. I see it
Oh yeah,
circulating
$7,000.
today.
You got a lot of $7,000 payments. Yeah,
I got my
Yeah,
from those Arab guys.
every
$7,000.
accusation is a confession.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny because
So
that's
his
what it
name is
looked
a
like.
$7,000, and it's an Arabic name. It's wild. Anyways,
Hey,
okay.
hey, Steph.
Yes, Dara. Yes.
Earlier, you guys were talking about, I think, about the influencers. I got dropped for, I don't know why, but it got my internet access, I don't or something with my reception. But
The
the
Mossad hacked you.
yeah, Mossad hacked me. But look, in reality, this we saw the articles. I don't know if you saw, Steph. Russia is spending apparently less on military and now more on disinformation campaigns and propaganda campaigns. All these all our enemies are realizing that kinetically they cannot beat us, and so we're seeing billions of dollars poured in from Qatar. Russia is now expanding its disinformation budget. I don't know about Russia, but about China, but I'm sure we're on the same track. And so this is right. What Iran and Venezuela proved is that kinetically they cannot beat us. The only way to do it is from the inside and divide it from the inside. And what you're going to see is more influencers like the Tucker Carlsons of the world, or on the left, you're going to see influencers. I forgot the name of that white lady that went to Iran to be
Kala
part of
Walsh.
the
Kala Walsh. Kala
yeah,
Walsh.
exactly. So you're going to be seeing more of these people pop up. Uh, some are more obvious about it, some are less obvious about it. It depends how smart these characters are. The point is, this is going to be this is the new arena, and the only way to fight it is if the U.S. and Israel and other Western countries fight in the 21st century.
Yeah. Okay.
Misunderstanding. So the peace between India and China, that is the key element of multipolarity. We need at any price try to influence that in positive way. So because our enemy now is acting very actively to broaden, to make broader the conflict and misunderstanding between China and India. So we need both. We could not take here the side. We need both. We should promote India as civilization state and China as civilization state together, and not one against other as globalists and neocons want. So that should be our counter strategy. Indian Chinese mutual understanding and that maybe most important condition to win this war for multipolarity. So I invite you to concentrate on that. And the last point I would like to discuss and put in the center of our discussion, it is very long ago forgotten aspect of politics, religious, eschatological level dimension of the politics. So Tucker Carlson has recently dedicated to that, maybe yesterday or today, a very interesting speech in his podcast concerning the importance of religious factor in modern politics. So maybe, has said Tucker Carlson, maybe the majority of analysts, majority of population in the West don't believe in God, don't believe in religion and in the soul and immortality and the importance of the end time. But thus far, leading the real geopolitics in Israel, in Iran, in United States of America, they are believers, deep believers in the reality of the end time scenario. The evangelicals, Christian Zionists, religious Zionists in Israel, Iranian, Shia world, Sunni world, including at a certain and on certain level
Russian religious Christian Orthodox vision of the eschatology. All that is mixed. All that becomes more and more and more the very important and maybe crucial element of global politics. Why Netanyahu has attacked Iran only because he considered to be the last prime minister of Israel before the coming of Moshiach. And that is not just conspiracy theory. He declares that openly. That is the war against Amalek. That is the war of the Messiah to come. So the religious Zionists, they believe in great Israel. They believe in the necessity to construct third temple, and that becomes more and more important, the factor of the real geopolitics. So let's stay to that.
Now you
And pay
understand the
more
Chabad
attention than before.
angle.
Oh, of course. For Iran, Iran is motivated by the same, contrary, the opposite, but as well the religious arguments. So are Protestants behind Trump, who push this agenda in the Middle East, interventionism, the last war against Gogs and Magogs, and they consider Russia and Iran to be Gog. So that is the dispensationalism. That's very, very coherent, very radical, extremist, political, religious doctrine. That is now in function. That is acting now and on the level of decision-making process in the United States of America. I think that we need to pay attention to Islamic eschatology in general, and the people with whom we communicate, they more and more ask the question, what is Indian, Hindu vision of the end of time? What is Kali Yuga? What is Kalkin? What is 10th Avatar as the concept? Or maybe there is no radical eschatology in India. So we need to as well to revival this type of thought of thinking, because it is more and more important at the global level. The same for Buddhist countries, the same for China. So we know that in China the eschatological aspect is almost inexistent. It doesn't exist. But nevertheless, during the China Chinese history, we saw the idea of the mandate of heaven that could be exhausted and it should be renewed. So the Taoist vision of the cycles, of the cosmic cycles. So we need to delve deeper in the traditional Chinese vision of the structure of history, structure of time. Not on the superficial level. The same for Islamic culture. The same for the other civilizations we are dealing with. So we need to pay to this religious, metaphysical vision of each civilization more attention, much more attention than before, because it becomes more and more obviously the decisive factors that define the logic, the strategy of the concrete, very radical politics. Okay, so him with Bannon, with a bunch of individuals, created that infrastructure. Well, I mean, he shared it with Bannon, he shared it with Tucker, and he met with Candace Owens for 8 hours and with Tucker for 8 hours. Anyways, um, the Russians created these dynamics, and the Chinese also, because they understood the platform to create division. They're now saying, "Oh, we need to deep dive into this because we didn't fully understand how much more to push them." They're the ones causing the religious debate in America, literally. We're crafting it, and they're pushing it, and the Chinese are also pushing it. And now he's trying to break down, and which is funny because the in terms of the Shia, it basically everybody has to die for their Mahdi to come back. In Judaism, we need Messiah to come back. Nobody needs to die. It's not part of our. We don't have that kind of end of times kind of theory. So those are we don't have an apocalyptic end. Now, in terms of Gog and Magog, it does not include Russia. So I don't understand why he's including Russia in the Gog and Magog narrative, which is interesting. Interesting. All right. Anyways, but yeah. Okay. So we are approaching apocalypse. We are approaching Armageddon war, and these words are pronounced more and more oftenly in the United States and the Middle East. So we need to consider that. And the use of atomic power bomb, atomic weapon, and possible or already real attacks on nuclear facilities, nuclear stations, both in Iran, in Israel, in different places. That is not just abstract possibility. That is already the reality. So this atomic, nuclear, or pandemic, or toxic, or ecological catastrophe of the greater amount, greater greater ambience and so measure, the greater measure, we it is not just distant possibility. There is something that is very close to us. Maybe we are one step inside already. This radical catastrophe. Was there any Russians working in the labs in Wuhan by any chance? If anybody wants to go and start searching a little bit for me, I need to see if there's any Russians working there. There's a possibility something else is going on that we're unaware of. Shit, I'm just thinking about it. So he's framing the nuclear weapons. He's framing ecological bioweapon. He's framing it from the Russian side. That's what's triggering me right now. Um, and as if it hasn't, he's invoking it because he's like a satanic, he has this like satanic demonic energy about him. He's known as an occultist. He's invoking that narrative. That's not something that pre-exists. There's no, first of all, you don't need, nuclear weapons are less effective, I'm sorry to say, than other weapon systems that you're using now. If you really, it's just the whole narrative shaping. There's very powerful weapons now, even more so than what you would consider the old school nuclear weapons from before. That's beside the point. However, it's the framing of like, oh, you need to have an ecological or a bioweapon, or you need to have a nuclear weapon situation in Iran or in Israel. That's not happening. It's done. The file is closed. The Iranian file is closed. We have a little bit more to go, but that file is closed. But it's interesting that he's bringing this up in particular. The Israelis better be very careful. That's all I have to say. Somebody's planning something that we need to consider, and that is a very important element of global politics. So see how he doesn't mention the Egyptians, Avi? He mentions Syria, but not the Egyptians in the video. Did you notice that?
Yeah, the Egyptians are US side.
Yeah, I know, but
And
still, if they don't get enough money, they can easily flip to another side. Avi, they have the Chinese building a huge base inside of Egypt as we speak. It's just
No,
a
they
but
do
matter
they
of
have
time.
have the
agreements.
ideology problem with the Muslim Brotherhood. They already got the shit from them, so they won't fall for that one. So that's a problem for his axis, because they have to align with the Islamists.
What were you saying, CTF?
I'll I'll send you what I found. I'm gonna try and find like more detailed information, but they do have multiple different agreements with China working at the BSL
Three,
3
yeah.
and 4. Um, and
I
it's
have a weird feeling, CTF.
yeah. I mean, that's what I was freaking out about not too long ago because they're all in the same area. But I mean, I'm just hoping that we do have some sort of defenses ready. That's what I'm hoping. You know.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I think that that is all, more or less, and I invite you, dear friends, to discuss this problem, applying this grille de lecture, this reading of the international politics to consideration of the regional issues. So, in order to understand the real nature of regional issues, problem, conflicts, peace talks, new kind of alliances, we need to find the right coherent place of that in the global vision. So I think that main new elements of the actual reality. It is the direct rise of the direct confrontation between multipolarity, emerging multipolarity, and uh, agony of a unipolar world that tries to save this unipolarity at any price. So there is no more international law. There are no more international rules. So rules based order has gone totally. And now the question of how will be the next international order depends on us. It is not just fatality, some mechanical process. Please retweet the space, everybody. It depends on our activity, on our process of thinking, on our decisiveness. So we need to recreate new balance of power, new and establish and install in the world and the humanity new rules corresponding to our major main vision. So we need to install multipolar world order fighting against unipolar world order that still tries to continue to be. So, but there are no more international laws, so we need to fill the gap by our will, by our actions, by our strategy, by our common understanding what we want new world to be. Thank you for your attention. It's a large number of Muslims around the world who are sympathetic to these acts of craziness. Pew Research poll findings that. Well, I don't know what to say. I have to think about some things. I was looking at the HIV pandemic numbers, and Russia has the largest in Europe. So when they're running propaganda, Project Infection, that the KGB propaganda, saying that it was invented in the U.S., it was because they were outwardly projecting their issues in Russia. Um,
I'll send you the two names. I don't know if they're related, but they would be probably somewhat in the field or whatever of the work.
mm-hmm.
But I don't want to, I don't want to say their names just in case I'm wrong and they're actually
Yeah.
like doing a good job. I don't know.
Yeah.
Still, did you see the recent monarchist outrage against the Kurds and US and Israel?
No, sorry. Say that again, sweetheart. Did I see the
Have you
first one?
seen the recent monarchist outrage against America, Israel, and the Kurds?
No, I haven't seen it. I can imagine. What was the?
So they are saying that they're gonna join forces with IRGC if America and Israel helps the Kurds to free Iran.
Excuse me. They're going to do what against the who?
If America helps the minorities to overthrow the regime and free Iran, they will join forces with IRGC. Yes, I know.
I am speechless.
So it's only freedom if it's only for Persians. It's not freedom if it's for everyone.
Who said this? Is this people posting this, or is it just narrative framing?
Armin was talking about this earlier.
Who's Armin? Is it a person in his face?
He's no, he's a Pahlavi supporter, very active, like Goldie Gamari and all of these people.
Hmm. Keep okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, so they don't really believe in freedom. That's why you don't see any groups on the ground in Tehran going around with you know, going against the regime with the actual weapons. If they actually have the will to do so, there are so many Persians in the army. Why aren't they,
This one is
defecting?
just.
I do believe there is going to be defection. I do believe that's going to happen.
When?
I think it's actively happening now. I think the U.S. I think there's been messaging from the U.S. that I heard multiple times on interviews with Witkoff and interviews with FDD that they were asking them to wait because they don't want to just they want to wait until they're done with the oh my gosh, what am I looking at?
With the big leaders? That makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I think we should see it fairly soon.
Yeah, if the war is 5 weeks, it's already been 2 weeks.
hmm
No, we're going into the second week now.
Yeah. This is very funny. They're taking pictures with Tucker. Jake Turks 4 hours ago posted. This is like religious people. It's very funny to me. You should turn off your Facebook check-ins so people don't find out about your secret meetings with Chip Roy. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, this is wild. Really just suggesting that modern Israelis are real Jews and why would Khazarian Turks care about rebuilding the ancient Jewish temple? Pick a narrative. This is wild. How do you find Khomeini? That's Mira Galet, 30-year-old veteran of Mossad, 10 years undercover in Iran by Khomeini's side, listening to everything. Wars require patience and cunning. Mira was my mentor, and she retired this week. She will go down as one of Israel's greatest heroes. I don't know. He's circling one of the wives of the. This is very funny. You have to see what David Keyes is posting all day long. Like this is wild. This is wild. Jerusalem District Police found a tortoise wounded by Iranian shrapnel in the recent missile attack by the Islamic regime. The Israelis are hilarious. They're posting pictures of turtles. I don't know what to tell you. This is like something I've never seen before. A turtle's shell was injured by shrapnel, and they found the turtle and they took a picture of the turtle. I don't even know.
What's the problem? We take care of
It's
the wildlife.
I know it's adorable. Listen. It's like you guys are. It's very unique. I'm sorry.
War is not just for humans.
I know animals are very
Al-
affected by it. I know.
Also Muslims.
What happened to the turtle?
What happened to the turtle? Its shell got damaged and it's vulnerable. So they were measuring it and they were putting it in a box with grass and they saved it. It was a turtle hit by Iranian shrapnel. The IRGC even wants to kill turtles.
The ruler that is using
They are Israelis, that's why.
it's like a combat engineers ruler. They have this is the joke basically. It's like measuring a
Oh my
bomb or something.
god! Oh, that's very funny, actually. Okay, I'm gonna send it to
The
somebody.
turtle is a threat to the IRGC.
I'm gonna send it to the Handasa Kavid boys, Avi, that are in my DMs. They're gonna find this
Yeah, they
very
will get
funny.
it.
They'll totally get it. Um, yeah, he called. Yeah, so yesterday, Tucker called Hegseth a weird and culty, suggesting that Hegseth is fighting a religious war to rebuild the third temple. This is. Now, the Western Wall. He's so dumb. He's so dumb. He's so dumb. He's so dumb. What he's doing. Okay, let me see here. Peter Thiel
This
live.
is
He can watch
exactly
it.
what we heard from Dugin, right? It's the same narrative. They're parroting him.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
Hey,
Exactly.
still.
Yes. Hi. Hi.
I think you were looking for Russians involved at the Wuhan lab.
Yes.
I don't think I have much,
Can
but
you DM me?
just look.
Yeah, I will DM you. It just mentioned Grok mentioned just that a Russian scientist was part of a WHO appointed panel, SAGO, investigating COVID-19 origins, which included site visits to Wuhan facilities. And then I asked further who that was, and it gave me a little bit more information about that person. But if you like, I
Yeah,
can
can
DM
you
that
DM
to
it to
you.
me? It was that. Do you have a?
Yeah.
Does it say a date by any chance?
The with the more detail one, let me take a look.
Yeah.
Let me see if it.
Stealth. Let me know if
Uh,
it's the same name, Stealth, when you get
Oh.
it. One
Okay.
of the two that I sent you.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. We can do that. I'm looking right now.
Okay. Cool beans. Um.
This war is boring. I need mushtaba.
This war is boring. You need Mushtaba. Is that what you said?
I need mushtaba's head.
She, she's like, the Kurdish girls are hilarious.
Is the war boring because it's a one-sided beatdown where America is just beating the shit out of the IRGC? Is it
No,
just
no, she wants.
No, no,
Exactly.
She's no,
no.
she's Kurdish
I'm
fighter.
referring to.
You go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead,
You
Steph.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm
okay?
referring to the successor of Ali Khamenei is still alive and it's been like 48 hours or something, or 72 hours. It's a lot.
KGG, I'll see your muktaba and I'll raise it with Erdogan. What do you say about that?
Okay,
Let's make it
deal,
happen.
Hey,
deal.
Stealth, I got a question about the Tucker Carlson thing and him chipping in as the civilian that he is. Why is it that the people that scream the loudest about any kind of military doctrine are fucking civilians who have never served a lick in the military, don't know shit about how to even operate stuff? And this dude is going to go on there and say that Hegseth is cult like or whatever the fuck he's saying, but he has never served a lick in the military. Pete Hegseth has literally kicked, he was a door kicker.
Yep,
He was an infantry dude, and he was on the ground. But you got a civilian who knows nothing about military doctrine or how to even do a mission, or doesn't he couldn't tell you the first thing about an after action review because he doesn't even know what the fuck that
that's
is.
true.
But he can chip in all this
Yeah.
stuff about like that's crazy to me.
Yeah, that's interesting because I've noticed that a lot on a lot of these spaces. These are the people that can't build them. They can't build a nation. They can't maintain a nation. They don't understand what it's like to have that sort of responsibility. But I asked the one day, I was like, "You name the fucking country out there that literally just rose up out of the dirt peacefully." And didn't, you know what I mean, didn't have any struggles, and there isn't one. Nobody's been able to tell me. We have 180 nations and every single one of them have either taken land and killed people for it or some other culmination of something has happened. You know what I mean? Like none. I don't know. I think it's interesting how people like Tucker get to like now that we're living in more of a peaceful time where we can actually have these discussions, you know, because we have food, like we have homes, you know what I mean? Like we're so far down the chain now of like benefiting from the nation, we can complain about it. You know what I'm saying? We don't have like someone
Yeah,
invading us all the time and trying to kill us, you know?
it's
This
crazy.
is this is
It's
feminine
crazy.
energy. You should counter it with masculinity. I mean, don't tell her to calm down. Just hug her. It's all gonna be okay. We're gonna make it. No, nobody is going to destroy this country. Let's move on. That's it.
Wait a second. Kind of the
Also, don't forget,
yeah.
we in Kafir we believe.
In kafir, you believe? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I love Kurdish girls. Oh my god, they're hilarious. Oh my gosh, you guys are hilarious. You guys all deserve.
You know, Pete Hegseth calls himself Kafir and he has like a tattoo.
Yeah, oh I
So I'm
know. Oh
like,
I know.
in Kafir we believe.
Whenever I'm depressed or ever I want to go eat ice cream, I just go look at his tattoos and I'm like, oh, no ice cream for me today. And I'm getting all the guys are very jealous right now.
You remember when they tried to say that his tattoos were white supremacy, but they didn't know that they're Templar tattoos. They had no
Exactly.
idea what that was.
Exactly. 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 Oh
Well,
god.
depending on who you are, the Templars might be worse for you,
Uh,
as
As
we're
we're
seeing.
seeing, as we're seeing, that's true. That's true. Um uh hold on. Um um oh Casey Allen, who's this guy? He's a moron. He thinks that the Kushners are controlled by Chabad Lubavitch, which is even funnier because they only went there when they were in DC. I'm not making this up. An FBI document confirmed this. Yeah, the one from Charles Johnson. I swear to God, CTF. The guy has a million views. This
What
kid.
what what does Chabad mean? Like, can someone explain this thing? Because this word now it's a new one. I heard it before in these spaces, but now
Wait,
everything
wait, wait, wait. Before I do
is it
that,
Chabad or Chabad? How did like
it's Cha, like Chaya, like my name, Chabad. So listen, Andrew Tate, because he was put he was like, like the illegal aliens, how they put them like in those things. There's a camel now that he's with because he's in the UAE, and he's trying to escape UAE across the desert. There's a random camel that walked up to him and tried to give it a cigar. The camel's gonna spit on him or do something to him. Let's run it. So he was detained. Phones have just beeped with missile warnings. Yeah, okay. That was fun. I ran into Super Cop, who decided that I was a terrorist for some reason. So now, time to cross the border, huh? Time to get home. You got a buddy behind you who wants to cross it too. He's crossing the border. Which border? Where is he going? Where is he going home to? What? Trying to feed the camel? Oh no. Guess I'm riding solo then.
I feel like this is staged or something.
It seems very homoerotic. Yeah, it is
Is it a
staged.
Bugatti camel?
It's a
Is
Bugatti.
there like
Yeah, something's
such a
weird.
thing?
There's something weird about this. This is very some weird.
Is it Joe Camel? Does he smoke?
I don't know.
Let's run it.
Here, I'm going to send it to you. There's a very weird homoerotic staging of this. I don't understand Graveyard. Let me send it to you. Let me send it here. Here, go take a look. You tell me. You tell me what kind of op we're playing that's over there. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the Camels Mossad. I don't know. He's crossing borders from. He was in jail in the UAE. I don't know. The whole thing is very strange. I don't know. He was in jail. Like, go look at the timeline. He was in detention. I don't know. Something he did something.
What borders? What borders?
It's
Saudi? Was he in
What
secondary
Saudi?
borders the
inspection
UAE?
at the
I
border.
mean,
I've been
Yeah,
there multiple
at
times.
Qatar. You've gone over the
yeah,
border to
yeah.
the
I was gonna say,
UAE,
like, where would
Josie?
he be crossing? Like, where
No,
would he
no,
be?
did a secondary inspection. Any country. I've been there multiple times. When you travel with an oversized, you end up there often.
He says he. Okay.
Well,
The
did
bike,
the
traveling with the bike for racing. When you
do the
travel with a big
camels
bike, box
do the
oversized, yeah.
do the camels smoke out there, Josie? That's what we need to know.
The FBI,
Did he smoke camel is the
the
question.
FBI, a bunch of girls went to arrest this guy, this Bangladeshi guy, Amin, and they flew FBI Anchorage from Malaysia back to the U.S. and Alaska, where he will face charges later today. Thank you, Lagat Kuala Lumpur, the government of Malaysia, to grabbing this pedo. Bangladeshi national, 28 years old. Zobadul Amin. Charges including running an international child sexual exploitation enterprise. Uh-huh.
Camel by camel. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
That's,
Wait a second. Is that the charges that they're hitting him
yeah,
with?
yeah. I'm sure there's gonna be more, Gray. I mean, yeah, but that's the charges.
Didn't he face similar charges when he was arrested in Hungary or wherever he was in Europe?
Is this the same guy? Zabudal Amin? Zabudul Amin?
Oh no. My correction. I thought we were still talking about
Oh
Andrew
yeah,
Tate.
no,
My bad.
yeah. That Andrew Tate's a separate. Yeah, yeah. This one is like, yeah,
Oh, see, but you see that stealth? Like when you said
yeah.
that, like you can't really tell because the other charges.
Are
I was
identical?
confused for a second too. No, I'm just. I was like, hold on, he got arrested for it finally. Like it's the FBI. I was like, oh, he's finally done. So we're talking about a different guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
different guy. Yeah, Zabudal Amin, a Bangladeshi guy. Yeah, yeah. Um. Uh.
It's like if all social media is telling, oh yeah, like yeah, apparently you're human trafficking or some shit. It's like they might worry when you try to cross their border, like it's some abnormal thing. Man, they freaking sent me to a secondary inspection over a freaking baggie of baking soda for some heartburn.
He was
What the
trafficking
heck
that
could they
camel.
thinking?
He's trafficking that camel into Qatar or something.
Camel by camel. Do
Gross,
do do
dude. I
do.
had a horrible flashback of Iraq, dude. I don't even want to talk about it.
Okay. No flashbacks.
With the song.
No,
We'll
the
just
camels,
we'll just say
smoking
I was
camels.
in a car, dude, and I peered off into somebody's court. It wasn't pretty.
Yeah. We got spit on by a freaking alpaca.
Alpaca.
Yeah, alpaca.
It's interesting. Remember when Kevin
So
Robinson?
what is the obsession with this Chabad stuff, or however you say it with
Chabad. It's
Tucker?
Chabad.
Like
Chabad.
what? Why did
Chabad.
what just happened? Why did they have to find a new
So,
word? Like all these other Hebrew words were
It's not
running
a
out of
new
so I'll
word.
explain to
It's
you.
attention.
Chabad.
So I'll give you.
No,
So
trust
can
me,
I explain it
I
to you?
track words, so
Yeah,
I'm
it's been
just
around
saying,
for a long
Josie.
time. It's about 250
Yeah, but
years.
it's sky. I understand that, but what I'm saying is it's skyrocketed now in all those spaces. It's
Yes.
like every 14th word
So
now,
in
and
March,
it used to be.
can I
It
tell
used
you?
to be like
Can I tell you? Can
yeah,
I tell
yeah.
you? Okay. So Chabad means chokhmah, which is wisdom, bina, which is like understanding, and dat, which is knowledge. That's like what makes up the word. It's Chabad. But that's generally what it means. Those who slur it have none of these, which is they don't have wisdom or understanding or knowledge. Okay. So it is a movement and it is a Hasidic movement. And in March of 2023, they started this Band Aid ADL thing. And then Chuck Johnson was doing all this stuff about Chabad. So he was already in this, like, in that ecosphere of that stuff. Like, and that's all that uh, Dugin Russian alt right weird multipolarity stuff. So because uh, uh, Kushner and Ivanka, she had converted to Judaism, but she didn't convert Chabad. She's not Chabad. They don't pray at Chabad shuls, but they did in D.C. because it was the closest one to the White House, and because Chabad is the Chabad Rebbe who's passed away now is a worldwide. It's the only part of Judaism that I would say is like missionary, but only missionary to their own Jews in a sense. Like, so there's like Chabad houses in pretty much every country in the world. So let's say you're traveling and you're a young guy and you're in Thailand and you're Jewish and something happens, right? It's a holiday, you get stuck, there's a hurricane, a tornado, a volcano, whatever happens, whatever. You can go there and stay by the family. Or if you're Jewish and you want to have like the Sabbath meal or you want a place to eat or whatever, you can go anywhere in the world to Chabad and they'll help you anywhere in the world. But they also, in America, they are very good at drug rehab. So this is like something they're known, and they also help in the prisons as well. But they're excellent in drug rehab and deterrence from that. Now the unique thing about them, they were attacked in New York at one point. It was when
Go figure.
yeah. So they have a Chabad house, and I'm actually going to do a space on this because now it's becoming such a big thing that everybody's like obsessed.
But
But
it's not strictly like a noun, though, is what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like it means more than that. It's not like just a person, place, or a thing, but it's
no,
like
no, no,
a.
no. It's
No,
a
it's like
movement.
a whole.
It's a
It's
movement.
like
It's a
a.
movement.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
a movement.
So
Okay. Yeah.
the Lubavitcher Rebbe is part of a Hasidic dynasty. So which is literally what it is, and it's considered the most. He's considered the Rebbe who's passed away. He's the most influential Jewish leader of the 20th century. Um, and he believed in sending out young men who are married to any far corner of the world and opening up a Chabad house so that if a place where Jews were traveling, it had to be a place where Jews were traveling so that you can provide two things: a mikvah, which is a spiritual waters, like you guys do baptisms. So with Jews, we have a responsibility as women, if we're married only, to go once a month to the mikvah, which is like a pool of spring water after a menstrual cycle. And men, if they're very religious, will go every morning to dip inside. That's where all Christians get all their customs is from us, but you guys do it only like once when you get your first baptism. We have responsibility to do it for like ever. And then or men will do it like once a week, depending on your religiousness and all these different things. Like you have your own like customs inside of, like, if you're from the
No,
Middle
but
East
we
or
only
everything.
use it for girls who are being whores with the holy water. So
I don't
that's
know.
when we use it.
No, but women that get baptized that are Christian don't. They're not whores. They could be
No, but like
babies.
there's a there is like in like very I mean I would say it's almost like Vatican I. There's like that girls that would be like a little degenerate. You would have like the priest or the father doing like, you know, throwing holy water at them. Like
Yeah, I don't know about that.
you see that in movies. Like
Yeah, I don't know about that, but that's not how it's used. It's used in baptism and
yeah.
Christianity, and
That's a cult.
they believe. What'd you say?
I think Jesse's talking about the cult.
I don't
And I
think
don't
she's
know.
talking
When I
about a
see
cult.
those
No,
girls on
she's just talking.
podcasts, I feel like spraying holy water at them.
That's different. That's to get the demons out of their body. You're talking separate things. It's nothing to do with anything. Stop confusing people, Josie. I'm trying to get through
Okay.
this because it's fucking 5 a.m. Okay. So, hey Vaughn, how are you doing? Vaughn, did you get my DM?
5-1.
Vaughn, did you get my DM on Signal?
1-1-1-1-1.
Okay, he's not talking right now. He wants you to shush. Okay. So, okay, let me get back to this. He's busy. Okay. So, and he left. Okay. So,
I think he has connection problems.
no, it's fine.
He's still. He looks like a listener still.
Oh, he does? Okay, that's good.
What?
He's coming
What
up.
just happened?
Don't worry
I
about it.
just got
Nothing happened.
psyop.
Yeah,
It
you
just
did.
literally hurt. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you did. Okay. So, um, okay. So it was a. Can I finish? Or are you going to interrupt me, Josie? Or
Yes,
should I
please,
just
please,
change the
please,
subject?
please.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No,
Okay.
no, go for it.
Oh, okay, great. So, he was put in jail in Russia during the pogroms, and Russia actually holds on to all his journals and everything. There's like a huge lawsuit that occurred, and it's like $175 million a day that the Russians are supposed to pay. We're never getting the books back unless somehow we get the Mossad to get them out of that country, and it'll be like an international scandal. But anyways, so after the Holocaust, Jews were very, very demoralized, and a lot of them stopped believing and having faith. Like there's like that, you'll see them. They're the ones that are like the auto-anti-Semitic Jews that you'll see speaking in podcasts with like Comic Dave Smith. Anyways, so there's a whole generation of people that were very demoralized. What happened? Because how could God let something like that happen? So when Rabbi Schneerson emigrated to America in 1978, the U.S. Congress asked President Jimmy Carter to designate, oh, this is something else, as Education Day in the U.S. because he improved education in America in like major ways. Anyways, in terms of outreach and everything like that, kindergartens, drug rehabilitation centers, care homes for disabled, synagogues, like he set up like a whole bunch of infrastructure for Jews in America. And then let me see here what else I can tell you. Okay, so he's born in 1902 in the Black Sea in the Russian Empire. His father was a very famous rabbi as well, and renowned Talmudic scholar and Kabbalah and Jewish law. His mother was also um, world renowned in terms of women, in terms of the religiousness. Anyways, it's too much in the weeds. But long story short, um, when he was 5 years old, the Rebbe, who in New York you'll see the president will go and other great leaders will go to his grave, and they'll place a letter inside of like the this like, well, I'm sure you've seen the pictures. It's like where the headstone is, and people throw thousands and thousands of letters every day into there for prayer to God and everything because it's considered such a holy person. So when he was 5 years old, they moved, and his father was appointed chief rabbi of a city, and then they were exiled by Soviets to Kazakhstan in like 1939, and then um, his two younger brothers, one of which was murdered by Nazi collaborators, the other one died in school. He received private education, was tutored by some of like the most famous people from 1909 to 1913. When he was 11 years old, he informed his father he had nothing more. The father, his tutor, this very famous tutor, informed his father there's nothing more to teach his son. At that point, the father took over. His father, the Rabbi Yitzchak Schneerson, took over his rabbinical teachings. He was considered a child genius and passed every kind of Russian school exams or Soviet school exams. And then he was is designated an actual genius in Russia and in the world, and by Jewish law as well. By 17, he had mastered the entire Talmud, which was 5,422 pages, which means memorization and everything as well in translation. And he was involved with community and affairs in Russia quite a bit. And then he received multiple rabbinical ordinations. So he never had children. We're not sure if him or his wife were unable to have children. It's not known. And then he was sent. I think he was sent. Was he sent to Poland? Let me see. When he was married until 1928 in Poland. Kind of crazy the times that they were in over there. The fact that they survived. I'm trying to remember everything right now because I'm a little bit tired. In 47 he traveled to Paris. And to take his mother back with him to New York City. How did he get to the U.S.? I'm trying to remember. What year was that? It doesn't say. Interesting. Okay. In 1988, no, they're missing like a big part of his life. This is kind of crazy. This is the problem with Wikipedia is that they're hiding a lot of stuff here because their editors are, like Nazis. But anyways, he moved to Berlin in the Weimar Republic in 1928. He studied mathematics and physics and philosophy at the University of Berlin. He enjoyed Erwin Schrödinger's lectures. His father-in-law took great pride in his son having major scholarly achievements. During his time in Berlin, his father-in-law encouraged him to become more of a public figure, but he was an introvert, the Rebbe at the time. And then in Berlin, he met Joseph Soloveitchik, and they became friends and they emigrated to America. He wrote hundreds of pages of his own original Torah discourses and conducted serious interchange of halachic correspondence with many European figures, including Joseph Rosen. It's like famous rabbinical figures. Like you're not going to understand the significance of and the heaviness of this and the weight of this. But anyways, he kept a diary as well, and conversations with his father-in-law and others. 1933, after the Nazis took over Germany, the Schneersons left Berlin and moved to Paris. He became the head of the leadership of Chabad movement, so religious and communal activities on behalf of his father-in-law. He took a 2-year course in engineering as well. Let me see here. Trying to expedite this because his life is bigger than anybody's I know. 3 days before
Steph,
Paris. Yeah,
can I jump in?
yeah.
First, you should use Gogpedia, not Wikipedia. It's far superior.
Yeah.
And for Sia's question, I think the angle why you hear about Chabad is about the messianic angle and the temple, because Chabad believe in the building of the temple. And this is the
No, no.
foundation for this style.
So that's incorrect. So no. So
Okay.
you're wrong. So that's why. Just let me do it. I'm Chabad. So you need to understand. Like we believe Messiah is coming, and when Messiah comes, they're going to build the temple. But every single fucking Jew believes that exact same thing. So there's no difference. Every Jew, if you're a Jew, you believe in Messiah coming, and then the temple is built after Messiah comes. We don't believe in
Oh,
building it before
I
Messiah.
agree.
Period. Full stop. But there's something different about Chabad, and the reason why Chabad is different in relation to now, it's because the Russians are running an op. It started with the Ukraine-Russia war because of the Chabad inside of Ukraine and then the Chabad inside of Russia. And then the Chabad was very involved in getting Jews out of Russia. And that's something that drove the Russians crazy because they lost their smartest intellectual capital that they ever had. The rest were drunks and people that were, you know, drunks. And that wasn't the Jewish community, and that's literally the best and the brightest because they were trapped inside of Russia because they weren't allowed to observe their religion, and also in the other Eastern Bloc countries that were controlled by the Soviets. But the reason why they're after it's because it's literally a movement that only spreads good throughout the world, and it's just another threat vector to attack Jews. That's completely benevolent, but also has had a huge impact with world leaders, like Javier Milei, for example, has a very big relationship with Chabad in Argentina because Argentina was victim of terrorism. Uh, a very bad terrorism by both Palestinian and Hezbollah, obviously, as you know, in Iran, inside of Argentina, for example, blowing up of embassies and blowing up of the Jewish community center. So they've experienced their terrorism and all like that. So also there's situations in Brazil and etc. But so because Chabad has like literally they'll have like an apartment and a whole family, like a young couple will move if there's like, let's say in Thailand, for example, this is a big thing in Bangkok. If they have a Chabad house there. In Mumbai, they had a Chabad house, and the Muslims killed while they're doing the massive terrorist attacks in Mumbai. They made sure to go and kill the Chabad rabbi and his wife, young wife, and children, and all their children. And I think even the one of the women that worked for them, an Indian lady, and maybe one more survived. I'm not sure, but that was one of the places where they went to kill Jews, like even in India. So because they're all over the world, and if you're a Jewish person, if there's a place where Jews travel, they'll open up a Chabad house so that you have a place to eat a meal, or if the world is ending, or if you, God forbid, something happens, you can reach out to a Chabad if you're Jewish, even if you're not religious, even if you're nothing. Or if, and often they help people that are not Jewish. For example, I was reading a story of this one guy who's like in the middle of like nowhere. I don't know what country he was traveling to, and he like was ending up in a bad situation, and he walked into a place that was like open. It was like 24 hours open. There's like one in like Nepal, same thing. Anyways, and they took care of him. He's a Christian guy. He posted on Twitter. I posted his feed. So they're known for that. They're known for helping. So if there's no kosher butchering, like in India, so because Jews come there to eat and everything, so they do their own kosher butchering. And it's not easy. In the places that they go to, it's a very tough life. It's like missionaries essentially, but they're not going and converting random people. They're there just
Yeah,
for
still, but
Jews to
they're
show up.
also exposed Jews all over the world, and now you're painting them as part of this Jewish cabal and everything behind it, and you're permitting, hurting them, and they are really exposed. That's also part of the problem here.
Well, that's the reason why, like, I had my space from yesterday. That's why I call
Yeah.
Tucker a national security threat, for the exact reason that he literally is talking about Chabad, which he himself said are a nice organization and they're really nice people. But because guys were wearing patches in the army, and the patches they were wearing were not from Chabad, they have to they have to do with the temple guys like Daron, who Daron was Christian, and he was a Christian missionary, his family, and he converted to Orthodox Judaism. But he's like an Orthodox Jew. He fully converted. He's not a Christian or Jews for Jesus. He's not that. And these are part of the guys that are like wanting to get ready for like the temple when the temple comes, because they don't understand, like, there's going to be, when Messiah comes, this all gets worked out. You don't have to worry about these things. They're not things we have to worry about. Like, we don't have to worry about a lot of things. Sorry, your mic is open. These things are going to be worked out. But again, like when you had the Holocaust occur, that kind of demoralization, if you're talking about half the population of America would die, a lot of people would stop believing in God. And you cannot have people stop believing in God, period, full stop. And if the Jews stop believing in God, your Christians are done. Christians are done, done, done. That is how it is going to happen no matter what. So what did Chabad do? What did the Rebbe do? He pushed people to get closer, even if you're not religious, on college campuses, light candles for girls and for boys wrapped tefillin. So you can go, like, I was in Comic-Con one year, and like there's two Chabad boys, they're young boys, 50 to 17 years old, and they walk and they'll ask people, are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? Oh, can you want to wrap tefillin? A lot of people have never done it, and sometimes they'll have their bar mitzvah actually automatically in that day, which is wild. And a lot of others who have done it but only did it once when they were bar mitzvah, and they do it then. And it's a very big mitzvah to do this, because we believe, Chabad especially, and Jews believe, you have to do good deeds. Like, Jews have to do good deeds for the world, like for the whole world. So every good deed we do, charity, like tzedakah. So their big thing is tzedakah, always giving charity. You'll see little like metal boxes at any Jewish place you go to, and you constantly have to, like, a quarter, a penny, it doesn't matter what you have to give charity. This is like a big thing. Like, always, always, always giving charity. In my Chabad community, you have, like, on Thursdays, we go to like a place where we pack boxes for people for food for Fridays, so that people that don't have money, that are Jewish, because guess what, we're not all rich. We pack, and all the kids come, and this is something you do like every Thursday night. so that on Friday, and then everybody volunteers and we deliver boxes of food to our communities throughout the cities. So that if you're a family and you don't have a lot of money and you have the Sabbath, we want you to have Sabbath, we'll provide you the meals for Sabbath. There's like an old lady that walks around collecting all the food on Friday that hasn't been yet purchased before, because our grocery stores and our restaurants close early on Friday, like by 2 o'clock or maybe 1 o'clock, depending on the time of the season and everything, because of time change and everything. So there's women that will go and like literally collect all that food and like drop it off for people like before the Sabbath starts so that it's not wasted. And that's like a whole volunteer effort that just ran. Sometimes these are women that are not even wealthy, they'll do it. And like you'll see them walking with like carts of food, and it's like getting close to the Sabbath and you're like rushing home, and we stop our cars and we pick them up and we help deliver the food for them. It's like it's just part of our community thing. So like that's something that's very big in Chabad. Like you're always supposed to be giving and doing. So they believe in like keeping very, very busy, kind of like the theory in Christianity, like idle hands, right? An idle mind that you get yourself into trouble. So Chabad, like there's a very big belief that you're constantly supposed to be doing things. You go to classes every day, like couples will go to classes together, husbands will go to classes, moms will be like doing Zoom classes at home with other ladies, like you have classes in your house, you're constantly doing like education. This is like a very big thing. And the one unique
Yeah,
thing
but
about Chabad, what, Avi? What?
on the spiritual level, you're bringing people to God, and this is exactly what you, as the devil work. You want to counter it, and this is why you want to paint it black and say it's a bad thing. And on the political level, the temple at the end of the game is just the justification for attacking the Jews right now. But on the ground, this is what should happen. It's not about building the temple on the religious aspect of it. It's about flattening Al-Aqsa and flattening mosques around the Middle East to capitalize on the gains and wins of the West here. Islam is losing, and this is what they're afraid of. If we capitalize on it, then they're fucked.
Yeah, so the U.S. in America and the Israelis don't blow up mosques or churches. We have like agreements on this kind of stuff, but the Muslims don't care. They will even do whatever they want with other churches or whatever. The point is that ever since the war started, and ever since for a long time, the rockets that went over Jerusalem, they almost fell on Al-Aqsa, right? One almost fell and by the Kotel as well. So they built Al-Aqsa Mosque on top of the most holiest Jewish site. Jews could barely go there to even pray, which is the Jews' holiest site, outside, not inside. We wouldn't want to go inside. And they like will play soccer inside their own mosque over there. They whatever, they don't understand what they've done by building it there. But the most of the Islamic world doesn't care about that mosque. They only care about Mecca and Medina. It's not a priority for them. It's not considered one of their holiest sites. That's a narrative shaping that thing that occurred mostly by the Palestinians and the Jordanians, basically for power and control. But that's about it, right? And this whole thing with the Vatican and whatever, they didn't want the Jews to control Jerusalem, even though the Jews won it. Even though, anyways, the whole thing is
Yeah, but
disgusting.
you're talking to us, but look at what they did to Hagia Sophia. This is how
Yeah,
they
I'm
roll.
still not getting go through
He's
the Chabad.
catering to them.
Okay, I'm still not going to get through the Chabad content, am I? Okay. So, Key, if you want to know, just go on to YouTube, go to Chabad.org and or Chabad.org and you learn about Chabad. The only thing why it's brought up now is because Tucker decided to conflate patches on soldiers that you could buy on Etsy or on eBay. It doesn't matter, but there were patches like you have military patches, and they're making it about the Al-Aqsa Mosque because there's a rabbi that said, "Oops, if a rocket falls out of the sky in Al-Aqsa." Well, what can I tell you? It's like, an interceptor and it may happen. Now, they're putting their own mosque at risk by launching, 600 ballistic missiles twice in the last 2 years before, right? After 2023 and now recently, right? So anything can happen when you're sending in a salvo like that. And the interceptors can fly anywhere. Like one of the interceptors it fell and killed a Palestinian guy in the ground, if you remember. So it was wild. It was just a wild scene. And I think it was Nablus or wherever it was. Anyways, but they're conflating a movement, and he's doing it particularly because of Dugin and of the Russians, right? And this is something that's been going on for a very, very long time. That's separate from the fact that they tried to do a car ramming recently at the Chabad in New York, which is their main place. That's one thing. but it's been used like by Charles Johnson. He literally fed in content to the FBI regarding Chabad, along with like all this conspiracy bullshit that's not real, and it's in his Substack, and it was part of a fucking op of this Epstein bullshit. The same kind of thing. It's not related to Epstein stuff. He did it for other reasons, but you just it's like a salad, right? Like a fruit salad, and that's literally what we're dealing with. And the reason why Tucker brought it up is to literally because he knows that they're everywhere in the world and they're in countries where there's high levels of terrorism, okay, like high levels of terrorism. He's basically going to have people go and kill these people and do terrorist attacks, at which point if that happens, Tucker's not going to have to be worried about the FBI or the CIA or anything like that. Other very bad things are going to happen to him. Very bad things. Because he's literally inciting terrorism in foreign countries. There was the Bondi Beach terrorist attack. It was a Chabad event where all people came from the community because they're open to anybody to come for Hanukkah with little kids and grandmothers and grandparents. And the fucking Iranians funded these two whatever piece of shit losers that were in Australia to go and shoot up a bunch of kids on Hanukkah. That's what they did. So he doesn't even think about the fact, he doesn't even mention or say anything about what he's talking about by trying to conflate patches that have to do with military dudes, which was explained earlier in my space this morning, that has nothing to do with Chabad. They're not like politically inclined. They don't talk about building the temple. They're like, they stay separate. The problem is the greatest leaders in the world, including the greatest presidents of the world, for over 40 years came to meet the Rebbe for private counsel and for blessings. This is like a known thing because we are considered in Chabad, I'm sorry to say this, some of the greatest minds in the world. The literal greatest minds in the world from a basis of just understanding. So the Rebbe wrote letters for all those years that since he was in his position to the leaders of Israel of how to wage a war and not wage a war. And when we didn't listen, Israel had a lot of people die. And when we did listen, we were okay. Now, the reason why he's doing this specifically is because Netanyahu got a blessing from the Lubavitcher Rebbe way back in the day when he first started out. And all through the Rebbe's life, he had guidance to Netanyahu whenever he would come and visit, or they would send letters or whatever. But there's like a whole video. I played it a million times. It's on my feed. I played it for the last 3 years because literally the Rebbe is considered probably one of the greatest minds we've had in the world ever, ever, ever in terms of genius level. Unprecedented. There was people that would sit to memorize 12, 14 hours of his lectures that he was giving like 7 days a week, like, or holidays or Dvar Torahs, doesn't matter. And these men that sat next to him who are also geniuses, one of which is my rabbi, two of them actually were my rabbi, by
So he
memorized
was,
by memorized by
yeah,
word. You're not allowed to have a pen or paper because it's during holidays, and they
yeah.
would then write it down by word, and all those things are in books. It's unheard of. Nothing
That's
exists like that.
Yeah, you just answered what I was going to say. Okay, yeah, that's I was going to ask about that. So that was this guy
The Lubavitcher Rebbe.
that this is. Yeah, he did that too, but with 5,000 pages.
Yes.
Yeah, I know that, I know that exists. I know that people, it's not very common, but obviously, I don't know. I just don't know why, Tucker was picking on, this situation.
I
It's
gave
I
you
don't
all
know.
the
I can't make
examples. I don't know
sense.
what to tell you. I gave you 10
Yeah,
o'clock.
yeah, but I know what you mean. I'm just saying, like, what, like,
Well, Keith's
but I'm
perspective,
thinking of
it's like,
Tucker as like a person. It's like, what is going on in this guy's head? Like, is it
He's
is it for
he's trying to
money?
kill Jews.
And
Like he's literally going to
yeah,
kill
yeah.
Jews. Yes.
It's how else could you
You
interpret
can't interpret it
like
any
what
other
he's
way for
doing at
right
this
now.
point?
No.
Yeah,
He's gonna
it's
he's gonna
wild.
be sued like in a way that's unprecedented and yeah, and he should self deport to Russia at this point. Yeah,
it's like picking on the Amish. Who picks on the Amish?
exactly, exactly, exactly. The Amish were also killed in Europe, by the Nazis.
No, I know, but I looked into Chabad thing, and it's just
Chabad.
funny to me. These people
Yeah,
are Chabad.
yeah.
Sorry, yeah. It's when I see it spelled out,
I
I
know, I
say,
know, I know.
yeah. But yeah, they're just peace-loving Jews who just go around helping other Jews. Okay, great. That's all they do.
Well, but
Why would you want to
they
bother them?
also help out regular people. So like,
No, I know.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why would you bother them? They're just out there to help people. That's literally all they do. It's their mission
Yeah,
statement.
in
Yeah,
Orange
next thing
County,
he's going to be punching babies in a crib, and that'll be his next thing. It's like, yeah,
He's
Tucker.
one
I
like
step
don't know
away
what's
at
wrong
this
with these
point.
people.
Key, I know like in Orange County, like California, like the Chabad houses that we have, like the one in Newport Beach, the one in Irvine and everything, like it's not exclusively to Jews. Like we literally have a Chabad center like right next to the YMCA. Like it's if you have like nowhere to go, or they did like on Christmas, even like that was Christmas, right? It's not a Jewish holiday obviously, but they had like a big dinner for anyone who didn't have like family to just come and gather with some people. Like they just do some wonderful things like that. And it's when I have a situation of, let's just say, a sketchy end of marriage, let's just say, that's when I found out about the Chabad houses in my area. And it was just good to know that like I could have somewhere to go if anything would go south. So I always make sure that I donate every year ever since, because I mean they've been like wonderful to me, but like they'll be welcoming to literally anyone. I mean, depending on where you go for sure, but I can speak on all the Chabad houses. But here, Southern California, it's like if you got nowhere to go, like the meal is free. It's a delicious meal. You'll sing songs, bang on the table, and you gotta make friends. Then there's like a lot of pets usually too. If they got a farm,
Yeah,
sometimes they got a farm.
yeah.
It's amazing people. Tucker's going to lose this whatever fight he has with them because it's
I
retarded,
don't know why. It really
utterly
hurts me.
retarded.
Like it hurts me on like a personal level that he goes after them. Like
So, like, let's say you can't afford to like bury somebody. They prepare the body. They'll help bury the person. They'll show up. It's like a big thing.
Yeah, they do it
one
for
of the Chabad
Jewish
houses in
soldiers in the American Army.
Oh
one of the
yeah,
Chabad houses in Los Angeles actually paid they paid the money when the dog that I rescued, when he was left for dead on the side of the road. That was one of the lady at the Chabad house that made the donation to for the surgery to save him actually. But that was like a big surgery, like some $40,000 surgery type stuff.
Yeah,
Like they donate a lot. They're very like it hurts me that he's going after those people. It's awful.
on a
Can I ask
side
a
note,
random?
uh,
Go ahead.
I'm sad that KGG left. A
Oh,
buddy
I'll
of
get
mine
her.
from the Green Berets, he DM'd me like a few days ago, and it's actually hilarious. He sent me a picture of the Kurdish flag, the YPJ, and he goes, "Hey Vaughn, let's pretend to be Kurdish and go invade Iran." And I said, "All right."
Can I come?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're gonna want to deal with that
it's.
over there.
I'll just take pictures. I'm
Took
not
tons of
going.
pictures.
I'm gonna let you do the dirty work. I'll be doing shorts. I'll
I
be
have a
waiting
flight
right
this
here.
morning. That's why I'm up early, but it has nothing to do with that. So I'm not. I'm not. I
What?
just thought
What?
it was funny because I saw KGG. I'm headed out to DC for a while, but it was just funny. I came in, I saw KGG. I was like, oh, I gotta tell her this joke. Me and my buddy were
Yeah,
talking
here
to
she
each other.
is. I brought her back. I brought her. She's here. She's requested. Hold on.
Still, the video that you played earlier is like you might sleep next to a pile of tax returns. Oh my god, I like screamed.
It's totally like what a Chabad
Oh
house
my
is like.
god.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah. I
god.
know. I know. I know. It's like hilarious. It's like it's so it's just hilarious. It's just like
Actually, if the house is full, like somebody's gonna pay for you to like get a hotel so you get your own bed. That's how nice they are now.
yeah. They have camps. They have camps for families that you know are Jewish that can't afford to go to camp. There's like a whole thing. They just
Oh,
they'll do that.
they own the whole HOA now.
Oh really?
Like yeah, the one that's by UC Irvine. It's like the little Chabad Center is like a little like
Yeah.
neighborhood,
Yeah. Yeah.
bunch of
If you're
houses, not
talking
just one
about
house.
military base in Erbil, stealth, we have a rabbi there. Don't worry.
Oh, you're so.
Oh,
Wait, Vaughn wanted to tell you something. Go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead, Vaughn.
yeah. KGG, my buddy of mine from the he's in the Green Berets. It's not Green Beret nap time, so I want to make that clear because sometimes he's not this funny. But anywho, he sent me a picture. He goes, of a Kurdish flag, the YPJs, and he goes, "Hey Vaughn, let's pretend to be Kurdish and go invade Iran."
That's a very good psyop. You should do it actually. You know what? I will help you with the clothing.
Oh, I'm sure we have plenty.
I said I'm going to film. I'll just sit here, watch them do it. I'll just be holding the camera. I'll be
If
right
you want
there.
Kurdish
Oh,
scarf, or Kurdish clothing, Kurdish flags, anything, I'm here.
I want the Kurdish braids with the bullets in it.
I have I have also like good friends that own companies for making clothing, so I will get you a good price on it too.
Actually, I got a keffiyeh project. We can talk.
I'm sure there's
Crop top keffiyehs.
plenty left
Yalla.
over surrounding by Gaza
Stealth,
though, Grog.
you know what I was thinking when you're describing the was has it you say
Chabad, Chabad,
pods?
Chabad. Yeah.
Is it's the exact opposite of a mosque, because every time when I was in Iraq and I go into a mosque, they just harbor terrorists and they fund terrorism, and it usually has direct connections to the IRGC or the Assad in Syria.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's the totally exact opposite of a mosque.
Oh, you said forward operating base, Gray? Is that what you said?
He said
Pretty
fob,
much.
yes.
Do you know how hard it was? Like, this is how hard it was. I remember during the beginning parts of the war when I was in freaking Fallujah, we had a guy. He was a sniper and he ran off into a tower. He ran off into he ran off into a mosque and he went up to the top of the tower and he was sniping at us. And I remember our ROE at the time was we had to call in to at least a full bird or a 1 star to get authorization to do any kind of airstrike or have anybody shoot at the mosque, because it was a site of worship. We ended up getting, we got authorization and we had one of the Bradleys come by and it hit it with 25 Mike and it ended up cutting down the tower and he collapsed in it and died. But it was I hated that. I hated the fact that they knew they could run, and this was a big thing, because we would go talk to the sheiks in town. We used to get information like this, so we get with our interpreters and we go talk to the sheiks, and the sheiks would tell us all the time. They're like, dude, those guys, those terrorist cells that are in that, they're going straight to the fucking mosque, dude. They're going right to the mosque. They're getting their funding, and it's usually coming from either the IRGC or the Assad in Syria, and that's where they're getting all that shit from. And I remember dude. It literally took a 1 star to try to get authorization to go into those places. It's crazy.
On a side note too, I remember at Fort Benning, Georgia, home of the infantry, we have this mount course. So any guys who've been at Fort Benning knows about it. It's like this huge town we built to do mount training, which is this urban operations. And believe it or not, like we have buildings set up, right? Just regular 4 or 5 story buildings, houses, and a mosque. Why would we build a mosque to practice CQB? Yeah, because what Gray said, these fuckers would literally run into mosque or hide themselves nearby it or be in the courtyards of it just to placate us because they knew our ROE told us like we have to wait or all this other garbage that would happen. These are the type of people we deal with.
Yeah, they were so barbaric too, dude. And they would go in there during the like any time of worship, knowing that there are kids and women in there, and they would go do that, and they would know that once you cut them down, it like that, like when we mowed that the little tower down that the sniper was up in, like there were people inside there, and all
Yeah.
those women and kids that were in there, they got squished when that
Yeah.
thing came down,
Then
and
half the
so
town's mad at us.
yeah,
Oh,
and
I
then
didn't.
half the town's mad at you when you do it. But it's just like, dude, that dude is going in there and he's using freaking using civilians as meat shields. And they do that in like, dude, I remember they would set up like they would try to set up where we'd have traffic control points, and they would try to set up like a baited ambush. What they would do is they would go give a hand grenade to a little kid, like yeah, and they know that this happens all the time, so the kids are well known to like go around and grab soldiers by their BDUs and shit, and like, oh,
Yeah, trying to
Mr.
grab our
Football,
pencils and shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
the Mr. Football, Mr. Chocolate, and all this stuff. And they'd be like, they go like give that kid a hand grenade, like a fucking 8-year-old, and they'd be like, hey, go take it over there, you see that soldier, and then just drop it. Just go up there and drop it by him. And they think it's funny in games, and they turn it into a game with the kid. And
Great.
so the kid's like, oh yeah, cool. And dude,
Great. Give me one
just
second, Vaughn. I sent you a whole thread from Leslie
Yeah,
on
yeah, I
that
read it.
Brian guy. You got it? Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to DC. Yeah.
Oh, good. As much detail. Do you need more stuff? Because we've been working on more. I'll send you as
No,
much
that's
as I
fine.
got. Okay. And then do you see that third thing that I sent you? I wasn't really
Hmm.
supposed to send it to you, but I sent it to you because it really needs to be addressed. Like it's a huge vector issue.
I will
So
once I land over there.
okay, that's
Because
that because that's It's a confidential slide, but I gave it to you because it just has to get done because we can't America. Sorry, I'll take it on the chin for it, but it's just too important to save our country. So I don't give a flying fuck. Like, get that bitch. That's all I have to say. Like, so whoever needs to, yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah.
I guess my point is this is my point behind it because I see mainstream media and the communist left always talking about this shit, right? They're like, oh, the Jewish culture and this and that and the other, they're so barbaric. But I'm like, in what sense of the word? Because if you look at the 21st century, they don't do all that shit. There's only one culture I know, especially in that region, that throws acid in women's face. They stone women, they rape their kids, they do all this horrible barbaric shit. And as a soldier, as a U.S. soldier, when I was deployed over there, they were like giving kids hand grenades, going to tell them drop it off. There's only one culture in that whole fucking region that does that shit, and it's usually Muslim culture.
Yeah, and the Israelis have to deal with it with having Gaza at their door all the time, and people wonder why they. It's the most fascinating thing to me. People who've never been there in their entire life in that region, especially during the wartime, during Jihad, we were have no idea, and they wonder why we support this whole thing with Iran, this whole war that's going on. And we're just like, yeah, we support this because we understand who the enemy is. We knew who the enemy is. We're not disillusioned. I know there are some soldiers, some ex-military who were pretty disillusioned over the 14 years or 16 years, whatever you want to call it. But I'm
Mhm.
not. I know
Most
exactly
of
who
those
the
soldiers
enemy is.
they were pogues. They're usually like some
Yeah, yeah.
you
I met
find.
one earlier. It's funny.
Vaughn, if you need anything extra from about the turkey stuff, let me know too. I'm assuming you guys are all settled on all that, but yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. I also downloaded like all these transcripts from that person that should be in jail in Texas regarding exactly like Tucker's talking points. Like it's crazy. I think I sent you them. I don't know if you the Substacks. Maybe I did. I have to check if I sent you them, but it's like word for word.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Isn't it also well known that Tucker Carlson's brother is like a disgusting racist pig as well?
Yeah, he's a moron. He drove two planes drunk. He talked about it on Tucker's podcast, and had a bunch of drunk driving issues. But he said he flew two planes drunk by himself, but he didn't crash. And he talked about it on Tucker's. I'm like, how did this guy not get arrested for this
That's
shit?
worse than drinking and driving.
Of
Like
course it
flying
is.
it's you're. Oh my god, this fucking guy.
Oh yeah, and he said it just like that on Tucker's
Lucky.
podcast. You want that
Any
transcript?
passengers on it with him?
Uh,
It doesn't
I think
matter. You're in
once.
a plane. Like you fall
Yeah,
out of the sky, you're killing people.
yeah,
Oh, that too. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I did want to ask some questions, but not with you guys are saving the world. So I mean, No, no, ask your it's nothing questions.
Yeah.
compared to what you guys are doing. I had a small language question. I was just going to ask: is the ha from Chabad the same as the ha in Haya?
Yes,
You said it
exactly.
meant
Same thing. Chabad and
you said it
Chaya.
meant
It's
wisdom or something like that.
is pronounced like
Yeah,
Oh no 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 no.
yeah.
Chaya
I
means
noticed
no.
that.
Chaya
Yeah.
means life or animal. That's what my name
Oh,
means.
okay. Different
Life.
meaning though. Ah,
Different meaning. Yeah. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
Like if
okay.
you know when people like say like Michelle instead of Michal, that's because the C and the H that's
Yeah.
pronounced like a soft slash hard R, like the French R kind of.
Yeah.
Well, so Yeah, my the other American I've brain been
The
can't fathom it. I'm gonna call him the cha cha slide.
cha cha. Yeah.
The
Yeah, I've been
Chaya.
hearing.
Chabad.
Chaya.
Yeah, I've been hearing Haya here, but then I saw that username Chaya's clan, and I'm like, oh, it must
Yeah.
be pronounced Haya's clan.
Like it's Chaya.
Yeah.
Come
It's
on,
Chaya.
man.
It's Chaya.
Hi,
Yeah.
Haya, Haya. Yeah.
Chaya. Chaya. Yeah.
It's like when they call Mordecai, and that's Mordecai, bro.
Yeah.
Get it right.
It's so
Did you just
funny.
say it means life?
Means life or animal. Yeah. We bring life to
Okay.
the party, or we're
Hmm.
considered like an animal. And I
And the
am
rest of the
both. I'm
name
both of those things. I am both
A
those things.
Cohen, Chaya and a Cohen.
Uh huh.
does the ya mean something else? The ya part?
No, 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 no. I mean, Chaya, well, like, Chaya actually means like I have the name of God in my name, the way that it's spelled. So it's like spelled in a particular way with the name of God inside of it. So that's unique, but it means life or animal. That's what it means. The whole word, the whole name. Chaya.
Okay. Thank you very
Chaya is,
much for
yeah,
explaining.
yeah. Animal like a
Anyway,
like
How do you
a
spell it? How is it spelled?
chut, chet yud hey
Well, but
or
like in
in Hebrew.
English, like if you were going to spell
C
it in
H C
English,
H
I
C
mean,
H A Y A.
Chay. Okay.
Uh huh. Yeah.
I knew you were gonna do that.
Who?
That's why I
Him?
Anyway,
love
Me?
it. I love the
no,
Hebrew stuff.
I know when he said, "Can you spell it?" You're like, "Oh yeah, look at it."
Chet Yud Hey. Yeah, in Hebrew.
These assholes.
I don't care. Um, because in English it's easy to know how it's spelled. Like you'd have to be, yeah.
I'm sorry, but Americans and foreign languages, foreign pronunciation, like just
Listen,
kill
I'm
Canadian, I don't
American.
myself.
What
want
are
to
you
hear it.
talking about? We have Spanish. We have every language is in America, like since the beginning
No,
of
no,
time. Like Gaelic. You know how hard
Americans.
Gaelic is? Jeez Louise. I mean, forget it. Like the
I
Irish.
have American friends say Pinot Noir and Ménage à Trois. The pronunciation is a disaster.
I
Well,
like your pronunciation of America, which is just America,
I
not
America.
Americans.
America,
Like
America,
my
America.
feelings, my American friend.
America, America. Okay, so there's an interview. So, not an interview, but there's Bibi Netanyahu came in 1990 to see the Rebbe. That was it. Had been a while since he had seen him before. So
I
you,
saw this picture from the IDF. Ooh,
yes,
was he
of him.
looking? He was dripping good.
Oh yeah, I know, I know. What do you mean when he was younger?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was like,
Yeah,
holy shit, that's
yeah.
BB.
And I know, I know. He was
Pause.
a hottie. He was a hottie. Yeah, he was a hottie.
Vaughn,
My
pause,
dad was in
brother.
my dad was in the same unit, Vaughn. Same unit.
Gangsters.
We're
Gangsters.
just going to brush that slightly homosexual remark that Vaughn made, like it never happened.
When you have fire kit on, when you have, you're looking
Yeah,
good. Even back then, like, geez, man, this guy's. Whew.
What is in
yeah.
the water?
Good looking. My dad was a supermodel. My dad was ridiculous. He's like now he's like my dad was ridiculous. It's hard when I was like, Dad, what happened to you? Why? How did you let it all go? It's like, what do you mean? You think I can stay this attractive and stay married? No, you have to you have to make yourself
It's
less
one or
attractive
the
or
other.
start staying away.
Exactly. Your dad is a
Yeah.
wise man. Exactly.
Yes.
When you look
Yes.
good, the women are there. You got to beat them off with a stick.
Exactly.
That's literally what happened to my dad when he was in the army. It was very bad. It was like not good, not good, not good. We always teased my dad. We're like, is there any kids out there in Israel that we don't know about or anywhere, over
My kids
there?
asked me the same thing. That's hilarious.
My dad's like, no, 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 you don't do that. All the Moroccan girls were trying to get my dad to marry my dad because he was Romanian, and Romanian are better, catches than the.
They
It's a
wanted
house
them
like
horses. They wanted them. What was it?
yeah,
Them Persian horses or
no,
whatever you
no,
guys were.
Arabian horses.
Arabian. There
My
you go.
dad's family, yeah,
Arabian.
yeah,
No, man,
yeah.
Romanian men are like they kind of have like that mean aspect to them that for some reason it's like the crazy women's go crazy for.
I
So
guess
I
so.
believe you.
You should believe it. Michal's Romanian. She knows what's up, right, Mama Liga?
Hi guys, are you talking about Mama Liga? You're changing recipes?
No, no, not no. We were talking about first. We were talking about Chabad, and then we were talking about he's talking about Bibi when he was in the army in the unit, and my dad was in the same unit. So and then we're talking about how our dads looked like when they well, how my dad looked like when he was younger, and how the Moroccan girls ran after him because they all wanted a Romanian husband. The Moroccan girls at the time in the army.
It's like they
All my dad's military pictures are with nothing but holding girls up by the waist into the air in uniform. It's like a thing. It's like very funny. And every girl we asked my dad like who's she? He goes, no, I don't remember. She was no, she was a friend. She was a friend. What
oh
So
about
you
yeah,
this one?
might
What
have
about this
other
one?
siblings.
What did you say, Vaughn? No, no, no,
this
no.
guy.
No, in the 70s, I think the IDF
70s.
had this huge aura of having those really hot girls, in
Yes.
uniform, and
Yeah.
men from all over the world would come here and try to get some of this. Yeah, maybe we're bringing back the magic. I think maybe it's
I mean, the
a
girls
No,
type.
are still very
my
good
dad was
looking.
Seret Matkol and Seret Goz. He was one of those guys in the army at the time, Michal. So he was like,
No, I understand, but I'm saying that the reputation was
yeah,
world. I think after 6 Day War, Israel, um, of course, the army fighters and heroes and the Moshe Dayan and all of them were kind of legend all over the world, in America, all over the Western world, and this legend that like the aura kept going until mid 70s when the left here in Israel and the world made us decided that they prefer the image wuss, I don't know,
Yeah,
for our IDF,
yeah.
instead of being like the motherfuckers who no one should mess with. So I think we're bringing those days back again, and soon
I don't know.
we
I don't
will.
know, Michal. My dad was in what the most wild units. One that was created, which was the first kind of unit where you were. Well, say what they go. It's like it was like the first ever. How do you? They went into Lebanon undercover and would go and go grab people and bring them out, kind of unit, right? Like I don't even know how you. What are they called? Anyways, it's different now than it was before. It's the unit, the first unit that was ever created like that, which was my dad's unit at the time was it was a different energy. But then like he would do that and then he would like go and like cook for my grandmother when he got off, or like make guacamole, or like I can't explain it. They're not like they're different. I don't know how do you explain, Michal, Jewish special forces guys. They're just different. I can't explain it. They're not like what people, they're just different. Bond like special forces guys are like a different creature all on
Oh,
their own, a
it
completely different
goes. Yeah,
creature.
it's the same. It's the same tier status. We have like Rangers, Green Berets,
Yeah,
Delta.
yeah,
So
but
it's like
but
Delta. It's like that kind of
yeah,
guys.
but Delta guys, like their personality is so different than like the Israeli special forces guys who will then come home on the weekend and their mother will tell them to wash the floors. It's like how do you explain that, Michal? And
Here's
they
how
do
we
it.
explain it. The one
It's like
sentence that the
such a
girls tell
different.
them would be, um,
It's so
"Fuck you,
different.
you're mean. Where are we
the, the,
going
the
now?"
thing
No, no,
the
no,
thing is
no,
that the
no.
women are also like, I
It's
mean,
because the
you go
women are
back
also
and your wife
soldiers.
Excuse me,
is
ladies.
also a commander in the army,
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. It's so different. It's so
and
different.
she's
היי
Jewish,
I
so
can't
everybody.
you know.
pronounce your name, but go ahead. What's up,
What's up,
Arnie?
Mayor?
היי, אפשר להשחיל משפט?
Tamid.
Okay. Hello
What she
everybody.
said.
My name is Meir. I would like to say something about, you talked about the name of Chaya.
Yes, my
So
name.
yeah, I know. Thank you. I would like to say something very important. There's two kind of Chaya in Hebrew. I must to say it in Hebrew, somebody or מישהו יתרגם.
We'll translate. Yeah.
בעברית יש מלעיל ומלרע, which is up and down. Up, it's like Chaya, which is live. That's the name. Chaya, it's not Chaya. Chaya is like it's animal. So there is two kind of Chaya. Chaya, which is live, the meaning live, and Chaya, which is down, which is animal. Thank you very much. Shabbat shalom לכולם. Shabbat para, Shabbat.
Shut
Shabbat
up.
shalom.
Yes, I mentioned.
There was a little Hebrew lesson here.
Yeah,
The word
I did
chaya
mention
and chaya.
Chaya is life or animal. So yes,
I
No, but
enjoyed
it's
the
a
Hebrew
different word.
lesson.
There's a different accent, so it's not the
I
same
know,
word.
I know.
Well, we're
Chaya and chaya are
Americans.
two
We like
different.
both, so it works out.
Yeah, but if you're doing if you're doing the numerology of the name, like if you're doing the gematria of the name, it's the same gematria.
Hmm.
No, it's the same. It's the same word, and it comes from the same origin.
Yes.
An animal
You
means
you wanna
something.
see?
A
You wanna hear
living creature.
something?
Like, wait a second.
Chaya.
I'm talking. Mayor,
Okay,
mayor,
okay.
mayor, mayor. So the origin is the same because chaya comes from something that is alive. An
Yes.
animal like, means alive creature. So something that is alive, we say chai, and an animal is chaya, and chaya is the verb of someone who is alive. So it's just different accent,
But the
which means
deeper
gives
meaning
the,
of it is with the hey at the end. You're incorporate like mine. The way that mine is spelled is it's spelled not with the
it's
chet
yud
is
hey.
a. No, no, no.
It's
Mine
not
is
only hey. It's
right,
yud hey.
but it's God's name inside of it. So there's like a whole extra
Exactly.
meaning to it. Yes. So yeah,
Exactly. So the word, the God name, it's actually the Yud Hey,
the
not only
yud
the Hey.
hey.
It's
Yes.
also.
Yes.
So you have two of the God name and
Yes.
Chet in the beginning. Yeah, I guess you can do a lot of.
I don't write the hey with my name. I do like the yud and the slash on top because I don't want to put like God's name in vain because it's my name. And what if I throw out the piece of paper and I write my name in Hebrew? It's so these are like inside baseball stuff. Nobody needs to understand this. It's
No,
okay.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
no, but
it's like
and I don't think you should. I think you should write Chaya the way it is. We use the. It's like you cannot take the vowel of the Hebrew because then you will not have it. Like Hey
May I?
is so common in Hebrew.
yeah, I know, but yeah, it's the same reason why I write God G/D. I don't ever put the O because I don't want to say I don't want to write God's name in vain. Okay, go ahead, Mayor.
אוקיי, אני רוצה לומר איזשהו vote. אבל אני חייב לומר את זה בעברית, כי זה דבר תורה, אז אם תרצי תתרגמי להם אחר כך.
אבל
תראי,
you're in an English
Yeah,
space. I
we're in
don't
an
know if
English
you
space.
can.
It's a little hard right now, if that's
אוקיי,
okay.
Yeah,
אוקיי, אז נוותר על זה, בסדר, נוותר
Yeah.
על זה, אוקיי,
And baya, and
אוקיי,
that's
because
keep
we're
good.
out
going,
of time. But I
thank you.
was gonna play BB meeting the Rebbe in 1990, which
But
is
wait a second,
yes, oh yeah, yeah,
Steph, did you
yeah.
play? I sent you something that I guess most of you guys, I don't know, I hope most of you know. This interview with Trump when he was 34, when he was talking about the hostage crisis with Iran. Did you
Yes,
see it?
I posted it like 2 days ago. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I
Okay.
have
Okay, so it's important for everyone who's like, going with this nonsense. Bibi is the one operating behind Trump. Why can't you guys understand that those two great men see the world in a very similar way, and they share a goal, they share a vision. It's not like someone is. I don't think that Netanyahu was the one, was the influence behind Donald Trump when he was 34 and he said this is unacceptable, right? So
right.
it's his own very, very organic and natural instinct, uh, way that he sees the world, way that he wants to see America, and he happened to get to this position when, as the president of the United States, he can act according to his belief. So
Just
this whole nonsense that we keep repeating, who is, like here in Israel, they would say in the beginning, Trump is operating Netanyahu, and guys, those are two great men seeing eye to eye on so many issues and on how the free world
so
should act against its
there's
enemies.
something
And
very
instead of
similar. Let me just say
giving the
something.
blessing,
Hold on.
after so many years of Obama and Biden and people who degrade your nation, now you have someone who thinks that America should be great and should act against its enemy. And those idiots out there are saying that he's like Netanyahu's yes man. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, great. So
Unbelievable.
yesterday, Vaughn on Sean Ryan's show, he brought this at the same timing as Tucker saying he brought a Catholic priest talking about the temple and how it'll never be rebuilt. So now, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, we're in it to win it. This is like a full blown op, like totally saran wrap, mayo inside, saran wrap it, and then it just rolls, just like that. Every time I say mayo, think of Ian Carroll. Everybody, just so you know. And as a result listen to this. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Listen. What about the temple? According to the fathers of the church, at least the ones that I've read, they said the temple will never be rebuilt. And it will never be rebuilt. And the reason being is because, first of all, Julian the Apostate tried to rebuild it and it was destroyed in the process. Christ actually put an end to the Jewish sacrifice on purpose because the Jewish sacrifice in the Old Testament was a lead up or a prefigurement of Christ. And so he gave them one generation in order for them to convert to Christianity, and when they didn't, he put an end to their sacrifice. So technically speaking, there hasn't been practicing Jews in 2,000 years because the temple hasn't been around. They haven't been able to offer sacrifice. Doesn't mean that they don't pray and things of that sort, but they haven't been able to enact their primary religious duties, which is to offer sacrifice. Plus, their Levitic line, which is their priestly line, was destroyed. Look who woke up to go and deal with this Catholic exorcist priest who's telling me I'm not going to get my temple back. Little did he know that the Iranians were going to launch ballistic missiles exactly at the temple in Jerusalem. Yeah, wait, can I play it or you want to?
I just wanted to say I told you. Did I not say yesterday about Father Ripperger and how there's been problems with this particular priest who's traditionalist and yeah, so
Is he going to be excommunicated or no? He's part of
oh
SSPX or
no,
no?
no, no, no. So he was part of the FSSP and then he broke from them and started his own order. He's in Colorado. I told you that he has caused a lot of issues within the exorcist community because of how he's gone about talking about things on authority and you could see like if you research very quickly if you just go and you Google Father Ripperger problems or Father Ripperger exorcisms you'll just see that like there are people who say hey there's he's someone that is problematic And then you'll see a whole bunch of trads who follow him. He's got a huge following. So, and they take his word like almost as gospel, versus, say like the popes. So that just kind of gives you a sense of some of the issues that are within, but he is not SSPX, no. But like I said, well, he may dabble a little bit. I don't know, because he is the spiritual director of Dr. Taylor Marshall, and then by de facto he's met Candace. So this is the group.
Oh God! And now he's with Sean
But
Ryan.
Bree and Stealth, the reason why they're talking about all those, like all those Christians that are talking now about the Israelis or the Jewish desire for temple for Mashiach, whatever, it's just pay attention. All of them are anti-Israel, many of them anti-America as well,
Yeah, of
very much
course.
in the woke, progressive, etc. Now, the idea is that right now, the free world sees Iran and the cleric religious regime of Iran as what they are, like cleric lunatics that go in the name of their prophet and do whatever we see them doing for the past almost 50 years. Now the way to counter this natural understanding of the medium Western uh, human being with common sense that sees the clerics in Iran and says, I don't want this. I want to fight this. This is a threat to my country and to my nation and to my tradition and to everything I believe in. So the way to counter it is to show that Israel is actually exactly the same. Now, of course, it's not. It's, by the way, they're doing the same here in Israel with this picture of Trump being blessed by all those priests, like saying, look how crazy, how fanatic they are. No, it's not. The fact that we in Israel and you in America believe in God, that you keep on saying one nation under God, that you think that there is a divine order to this world and there's someone who gives us the morality laws that we should act upon, does not mean that you are the same as those crazy tyrants in Iran. Not at all. Not at all. It's a psyop. Again, it's a brainwash campaign
It
to
is
try and put the both sides.
against each
Look, they're
other.
just the same. They're like
Yep.
the crazy extremists of both sides. The ones around Trump, the ones around Netanyahu, and the ones in Iran. And you, good people, you're in the middle. You don't want neither that nor that. No, that is not the case. You are being
Right.
brainwashed.
I also want to say with regards to his excuse, he says he reads the fathers of the church, which are their early Christian writings about the rebuilding of the temple, and he said will never be rebuilt. Well, he's conveniently not talking about the book of Revelation, which we also read, by the way. And I don't know how you can make a declaration of something that is supposed to happen in the future as never going to happen. Like I think this is not a point of doctrine here. This is his opinion based his readings. He said of the fathers that he has read. It doesn't mean he's read all the fathers. He's not a theologian. So this is, and yet he's making a declaration on authority. You hear how he's saying it. He's doing it in authority. So all I have to say is this is the problem with traditionalists when they make especially certain traditionalist priests when they make statements of authority, they find themselves in trouble. He may find himself in trouble. I don't know, but stealth, just understand this is we're talking about something called eschatological, or like the end of days types of conversations. And we as Catholics, and I've said this from the beginning, we as Catholics are not about to start building the temple, rebuilding the church. We're not, that's just not what we do. We're not like, hey, let's see if we could force God's hand, right? If it comes, it comes, because the Jewish people will build it, or like people in Jerusalem. It will be an organic thing. It will be something that will be done, but it's not something that we as Catholics are like, we need to rebuild it in order to fulfill prophecy. That's just not how we do things. But
Well,
to make a declaration that it will never be built, it's very odd to me. Like
Well,
that's a future thing.
it's not odd because his politics.
Don't worry, we are on it.
Yeah, well,
But
his politics are blinding him through his religion.
but
Clearly.
don't Jews believe in like the Messiah comes back first, then build the
Yes,
temple?
So,
exactly.
There
so,
you
so
That's
go.
again,
exactly that's
there's
exactly what we
inside
believe.
debate in Judaism, and all those uh, influencers that are trying to read, to find in the Bible signs for whatever they want to find, and you will find whatever you want to find in the Bible. Just open this book, and you can find the signs that will strengthen your stand in whichever stand you have. So again, I would say just step out of it. It's none of your business. It's something. It's about the Jewish people are praying every year, every day, every Passover. We say next year in the rebuild Jerusalem means the rebuilt temple. Whether it will be built after the Messiah will come, whether it is on us to start and build it now and to understand that Messiah is here already, whatever it is, I mean, don't go into those beliefs of Jewish people if you're not part of it, if you don't understand it, if you didn't learn enough about it. Me, as a Jewish woman who knows probably more about Judaism, like 100 times or 1,000 times more than any of those idiots commenting about the temple, I don't allow myself to comment because I know that I don't know enough. So they're like, just get out of the. It's none of your goddamn business.
Well, that's what I said. His
Whether
Yeah.
or not we
politics.
believe should be built now, tomorrow, in 10 years, never, after the
Well,
Messiah come, before the Messiah come. I mean,
Steph, your mic's open.
Yeah.
it's a belief, it's a faith. Just if you're not part of it, why the hell are you commenting? Why the hell are you taking part of it
Because
Because
it's
they're
and putting it
obsessed
political.
with
out
the
of
Jews.
context?
They're
And
obsessed with the Jews right now.
Like
It's
I
they're
literally
obsessed with the Jews. Exactly. If you want to become a Jew, you can do it. You have a way to convert. But staying there and saying what the Jews are going to do or not going to do and how we interpret the Bible, while you know that among two Jews you have three different opinions, which is actually true. So now he tells us what the Jews are all about. Like, those.
But it's the same with the Talmud. They
Yeah,
don't know shit
they
about
don't
and
it,
know.
I
but it
bring
gets
them
them
They
I
talking
take
bring
for half
them
a
quotes,
year.
they
ultra
put them out of
orthodox I
context.
bring them ultra orthodox Jews like on those spaces to actually explain to them, or like really nice and really patient and explain it quite well, and it's like it's still the same tape on repeat every single night. They just don't get it.
Because their politics are blinding them through their faith, and that's the problem with it. Like as a Christian myself, I do not care about the temple thing. It's not my purview. It really isn't. All
And
I care about is my salvation.
I keep
That's it.
telling them it's so not about
Exactly.
religion at this point. Like you
But
can label it as religious, but it's
but when
just
you
it would
Yeah,
be
hate,
but then you
something
have
else.
a cleric in his collar making these statements. This is why I'm saying it's that this is why it's not just the SSPX, that there are groups of traditionalists who have the same belief, and I cannot grasp this as being quote unquote tradition,
Hmm.
because it is not tradition in the Catholic Church speak outside of the
well,
purview of the Catholic Church
because
and
they're
its
on the hype
teachings.
train. They're on the hype train
This
of
is, yeah, it is exactly so. This is why I'm saying it is and that what's scary about this is that he is an exorcist. He is involved in exorcisms, which, that is a risk. It's a risky business. You do
Oh
not take
yeah.
authority where you do not have.
well, if
And
you're an
this
exorcist,
is
there's sometimes
problematic.
these demons can jump into you, and then you can go on Sean Ryan's show and talk
It, it's
crazy.
it's
And
look,
Candace
no,
Owens'
I'll tell
house.
you, like, it is a danger. It is a real danger that that can happen. And there have been many exorcists in the past who have gone outside their purview and have gotten themselves in major trouble. And not like, I'm not talking about like trouble just like on the temporal side. I'm saying like spiritually major trouble. So
Yeah.
you don't play with this like this. You don't have authority over them. The only authority you are given is by God for this. And this is true. Like,
well,
if that's what I'm saying, if this is problematic. But like I said, he is in the diocese, the Archdiocese of Denver, Colorado. If you're frustrated, you can call his bishop. They have a new archbishop now. You can call his archbishop and say, look, he just went on this show and he's talking about like aliens and like the temple and is it being rebuilt? And, he's speaking on an authority. And this is problematic at a time where people are targeting Jews.
Maybe
Is
he
that
needs an
really necessary?
exorcist. Maybe he needs an
No,
Well,
and
exorcist.
by the way, Chabad,
Maybe.
I don't know, those who are going after Chabad, among the different currents, whatever you want to call it in Judaism, Chabad is probably the one that would oppose a building of the
Yes,
temple right
we
now,
oppose.
because
We
they believe
oppose
in
it.
Mashiach, so they think that we should do nothing before
That's right.
Mashiach comes.
Hmm.
We're not allowed to
We're not allowed to
touch
do anything.
before Mashiach. So among Judaism, there are probably other currents that say that Mashiach is already here and we need to start.
Well,
But
but the reason
if you
why,
go after Chabad, they're your allies.
let me,
By the way, we are reading
can
now
I,
in Parashat
yeah,
Shavua, the weekly parasha, the book of Exodus, right?
yes.
In this book, and the Old Testament is also yours, right? You Christian believe in both of them. So just go ahead, read. There are very, I would say, dry and clear instructions from God how the temple should be built. It goes like for the meters of how to put the walls, how to put the altar. It's like a codex of instructions of exactly what should the big Kohen, the big like rabbi of the temple, should wear, should eat, how should he step in, how should he step out. Everything is there. It's a beautiful book. You can go and read it by yourself. Okay. By the way, Isaac Newton was obsessed with it. Most of his writing, we know Isaac Newton as this greatest physician of all time, greatest mathematician, but most of his writing were actually religious writing, and he was obsessed with all those instructions that were giving about the building of the temple. So it's a very interesting issue, and of course it's part of our tradition and it's part of our Bible, and we read it exactly now in these days more than ever, because these are the chapters that we are reading today according to the Shavua. The
The
Judaism tradition
part of the
means that
week, the
every
chapter of the
Shabbat you
week,
have
the Bible verse, the
we
Bible portion of the week.
Yes. So, by the way, for those who said that, for this guy who said that since the temple we actually didn't exercise Judaism, he knows nothing, because the amazing concept of the Jewish Bible, of the Bible, is that even after the destruction of the temple, when the people of Israel were in the diaspora all over the world, from India to Russia to Yemen to Morocco to Iraq, all over the world, when we came back to Israel, we were all on the same page. We were all on the same page reading the Parashat Shavua of the same week. After 2,000 years of speaking different languages, having different traditions. So that's the amazing thing, one of the amazing thing of this amazing text that built our nation, built our people, that we are responsible for and that we believe in. It helped us, even when there is no temple, to go on and practice Judaism in a way that allowed us 2,000 years later to come back to our land. By the way, in the same book, you will read again and again why God decided that this is our land given to us. We are not there to go and conquer Iraq or Iran or Morocco. We want the land that was given to us, and we are in the land that was given to us. Everything is written in this book that we believe in. And for 2,000 years, we were reading every week the parasha of this week. So this idiot comes and tells us that actually Judaism was not practiced for 2,000 years since there is no temple. No, we have this great book that gives us the instruction how to keep being Jews without having the temple, and even when we are out of our land, out of our country, and still be one nation. There is nothing similar to it nowhere in the history of humanity, and you all know it.
Yeah, but Mikhail, his statement is not for the Jews. His statement are for Christians to get them
Yeah,
radicalized
but
to
but
hate
I
the
want
Jews.
Christians,
Oh yeah, I get what you're
for the
saying. Yeah.
educated one, not to be
But
stupid.
the interesting thing is, my son calls me, and it's Purim in America, but because my son lives in Jerusalem, he celebrates Purim because it's a walled city. One day later, there, that
Exactly.
it's so
2 days, first day and
that's
second day as well.
what'd you say?
It's 2 days. Wall City have 2 days. The
Yes.
Shushan Purim has both the day that we celebrate, and actually people who wanted to go on partying and they live in Tel Aviv, so they went to Jerusalem to have the second day. Why? Because It's a city that has a wall, and that's what's written in our scriptures. I mean,
If you live it,
we
yeah.
live according to it, and we can be perfectly Western civilization, as you call, but we don't deny our roots, our tradition, our heritage, our faith, our religion. We can be part of even Jews that are not practicing Judaism the way you see like ultra Orthodox do. We still know, most of us, or some of us, or I hope it's most of us, the rules of our faith, the rules of our nation, of our God, of our, you want to call it religion. Those people are trying to manipulate Christians and people of other faiths that do not know well enough Judaism, and they can tell whatever they want to tell them, and people, some of them would believe. While I would tell all of you, if you're a Christian, go ahead, read the Old Testament. It's the same one that we call our Bible. That's the only book for us, the only one for as a religious. I mean, we have all the Talmud, all the Gemara, etc., etc., all the books that were written upon that were interpreting what's written in the Bible. But that's the holy book for us, as you all know. Read it. It's not like secret scrolls. It's like it's out there. It's the most common book in the world. You probably have it in your home. Go ahead and read it. We are now in Parashat Kisa of the book of Exodus. Go ahead, beautiful book. Enjoy.
Okay. All right. So I was listening to this. So should I not play the what this guy says? Does he talk?
No, he's
I mean, I
stupid.
just have to say, like, if you
He's
guys want to
heretical.
listen to it, fine. But I have to say, like, it's very, it's hard for me because I know Father Ripperger. I know, I've had
Bray, I
personal
think you have to
dealings
bring
with
back the
him.
word heretic. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, they use it all the time in the trad world, as we see on social media. I think that the problem that I've had is that there has been personally, I've experienced personal affronts by this man, and so like I will say that there is a this is consistent with his kind of seeking notoriety, and it is a problem. And I will be calling the archdiocese today to ask whether or not this was an appropriate thing for him to go out in the name of the church. um I just want to make it clear that he is no authority other than being a priest. He has no authority to be speaking on these things. He's not a theologian. His background is in psychology. He's written books, and even then, there's been problems. He has said that bipolar is fully a spiritual warfare thing, and people could get off of their medicines and just follow his prescription of spiritual warfare and they will be cured. That is not what the exorcist community would concur in any form. And so he is out there on his own making these statements. And again, I think he's done good in the past. So it's very hard for me to speak poorly about everything that he's doing. But in this case, he is no authority, and he's making himself an authority. And I don't know who got him on Sean Ryan's podcast, but clearly Sean Ryan's
Nah,
connected
rake
to
him
the
over the
trad world.
coals, make him repent.
You know, the secular dudes who decided to like do the red Aether thing, and they're like secular podcaster potheads, and they're saying, "Yo, we should go do the red Aethers," and they brought the freaking ashes on a podcast, thinking it would be funny, and the dumbasses fell for it, and they still talking about it.
Well, on a serious note, Bray, we really do have to hold these type of people in leadership accountable, like hard, because this is causing a lot of division within Christianity in and of itself, and
Right.
it's
Look, and like
aggravating me a lot.
there's ongoing debate to there are Christians. I've talked about this in the space. Barbie has said like, look, I'm not this part of this group of evangelicals, but there are some fundamental evangelicals who think in order for them to bring about the coming of Jesus, the second coming of Jesus, they need to rebuild the temple. And so they're trying to rebuild the temple as if they can force God's hand eschatologically, which is like the opposite side to what this priest is doing, right? So this priest is saying it's never going to happen, on his authority, and he doesn't know because we're not in the future, right? And they are trying to make the future happen, which also is like,
Well,
no, that's not also biblical.
no,
So
it's
So
not.
I wanted to ask you something, Vaughn. Avi had sent me a video of Dugan and laying out all their influencers, who they are, and what's happening, and how they have to reconvene.
no way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And he did like a. Did you listen to any of it, Vaughn? Have you heard it?
Now, no, no, yeah, DM it to me.
Okay, I'm
But
gonna DM it.
we still want to. Yeah, I want to contact him about his car insurance policy. It's expired in his warranty.
Yes, definitely. You mean Dugan's, right?
Yeah, Dugans. Yeah,
Well, you know what I
Stop.
think. You know what the Israelis could do a really funny thing too. To
I
take
know
the
they could.
situation off
I've
the
been.
board.
Mm-hmm. Let's
So,
see.
anyways, but so I just want you to hear just like a little bit of his narrative. The moral United States is decaying society in the last stage of decay. So we need to follow that. We need to understand that. We need to study it. We need to have the correct, realistic understanding of what is going on in the United States of America outside of their propaganda, and maybe outside of our own propaganda. So we have to have a very correct, realistic understanding of American society, because from that depends almost everything in the world. So we need to try to reach the people of real MAGA, the core MAGA, who share with us our general ideological, geopolitical, metaphysical vision of multipolarity. Because the MAGA accepted multipolarity. Trump has betrayed MAGA and has thrown away multipolarity, has declared the war to multipolarity. So, but not MAGA. So we need to follow people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Andrew Neapolitano, Larry Johnson, Hinkle, Jackson Hinkle, and great, absolutely great, King.com, that we should invite next time for our conference. He is very great. So we need to reach to these non-conformist MAGA people in the United States who have a very slow vision of what are the real priority to save America, to save the world, to save the West, to save the East, and so on. So we have immense amount of our friends in the United States of America. Mega movement has made a rise of them. They helped them to reappear and to become important influencers, important power inside of American society. Now they are leading anti-Israeli line, and that coincides geopolitically with our vision of things. So that is very important. So, but as well, we need to support Africa, Latin America, promoting more and more unity of the continent. And we need to try to find a way to find a solution in the Chinese-Indian misunderstanding. So the peace between India and China, that is the key element of multipolarity. We need at any price try to influence that in a positive way. Because our enemy now is acting very actively to So he said his influencers in MAGA, Vaughn.
wait, that's Dugan, right?
Yeah, that's Dugan. That's from
I
confessional from yesterday.
he's the one person alive right now who I just really want to waterboard the hell out of. This guy, people don't understand what he's referring to when he speaks of like this
Multipolarity.
multipolarity. It's a communist fucking whistle, and I hate saying it like a dog whistle because that's what it is technically. Dugin is using Soviet tactics from the old days to say we're going to unite the world under this one uniparty type of system of whatever. It is the most fucking communist thing I ever heard in my life. But he disguised it under the movement of MAGA. MAGA in itself was started with Trump. Trump take that and he dictates what MAGA is. Not fucking Dugin, not Tucker Carlson, not fucking Hinkle, that traitorous bastard. None of these people get to dictate what MAGA is besides Donald J. Trump.
He said they were fantastic.
So Vaughn, Barbie put a bunch of articles. We worked on stuff like overnight, but we, I sent over, I sent over to Gorka stuff. Vaughn, I was really upset yesterday about the framing, but you can see that that's why my space from yesterday was Tucker's a national security threat, because and we had such a great space yesterday. Oh my god! But I fell asleep towards the end. But um, the framing and the ideological mapping. I think I've sent you. Let's see if I sent you everything.
But if you listen to it, like people who are listening, the names that he spoke of are people because Hinkle is a communist. He's an American communist. He's literally part of the American Communist Party, right? Like that's why would we want that in any form or way part of America ideology? Like especially in MAGA. Like why would we want a communist person who's full on blatant communist, who supports the IRGC, who supports Hamas, who supports terrorist activities around the world, who's hiding out in fucking Russia near St. Petersburg? Fucker doesn't know where I don't know where he's at. Like this guy, like that's Hinkle, right? Then we have Tucker Carlson who lost his marbles being possessed by demons who thinks that Jews are the evil part of this world who control everything. And it's like, okay, that's another a wacko type of doodle.
Vaughn, I found
Like,
out yesterday that Candace Owens spent about 8 hours with Dugan and met with him privately and in person, and Tucker also 8 hours privately in
where?
person.
Well, DM me where
You
specifics
want
on
me to?
that one.
Okay, I will.
But these are the type of people that Dugan is trying to influence or say that we need to be influential or the MAGA movement because apparently Trump betrayed MAGA. Trump has never betrayed any of the commitments that he put forth during his campaign trail from day one, starting from 2015 all the way up to now. He's talked about everything he said he wanted to do, his opinions on it, and he has followed through on the majority of all of them. He has never betrayed on anything like this. And this idea that he did is because these fucking tailcoats type of people like Candace Owen, fucking Tucker Carlson, who hopped on the gravy train just like Dugan did, because they're seeing the big wave of what Trump was doing, and now they don't want that. Now they can't manipulate Trump, and that's their problem. Their problem is they can't manipulate our president to do the thing that they want him to do, and at the end of the day, that comes down to this that. And now they're throwing everything against the wall to try to divide the MAGA movement. And you have the stupid ass Goipers running around amok doing their little business too. And that's all like honest to God, that is the chaos that we're witnessing right now within America political like sphere of things that you guys are witnessing. That's why you see on X or you see on Facebook things like like the Hodge twins who are apparently wanted to say, well, they don't understand what the whole idea of the war of Iran is. These fuckers are like retarded. All they care about is money, and they don't care about the actual portion what Trump was talking about. Same thing with Candace Owen. She lost her marbles the moment. Well, she probably lost her marbles before Charlie Kirk died, but that really accelerated that output of it. Same thing with Tucker Carlson. He loses a seat at the table, and now he's running around like a little fucking kid complaining about it. And
He
this
no
and the
no he
person
lost the seat at the table because of what he did. He chose
right.
this.
No, I know.
We have the date and time when he started framing everything is right after he met with Dugin and Putin. He changed all his rhetoric. We mapped it all
Yeah.
out. It's all
And
mapped out.
yeah, and my whole point is just to simplify it. So most people, because most people don't want to look into the weeds, they just want like a big overview. And the big overview is simple. Trump has kept his promises for the most part pretty solid for mass deportations, for even this war in Iran, for everything he's committed to. These people like Candace or Tucker and Dugan, these are the subversions that are trying to dismantle it. And they're going to use things like hating the Jews. They're going to use things like Christianity should be this when it isn't. They're going to use all this type of tools to their disposal to try to divide all of it.
Barbie put an article together of the like kind of the stuff that we've been talking about. So I send it to you, but it's called "How a Network of Political Catholic Integralists, Russian Ideologues, and Media Provocateurs Are Systematically Dismantling the Evangelical Foundation of the American Right." So she put that whole article together, and it's a very good long article. It's definitely should be seen. Like people are it's the voter problem. It goes through that. It goes through a second distinction. This is not Donald Trump. It goes through the network we've been documenting did not create those grievances, but has become expert at exploiting them. That's like a key factor. It's a very good. I can read it if you want me to read it right now, but it's got 500,000 views already. Just so you understand, that's what
Yeah,
it's
but, Barbie's article, yeah, I read
yeah.
it. It's really good, and that's a good article if you really want to get into the weeds of things and really try to pick out what's subverting you. You know, as Bree talks about a lot of what's going on with the Catholic Church, it's like these people,
I mean,
these
Trump came out.
tactics.
Trump came out and spoke about Tucker yesterday, right? He said
Yeah,
Tucker's lost his way. I knew that a long time ago, and he's not MAGA. MAGA is saving our country. MAGA's our is making our country great again. MAGA's America first, and Tucker
yep.
is none of those things. And Tucker is really not smart enough to understand that.
No, because it goes back to the idea that he got influenced, he got opped by this Dugan guy and the Russian influence. And I don't know if it's because of the money. I don't. Again, I've never spoken face to face to Tucker to really analyze that, but something changed that to the way that he threw away morals, he threw away his devotion, in my opinion, to God and to country, to say, I'd rather do this than do what is right. And that's upsetting to me. And the same thing with Candace, and the same thing with all these other fucking hipsters, or I don't know why I'm calling them hipsters, but these retards. It's upsetting to me because it's so easy for them to throw away their moral compass for extra cash in their pocket, or for extra publicity, or for extra power, because some fucking Russian alkalite commie just said, told them to. And it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. What did you think of my hummus eaters joke? This is hummus eaters joke. Oh my God, people are making memes because I guess the New York Post put an article about Trump firing Tucker from the MAGA movement, so that came out, and then
Yeah, I told you that was happening. This all needs to come down, and I'm glad that Trump is being more a little bit outspoken about it. Unfortunately, he can't do as much as
Laura had to. She spoke to him. She did a
yeah,
whole podcast saying that like, she had this whole meeting with him and spoke to him. So
and it's good, and it sucks that we have to pull away our president to fucking handle someone like these retards because their influence is such, and it's sad because people who are ignorant are very influent or can be easily influenced onto this thing, and I know for all those who are listening, Stealth especially is trying to remove that ignorance from a lot of people to say, hey, watch out for these cues, these things that are happening throughout the world, or what you hear, because it really can push you in one way or another, or support things. I had an argument with this guy who was trying to convince me that like we must throw away the MAGA movement because deportations weren't to his liking. And I'm like, that's it? That's all it takes? Deportations are not to your liking, therefore we must throw away everything. And the same thing with like the Fuentes thing going on. Oh, Trump didn't do what I want, therefore I must burn everything to the ground. These are leftist ideologies. These are what leftists do. Like leftists do this. We do not. Conservatives, Christians, and Jews, we do not burn everything to the ground because we don't like it.
exactly.
Exactly the same campaigns are running here in Israel. Exactly the same against Netanyahu from the right, from the supposedly like the local reinos, if you want to call them. Listen, Tucker Carlson is not MAGA. Period. You cannot be MAGA. You cannot be America first if you work for Dugin and for the Qataris. Period. It's not. It's out of discussion. And I'm seeing the polls that you get from the MAGA people with an overwhelming support of this war and of Trump, what he did in Iran until now. It all only tells me that most MAGA people do not follow Tucker, do not buy the crap that Tucker is selling them. They all understand that he's a phony. He's a crook. He's not MAGA, and he can call himself MAGA as much as he wants. Most MAGA people know that he doesn't represent them. That's it.
Just to throw it out there, Stealth, I'm not sure if you saw it. Jeremy Boring went toe to toe with Candace Owens last night. For those of people who don't know, Jeremy Boring was the CEO of and co founder of Daily
Daily Wire.
Wire. Yeah,
I
so
was very close
Jeremy,
to canceling my subscription because of fucking Walsh.
Yeah. Well, she's yeah.
yeah, but Jeremy came out and said the following. I think it was really insightful, and it kind of speaks to what we have been thinking for a while. I think collectively. She is crashing out on it, by the way. She is losing her mind and calling him an insufferable bitch, et cetera, et cetera. She is like losing it because he called her to task, which is, this is what happens with narcissists when they meet someone who knows them and can call them out. This is what he said. I invested heavily into Candace during my tenure at Daily Wire. We expended millions and millions of dollars on her and her brand, just like PragerU and TPUSA before us. Of course, we have all paid a price for that investment, and indeed we should. We should have done more. We should have shown more discernment, and we deserve to take some lumps. But our failures do not justify Candace's treachery. She has betrayed most everyone who has invested in her, like her talent, her narcissism, and her deep honesty, all Candace. Sorry, deep dishonesty, all Candace.
No, it's good. And
So,
this is like, I'm glad that Jeremy Boring did that. And this is a little bit anecdotal, but my thing with Matt Walsh when it came out with this start of the war with Iran and his retarded take on it, because he couldn't read and he couldn't listen to the president. That's all he had to do was listen to the president. He would understand what the goal and the objective was, and understand what the president stood for since day one, since he talked about this since 1980, about what Iran is and what we should do about it. But Mount Walsh couldn't do that. So me personally said to myself, well, you know what? I can still I can still watch things from the Daily Wire. I just won't subscribe to it because I don't want my money going to someone like Matt Walsh. I can still support things in that sense of watching it or listening to the podcast, reading the articles when I can, but I'm just not going to support it in a way of subscription. And that's what I mean. I don't burn everything to the ground because I don't like it. Like that's the premise what I'm trying to push to. These people like Candace and these people like Tucker are just burning things to the ground because these are leftist ideologies that they either had before or they've been opt into it by Dugin or something. It's like this is the type of people we're dealing with, and you have to be careful because they're going to wrap you into it too.
Did he do an interview about this stuff or no, or just the articles?
so he did an interview. So he did it. He's done several interviews, right, where he said other things with regards to this. He did the recent article on Daily Mail, and that's what's having Candace crash out. And then he made that statement. He posted that statement
It's a good
on
statement.
his
Yeah.
in a longer thread on his X account, and that's what she's been responding to. She's like she's crashing out because of him,
Good. It needed to
which I think
happen.
is interesting.
Yeah, and it's good. It's that's a simple, easy statement.
Um,
Listen, guys, MAGA means make America great again. Donald Trump is making America great again. You don't need to listen to Tucker Carlson or to any agent of China or of Qatar to know what he's doing or what he's not. If you want to get the real news, open the channels in all the Arab countries, open the channels all over Europe. They see and they understand what America is now after decades that America was not respected. Now everyone respects America. Now everyone understands that when the president of America says something, he means it. He acts on it. Like America is great again as we speak. Right now, Trump is building the greatness of America. And what you're going to see in the Middle East is the new Pax Americana that for so many decades no one took into account because the Chinese were mocking, all those Obama, Biden, whatever administration that you had there, or the Bush one, if you wanna be honest. So America is being great again, and Trump is building America to be great again, and what they're trying to do is to undermine all those amazing achievements of your president and say that he didn't deliver because of this or that nonsense. It's bullshit. America right now is respected in a way that it wasn't been respected for decades, except for the 4 years of the first term of Trump. And now it's even more.
Yeah, and this is
It's
why
that simple.
it's very true, and this is why the president gets upset when you hear him talk about like his accomplishments, and he tries to emphasize them because you got people like Tucker Carlson, Candace and Hinkle, and the rest of the fucking communist crew running around deflating the accomplishments that have been done. And it's like, really, if you step back and look at the amount of accomplishments that happened within like literally, what, 2 years of our presidency?
Not even,
Not even,
not
yeah.
even. Since
It's
1 year.
it's like whiplash. It's phenomenal how fast we've been trying to move forward on all these things.
Vaughn. So the Macrons hired a private investigator uh,
Good.
for um, for Candace Owens. It says lawyers for Emmanuel and Bridget Macron hired investigators to research the U.S. podcaster Candace Owens as they prepared to sue her. It's because she met with Dugan, Vaughn. So it says the Macrons are suing Owens, a prominent right-wing influencer, far-fetched fictions. Her central claim is that Brigitte Macron was born male. The investigation carried out by U.S.-based firm Nardello and Company was produced before the French president and first lady filed their lawsuit against Owens last month. Some details from the investigation were shared with Financial Times, as well as describing their links to the far-right France. For the far right in France, investigators outlined her connections to the right-wing populist figures in the U.S. and the UK, and her online interactions with Russian nationalists. The Macrons have brought this lawsuit with the. I told you guys this is about Russia-Ukraine war. I explained to you guys that Candace is activated on behalf of the Russians to go after Macron because of the Russia-Ukraine war. This is what it's all about. All of it. George Farmer, Mappin, Russia, all of it. All of it together. All of it. So it says the decision to hire investigators highlights the seriousness with which the French president and first lady are treating the lawsuit. I'm skipping some stuff. Um, it could also help explain the jury the context in which Owens was making claims. Okay, British Macron has once again been caught in between. Owens said, British Macron has once again been caught in between lawyers and international PR teams, plus investigators. The couple is spending real money to quiet the paranoia and her past. Let me see here. I twice retweeted a Russian philosopher, or that out of hundreds of speaking events worldwide. I once spoke at a conference in Paris with Marion Maréchal. Lawyers often commission, let me see here, outlined, let me see here, Brigitte Macron, Xavier Poussard, that's the guy who sought asylum in Russia. He's the guy who's in Italy. He's part of a French far-right fringe publication, Fait Document. And then this one is involved with he's with the SSPX or whatever this, not SSPX, a different, that alternative group that's like banned in France, the Catholic group, who want the French monarch to come back. Poussard said in an online video in April 2024 that he had translated his work about Brigitte Macron into English and sent it to Owens and other Trumpists whom he did not name. So there's other Trump people allegedly that he sent it to. Information he shared included, well, we know who it's the guy Mappin, right, from England, who's also was a U.S. citizen. Vaughn, it'd be interesting to know if he's still a U.S. citizen. But anyways, the information, because he said he wasn't able in a podcast, he said he wasn't allowed to fly back for Charlie's memorial or to go to Mar-a-Lago to see the president when there was a recent event. And I thought that was interesting that he said it like that. And that was an interview last week. I think she Owens knew nothing about Bridget Macron only a month before. Suddenly takes on this case. Okay, it goes on Bridget Macron. I'm looking for the part about Dugan. Oh, it was uncovered by Sarsgaard, a television channel led by Konstantin Malofeev, whom the researchers described as an ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin, that they found Russians RT had posted about Owens more than 30 times since 2018. They did not find evidence that Owens had met Russian officials or state media personalities or had direct personnel or business links to Russia. But Owens has interacted on social media and other events with Alexander Dugin, a Russian nationalist and philosopher, the guy who lived with Putin. The guy lived with Putin and his daughter before his daughter was killed for 2.5 years during COVID, Vaughn. So, like, okay. With two reposting each other's posts multiple times. The investigators also found Owens had connections with French far right politician, the Rassemblement National Party, Rassemblement, having joined a rival party that espouses harder positions on immigration. But she was also in Russia, I thought, Owens, or something, or Romania, or something. When was she in Russia with
In Romania.
I know she was in Romania, but didn't she go to Russia once? Okay,
No, Romania
I
only.
mean, yeah, Candace, right?
Yeah, Candace, yeah.
Yeah, she's never been to Russia. No, as far as I'm aware.
It found Nigel Farage, leader of Reform UK, was reported to have been a guest of honor at Owens's wedding to George Farmer, the former boss of social media platform Parler. It highlighted her connection to Tucker Carlson, her relationship with Andrew and Tristan Tate. The Macron's lawsuit filed in Delaware accused Owens of publishing falsehoods, including that Brigitte was born male under the name Jean-Michel Togneau. Okay, nothing more. I wonder. So when I searched it, it tagged that I was trying to look for a date. Well,
You know what Jeremy says is that Candace is someone who does not have, she is amoral when it comes to her belief in truth. Like she could say one thing and then say 2 minutes later the exact opposite, and she could be completely convincing
well, so Tucker does the exact
on
same
what that
thing, and
is.
so that's
Yep.
that. So, but that's
Yep.
but
That's what I said.
that's narrative training, though. That's
It is, but it's also it is a trait of a narcissist as well to do this type of thing for their bottom end and their end goal. And Jeremy called it out. He said that Candace has said to multiple people she just desires to be the most famous woman in the world, and so her ends justify the means if that's the case. And again, this is why I posted last night. No true Catholic would be, saying that ends justify means or that the truth is not served, but the grift is. This. No true Catholic would support this. So those who are claiming themselves to be Catholic and who are supporting and platforming her, they cannot, in good conscience, knowing what they now know, do so without, really putting their own souls at risk because she has made herself very clear. When people tell you who they are, believe them.
Wait, I know she and Muslims who call her immoral because of what she's doing to Erica. That's how bad she is.
it's crazy.
I don't think you have to even be a religious person to see that that is a horrible and unjust thing to do.
Yeah, it's there's a very funny account on Twitter. It's a religious guy named Yagdil Isn't Brisk. It's like, anyways, he says, I know how this all ends. And it's Yossi Faro putting tefillin on Tucker Carlson. So this guy, Yossi Faro, travels around the world and puts on like tefillin for all these like very famous people, billionaires, like whatever. And they're like, and, like he just did it for the guy who did Catfish. I didn't know he was Jewish. So he went like, and so he's like, he actually responded. He's like, I've met Tucker. I don't understand like what's going on. He was really hurt by it, actually, Yossi Farrell. He went to Bill Ackman's place. Like, he just travels around the world putting filling on people. And he's got, like, social media presence, and he's a, Chabad guy. Anyways, and it's very funny because people are posting pictures now of Tucker as a Chabad rabbi, like, converting. It's very funny. Like, a whole op is going on. It's very funny to me. But anyways, I don't know. That
Yes, I sent you on your DM YouTube from JNS with Daniel Simon. I don't know if you already played it. It's like a day old or 2 days.
By the way,
Did you see it?
the London police just arrested four men who were spying on behalf of Iran on the Jewish community. They're British Iranian nationals, 22, 40, 52, 55, and were detained in raids across North London. Police said the men allegedly surveilled locations
They
where
also
individuals.
arrested Chinese spies in the UK that were at their border or border patrol, UK border patrol, or working with the Chinese too.
Interesting. Yeah, these were six other people were arrested. They're planning a terrorist attack. Um, um, very concerning.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. I have to go, so I just wanted to say see you guys later.
Have a good night, Open
Huge
Door.
thank you. Huge fan of all the speakers. And Bree, thank you very much for your Christian and your military contributions. All of you deserve a special mention for all of the contributions on stealth spaces, but I will hopefully have a chance to thank you for all those at a future time, and I'll talk to you all later.
Thank you, Open Door. He's
Thank
so
you.
Yep,
polite.
thanks for letting me up.
So polite. Oh,
Thank you.
I just got a message from. Hold on.
Is anyone speaking now?
No, no, I think she cut
No,
out.
no, I sent Rabbi Tovia Singer the video on the Sean Ryan podcast. So he's responding to me from Jerusalem, like an audio, and he's like, "I'm gonna make a response video. Don't you worry." He's like, "We have 9 chapters, like about the reconstruction of the temple down to the cubic meters, like that." It's like it's just so funny.
Of course, but you can all read it. I said it before. You just open it. It's nice. It's like it's really, especially if you like. I don't know. By the way, there are like replicas of the temple built in Brazil, I think, according to those um, exact measures, and many like small models of it all over the world. I mean, we know how it should look exactly. What type of wood, what type of marble you should use in order to build it. Like everything is specified over there. Just go ahead and read it. It's really it's nice. We have instructions about how the temple
Even
should
where you
should be
take the
rebuilt.
trees from, you have specification for the wood
Yes, we
and where
should bring
to
them
get
from
it from.
Lebanon, and guess what? We're just there right now. By the way,
Purely
if you go now
accidental.
to the Har HaBayit, to the place where the temple was destructed, and right now it is in a way also under the Waqf, the Jordanian regime, whatever you want to call it, and it's many of the most valuable pieces of humanity probably are being degraded right now because they don't take the care of it that they should have taken. So you can see there pieces of wood that were checked, and yes, it's wood that came from Lebanon. I don't even know how you call it, Erez, and they were 2 years ago. So every year we kind of should
Your connection's
what are
kind of going off there.
everything is still problems. Still, if you can see, I think the youth and
No, no,
you're
you're
rubber
coming in
banding,
robotic.
Michal. You're rubber
Yeah.
banding, Michal.
I'm checking up.
Yeah, you're rubber banding.
On a side note, really quick,
Yeah.
Bree, I want your opinion on this because I'm fighting with some other Germans about the ship we sunk with our submarine, and everyone's pearl clutching, saying that we sunk their submarine. I mean, we sunk their ship using our submarine. It was so dishonorable, and 150 sailors drowned. And why didn't we rescue them? Can you explain to people per se, really quick, about why that's retarded statement in the first place? Like, did they not understand naval warfare? And Bree's getting coffee, I guess.
Bree? Oh. Why, I didn't understand naval warfare?
Sorry. Ask the question again. Yes, I was getting coffee.
Yeah, see, I figured. No, I was having this argument with some Germans because they're caught up in the idea that our attack submarine should have hailed the Iranian ship to let them know, hey, we're going to fire upon
No,
them.
that's not what we do. No,
Yeah,
no.
like
So
they don't understand naval warfare and what an attack submarine capabilities are and what their capabilities are not. Um, and when we're at war with a country, in a sense, like we declare them as enemy combatants.
they were hailed. They
Yeah,
were hailed, but that they were
it's a
hailed on the
warship too that we
surface.
attack. It's not
Like
like it's an
they,
oil or a supply ship or a
right.
medical frigate or something.
Let's be very clear that they were hailed on bridge to bridge. I'm sure they were warned several times from surface ships in the area. They failed to comply, and they were obviously doing things that crossed the threshold of the rules of engagement. Subs don't talk to people. And- and subs are the things that go, the creepy crawlies that go bump in the night. That you will never see them. You will never see the warfare. The fact that we saw the video from the scope, that was fully declassified by someone at the top tiers of our government to show the lethality of our nuclear subs.
Yeah,
You'll
that
never
astonished
see
me.
that.
I was like, I
Yeah.
was expecting like a spy plane that would have recorded it, not the actual sub itself. Like that's
No, that yeah, that the fact that someone would even make such a stupid, nonsensical. What do subs do? Like, do they have they not even done even a modicum of research what submarine warfare is supposed to be? It's silence. Like, there's even a meme that's created that says, "Behold submarine warfare," right? And you see just an ocean because you'll never see it. You will never see them do so. Like, this is why during the Cold War, it was essential that we had the capabilities that we had, and that we were developing at the time, because we were on another plane with the Russians when it came to this. But now Russia's submarine force is completely, delaminated and rusting out, and there's no submarine force that can even match the United States. Just
Yeah.
none.
I mean, at the end of the day, it goes back to the premise. If a submarine is stalking you and you're a warship, like a warship,
You'll never know.
yeah, you'll never know. And then once you're hit, that's it. They're going to bounce out of there. Like that. They don't have the capability to like pick up survivors. That's not what they're built for.
Yeah, I
It,
mean people see it during the when they're watching Hunt for October. Hey, the survivors could be on the top of the sub if it
yeah,
can't
no,
come up, and like, no, that's not how it works, guys.
no.
And frankly, this is the ship. No one's asking what did the Iranian ship, what was it doing that caused this to take place?
Well, even if they
And
want to say what they're doing, the fact that it's a warship, it's a,
yeah, but it hit, yeah, like it was hitting specific thresholds, though. Like, there were
yeah,
things
it was next to
that were being done
Garcia, the
on that
island.
ship. Yep,
uh, it was getting really close to Garcia the Island, where we have a lot of our aircraft there stationed. But
yep.
I even say, regardless of that, you're a warship. Which, like, the moment you became an enemy combatant, that's it. You're painted as a big, to me, it's like that argument only works if it was like a, I don't know, frigates against frigates or something, like big ships against big ships, and they sink another, and yeah,
It
maybe they
was
could pick them up.
confirmed. What kind was it? Was it an SSBN or GN?
BN, it was attack sub.
It was a ballistic missile sub.
I think.
So that's not fast attack. That's not fast
I
attack.
thought it was fast attack, but either way, it. Yeah, I think
No, no. What's is funny is that if it's not fast attack, all the fast attack guys that were like scanning their radars trying to find one, because the ballistic missiles, these boats are at the bottom of the sea. You never see them. They are just at the bottom. They are bottom dwellers. So the fact is, like, if they were the guys who got it all, like got the shot off, oh, all of the fast attack submarine captains are just losing their minds right now.
I bet they are, but I mean, that's the thing. At the end of the day, like that's what I'm saying. When people get captured through ideology of this is how it happens. It's really it's you hear the most stupidest phrases, and it's built on an emotion part, right? Because you think, oh, 150 sailors who are just minding their own business, coming back from a routine, I don't know, ship show. It's like, yeah, I don't care. You're an enemy combatant. You're on a warship. You know your country's at war. Like your country's literally fighting our country. You know that already. So what do you think's going to happen to you? Like, we're not gonna, like, drop rainbows and teddy bears on top of your deck and say, "Welcome, please surrender." That does not happen.
That ship was a launch pad for drones, the Iranian drones. It
Oh,
was a
no, I was speaking of the destroyer they had, not that the I know you're talking about the recent one that just came out today, I think, or
yeah.
yesterday. I was talking about the one prior to that one, the one that was at the India that was near,
Sri
fuck,
Lanka.
Sri Lanka, thank you.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, a few minutes ago we were discussing the temple. If you look down
Yeah,
below in
go
the
ahead.
in the pill, there's a beautiful picture of the temple as it's described in Exodus, and all the specific measurements and the size of the temple. And this is just a lovely little graphic. But reading suggesting that people just pick up the Torah, pick up the Tanakh and read the books of Moses is very nice. But we have this opportunity with Rabbi Ori, who is he's famous here on X. He's been wonderful. He's been doing a weekly parsha reading and midrash and description of the weekly portion, and it's wonderful. It's on Wednesdays at 11 on the Eastern time, and I put a link down below. If you speak French, there's a parsha. Actually, well, they just finished it. Somebody named Nichma. He's also, I put that in the pill there too. Weekly on Friday mornings. he does in French, and I can't even understand half the stuff they're saying in French. But I've been listening to our French brothers and sisters, and it's also in both of these cases, it's Christians and Jews, Catholics, Christians and Jews all together listening to Scripture. Viva la Dave is comes to the class, and several others who really love Scripture, and it's been
Are you
wonderful.
talking about Rabbi Ori Shelki?
Yeah, Ori
Oh, Ori
Einhorn,
Shelki, yeah, he's good, and he's
or
funny
no,
also. He's very funny.
Ori Einhorn, Ori
Ah,
Einhorn.
no, so it's another
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Ori Shelki gives both in English, first of all in Hebrew, and then French and Spanish sometimes.
Yeah, it's
He's
really
fun.
amazing. So yeah, I recommend everybody to that class, and I send out invites, and it's really incredible.
Awesome.
Great space, South. Always, thank you.
In Hebrew, in Judaism, we have this one of the phrases is "Aselech harav," means you make your own rabbi. You decide. You go and listen to many of them, and the one that catches you, the one that you think that speaks for you, that speaks according to what interests, whatever you believe in, he will be your rabbi. Now, once you made yourself a rabbi, it's not like now I'm going to change a rabbi according to what I want. So now, for example, I ask my rabbi, should or should I not, I don't know, pick the phone on Shabbat, and he will say no, and then I will choose another one. No, choose, make yourself a rabbi, stick to him, and you have this freedom, to choose. There are like hundreds or thousands of rabbis that are giving Parashat Hashavua, the weekly portion, on YouTube, on social reds, etc., etc. Find the one that speaks the way. If you're interested, of course, if you want to listen to it, find someone who speaks according to who when he speaks, you feel that he speaks to you, and he will be a
By
rabbi.
the way, just some breakings. The IDF struck a convoy of special IRGC police unit in Tehran. The unit was tasked with killing Iranian protesters. Saudi channel says the word now belongs to the battlefield, and we reject any proposal for negotiations. That's Hezbollah. So the Israelis are, oh my God, pray for the soldiers. It's going to be crazy in Lebanon. Heavy Israeli Air Force strikes have started in Nabatea, Lebanon. 1,500 kilometers from a distance of each. Wait, Israeli Air Force is striking Lebanon and Tehran at the same time. 1,500 kilometers from both. Tehran is under attack again. The Islamic regime trucks were transporting cruise missiles, anti-ship missiles, and one-way attack drones used by the RGC Aerospace Force and Navy. They don't exist anymore. CENTCOM hit them. Sirens in Israel now. Israel was working to intercept Iranian ballistic missiles as they write this. What time is this? This is 25 minutes ago. A drone struck the headquarters of pro Iran militias in Mosul, Iraq. Iran ballistic missile attacks on Israel have slowed to about 20 per day, down from 90 on the first day, 60 on the second day. Over the week, roughly 20 missiles were fired daily in small salvos. Iranian media claims around 500 missiles have been launched across the Middle East. The IDF says it has destroyed over 300 launchers, 60% of Iran's stockpile. And CENTCOM reports a 90% drop in attacks since day one. Rare sightings of a U.S. F-35 on flight radar. The aircraft took off from Ovda Air Base in Israel. Okay, to Saudi Arabia. Okay, why is that showing up? I don't know. But Iran, the city's Friday prayer imam delivered his sermon wearing a military uniform and holding a rifle. Looks like a clown. Anyways, the Lebanese channel reports of powerful strikes in the Dahia region of Beirut. Oh my God, these poor Israelis, they're doing so much, it's crazy. Iranian media says the Revolutionary Guards launched Kormashar 4, Kaibar, and Fatah missiles in the 22nd wave of Operation True Promise 4, striking U.S. and Israeli targets in retaliation. Okay. Missiles launched by the Islamic regime right now are expected to target close to Gaza. It's going to hit Gaza. The craziest thing could happen, everybody. Just so you know that Iranian missiles will land in Gaza. Hopefully not near the yellow line, but anyways,
Oh no.
Are we gonna get credit when we save the Gazans and shoot down one of those missiles?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I want credit. I want a high five.
Okay.
I want at least a thank you.
IDF Minister Katz says they're going to defeat Hezbollah, and the IDF is expanding their operation. 120,000 reservists have been called. My God. Hezbollah affiliated Lebanese journalist Fadi Boudaya said Iran's nuclear status would deter U.S. action. He said if Iran had a nuclear bomb, America would not dare attack it. Targeting American aircraft carriers is not enough. Iran should assassinate Netanyahu and Israel's chief rabbi. Okay. Well, by the way, Vaughn, earlier in the space, when you hear what Deacon was
Which one, the Sephardi or the Ashkenazi?
ah,
Which one? We have to.
oh my God, you're crazy. You're funny. That's so wild. That's an inside joke. Nobody would understand what we're just saying, but it's hilarious that you said
Right.
that. That's wild. Okay. So in Dugan's thing, Vaughn, I was playing it in the space before. It sounded like
Yeah.
they were going to assassinate Donald Trump. That was the statement out of that video. So that I sent you. So I wanted you to just hear what I hear and see if you hear what I hear, because I hear it. I know what I know, you know. But it definitely sounds like conflict and misunderstanding between China and India. So we need both. We could not take here the side. We need both. We should promote India as civilization state and China as civilization state together, and not one against other as globalists and neocons want. So that should be our counter strategy. India and Chinese mutual understanding, and that maybe most important condition to win this war or multipolarity. So I invite you to concentrate on that. And the last point I would like to discuss and put in the center of our discussion, it is a very long ago forgotten aspect of politics, religious, eschatological level dimension of the politics. So Tucker Carlson has recently dedicated to that, maybe yesterday or today, a very interesting speech in his podcast concerning the importance of religious factor in modern politics. So maybe, has said Tucker Carlson, maybe the majority of analysts, majority of population in the West don't believe in God, don't believe in religion and in the soul and immortality, the importance of the end time. But thus far, leading real geopolitics in Israel, in Iran, in United States of America, they are believers, deep believers in the reality of the end-time scenario. The evangelicals, Christian Zionists, religious Zionists in Israel, Iranian, Shia world, Sunni world, including at a certain and on a certain level, Russian religious Christian Orthodox vision of the eschatology. All that is mixed. All that becomes more and more and more the very important and maybe crucial element of global politics. Why Netanyahu has attacked Iran only because he considered to be the last prime minister of Israel before the coming of Moshiach. And that is not just conspiracy theory. He declares that openly. So he's saying that he says that Netanyahu thinks he's the last leader before the coming of Mashiach, which is Messiah. But he says it as Mashiach, which which is very interesting that he says it in a I guess Hebrew or Yiddish accents also, which is even funnier to me. That is the war against Amalek. That is the war of the Messiah to come. So the religious Zionists, they believe in great Israel. They believe in the necessity to construct third temple, and that becomes more and more important, the factor of the real geopolitics. So let's pay to that more attention than before. The same for Iran. Iran is motivated by the same, contrary, the opposite, but as well the religious arguments. Protestants behind Trump who push this agenda in the Middle East, interventionism, the last war against Gogs and Magogs, and they consider Russia and Iran to be Gog. So that is the dispensationalism. That's very, very coherent, very radical, extremist political religious doctrine that is now in function, that is acting now and on the level of decision making process in the United States of America. I think that we need to pay attention to Islamic eschatology in general, and the people with whom we communicate, they more and more ask the question: what is Indian Hindu vision of the end of time? What what is Kali Yuga? What is the Kalkin? What is the 10th avatar as the concept? Or maybe there is no radical eschatology in India. So we need to as well to revival this type of thought of thinking because it is more and more important at the global level. The same for Buddhist countries, the same for China. So we know that in China the eschatological aspect is almost inexistent. It doesn't exist. But nevertheless, during the Chinese history, we saw the idea of the mandate of heaven that could be exhausted and it should be renewed. So that's Taoist vision of the cycles, of the cosmic cycle. So we need to delve deeper in the traditional Chinese vision of the structure of history, structure of time, not on the superficial level. The same for Islamic culture, the same for the other civilizations we are dealing with. So we need to pay to this religious, metaphysical vision of each civilization more attention, much more attention than before, because it becomes more and more obviously the decisive factors that define the logic, the strategy of the concrete, very radical politics. So we are approaching apocalypse. We are approaching Armageddon war, and these words are pronounced more and more oftenly in the United States and the Middle East. So we need to consider that. And the use of atomic power bomb, atomic weapon, and possible or already real attacks on nuclear facilities, nuclear stations, both in Iran, in Israel, in different places. That is not just abstract possibility. That is already the reality. So this atomic, nuclear, or pandemic, or toxic, or ecological catastrophe of the greater amount, greater ambience and so measure, the greater measure, it is not just distant possibility. There is something that is very close to us. Maybe we are one step inside already. This radical catastrophe that we need to consider, and that is a very important element of global politics. So I think that that is all more or less, and I invite you, dear friends, to discuss this problem, applying this Greek to this reading of the international politics to consideration of the regional issues. So, in order to understand the real nature of regional issues, problem, conflicts, this talks, new kind of alliances, we need to find the right coherent place of that in the global vision. So, I think that main new elements of the actual reality. It is the direct rise of the direct confrontation between multipolarity, emerging multipolarity, and agony of unipolar world that tries to save this unipolarity at any price. So there is no more international law. There are no more international rules. So rules based order has gone totally. And now the question of how will be the next international order depends on us. It is not just fatality, some mechanical process. So it depends on our activity, on our process of thinking, on our decisiveness. So we need to recreate new balance of power, new and establish and install in the world, in the humanity, new rules corresponding to our major main reason. So we need to install multipolar world order, fighting against unipolar world order that still tries to continue to be. So, but there are no more international laws, so we need to fill the gap by our will, by our actions, by our strategy, by our common understanding what we want new world to be. Thank you for your attention. I So we're opening up the bag. Yeah, we're opening taking off the tape and putting it. Oh, he talks about what to do about Donald Trump. I missed that. Wow. Hold on. The end of interventions. Hold on. Scholarship. This idea to promote multipolarity, at least the theory in promoting multipolarity theory, reaching Africa, reaching other countries, India, China, Myanmar, Nepal, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Vietnam. He talks about all the countries that they're going to make an effort in Russia to get into in order to push back against the unipolarity that Trump has been able to secure, but they have to remove Trump. This is the Japan as well. Malaysia, efforts to get into Japan and Malaysia. With this conceptual field as much space as we can. So that is important. Next level. I think that we need to follow closely the development of American ideological and political system. The United States is on the edge of the radical collapse. So that is superpower, hyperpower, that is collapsing. That is agony of it. And we need to understand that well. We should not be hypnotized by the real situation in the United States. They are in very, very bad situation. And hence, they radical and extremist actions. So they have the problem with Epstein elite. They have the problem with the economy. They have the great problem with the state of the moral in the United States. This is decaying society in the last stage of decay. So we need to follow that. We need to understand that. We need to study it. We need to have the correct, realistic understanding of what is going on in the United States of America outside of their propaganda. Maybe outside of our own propaganda. So we have to have a very correct, realistic understanding of American society, because from that depends almost everything in the world. So we need to try to reach the people of real MAGA, the core MAGA, who share with us our general ideological, geopolitical, metaphysical vision of multipolarity. Because the MAGA accepted multipolarity. Trump has betrayed MAGA and has thrown away multipolarity, has declared the war to multipolarity. So, but not MAGA. So we need to follow people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Andrew Neapolitano, Larry Johnson, Jackson Hinkle, and great, absolutely great, Kim.com, that we should invite next time for our conference. He is very great. So we need to reach to these non-conformist MAGA people in the United States. Oh, hold on one sec. Hold on, guys.
In the meantime, I think we need to pour out one for Dan Carlin of Hardcore History, because he used to have like amazing podcasts. I used to listen to all of them, like 6 hours, 8 hours long. And recently he's just crashed out. So this is very sad. Guys,
Another
these are
one?
hard times for
Oh,
people.
jeez.
He's like, oh, America's God, it's hubris, it's gonna destroy it. You can't just see everything is a nail and you only have a hammer. I'm like, dude, stop it. Stop.
Only the
Stop talking.
Ayatollah. Only the Ayatollah.
It's bad. It's bad. Especially because Trump has used so many tools, and even in his military tactics, he's used such a variety of tools. But in diplomacy, he's used obviously a variety of tools, whether it's tariffs, whether it's trade deals, whether it's the like creating the whatever it was, the insurance for oil tankers and
Hmm.
ships transiting the strait. This is like he's got a whole toolbox, and so for Dan Carlin to be saying this, I'm like, maybe he just needs 300 years to be able to give proper analysis. So just take a chill pill.
Speaking of chill pills, anybody here like sci-fi fans who are seeing the news
Starship
about Firefly
Troopers
today?
is the greatest. Well,
No,
Firefly?
Firefly.
What happened?
They're it looks like Nathan Fillion has been teasing that they're gonna actually do a new season.
Oh, I,
Right? I feel like yes, but
I'm twisted
also
about it. Yeah.
no. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I heard something going on about bringing back Starship Troopers, which I'm a huge fanatic of that book. I love that book. Robert Heinlein.
stupid movie.
The movie is funny.
Only the first movie
Yes,
was
yes, the
good. Come
first movie is
on,
the greatest.
the rest are
But people should,
abominations.
yeah,
Don't
people
do
should
it
really
again.
read the book though. It's not a long book at all. Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers is really not a long book, and it's really freaking good. Like I implore anyone to read it. Like shit, I'll buy you one a copy if you need it.
Yeah, but you can't for Firefly. Like, how do you have Firefly without Walsh or Jane?
You can't. That's the problem. And that's
That's the problem.
there's certain people you can't replace in like certain pop culture media from back in the day. You know, like it's the same thing in video games too. Like when they try to replace in Metal Gear Solid, Snake, this voice actor, great guy, fantastic dude. He's like the pinnacle of like that voice. And the same thing with the same thing with Firefly. Like that whole cast was perfect for the every role was great. Like I love that whole show. And be able to bring it back, it's like
But it looks like he's going to bring back like everybody except for, I mean, Walsh was killed in
yeah.
in the movie, but they could say that like maybe he wasn't.
No, but they ruined
Like
it. I don't know. I'm so twisted about it.
like maybe he was lost and like maybe he was captured by the Reavers and that's why they kind of set it up as he's dead, but he's not. Like maybe that's what it is. Yeah, now I'm showing my geek side, guys. Just deal with it. If you haven't seen the Firefly series, it's cowboys in space. Like what better combinations? I mean, we're talking like spaghetti western type cowboys in space, but then also some combination with Chinese for some reason because that's how
Nah, they have to
that's how
be.
it was written. It's actually really good. It's a great series, and if you like sci-fi or you just are looking for something to binge watch, it's a good show.
It's pinnacle of sci-fi. I mean, there's a lot of media out there that done a lot for sci-fi in general, and Firefly is one of them. Like they influenced a lot of future sci-fi works, books, novels, a lots.
Yeah, I mean, like there is a full-on like cult following of Firefly, but like you're gonna watch it and you're gonna be like, oh, like it's not great graphics because it was made for TV, but it's pretty good graphics for what you expect for that like period. It was like early 2000s, right? When it came out. Anyways, people should watch
I'm gonna
it.
give a hot take here. Sometimes the graphics need to be like shittier than technology allows. Like there was that movie, the something Marigold Hotel or whatever, and basically because they did all the graphics and like special effects like a play would, it never ages, right? And so you just basically accept it that it's a storytelling, like whatever you want to call it, media, and that it's not meant to be exactly perfectly real
Yeah, but
life.
this was
There's only
Cyber, this is like during the time of like this when Jurassic Park came out, and Jurassic Park 1 was like, I mean, amazing graphics. The new Jurassic Parks, horrendous graphics, like horrible. And it isn't because of like lack of budget. It's because we're seeing a decrease in the skill set in movie making right now across the board. There and and AI, yes, AI is good, but it's not fantastic yet. And it certainly is not in replacement of what we saw in like, I mean, look, like watch Star Wars. Star Wars' graphics for the time just out of this world. I'm sure people were like, are we actually watching things in space? Like they were trying to figure out how they did all of that,
I mean,
because it was so
come on,
amazing.
are we pretending anything will be better than Lord of the Rings trilogy? Come on,
It's true.
be
I
real.
mean, the worst thing George Lucas had to do was like redo Star Wars, but better CGI. That was like a big
I
flop.
know
I
that
was like, come
CGI
on.
was and now it's like like people scramble to try to find the ones that don't have any of the CGI left. That just their originals.
gotta go hunting for those VHS tapes at like Value Village.
I heard there are flea markets.
I'll say it again. People need to look at the Fat Electricians videos and just start making movies about each of those people because like they're all heroes. They all have insane stories with like good emotional drama, like character development, whatever.
Sorry,
And that's
Battle
like
of
if you want to inspire
Electricians?
people,
Battle of
the fat
Electricians?
No, 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 Fat Electrician. He's a YouTuber and he just does
Oh,
basically biographical videos about like American heroes, mostly war heroes, but just like whatever, 30 to 45 minutes.
We need him to make videos about this war like that. So this is badass. That's what's going on right now, and he's doing an amazing job in, for putting that out.
Yeah, he's just done like basically 30 Rambos. He just found like 30 of the most badass American heroes and made a full biographical video about them. Obviously, it's like he does documentary style, but you could make it into like a dramatic film. It would be awesome.
And he hates commies, so it's a beautiful thing.
It's true.
Yeah, if you yell communism 3 times, he pops out of the closet.
But what I'm hearing when I'm hearing Dugin and I'm looking at the next 3 steps that they're going to make, and they're going to fall back to Asia and deal with China and India tensions there. And this is going on parallel to the IMEC that is forming right now. And probably this is why the war in Iran is going on right now. So it's going to be a tough battle on about India in the Pacific. Probably Australia will fall either way, uh, go with the winner because they are wuss. And
No,
no,
no, I'm
come
laughing
on.
because you're right. That's why, that's why I'm
Uh,
laughing. I'm laughing because you're spot on about it.
and and Turkey will fall also because they lose all the leverage on Europe because there's not going to be any Belt and Road Initiative if there is a pro-Western government in Iran. So Erdogan is fucked up. And when Erdogan falls, Russia is exposed, and then you can isolate them from China, and China is fucked. And this is the game. This is what Trump is doing.
Hmm.
And we are fighting about the legality of stuff. He's fucking saving the world. You should say thank you and praise this administration 3 times a day, like you pray, because this is a miracle.
I'm
Oh,
back.
it is. It reminds me of the when people are talking about the strike that hit that school right now. And I know, was it the New York Times that came out with that article with their quote unquote
Yeah, they said
super
we've done an analysis. I'm like, what
analysis?
analysis did you do? Did you look at some jihadi accounts on Twitter?
Pretty much. I mean, their whole analysis is based on the idea that the school was in the premise of a military compound. So therefore, since military compound was strike, means the school had been strike too. And I can understand how you can come to that conclusion. However, no confirmation has come out so far. So it's the idea of like it's the same thing when I hate the when people use the word allege, but they use the word alleged to state a fact, like it's factual. Like I allege something, but I'm going to use it in a way that's to be factual. And the same thing's happening now with this strike. I'm seeing it a lot on X, especially obviously, where it comes down to it. People are just outright saying now that the United States hit the school because of this New York Times article. And just to remind everyone, the New York Times article almost made a memoir of fucking the Ayatollah when he died. So like you kind of already know what their position is.
Yeah, their basic analysis was someone as dumb as us could have made the mistake, so likely the US Army did also, which is
right.
kind of a dumb take.
Hey, do you guys want me to go through some of the headlines that Ground News is like putting up today?
Yeah,
Do you guys
and
want to
by the
hear some of the
way,
headlines?
last night I listened, or a few hours ago, I played the Senate hearing with Elbridge Colby. And oh my God, it was like a disaster of a situation because they were asking him why he held back the munitions to Ukraine that the president wasn't even aware of, and neither was Hegseth. And like he totally lied. The hearing is a crazy hearing. It's 2.5 hours, Bree.
Wow.
It's yeah, he was derided by both the Democrats and Republicans and was asked a lot of questions about the Iran war, and he did not represent Rubio. He did not defend it. You can see they told him that he's dishonest and like his
Mm.
matter of speaking was like inappropriate and that he's lying to them and like they straight up just eviscerated him. And
Well,
yeah, I know. And
I mean, did he not deserve it?
he lied. He didn't defend Rubio when they were saying that Rubio said that they went in for Israel. He like affirmed their statement, which is
Right.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
bad.
Snake in the grass, right?
that
But
Snake.
we've been saying this for a while.
Yeah.
it is snakes in the grass because again it goes back to the premise people will hear what they want to hear sometimes, and it fascinates me because when Rubio and the president came out of why we did the attack, like why did we jump the gun, we made that decision and Israel was just on board with it. And when you have two allies who have the same mission statement, like they understand what needs to be done, of course they're going to jump board on it. It's as simple as that. We understood the premise of the region, we understood the what was going to happen. We knew that the Iranians were just dragging their feet. They weren't going to make a deal whatsoever. They weren't going to get rid of their nuclear material that we wanted them to get rid of. They didn't want us to supply them with nuclear materials. Believe it or not, one of the negotiations was for us to give them 3 to 5% enrichment uranium, like a supply of it, for the nuclear reactor, and for them to give us their 60% enrichment, but that they said no to that. So this whole idea that the Israelis pushed us into this is like no, they're just on board for the fun. Like they understand the enemy too. Like they're on board with us on this whole pathway. So
So
and
I
the
want
fact
to
that
play you this quick 5 minute excerpt, but go ahead. Sorry,
yeah
let
yeah
me finish.
yeah
Uh,
it's just that, and Rubio and the president made that very clear. It's like we made that decision. The Israelis were like, listen, things are really about to pop off. We're here if you need it, and it's just that simple. It really is. It's the idea that people just want to say I'm not going to die for Israel. And that statement alone always throws me sideways. It's like no one dies for another country. Like, no, just stop it. That's the most retarded take ever.
okay, here it is.
Turnout recognized Jim from Ohio, Mr. Turner. Mr. Colby, this is going to be a nice transition from your conversation you just had, turning you to page 10, where you were just referencing on Russia. You agree that Russia is an adversary and a direct threat to the United States. Russian military forces clearly pose a direct threat to the United States, of course, yes. Excellent. You were just being interviewed in a publication, Foreign Policy, that was published February 2026 concerning our commitment to NATO. You acknowledged the United States is committed to NATO. It is committed to Article 5. The administration from the president on down has made that clear. You made that statement unequivocally. However, you were then asked further questions about that statement after having made the unequivocal blank statement. And quite frankly, you waffled. I'm going to give you a chance to unwaffle. And the unwaffling is in that blanket statement, I think you made it clear that within NATO, there are no territories within NATO that are second class citizens. There are no territories within NATO that are not within our Article 5 commitment, correct? The Baltics, the Balkans, there are no areas in which we have a lesser commitment. Sure, I respect that you're making those statements. What I said is we are committed to Article 5, which is enshrined in the Washington Treaty. That's what I said. So to make it clear, so that your waffling, which goes on page after page, since you are capable of making the blanket statement, you are capable of saying that within the blanket statement of the United States is committed to NATO, NATO the aggregate of NATO, and is committed to Article 5, you are capable in front of this committee that is committed to NATO and committed to Article 5 to acknowledge that there is no territory within NATO, that there's a second-class citizen, and there's no area within which within our national defense strategy is a lesser territory. So what I said and what I continue to say is that Article 5
It's
of the
a yes or no
Treaty,
question, Mr. Colby, and I'm a member of Congress. You have ability to say yes,
tremendous
that there is
respect.
no
What I said, sir,
lesser.
is Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, it applies to all of NATO, of course, absolutely.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that, because you didn't have to go on and to continue, which is what everybody's struggling with here. And I want to just say, I want to agree with the chairman. What's been so difficult, and which is really kind of gross sitting here listening to you, is the chairman has said he feels like you're dishonest, right? And you have been so disingenuous. Every time you answer a question, you feel this need to just continue on in these clarifications that are really very unnecessary. And that this clarifications that you give make us all concerned about your commitment to the truth. And I want to give you some of those clarifications that make me uncertain and really very concerned about the policy making within the department. You talk about the Trump administration when people ask you questions about the president's decision making. When we're asking about President Trump, you redefine it as the Trump administration. You say our decisions are aligned with the president, as if you're reinterpreting the president's decision making. I want to know about the president's decision making, not you being your interpretation about being aligned.
So tell me you're not trying to make decisions where you're just divining an alignment with the president and interpretation that President Trump is the one making decisions, because up here we're losing confidence as to whether or not Mr. Colby's going into a room and trying to decide whether or not he's aligned with the president or whether or not President Trump's making decisions, because we're all comfortable with Mr. Trump's and President Trump's decisions. We're not comfortable with Mr. Colby's. Well, sir, a couple things. First of all, I make it a point of being truthful, so I categorically reject your characterization, but I'm happy to answer your question. Well, you're a chairman, and you didn't reject it when he was telling you that he had conversations with you and was very concerned about what you'd said to him, and then what had happened. I believe I'm just making the point in general. We make it very much our business. Part of being truthful is I give you a sense of what I know and what I don't know. I can't speak. I'm often, the secretary is the one who's primarily over in the White House, but we make sure that we are very lined up. He's secretary is with the president. Say it again. Lined up. And lined up. I want you to make certain that the decision making is the president, and I'm a loyal lieutenant of the president, Mr. Turner. I can assert that absolutely. Well, we are very, very concerned in this committee that is not necessarily happening at times, and that's what we try to assert and what we try to make certain happens. I yield back. Okay. What if you read between the lines? What do you hear, Vaughn?
Well, disobedience, and that happens in all bureaucracy, and that's the sad part about it. You get generals or you get people officers, and it happens, right? You know, orders come from the top, they trickle down, and then some people, as we witnessed before, even before Trump, it's like they interpret the will of the president in their manner, and that's not supposed to happen. Obviously, sometimes it does, and sometimes it does in the benefit of the president, or sometimes it doesn't in the benefit of the president. But either way, the idea is like, well, it's understandable for like some Joe Blow really low in the totem pole, but when you're pretty high up on the totem pole, that's really not supposed to happen. You're supposed to really remove your bias when you receive orders to do something that come from the the Secretary of War or comes from the president himself. Like you really have to remove that bias. If you don't understand it, then go ask the question. Like go back to your boss and say, "Hey, I need some clarification on this task that I was given." Not to run away with the task with your own purviews, because when that happens, that's when you get like this guy. You end up, neck what is it, neck deep in shit, because that's what's going to happen with these type of people.
So his grandfather was the CIA director, right?
Hmm.
And okay, and then there was some issues. He got Hexeth in a little bit of in deep shit because and Trump, because he stopped the shipment of weapons to Ukraine when they were due and they'd been committed and paid for or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, and it blew back on Trump and on Hegseth. They both got, and it turned out he was the one. And then he was pretty silent, but you can see that there's been something going on. So here's another clip I just found. It's Elise Lotkin from yesterday or today. I can't remember. This is somewhat following up on previous questions. There's been public reporting as well as President Trump's statements on munition stockpiles, and my colleague Mr. Moulton touched upon this. Can you please give the department's assessment on munition stockpiles, what we can anticipate over the next year? I understand we're in an open setting, but the reason I'm asking the question is it will be Congress that appropriates and authorizes through a supplemental. So if you could lay out what you're able to in this open setting. Sure, ma'am. And obviously we're in an open setting, but I think this obviously has our top priority attention. The $1.5 trillion figure, I'm not exactly sure how that might be broken up in terms of congressional engagement, but I know there's significant engagement from the Secretary, Deputy Secretary, Undersecretary Duffy, et cetera. So I'm not sure I can get into more specificity here, but that's obviously, as the president indicated in his Truth Social the other evening, that's going to be a top priority for us. In the National Defense Strategy, the prioritization on Homeland Defense is incredibly important. It's important not only to the entire country, but specifically to a district like mine, given the importance of missile defense. Can you tell me a little bit about the administration's focus on East Coast Missile Defense Site? In the first Trump administration, you will recall that the president designated Fort Drum as the chosen location for East Coast Missile Defense Site. This committee has passed that language. What is the status of that, and what is the plan for that moving forward? Ma'am, I'll have to get back to you as quickly as possible with an answer on not just on the precise status, but obviously the administration is committed to implementing the president's Golden Dome approach. So I think we see a strong future for missile defense. But I'll get back. And implementing the NDAA and the language in the NDAA with the selection of Fort Drum as the East Coast Missile Defense Site. I'm sorry. And the intention is to implement the language in the NDAA. I have no reason to think otherwise, but I'll get back to you, ma'am. Okay. I guess just broadly, as you know, Mr. Colby, I represent the 10th Mountain Division, which I've just referenced. It's the most deployed division in the U.S. Army since 9/11. Currently, a brigade is deployed to the Middle East. Can you share a message to those soldiers and their families whom I represent in my district? These are families I speak with every single day as their member of Congress, and they'd appreciate to hear from you.
Well, I think I can say on behalf of the leadership of the department that they have, our deepest respects and a sense of their honorable duty in a cause that is, very much in the American people's interest, and that we are thinking very carefully and soberly about, how we consider putting them into harm's way, so they can be confident. I can say, Secretary Hegseth is personally leading day by day, hour by hour, really focused attention, obviously with the uniform, seniors, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Admiral Cooper, et cetera. So I think they can feel they've got fantastic leadership under President Trump. Well, we are grateful for their service, and our hearts and prayers go out to the six service members in the U.S. military and their families for the ultimate sacrifice on behalf of our country. My final question, Mr. Colby, is as we know, the CCP and the Iranian terrorist regime have long been close allies and partners, exchanging oil, munitions, and technology to repress their people. What is your assessment of the CCP posture today, and also what are your biggest concerns over the next 6 months to a year now that there has been the start of Operation Epic Fury? Well, thank you, ma'am. I think we're watching this very closely. I'd have to be a little elliptical and open hearing, but I think, as I mentioned to Mr. Bolton, I mean, they certainly have been impressed by the prowess of the joint force, the ability to operate so effectively together. So I think that's been a salutary message for kind of stability. My understanding is the Chinese, obviously, they're very dependent on energy resources coming out of the Middle East, so that's something they're watching very closely. One thing I think in the administration, from the president on down, we don't. The president doesn't use terms like axis of evil and these kinds of things. I think obviously we are, as Mr. Bolton put it, concerned about the potential for simultaneity, but we want to avoid it. So part of that is the military part, but obviously the president's diplomacy is designed to engage with our potential opponents, obviously from a very clear-eyed point of view, from a peace through strength point of view, but that's designed to avoid that very outcome. And I would distinguish that from the last administration, where Mr. Sullivan, I think, spoke at the end of the last administration about how our adversaries, quote unquote, were aligned to an unprecedented degree. And if you go back and you look at Henry Kissinger or something, the standard for successful American foreign policy, you don't want everybody ganging up against you. And I think the president is very clear-eyed. Obviously, he's very realistic, but he's willing to engage in diplomacy from a realistic frame. And then our job is to provide that peace through strength approach, for instance, in the context of China. Thank you. Yield back. Billy's time expired. So, gentleman from California, Mr. Carvajal, is recognized. He didn't want to use the term axis of evil um, because of diplomacy reasons.
That's understandable. I mean,
Yeah.
for him in his position, it's understandable. I mean, I would call him Max of evil. I always call him that. I mean, Chinese government is always trying to subvert us in any manner or form of way. I think it's comical because right now we're going to witness a lot more push from the Chinese, both any form of influencers or online and stuff like that, because I think their gallon of barrels have shot up to $100 per gallon right now. So they only have enough supply for oil for themselves for about, I think it's like 3 months, if I remember correctly. It's like 3 months is the maximum amount of time that they can hold out. But even at that point, if it's $100 a barrel for China at this moment, and it keeps getting and it stays static like that or goes even higher, they're going to push as much as they can and influence that they have built over the years through Africa, the Middle East, obviously, and definitely in Europe, to try to get us out of this conflict as fast as possible. And they don't. The Chinese really don't care if the Ayatollah is technically the Ayatollah. They don't care much about that. But what they do care about is cheap oil and cheap oil. I mean, that's it. And that's what they really care about. So for this in this conflict, it's a really big move that Trump has done to secure Venezuela in the sense as our partner now. And now with Iran being hit, the oil supply for China is dwindling to the point that almost non-existent. So when it comes to negotiations now in the future or in the upcoming weeks between China and Trump, he's going to have big leverage against them. And the Chinese hate that. The Chinese do not want to be in a position to be leveraged. They like to do the opposite because they're used to it. They're used to having weak presidencies to be used to leverage us. And now it's becoming reversible.
It's not just that, Iran. Again, this war is going to be studied in the annals of history. I kid you not, because what Trump did was cross globally cut off the supply lines of the IRGC before he cut off the head of the mullah. This is huge. This is. I mean, this is a
Why
reflection on
can
race and
nobody
pain as well.
communicate from the? Why can't Colby communicate that in his hearing? There,
Well, because Colby.
Kobe's
I mean,
retarded.
well, we know why. We know why with
yeah,
Colby.
yeah,
But
Kobe
when
has his own agenda, and that's the problem.
yes,
right,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah, and he's
But I think
pro
people,
Russia,
yeah,
anti
it's
NATO. Uh,
It needs to be discussed. This is how, like, we have to we have to shape the narrative in a way that we have critical thinking going on, i.e., what have we seen over the last year? We saw Trump recognize one of the massive threats against the West was the nuclear sites, and so it was essential for us to cut off the nuclear sites so that the that Iran would not get a nuclear
a
bomb, but
nuclear
also
umbrella.
would not. Yeah,
That
yes, and
and
then
they would be able to use their proxies to wage war and hold us hostage
right,
forever
exactly.
and ever and
So
have them in the Middle
there's
East.
been this was almost triggered.
Well,
Let's be really
Iran was not
clear. This was
listed in the threat
almost
list.
this.
Sorry, Iran was not listed in the threat list. They asked him that during the hearing, and the reason why is because they wanted to turn away from CENTCOM and from Israel. That's what it's
Of
about.
course. No, but let's be really clear. Like, all of this, and I want to be on record when people hear this. I want this to be on record. All of this was triggered by October the 7th. All of it. The fact that Hezbollah and Hamas have been completely decimated prior to the Iranians having their nuclear sites decimated, then their supply of oil and trafficking and drugs and money, etc., through the cartels decimated and is continuing to be decimated. And now their leadership completely destroyed. Understand that this was all triggered by the event of October the 7th.
Brief, you're perfectly right, but I want to make a very important comment. The reason that we see what we see now as consequences of what started on October 7th is only that Benjamin Netanyahu was the prime minister of Israel. No other leader. And Benjamin Netanyahu said the day after October 7th, we're going to war and we will change the Middle East. The Middle East will not look as it is today. We will change the entire Middle East. And self and people here in the space remember during the very long year of our first year of war, when we still had Biden in the White House and people were asking, what is he doing? What's the strategy? What Netanyahu is doing? I said here again and again, Netanyahu is waiting for the elections in November. Netanyahu is waiting to get Trump in the White House because it will be a game changer. He will have someone he can count on. He will have someone who's not working against America and against Israel and in favor of the axis of evil, but in the interest of America and the free world. And we got it. And from day one, they were on the same page. And it's not about Netanyahu leading Trump. It's about, again, two great leaders understanding what's the interest and what's the best of the free world. And if it wasn't for the unhuman resilience of Benjamin Netanyahu, where all the powers within Israel, coming and funded by the global left and very much by the American left, the American Democrats and other, trying to do whatever you cannot even imagine what Netanyahu was facing here in Israel, and he went through the roughest time I think any leader ever went, and he didn't break. He knew exactly, we say here, Netanyahu has a car. In his car, there's only one gear forward, nothing else. One gear forward. There is no, he has a vision. It's the same vision he had for 30 years ago. We got this devastating uh, uh, disaster of October 7th, and he took this as an opportunity to change everything according to his vision. And again, it's not about him manipulating Trump or anything like that. That's exactly the vision that Donald Trump had. You can go and listen to his interviews before he was reelected. I remember this one interview with this Mexican interviewer, uh, Enrique Acevedo, I think its name. It was right after October 7th. I think it was November of 2023. Trump is speaking there for 1 hour, explaining that the nuclear threat is the most important thing, that most people will not understand it, and that's why he will focus most of his campaign on things that people can understand, like economy, like the borders, etc. But he understands that the one and only thing that he must deal with is the nuclear threat, and that right now the man who sits in the White House, means Biden, doesn't even understand what it means. And he explained why this is something that threatens America. And he also said, "You, Mexico, you will be wiped out if we will be attacked." And you don't understand it. Most people live in this world and they don't understand the threat that is upon them. So what we got after the November election in America is that finally Netanyahu had someone in the White House to see eye to eye with him. And those two men together were able, and are still doing it, to change the Middle East, the entire world, the free world, to the better in an extraordinary way, unbelievable way. And that's what they're doing now. It's not about one working for the other. It's about both of them working for the interest of their nations, of their country, and actually every single person in the free world and all over the world should thank them for what they did. Two great men, great leaders, the greatest of our era, or of all eras. It is unbelievable. This is like biblical history. It's not about, Brie. You said it will go down history. I kid you not. You shouldn't even say that. If someone sees what's going on now and he doesn't understand that you are living like in time, in historical moment, you're not here. You're not in the story. You're not in the event. We are living historical moments. Everyone should understand that.
And if you saw
and we should celebrate it.
Avi,
Absolutely.
100%. Trump survived a bullet to the head. Nobody does. Nobody survives a high-powered rifle shot at their head. The man behind him died in his family's arms. He took a bullet in the ear, in the head, and survived. It's biblical. It's incredibly biblical. And it wasn't just Biden, it was Obama. You said the global left, but it was
Exactly.
Obama
Obama. And Obama
who
was
want
here again.
exactly
Exactly.
who wanted to destroy everything about Israel. They wanted Israel finished, wiped out once and for all.
If you would
They
follow my theory, they are in charge of October 7th because they thought that that's the way to take down Netanyahu. And not only that they didn't, I mean, it was a coup d'etat. For me, it was a treason. But I'm not going to go there right now. It's not about that. It's about how Netanyahu took this opportunity, took this disaster, this crisis of Israel when we were on our knees, and he knew from day one we are going to come out of it stronger than you could ever imagine. And right now, when we here in Israel, we hear um, people like Pete Hegseth, people like Brett Cooper, or like General Kane, speaking about how this operation is being led by both countries, and they treat us, the Israeli army, like
they revere Israeli army. I mean,
like we're listen, this is unimaginable for us. You know what, here we have a joke when you have like a mouse over an elephant and they run in the desert and the mouse says how much dust we make. So like the small one feels like he's part of this huge machine, but this is not the case. I hear every day your generals, the people who are leading the operation on the American side, saying Israel is our partner. We divide the missions
Yes,
among
stand
both of
shoulder to
us,
shoulder.
and
That's what they said.
we
We
are
stand
operating
shoulder
from
to
this.
shoulder with
Listen,
Israel.
you don't understand. Some of you might not understand the mightiness of your army. If you just check, budget wise, okay, the American army. If you rate like the biggest, the most expensive 10 armies in the world, like the Chinese, the Russian, the British, the German, whatever, the first 10 after America combined have less budget than America alone. It's a huge army. And to think that we here in Israel, a country the size of New Jersey in the middle of the Middle East with less than 10 million people, we stand shoulder to shoulder with your mighty, amazing, unbelievable strongest army in the history of humanity.
Michal,
This is unbelievable.
Michal, quick
And
question.
that's thanks to those two great leaders.
Both Bree and Michal. Carrie Prejean Bowler is requesting a debate, and I was asked, Bree, would you debate her? It's going to be two Jewish women and two non-Jewish women, Christian, and Carrie Prejean Bowler, and it's going to be like a debate with a, and they want to do one. And Michal, would you debate her as well?
Barbie should absolutely
But I
debate
think
her
it's going to
because
be, I
Barbie
think it's
has.
going to be on like Zoom or camera. That's the only thing.
What is it? She's like a leftist? I don't
No,
understand.
okay. I'll
Okay,
send you.
I
I'll
don't
send
speak
you.
to
It's
leftists.
Carrie Prejean
I don't
Bowler.
debate. I don't speak to Nazis. Okay, I can speak
No, she's
about
not
them.
a
I don't
Nazi.
speak to them.
No, she's not. She's not a Nazi. She was on the right. She was at Trump's Religious Liberty Council, and she said horrific things about Judaism and Zionism and everything, and it made a huge scandal. And she got fired, and she's part of this like trad Catholic movement. But she defied both the two bishops and a father on stage that in front of like the rabbi from Yeshiva University, in front of Dr. Phil, in front of Ben Carson, in front of like 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 really big people. So now they want to do a
Yeah.
debate. I would love it if you do agree. I mean,
So
like,
I look, my gut feeling says no because I don't want to legitimize any of
Exactly,
what she says.
no,
exactly,
no, it's very
exactly.
I think
important.
that she's
It's you have to push back. It's not about legitimizing.
I thought, well, but I can push back at a time and place of my choosing,
Yeah.
versus engaging in such filth. And frankly, it's like, look, I have to say, it's like beating a child over the head with logic and reason. These people don't want logic and reason. She has no basis in theology. She is a brand new Catholic. And for me to be like, you are an idiot. What do the fathers of the church say here? What does the council say here? What does she doesn't know any of
Yeah,
this.
I
So
know, but that's how you
it
humiliate her
doesn't.
and represent a true Catholic woman. That's the
So
thing, you know.
uh,
It's
Do you have somebody
legitimizing
else?
her. You shouldn't.
it's giving her the platform. Do you see
She's
what I'm
already going
saying?
to
It's
have
giving
the
her the
debate and the
platform.
platform. It's whether or not we have people that are going to actually represent things properly. That's
I've got to think about
okay.
it.
But
Like
do you
I
have
hear
somebody
what you're
else?
saying, self, and that's where that's where, and I
Please.
think that she was get. Look, I think she was given exactly what she was supposed to have been given at as consequence to her actions on the council. She, the bishops did not address her because she's not to be addressed. And what ended up happening was that she was kicked off the council because she's not a serious person. That's the point. Is that these people would be like, Bree, go and debate Ian Carroll. Why? The guy is a lunatic. Like,
No, it's
I'm not
different. It's a
gonna,
little
there's no
different. Ian
debate
Carroll,
here.
it was not at with Trump and the Liberty Council and like then reading
But
up.
she was kicked off of that.
Yeah.
She's crying, and the problem is that she's been given a platform. Like people have platformed her, and she's getting attention. The more attention she's given by s- like by people who are legitimately serious about their faith, the more
No,
she's
the
an
problem is that
alternative
she's not
for.
getting reprimanded by people serious about their faith. Even the men on the panel should have done that to her, and they let her run roughshod.
They should have they should they have the authority to reprimand her. I am a layman like she is, so there I can tell her to the cows come home that she's wrong and provide all the evidence. It doesn't matter. Do you see? Like it doesn't. It's the same with Candace. We can condemn their
You don't need
actions
to
and
debate
statements,
those
but you
people
don't
in
need to
order to
debate
debunk.
them. Yes, yeah,
You
Yeah,
don't need to,
that's
Can I
the
just
just
like you
point
don't
problem.
need
something,
to
guys?
yeah, that's
debate
a very
Just
big
pause for
Tucker
1
mistake
in
because
second.
order to
that's what
debunk
happened
his
with Tucker, and
What?
nobody pushed back, and that's where we are right now.
Pause for 1 second. The important point with this is that if you can show that there is actually substance that this person is like not addressing or not aware of or whatever, if you can show someone to be sloppy, to be like immature, whatever, these are the kinds of things, especially if you can get her to react emotionally, that's what will ruin her image. Realize that her entire thing is that she's a Christian, she's a Catholic, she's standing up for something, whatever. If you can show her to be primarily standing up for herself and just doing this for herself and her own like attention and whatever because she's like an aging Barbie doll, and I say that with the utmost respect to Insurrection Barbie. This is where you kind of defeat her because if you can point out like there's actually the Christian Catholic community actually has an understanding of their faith and you don't, and we're not going to let you attack us. you actually like you make her look bad in public, and that's what you have to do. You have to make like you don't debate for her, you debate for everybody watching. And if everyone sees her like stuttering and just like spinning in the same like talking points of, oh, the Jews aren't real, the real Jews and whatever, it's not going to reflect well on her, and it will kill her. Like there are people in like what's his name, um there was a red pill YouTuber who had like a big beard and his wife, and he sent her out to like sleep around. And when he got embarrassed, all of a sudden, all the red pill stuff that he was trying to push just fell apart because it was embarrassing for him. And everyone realized that he wasn't living out the values he proclaimed, and he didn't even understand the values that he was trying to sell, right? Bree, if you're able to do that, I understand you are giving her the value of being on the same screen as you, which is genuinely a big thing, but it's also an opportunity to like chastise someone properly. Like, yes, a criminal does get dragged into a court and they're in the same room as a judge, but when you hear a judge like dress down a defendant properly, it has the effect of people are like, oh wow, there are actually real intellectual thought
I'm
leaders in
sorry,
the world.
Cyber.
I hear
She
you,
has gone.
Cyber.
I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. She has gone from saying Zionism is not compatible with Catholicism, okay, to Israel's values are incompatible with American values. She's posted now in the last like day. She's literally apoplectic. She's posted. She says, what did she say here? Oh, she's been brutal to Seth Dillon and everybody else. She's quote tweeting people that you wouldn't. She's quote tweeting Brian McGinnis Vaughn, okay, his speech, all right, and his Senate hearing stuff. She
I'm
posted Tucker,
sorry,
obviously.
Steph.
Stealth.
Like, why
She
do we
posted
give a shit about a
Israel's.
woman who is a pornographer before she came into like 2 minutes before she came into the Catholic Church? Like, why should we give two credit people? The people who give her credibility are people who are just asking for excuses for their behavior. That's the issue that's here. That look. I don't live my life like that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Bree,
Like,
can
I
I
don't
It's
put
live my life
risky.
that
It's
way.
one
really
point in
risky.
this discussion? It's just a small point. Do you know that there is a Star of David in the dollar?
Yes, everybody
So
knows that. Yes.
yeah, so
So what?
dollar is a Zionist coin. So
Yeah, that's not the point. Thank you for your contribution, but that's okay.
Checkmate. No, I'm just
It's
kidding.
risky. It's really risky because she's not acting in good faith. It's like it could backfire the way that Candace and meeting with Erica, because it,
No, that was
it
held in private without a recording. If it was done in public, it'd be
yeah
very different.
yeah, but so that then the risk is she's going to take clips. It's like what Barbie said about conversion versus persuasion. She's not necessarily, because she's not acting good faith, and this is an op. It's not necessarily about like Bree could pummel her
Yep.
with rationality and information. She's just going to get the clips because it's a paid op. It's all set up. She's just going to get the clips and she's going to put them out, and she's going to convince the people that they're trying to convince, not people of who are coming to the table with
I
good.
There's also an aspect too on this that has to deal with women teaching in the church, right? And I'm not please understand that I'm not of the opinion that women cannot understand theology or teach. But in the case of Carrie, because she has decided to go on authority and instruct our bishops on how things should be done, it would behoove, um, if there was to be a debate, that this not even be a debate and this is be an instruction. She needs to be instructed in the faith. She needs to be instructed by someone who is a theologian slash bishop or priest. That's it. To me, going on, it's two women debating. Most of her followers are just going to be like, oh, the women are fighting, et cetera, et cetera. This is not about,
Exactly.
it's not about, the truth. It's never been about the truth for her. It's about the grift. And frankly, like, again, we talked about this before about the fact that this kind of crisis pornography is an addiction that is, being picked up by certain people who've had pasts in similar industries. So I don't
Are
like
only
I don't I've never been that person. That's
are
not
only
me.
women being invited to this debate?
Yes, only women.
See, that's yeah.
That's on
Why?
purpose.
And the
That's on
clips don't
purpose.
matter. And the clips don't matter
No.
because as soon as someone puts out the whole thing, that's the thing. It's like people still like long form. And if people take the time to do context, they'll watch the entire thing for context.
Right.
Clips,
That's
clip.
exactly right. You're 100% right. This is why I'm saying my gut says no, and I'm going to stick with my gut on this.
No,
It's going to
totally.
be,
Uh,
it's going to be for
So
her
someone
advantage
needs
only.
no, someone needs to say yes and say, I'm bringing Coleman Hughes with me. And say it's like if you're not willing to say yes to that, you're the problem. And have the receipts for it and put it out.
What would
That
Coleman? What would he bring to that argument or that debate?
number one, he's a
He's
man.
excellent at what he does. Oh my God,
Number one,
isn't
he's
No,
a
no,
that
no. I
what
man.
understand that, but isn't this like a
Thomas Smith?
religious thing?
No. What do you mean? Is it a
So
religious thing?
Coleman Hughes isn't Jewish, and he's not
It's
Christian. So
for he's neither Jewish or Christian. Coleman Hughes, neither.
I don't think he's
No, 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 no.
particularly
He's part of that
Christian.
kind of like the more and again, I like Coleman. I'm just saying I like him a lot. Actually, I met him, but like he's in that left, like kind of like borderline atheist, like the Eric Weinstein or Brett Weinstein world of the left.
Yeah, I think that maybe if Barbie was a VTuber, if somebody wants to make her a VTuber character, then she could actually do like she could nail this if it was on Zoom. Uh,
I mean, there's plenty of other male evangelicals that'd be willing to do this debate, and I would push that if you're not
No,
willing for
it's
a man to be
females.
in this debate, you're a problem.
Yeah, it's females only.
I mean, isn't
Yeah,
there?
this
That's
is being
dumb.
set up. This is being set up in a way, and I don't trust who's going to moderate. I don't engage in people who aren't willing to debate in good faith. There is no debating this woman. She's just going to she's going to yell and she's going to get angry and she's going to say like ridiculous things because she's an uninstructed
Getting her
neophyte.
angry is the point. It's like you almost want to get her to that point.
But those people are angry. Do you see what her people are just gonna her crowd has already been convinced by her. There is nothing to be done. Like, look, we have to go back and look what Yuri Bezimov says about this group of people and act accordingly. This is why like Jeremy Boring has gotten under the skin of Candace Owens is because he's read her grift. It isn't about what she's saying. It isn't about her premise. It's about her fact that she's amoral.
So you're saying heap hot coals, Brie? Is that kind of what you're saying? Like keep a
He
distance.
I mean, it would be better
Yes, he just
for
says like
Bree and
don't let
somebody
her don't.
else to talk about her, but not to platform her.
Yeah, but most
exactly.
It's
people
Talk
not
don't
about
about
most
them. That's
platforming.
the
It's not
only
about
way to
platforming. The
activate.
debate is happening no matter what, and it's not about that.
Well,
It
legitimizing her, legitimizing
So
her.
so
yeah.
I mean,
so
But it's
analyze
still
the debate
happening.
after
It's
once
whether or
it's
not you're going to
over.
have it with people that are good orators and have good
she's initiating
background
this,
on the
right?
faith. She's what?
Her team is initiating this, right?
No, no, no.
Don't isn't there value in putting context around this a little bit? And since people have gone through this sort of like bell curve of understanding who's on what and what's going on, if you look at, for instance, Tucker's followers, I don't know how many are bots, but I would suspect that people are disgusted with him, don't necessarily unfollow or even listen to him anymore. So the question is, and like Cyber and Bree are saying, who is the audience? And who is it that we're trying to convince? I mean, you're not going to convince people that are out of their mind on overly
thank you.
medicated who are
Yes,
holding on to like their Xanax and everything Candace says, they're a waste of time. And that it's the people who are sort of on edge. I don't even know how many people are on edge because, for instance, Tucker's gone from MAGA, whatever, into just pure mental chaos. Candace is off, so I think the separation and the divide happens, but we got to think about where would you put your time? Who is the people that we're trying to resolve it to and present it to? Long form is great if you have Rogan followers who actually will listen, but I don't know if long form is there. Boring knows a
it's not.
lot. No, yeah, Boring knows a lot about Candace because he tried to hire her, he enticed her. I was annoyed by Candace from day one on our group chat because I was a subscriber for a while. The first time they did an all gathering, she had nothing to say. She was just
Exactly. She doesn't know how to do,
exactly,
she
exactly.
could speak in a volume, Ari, but you're 100% correct. And again, like you said, it's also about how much do I spend and invest in my time.
And who are the people? Who's the stupid audience? I mean,
Yeah,
you
and
can
who's the audience?
They have
you
I'd
an
can
much
off
rather
following.
It
I
it
actually
could
agree with
be
Stealth. Stealth, I think you're
at
right on this.
CPAC. It could be at CPAC. It could be at one of these major events. That's why we
No,
need to.
I hear
Yeah.
you. And if it was at CPAC where it was a large audience of people who are truly interested in the truth, then I would be more willing to do that than on Zoom. And the problem is that at this time, I am right now working on doing a 4-part series on navigating disinformation. I would rather put out positive content and content that actually helps people than debate a neophyte who has no basis in theology and is just screaming like a harpy at the top of her lungs trying to be a succubus again of this
Did
grift. I have no she's not
did you
legitimate.
see what I put out about her sister? Her sister, who was running for Congress in 2018 with Tulsi Gabbard for progressives. She was in an event together with.
Oh, she's certainly being vetted for something like that within this group of people. But it's like, why would I debate Taylor Marshall even? You know what I'm saying? Why would I debate any of these
Well,
people?
that's a man.
They're not
It's
legit.
complicated to
But it's
debate
not
with a
it's
man.
that but it's not even legitimate. That my point is that he's pushed himself in a corner in the grift that only people who already are part of the confirmation bias or agreement. She has already put herself in that grift. I'm up for debating or engaging people who actually have a desire for the truth. She has no desire for the truth. She's just an angry harpy. She's going to be a nobody in like 2 years. People are not
Let me
even
ask.
going to know who she
Yeah, yeah.
is.
This is important, Bree. Do you guys think she actually has an audience, or do you think she just has a 50-cent army that when clips of her are made, they post them out and they don't really care to even listen to them,
It's the
but they know that?
groypers. The groypers like her until they don't.
It's not the
Okay.
Grapers that are responding to her.
So
Yeah,
the reason
Stealth.
I ask is
I think you're
because
Mostly
right,
if she
Stealth.
actually has an
Mostly
army,
Muslims and like the woke
the,
right
so Stealth, the reason
and
I ask is because if
Catholics.
she actually has an audience, then this is an opportunity for someone to go and while they have that audience captive for a short amount of time, frame out whatever they want them to hear. And
100%,
they
Cyber.
always say as politics, when you're doing interviews in politics, you always answer the question you want to answer, not the question that was asked to you. And so, if this debate is going to be that, an opportunity for someone who has a clear vision of what the Catholic kind of conception of their place in America and their relationship with Judaism is, then you just get to speak to that and explain that,
The,
and she
but
can go and
but the Pope has but Cybert the Pope has already made it clear with regards to the state of Israel and recognizing the
right.
state of Israel.
But the Pope needs emissaries and people to articulate his vision a little bit more
He didn't make
clearly
it
and
clear on
sometimes a
Iran
little bit
though.
more sharply.
Yeah, he didn't make it clear on Iran. No.
Well, I mean, of course, this is where the problem is in the West is that we're combining the politics of the day with the 2,000 years of history and tradition. And you end up getting someone like Carrie Prejean Buller, who is a neophyte, making statements that are way above her paid grade.
What does that have to do with
And
the
and
Pope
the
making a
problem
statement
is
about
that
Iran though?
the look, did he say that Iran? Did the Pope come out and say something specifically about Iran, or is he praying for peace?
He's
Because he's not legitimized the state of Iran at all. He's calling for
legitimizing.
peace
He's calling for peace and for cooler heads to prevail with the Middle East, which tells me what
because the church is not pro war.
you don't need to be pro war to say like what Iran is and what they're doing and what's happening to them. Like you don't need to be pro
I'm
war in
with
that
you. Like
sense.
For the church
I
to
don't
say
agree
they're
with the
not
Pope's.
pro-war is very, very funny.
It is very
I
funny.
No,
know,
I'm sorry. It's a little bit
Cyber.
of
I
a
know.
no. It's a little bit of a slap in the face to the American servicemen, and you know this above anyone else
But
in this
also to the
room.
It
Bible. But
is.
That
also Cyber to the
that
Bible. I mean, this is a
that
political conversation. It's not
for
religious.
cooler heads to prevail, like yeah, like I'm sorry, but Islam is going on a jihad,
But
and
her
Americans are standing
her
up and saying, not her. I'm talking about with
but
Iran.
her yeah.
Yeah, but
But I'm
For the
saying
Pope to say
her
cooler heads to
grift
prevail,
is that the church doesn't agree with Zionism, therefore
But
the state of
you know what
Israel
blow
is
the wind?
illegitimate.
Yeah, but you know what blow the wind out of that when the Pope comes down hard and and condemns the things properly. I mean properly, like biblically properly, and being wishy washy
That's
about it.
not this sorry to have to say, but this is not this Pope. He is a Benedictine. He is a
Well,
slow mover.
now you got people
Just
like her who has that as ammunition, and that's the problem.
because the bishops aren't doing their job. I
Have you
mean, like
guys
again,
read
like
her
she should be
recent
corrected by her
posts
bishops.
when
I
you're
don't
thinking
care.
about her how serious she is and who her followers are? She recently said to Dave Rubin. She quote tweeted him, "Dave, you're homosexual." He claims to be a conservative. "No one cares about the midterms, Dave. Babies are dying in Gaza. Little girls are being bombed in Iran, and we're occupied by Israel. MAGA is dead."
Yeah,
She
that's
just
a political message designed for white women in the West. Period. It has nothing to do with Catholicism. She's just
Yep,
draping
So,
herself in
so
that.
that's
is that
exactly right.
someone that Bree
100%.
should
More than
debate? I
40,000
don't think so.
protesters were killed in Iran in a couple of days. She doesn't care about them
No,
because
she
in Gaza we
doesn't.
know
She
that
doesn't.
almost
That's why
everyone
I'm
who
saying,
got
should
killed
Bree?
she
The only
were
does
people that die are the ones that were killed by Jews. That's the only ones she cares about.
Look,
she
Exactly.
that's the
Exactly.
right,
point.
right, right.
So,
But she doesn't.
I'm not a
She
wine mom. I don't put my I look again. Give her maybe 10 years in the faith, and I'll talk to her. That's my say. If I was to meet her on the street, I say you should be silent
No,
and
Brie,
learn
that's
your faith
reasonable, but
before you talk.
I think you're reasonable, Brie, but I think Stealth is right in that like some of these guys, whether it's the Dave Smiths or whoever, these people who are ultimately political influencers, it's good to meet them where they are and kick their ass. You know what I mean? And maybe,
like Nick Fuentes,
yeah, that's not, and maybe
to
Brie,
me,
that doesn't need to
it's
be you
like
necessarily,
when
but I think it should be
Dinesh
somebody.
Yes,
D'Souza did
Jacinta
a good
it's
job
Yeah,
with
she's
exactly
no
the Nick
Nick
talked to Nick
Fuentes.
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 She is not a Nick Fuentes. Everybody calm down. She is not. She cannot even speak. Like the man has read more than she's ever read in her entire life or will
Which
ever
is the
read.
point.
Which
Why
is
would
the
I
point. I
why would I
agree.
legitimize her?
Yeah, that's
Like like I'm not interested in Nick Fuentes because he's not a serious actor, but at least he's had like some like longevity when it comes to this type of back and forth. Like he has a platform on which he can like say he stood on his own. She has nothing. She was a pornographer before she came into the church. Like shut up, learn your faith, be silent, and humility is key. But this is the grift, guys, and I'm not going to feed the monster. I'm just not. It's much better to be on this space. It's much better to create positive content, and that positive content will override in the long term this type of behavior. But I'm with you. I understand the frustration because we'd like to see these people humiliated. They're never going
It's
to
not about
take those
humiliated. There
clips.
was plenty of men on that panel to correct her, and none of them did. That were
Exactly.
Catholic. Period.
Exactly.
That's my problem. And the
And
men are
guys,
supposed to be
They
really,
correcting the
did. They
women.
corrected her by kicking her off the panel,
Yeah, but
and
that no, but there was no clips of them.
the
Like
Catholic
Dr.
lead
Phil
did.
just sat there and stared at her when like
Yeah,
somebody
because
should have asked her to get up
they
there.
were astonished by her nonsense,
I
and they
don't know.
kicked her
Dr.
off
Phil
the.
had the Catch Me Outside girl, and that was literally what he did every day for work. So I just, but he's very pro-Israel, and I mean, like, but they were dealing with her
The
so
bishops, the
dogged.
bishops should have, the bishops should have done something openly, but
Yes.
they did something. They did something that had real consequences. Was kick her off the panel. She is not a legitimate voice. She cannot stand it saying like I am, a member of Trump's panel now. She can't say it, and that's the problem. Again, she has to appeal to authority, and she doesn't have the authority to appeal to. So she's appealing to the grift right now, and I have no time for that.
but was she
I
picked as a
just can't.
specific because she's seen as the influencer who can make a difference? You think like why that
No,
happened?
I can't imagine who Bree could convince who possibly follows her now.
they
That's the
feel like she
point.
could fill a gap. They don't maybe they don't have a white woman like that's out there right now. Maybe they feel like she could be. It's
What's her
all
name
political,
again?
but
That's
real quick,
why I
Vaughn,
just
real quick.
read her
The
tweet
thing
though.
is
Like
I'm picking up what Breeze put down.
not the same
Breeze
people who
coming
would
from a very
respond.
classy professional. Hey man, this is the bar. Let's rate. But there's also sometimes you need the street thugs, the people that fight and get out there and swing. And I think to Stout's point, there's value in some of these people, whether it's just her or some of the other one, that they have position, that they have. There's tons of people around me, dude,
Yeah,
that
we're
are
looking for
totally.
someone like that.
But right, but there's
We're
tons of
looking for
people.
someone like
Bree,
that. That's just not me.
no, it's not you.
Like
That's fine.
someone
That's fine. That's totally cool. There's
someone from Queens, New York.
well, there you go. But there's people. There's how many people around me, dude, that are Bible believing Christians that are totally swamped in by like a lot of this Tucker bullshit. You know what I mean? They don't give Nick Fuentes any time, but they've been persuaded by Tucker's, his way of, you know what I mean? And these are very smart people. These are very good people. Like
Just get
there's
someone
nobody
like
standing up.
Lila Rose. Get someone like Lila Rose who's been in this in the industry
Lila Rose
of
and Carrie had a big brawl out fight. They're not speaking.
yeah. But that's the point is
What
that
about like
Lila
Ellie Beth
Rose
Stuckey
is
or somebody
is
like that, Brie?
yeah, well, but Ellie Beth, yeah, Ellie Beth would be a good one too because she's Catholic as well, right? So I mean, these are people
No,
who are
she's an
in the.
evangelical.
Oh no, there's a Catholic who's also debated her. I'll go find her, but you want to find someone who is already the face of political. debate to engage if you want to do it that realm, but in
Right,
the way
right.
of like they're the podcasters, they're the I'm an investigative journalist. Like I'm happy to engage with people
Yeah,
who are
don't bother.
interested in
Yeah,
truth,
yeah.
but these people aren't interested in truth. They're interested in sound bites. And again, I don't think in this war, I mean, look, again, like, and I'm doing lots of different things right now behind the scenes. So,
It's
like,
okay. Let's
I
just.
have to
It's
figure out
okay.
like
You said no
what
once. It's
my
done. It's
how
done.
much.
You don't have to
Yeah.
keep explaining yourself. It's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you. I
One
appreciate
and
that.
done. It's over. We went in 15 different circles. I said, give me a different name, and no. I just said, so give me a different name. That's it. Just somebody that understands the comings
I
and
think
goings of the whole.
Lila Rose would be a good
She's not.
person,
No, she's
especially if she's
not because
had.
of her and Carrie's situation. She can't. They use.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Carrie's going to be that way for everyone
No,
because
no. There's people that she doesn't
she's
know.
adversarial.
Yeah, but there's people she doesn't know. Her and Lila Rose already had it out. You know what I mean? Lila,
I'll send
Lila
you
Rose
some
has a
names
big
in the
podcast and a
background.
big platform.
Like
You know?
there are other podcasters
Yeah,
who
we're up and
may
coming.
take up that I'll not
Yeah,
up and coming, just people who are in the space who could potentially correct her. But again, I think like if all females debating, you're gonna get.
Did you see Trump response
no.
right
What
now?
what did
What
he
about
say?
what?
Rapid response 47 just retweeted this. There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, the selection of great and acceptable leaders, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. MIGA. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Fantastic.
President Donald
That's
J. Trump.
beautiful.
Get fucked, Ayatollah.
That's big dick energy. This is the story you need to tell. We're doing what we want to do, and this is how it's going to play.
That's right, man. So BDE. Speaking of BDE,
That's it.
we should get Lindsay, get James Lindsay to go to bed.
It's
I'm
only women. I've said it 9 times. I don't understand what
No,
you're
I
not
know,
listening.
but I
Barry's saying
just
something.
change the game. Force her to change it. And by the way, Bree,
He's already insulting her online and destroyed her life. I mean, he's blocked her. Like it's like she blocked him. Just go look at his feed and how he responds to her. No,
yeah,
this is
I've
something
seen some
different.
of it.
And
Yeah.
he's not Catholic and he's not trained in Catholicism. So
Do
Yeah,
you think
I'll
that
get you
matters
a
though, Kath?
name.
Do you think this is a Catholic thing still?
I
yeah,
Like,
they're going to debate her eschatology, of course.
oh
oh,
Jesus.
I wish I could debate
I'll
her.
send you some names in your DM,
Thank
Steph.
you, Rosemary.
No, but now I really want to dress up as a Kurd and just go into Iran. Maybe I can become the new president. That'd be amazing.
You're hilarious. You're hilarious. But throw your name in for the vote. I mean, let's do it.
Why not,
Okay,
right?
so somebody just posted an old video of Blinken. This is him admitting that the U.S. under Biden administration did the bidding for Hamas against Israel while negotiating for hostages, and that the public solidarity was just a fake. When Hamas saw gaps between us and the Israelis, they would step back in negotiations. Listen. And Israel and Israel looking for any gaps between us and Israel's other supporters. And as soon as they saw something emerge, they would step back. So in public, it was critical that we preserve as much solidarity as possible, even as in private. We were hammering them every single day on humanitarian assistance for Palestinian people, on civilian casualties. And one thing would be terrible for Israel. Hamas was looking for any gaps. I remember this whole interview. I can't remember. Israel's other supporters. It was Big Take Daily, I think it was. I can't remember which thing it was. I got to find that whole podcast. It was his final podcast before he left. Um, let me see here. This today, March 6th. Today is my son's birthday, by the way. The Yeshiva massacre in Jerusalem. Thank you. Well, he had his Hebrew birthday on Purim, but today is the English birthday when I actually delivered him. The Yeshiva massacre in Jerusalem this day, March 6th, in 2008, occurred when a 26-year-old well-to-do East Jerusalemite, Ala Abu Daim, walked into a religious school with an AK-47 in a cardboard box and sprayed fire for 16 minutes, murdering 8 boys and wounding 15. All of the murdered and wounded were unarmed kids and young men who were sitting and studying. Of course, Hamas praised the attack as heroic, and Gazans handed out sweets and fired guns in celebration. But don't look away at the poll showing 84% of the Palestinians supported this massacre studying Jewish kids at school. Meanwhile, forget about Also, the idea of the poor, desperate terrorist under occupation. Dame was none of those things. He was engaged to be married, came from a financially comfortable family, held a steady job, and had full Israeli residency status. No, Palestinian terror is born of a culture that educates martyrdom and the glorification of killing Jews. And there's countless of examples of this kind of activity. That's why I say somebody needs to address Prejean Bowler, but we can tweet at her. Whoever's running her account is some Arab anyways, so what does it matter?
By the way, I think Bree's right. I think in person would be better if they did some kind of live thing, like at one of those events. I think the real time back and forth is better than the what is it called, the Zoom or whatever.
Yeah, because the people can mute you. They speak over one another. There's no respect. She's gonna not respect anybody who's gonna like. Again, it's like there's no. Yeah, I and like Sel said, my gut tells me no. I'm gonna say no, and hopefully we'll find someone who's within that podcaster world who feels like they need to correct her publicly as a female. I don't know if I'll send some names.
I like Ali Beth, and I like Pearl Davis. I always like Pearl Davis for this kind of stuff.
So
Even though
Pearl,
I know, but she's great at calling stuff out, and it's going to be a
yeah,
big
but
cat
again,
fight.
she'll be dismissed for being leftist. Do you see what I'm saying? Like you're not even get it started. But yeah, that's kind of, maybe I have to say, that's kind of the level of this debate is Pearl's like level of debate.
No,
Sorry to
yeah,
have to say.
I don't think you're wrong. I think, yeah, no, I agree with you. That's kind of the level. The thing is though, there's sorry, to Stealth's point, it's there's people that are influenced by this kind of, for example, Bree, like we're old enough to remember like the National Enquirer. Like Tucker is operating at a National Enquirer level. So is Candace, very obviously, but Tucker is less obvious to people, so he's persuasive. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
less
that's what I've been
obvious?
saying. Like this,
Tucker's less
it's
For
obvious?
the
Are you
average person,
crazy?
Stealth, absolutely, absolutely,
What are you talking
absolutely.
about? Have you not listened to his
just like,
podcast?
Stealth, I'm talking about people that aren't like the people in this room that
We're
don't
not
really pay
No, no,
normies.
close
no, no, no,
attention to
no.
politics.
No, his recent podcast. If you didn't listen to his recent podcast, it's nothing but subtle. It's not subtle.
Oh,
It's
but I mean,
that's
Okay,
like
fine.
but
Sean
he has
Ryan
a
is going
technique.
that way as well.
He has
Yeah,
But
Sean
same.
Ryan's right in that same boat. He doesn't come across as goofy. You know what I mean?
Sean
Tucker
Ryan
has a
doesn't come across
technique
as
which
goofy. Any
yes,
normal
To
I'll
the
person that listens
average,
to
explain
Sean
to
why
the
Ryan
Stealth.
thinks
average
Let
he's
me
person,
great.
explain
no,
why.
Stealth.
Because he has
Yeah.
guests.
Do not start with me, Henry. I
Because he has
already, I don't have
Self,
the
it's
patience for
because he
this.
has guests. Just let me explain. When you have a guest on, you always can appear to be a little bit less radical than them, and you just lead them. And yeah, you can give a whole like diatribe or whatever that is your question, but it always is a question as opposed to an assertion,
Oh,
right?
I'm
You're like,
sorry,
oh, I just
Cyber. Did
want to
you not
learn.
listen to the last two podcasts Tucker did where he spent 45 minutes to an hour and a half with a monologue by himself without a guest, saying the most radical things
Yeah,
ever?
but I'm talking about most of the podcasts. Like Candace also had what's his name, Stripper McGee, the British rapist, on her show, right? And he was in a stripper costume at the time, so it kind of looked a little immature. But
You
most of
mean
her
Russell
podcasts are
Brand?
her alone. Yes, I call him Stripper McGee because he doesn't seem to like to keep his clothes on.
It,
Yeah,
the
for your
point
No,
average
because
normie, they sound a lot different. Like
exactly.
obviously the two, maybe the two recent cases are
No, no, it goes
you know,
back for over 4 or 5 months, every
well,
single
there's a
episode.
reason why Tucker's audience is like a lot of like boomers that followed him over from Fox News.
Yeah, they're not ingrained into the situation as we are to see it. So for them, when he puts on someone, as like Cyber said, as a, I don't know what's the word, like more extreme than he is, he looks normal, and that's what he does.
Yeah.
Hey,
What's up,
Stealth.
Sam? Oh, sorry,
Sorry.
Betrayal. Go
Nothing
ahead.
nothing much. I
That's
went
okay.
to a movie theater last night and I watched Timothy Charlemagne's movie about him being a professional table tennis player.
Yes.
It was really good. I don't know if you
Yeah.
guys have seen
He
it.
won an award for it.
Yeah, it was really good. It was funny because I watched it in modern day Western or modern day Eastern Germany in English. And if you haven't seen it, it makes a few kind of like Jewish jokes, like nothing crazy, but there was a particular player um
that he was playing against um in the movie Kletsky, and he says, I'm going to finish Kletsky off in a way that Auschwitz couldn't. And in in America and in Western cultures, we have a lot of humor. In Germany, this is still a very taboo subject for them. So the theater was completely silent. Um,
I bet.
and I was trying really hard not to laugh because I would probably get killed by like a leftist or something. But um, I think overall the movie was really, really good. It has like a lot of ups and downs to it, but I don't know. That's the first time I've seen a movie in a cinema in quite a while. I just needed to get away from
Someone asked
work
me
for a
the other
little bit.
day. Someone asked me the other day if I would debate Tucker, and it's not about debate with Tucker. It's just asking questions. See, that's where it starts to get a little fun. Is to just ask the questions back to Tucker because he supposedly knows nothing and he's open to everything. So that's where you start to debate. But like again, like
Yeah, my
it's
5-year-old is the same.
would I really debate him? No, because he's not. I mean, he's not. He regurgitates like talking points from other people. He's not a serious thinker. It's the same thing as someone was saying the other day with or today on earlier about Candace being with the guys in the after shows. It's that she didn't really have anything to say because she doesn't know how to say it and express herself in a way that is logical and reasonable and can meet the intellectual power that was there. So I think in this case, the Groypers often say like, debate me, bro. But how do you debate when you're on a footing where the person behind you has no desire to engage whatsoever in reasonable, dialectic?
Well, neither did Comic Dave Smith and Coleman Hughes devoured him and dissected him and ripped him into pieces.
Just send
Sure,
Sam over
Systematically,
there.
quietly, and calmly, different one on
and we
one,
do
right?
have snippets from them, and you also have how the snippets were off, and he's still running circles in the podcasts,
Listen,
so
I have
Did
a great
it's
idea.
not
anybody?
really.
We just send Sam over there. He loves changing the minds of leftist women. He'd be perfect for the job.
Hilarious.
So I came in here. I saw Chabadis of Tehran, and
Yeah,
I just said,
yeah. It's actually
That is the
Chabadis.
Kabadis.
It's
It's so
Chabadis.
yeah.
it's so
It's
amazing.
about what?
No, I
Yeah.
like it better when you
That
pronounce
needs
it
to be
And
Shabbattis.
we need we need
the white
we need a,
imperialism
we need
side
that
of
t-shirt.
me got a little
Hold
AZ,
on,
excited.
one
AZ,
per.
my
Whoa, 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 whoa,
friend.
whoa! You guys, stop, one at a time. Everybody's screaming. Whoa. Okay, sorry. Go ahead,
Hold on,
Sam.
Michal got excited to see me. Let her be excited. Let her be excited for a second. Hi,
I
Michal.
recognized your voice suddenly, and I was like, "Oh my
Shalom
God, what is he
aleichem,
doing?"
shalom
Oh
aleichem,
my
salam
God, I
aleikum.
can't. I
Shabbat
can't. I
shalom,
have
Vic.
very,
How
I
are
have
you?
very low tolerance right now
Yeah.
for
So Sam's white
Well, I
imperialism came
read the
out.
title.
So
Sam.
But
Yeah, I
going
read the
going back to what
title.
you were talking
No,
about
can you
debate.
wait? Can you wait? Can you wait? I'm just talking to Sam for 1 second. So
Sorry.
this whole
Yeah,
thing
yeah, I
had to
read the
do.
title, and my white American imperialism just started tingling.
Did it?
We need to kill the entire regime. We need to free the beautiful Persian women of Tehran
That's right.
and Tabriz
listen, I'm
and
ready getting a plan
Esfahan.
together, getting Kafifas.
Including
No,
the Shabbatis.
I was wondering, did Tucker retract any of his statement? You know what's weird
No.
about that is he made that statement. So somebody gave him that piece of information. Granted, it ended up being wrong.
Yeah, it came straight from
Um,
Dugan's actual transcript and podcast and his private stream and his private telegram.
well, someone had to give it to him too, but like
Yeah, yeah.
Tucker
It
Tucker
was given.
Tucker did a
He speaks to
podcast and
Dugan
made a
regularly,
post
Sam.
about an arrest that happened in Qatar in
Yes,
Saudi
yes. The
almost
Qataris corrected
instantly.
him. The Qataris corrected him,
Yeah, yeah.
and he did not respond.
I'm wondering how he got that information because they're pretty tight-lipped with national security over there.
He said
If
that
I
he got it.
was
He said that he got it from somebody inside of the Pentagon. That he has friends inside of the National Security and the Pentagon. You have to listen to the
that's what
Mossad.
Tucker
podcast.
said?
It was Mossad, I'm sure.
That's what Tucker
It was
said,
Mossad.
Hmm.
but he didn't get it from
Interesting.
there. He didn't get it from there.
Interesting.
He,
Sam, I was
he
telling,
got
I
it
was
from the
telling.
Russians. Can you not interrupt me? I'm talking for a second. It's not
Well,
the
I
time.
mean, well,
Yeah.
I mean, they had to get it from somebody too. Anyways, at this point, regardless, the Saudi and the Qataris need to figure out where this leak came from. It's
Well, he said he
problematic.
got it from the NSC Council and from the state, from his friends inside the National Security Council, were his words.
Wait, are we working on the assumption that the leak was like a broken telephone version of they actually arrested the IRGC people and he understood it as Mossad people posing
Yes,
as
that's
IRGC
correct.
No,
people?
no.
No,
He
that's what I
intentionally.
think. I
So
think he
he
assigned
copied
guilt.
it from another from Dugin's interview in Russian from literally the day before.
Hmm.
It's we so right now I have a link to a Russian website from RT that is specifically it only streams clips of Tucker, like a lot with Ben's from his current show, and they're translated in Russian, and the clips go specifically to push Dugin's and Putin's propaganda, and it's an RT link. It's crazy. It's just exclusively for Tucker,
Uh,
and it's crazy
that goes back to what Sam was saying. How does that refer to uh, the intel he quote unquote got to say that it
because
was
he speaks to
Mossad?
Dugin regularly. They speak regularly.
Well, then that goes to what Cyber was saying too. There must have been some form because we know there's groups within these countries
What I'm saying
who,
is this
yeah,
wasn't like a. What I'm saying was this wasn't like a floated conspiracy. This was a factual event that took place. They just changed the details of it, and it occurred. And Tucker was talking about it in like less than 2 hours.
No. He spoke about it the day before their correction, and it
No, no,
occurred the day
no,
before
Steph. I'm
that.
talking about the actual event, though.
yeah. The
I'm
event that
talking about
happened.
they arrested somebody and Tuck like at nighttime here where I'm at, and they arrested somebody and Tucker recorded about it. Not even several hours later.
No,
So this
he did it the day before. He made those statements the day before, Sam. One day
before
before
what?
the arrest. The
No,
day
no, no,
before
no.
the
No,
arrest.
The
before
arrest
they
doesn't matter.
announced the arrest. That's
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
before they announced the arrest. That's why I'm saying this is
Here, let
exactly.
me give you
problematic.
the time stamping on it. Let me
Yeah,
give you the
yeah,
timestamp.
yeah. No, no, no. I'm telling you, I've already looked into it. I've already looked into it.
Yeah, that's the
He
thing.
made the announcement the day of the arrest. It is if somebody made this arrest and decided to call Tucker Carlson.
Before it was
Well, then
actually announced.
the question
The
is,
the
are we having
government
a situation?
the government in over there, their security state's much different than ours. They don't feel the need to answer questions to their people. They don't feel the need to tell everybody what they're doing within their country as they should. Um, but
Oh, you're okay. So
they did have
let
to
me just
publish
backdate.
this. They did have
Let
to
me
publish
backdate this for
this
you.
because Tucker's making factually incorrect statements about current
Uh,
partners.
uh,
So the Saudis just came out today. So breaking: Saudi Arabia confirms Tucker Carlson is a raging liar. So it's been 3 days since Tucker insisted that Saudi Arabia and Qatar are arresting Mossad agents trying to plant bombs. Do you remember when he had Dan Caldwell on his show right after he got fired? And he came out and then he said there was and the narrative that he said that people were running around the Pentagon. This is what Tucker said. People were running around the Pentagon, Israelis and the Mossad were running about the Pentagon, taking over the Pentagon during the 12-day war. Do you remember that statement? And nobody
Hmm.
publicly corrected it. And then it took like I don't even know how long. So who told him that the Mossad is running around the Pentagon? Which one of his friends from inside the
well,
White House?
that's neither here nor there. The
But
point is, what Sam was trying to say is that
No, it's the same thing. He's getting intel from
no,
somebody inside the
no, it's
Pentagon.
not.
eh,
No, no, it's not the same thing because
yes,
the Mossad running around the Pentagon didn't happen. In Saudi, they did arrest individuals. They weren't Mossad, they were affiliated with the IRGC,
GC, yeah,
and Tucker Carlson managed to publish that and shift blame elsewhere before this became publicly available information.
and that's the crux of it. The
That
arrest,
the part about Saudi arresting people is factually correct. They did arrest individuals within the country that were providing material, using electronics, giving grid coordinates to the IRGC within the country. My question and what I'm
Well,
trying to figure
there's,
out
there's two
is how
people.
he
Oh,
got that information because he shifted the entire narrative before the government could even publish it formally to the people.
yes, and there's two
Well,
people that benefit from that, the Russians and the Chinese. We know that the Chinese and the Russians were assisting the Iranians with targeting. I asked repeatedly in multiple spaces and people behind the scenes if there were people on the ground. The Russians and Chinese are in Qatar, okay? They have the Chinese have a full PLA due to the media inside of Qatar, and they're all over that place. But the Russians are also in there, right? Something just happened, one of their Russian emissaries. I have to look up that post, but I kept asking people, are there people in Iran on the ground working on behalf of Russia or China, because they were targeting certain places that people were very suspect that these weren't strike packages that were necessarily coming from the IRGC, but from CCP assisted and Russian assisted things. So he's pushing mostly Russian and Chinese talking points because Dugin does mostly Russian and Chinese talking points. He's taken care of by both.
Yeah, well,
So
that's like we
so it
understand that, and that's the thing because I know intel came out about drones being spotted around certain bases in Qatar and I think Kuwait too, near some of our
yes.
defense positions. But the point that Sam was trying to make in general was saying that the arrests did happen. That information was leaked immediately. Somehow Tucker gets his hands on that information, spins it before even the Saudis or like UAE or whoever could actually rectify and say, no, this is we captured IRGC agents. Actually, they were not Mossad agents, and that's where Sam was trying to pinpoint. It's like at that point of that leak, when did those connections became true? Like, how did that happen?
No, dude, it came
that should be
true.
investigated by the Saudi government. Yeah,
No, yeah,
and
well, it
Qatar.
needs to be invested by both the Saudi and the United States. But the
Yeah,
point
the
is
CIA
like
should be all
this
over
wasn't
Tucker's asshole, literally.
this wasn't a uh we've seen a lot of leaks over the last few days, well, quote unquote leaks. I don't think that as much information is being leaked as people would like to believe, but um in this particular case, this was a legitimate leak, and Tucker assigned blame to it to shape a narrative. And it did happen the
He's
same.
assisting a foreign nation.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And it did happen the same exact day that these arrests took place. That's why it's disturbing. So somebody's feeding him information like um
Well, when you're engaging
live,
with
up to date.
KGB, if you're engaging with FSB agents or trained KGB operatives who have direct access to Putin and direct access to CCP, yes, that's how you would have that kind of info and shape that kind of
Okay, so
narrative.
there's two competing theories of how this happened. Option number one is that someone in Russia or China knew that the arrest happened and leaked it to Tucker, and then he twisted it in the last step and said instead of saying it was IRGC, he said it was Mossad. That's theory number one. Theory number two is he has somebody in the Pentagon who heard about it from someone in the Emirates who leaked it to him. So the leak comes through the United States, and then at the last step, he twists it to the Mossad. Which one do we think is more
Well,
likely?
or someone from those governments called him because he is buddies with them and goes there all the time.
Okay, that is a third theory, right? That there's some bad actor in one of the Emirates governments who maybe was aware of the arrest because it was in his country
Or
or
you
because
can
that
just
country
listen to
reached
me
out.
because I'm typically 99.9% right and see that on Dugan's private Telegram channel and his private whatever communications with a whole bunch of group of
Yeah, yeah,
people
but
that they're the
stealth.
ones that said that it
But
was that it was Mossad being arrested and then literally handing that over.
Nobody's arguing that. Nobody's arguing that. But the point is somebody had to put that information out to begin with. We're talking in circles around each other. I want to know
Well,
who the
you have
source
every
was
spook
that
sitting
leaked.
inside
I want to know
of
who the source was that leaked this information originally to the public before the official Saudi government did. And I'm sure at this point they also want to know that because that is problematic for their own security state.
Yeah, so
And
Sam's
the
point is
fact
very
that it
important.
made it
But
on
That
mainstream media as quickly as it did, the fact that Tucker Carlson literally got the information and recorded a podcast about it several hours later is fucking terrifying. So
Again, he needs to be. That's why I said that Tucker's a national security threat. That was the title of my space from
agreed.
yesterday morning.
Agreed.
Or
Because,
can I throw this out, Steph? Because I think that there is one area that we're maybe not thinking about, and this could have been potentially a canary trap situation one that actual that's
that
obviously
it was leaked
the
to
thing
him.
happened, but it was leaked to him and Dugan and or other people who they know potentially are the leakers to get the misinformation. And then the Saudi government, the response was or rather the Qataris came out and corrected him, which was the end of the or the goal for the discrediting of Tucker Carlson. Did it work? No, because he's not responded at all. But it may have worked within the administration to find out who's leaking, or within Qataris as well. I mean, the Qataris could have canary trapped him as well. I mean, this definitely is something that would have drawn his interest and Dugan's interest, right? This was
Of course.
if it was leaked to them that, oh, like Mossad was they wouldn't have even bothered with verifying the facts, right? They would have gone out and said, yes, it's a win for our
Or it was our
narrative.
CIA that leaked it through his contact and the NSC or
Right.
whatever. I mean,
Right. But it could have been a canary trap. I mean, this is one of the oldest ways of discrediting and finding leakers at the same time. And because there was a semblance of truth to the arrest situation, it wasn't the arrest of Mossad. When I saw that and I saw the actual response, I said, "Oh, this seems like it was a purposeful leak and also a purposeful discrediting attempt."
no, I just think
Guys, you can set up ChatGPT and throw it a line and replace it with a Jew. You know, it's like everything is a Jewish question, and everything needs to end with a Jew and Israel, and that's the whole method.
Right, but
Maybe
Avi,
a
the issue
trap or
is that in
something
this
like that.
case, it wasn't just a figment of his imagination, and it wasn't just him taking a ChatGPT line. The statement he made was triggered by a real life event, and the
Right, but
fact that the real
the
life event.
response of the Qataris what is the key here, I think. The
The
response of the
Qataris
Qataris
are
is the key.
snakes, and the Qataris are strategically repositioning themselves right now because their previous benefactors are getting schwacked one by one. So just take a step back and realize that the Qataris, for whatever looks like they're playing along, they are a very small country with nothing but money. And on the one hand, money's an asset, but if you're in the hood and you have money, it means someone's going to come and try to steal your money. So
Yeah,
they
but they
need to
didn't have
secure
to
their.
come out and say anything. That's the point. They didn't
No,
have to
they're
come out and say
playing.
anything.
They're playing along. They're trying to listen. They're experts at like appearing to be your friend and doing little things to make it look like, oh no, we're on the same team. We didn't like Iran either. We just shared this gas field with them, so we had to play along with them. We wish we could have been on your team, but thank God you dealt with them. Oh my God, this is so good. Thank like
No,
you're here to save
but
us.
Cyber, you've got to think about it in this way. If this information was purposefully linked or purposefully leaked to push disinformation to find leakers, what it did was take out one of Qatari's mouthpieces, which would be, we've said Tucker is very deeply involved, but also, the Dugan, chain of command as well, because you saw the immediate response after that, Stelp, if you saw as well, was the narrative that Tucker is a hero. Tucker is a hero coming out of Candace and Dugan and the like. So they're running. They're trying to run cover for Tucker at this point because Tucker was, would if he was a legitimate actor and people were legitimately interested in what Tucker was reporting, they would have seen that he reported incorrectly and was discredited by a state. So to me, this seems like canary trap from our side. It seems like a canary
okay.
trap.
So I'm looking. I went through different AIs
Wait,
right now
Bree,
to look at the
let
original
me just
source.
state one
Oh
thing
God.
real quick about
Okay.
Tucker. The reason why he was reporting right or all of that is because of the amount of pressure that he was applied by everybody around him to report on the COVID stuff, specifically when we had to pretty much not.
not do anything illegal or anything, but like just apply a lot of pressure to even have him have people like McCullough and the others. And that's the only reason why he even became, as powerful as he did.
No, no, I disagree. But I, Self, what were you saying?
Well, this, how
Yeah,
do you disagree? Disagree, but I was there. I'm the one that saw it. I'm the one that applied the pressure. I'm the one that had to
But
like
he's
basically give
but
him the
Tucker was
ultimatum: either
a
you put McCullough on the freaking scene, or you just never going to be a journalist in your life again. I'm the one that did it. I'm the one that told him. You have McCullough, you have Malone, you have this, you have that, you have. He just would not budge with Stella Emanuel. I don't know why.
but we're talking about an actual. So I hear what you're saying, but that's a different point.
Yeah, I know. I
Tucker
was just
was a
trying to
well
highlight that
established,
that's
but
one
he
of
was
the
well
pivots
established.
that put him on the scene to the point that he grew so cocky to leave Fox or get kicked out of Fox, whatever.
Well, he was kicked out of Fox for many different reasons, but I think in this particular case, Self, you said you've been throwing this into AI. I'd be interested in hearing, but again,
yeah.
I'm going to stand on what I think is a real key here is that Tucker, if this was legitimate journalism, if we were dealing with legitimate journalists at this point, Tucker would have been discredited on a major story that he goofed,
Of course,
which
he's a coward.
well, yeah,
He's
but he's not because we're already in this situation as Yuri Bezimov talks about of people you could give them all the facts in the world and they still believe what they believe, and that's the point that like you just keep pounding with disinformation, and it shows that Tucker does not have the ability to cooperate, and same with Megyn Kelly, same with Candace Owens. But that, to me, it smells like a canary trap. It wasn't just like Tucker made a mistake or Tucker was fed the wrong information, and it was leaked with the right information. It seems like he just went with what was said, which goes back to the case of like this
Can I just
information
say
getting to,
something?
yeah. Go
Okay,
ahead.
all
Yeah.
right. Sam, when were there strikes inside of Qatar and Saudi Arabia from Iran? When's the first recordable strike that you have? Sam,
The what?
what is the first recordable strike date do you have that occurred inside of Qatar and Saudi Arabia from the IRGC?
wait. Before you answer, I just want
Oh
to say this
God.
one more thing with Bree. Yes, you're right. He does go with what he has to say. So definitely, I agree with that point.
Okay. Okay. Sam, when is your first recordable knowing of a strike? Because there's been multiple strikes in Qatar that they have not publicly stated. They've been hiding it. So what date do you have as the first recordable strike inside of Qatar and in Saudi Arabia by RGC?
Let me look.
Vaughn, do you have a date by any chance?
Not on the
Okay.
top of my head. I would assume. I think hours, probably 10 to 8 hours after our initial strikes into Iran. So yeah, roughly around there, same time frame.
So by Saturday night.
Yeah,
Okay.
roughly about Saturday night
I
into
think
the morning.
so.
Okay. So he recorded his podcast on Sunday. It was released on Monday. So was already told that the strikes were from that there was bombs being set up in Qatar or Saudi Arabia, but by Saturday night the latest, because he recorded it on Sunday.
Yeah, but that part, I mean, that part wasn't true. That's the thing, is there's a truth, there's a lie. Well, there's
Sorry,
a truth
which
and there's
part
two
isn't true?
lies.
Which part isn't
So
true?
there was no espionage that was
Correct.
conducted inside of Qatar by a foreign country. The only thing that occurred was they had foreign agents essentially doing designation for the
Yes.
regime.
Right.
That part is true. The
Right.
two parts that aren't true was they didn't blow up any facilities. There wasn't any explosives that were placed and detonated. That part's the false part. The second false part is who he attributed it to. He said Mossad, and then individuals on the internet started saying the U.S. and Mossad are doing false flags or whatever conspiracy nonsense, and then um, the Saudi government officially published that they captured like I
The
think it was like
actual
four or
statement.
six.
The actual statement he said was Mossad agents arrested in planned bombing
I do have to
operation.
go, but I'll
Oh,
be back in a few hours.
okay. Be safe, brother. Okay. So the statement was
Yeah,
Mossad
but that's what
agents.
I'm saying. That's where it started.
He presented it as a recent unreported fact involving arrests last night, which would be Saturday night, relative to his
Mhm.
broadcast, with Mossad agents allegedly planning bombings in Qatar and Saudi Arabia to potentially blame Iran and destabilize the Gulf states.
Correct.
Coverage emerged rapidly on March 3rd, with denials from Qatar's foreign ministry, no information on such cells or arrests, and Saudi sources via Al Arabiya labeling it baseless and unverified. The first verification you got was this morning, right? We have the statements from Al Arabiya, so 5 days later
Yesterday.
or yesterday.
Yesterday.
So,
Yeah.
so we know factually that Qatar had received strikes in country that and there were that were not publicly reported. They have a lockdown on all intelligence sharing from the strikes because they're saving face essentially. And that was an intentionally information op to be done against the UAE and Bahrain, which people were streaming stuff and sharing stuff. Whereas in Qatar and in Saudi Arabia, they were hiding the strikes from Iran because of narrative
Both
shaping.
were hit, by the way. You asked what the date was. Both were hit on February 28th, both Qatar and Saudi, according to Grok, anyway.
So the bigger question is, Sam, is who's running the op that the Qataris and the Saudis both want to limit and hide any kind of intel or or strikes inside country, either for face saving reasons or also because they don't want to have improved targeting information shared with the IRGC. And
Yeah, it's the second one.
right, right.
It's the second one. They don't. I mean, they don't. I'm not necessarily anti Gulf country as much as you are, but like they have been intercepting a majority. They have not only been receiving, but they have been intercepting a majority of the munitions. There's no other country that's been shot at more than any of the Gulf countries. The Gulf countries are being shot at the most, several hundreds actually, and they have an extremely high interception rate, and they have an extremely low casualty rate. Um, but yeah, I mean, it is just standard operating procedure for any country to not publish anything related to the
Well,
strikes.
the UAE are, the Israelis do, the Bahrainis are.
Yeah, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't. Like in this country, it's punishable, and they'll enforce it. I would encourage the Israelis and the UAE to do the same. Why would you be giving your enemy targeting data to shoot munitions at you better? It's not
Well, because they're
a
trying to
good thing.
reassure their publics. That's why there's a public consumption reasons for it. That they actually don't want their public to freak out, so they want them to know that they're intercepting as many as possible, but not all of them, so that they should go into shelters when they fire. So, no, so there are reasons for it. It's not they're not just being careless.
So again, so the CIA and the FBI and whoever else should be investigating Tucker Carlson for his communication.
Agreed. Somebody should be investigating him.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big line that was crossed.
Yeah, in the biggest of ways. So that's the problem. I mean,
I'll say it again. We have FISA courts, and we
The
know Tucker
president,
is talking to bad people. So 3 hop rule, guys. Like, what's going on?
well, when he went
the
over to
president of
Russia,
Madrid, just
yeah.
gave a speech in the parliament, yelling at Pedro Sanchez, the far left parliament member, and said, "I encourage you all to go to Tehran alone and drunk, and take your gay friends with you, and we will see how long it will take them to hang you from a crane." I think Spain will have a civil war soon. It's getting pretty gnarly there.
Well, the Iranians spent the last 15 years funding the left over there and open borders over there. So that came out.
Oh yeah,
So
it's a haven.
it's a what? A haven, yeah.
Yeah, it's a haven.
Hey, Stove.
Um, yeah.
Before you guys got on that subject, I was just gonna pop in and I sent you not the latest DM, but the DM before that was sharing a speaker potentially for Sean Ryan.
And James Lindsay shared it for me. If you guys could share it for me, I posted it down below. Joel Richardson is a Bible teacher, very respected, very non-sensational. Just wanted to see if we could get as many people to share that, to see if we can get Joel on John Ryan's show to combat some of this crap that he's been entertaining lately.
Yeah, he won't
So,
interview anybody unless he's paid like $100,000. I heard or something allegedly, if that's the
really,
truth.
Who?
And then if it, or unless it's done in a way for narrative shaping. This is what we, because we've tried to get other people on there.
ugh,
Who is this?
Sean Ryan.
Who do you want interviewed?
Joel Richardson.
Sam can DM him. Do you want to send Sam your DM, Victoria?
Yeah.
Yeah, send it to
Oh,
me.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of. I'll keep my comments to myself about John. Anyways, did you see 2 hours ago they bombed the bunker underneath the Supreme
Yeah.
Leader's
Yes, they
residence?
did. Yeah. Yeah.
50 fighter jets dropped more than 100 bombs on a single target.
It's insane. It's really
Why do you
insane.
think?
Following intelligence received by Israel indicating that at least one very senior official
Okay,
in the
there you go.
Iranian regime
There
has
you go. That's
died.
the answer to the question I was about to ask. Okay.
Yeah, they.
I know, but
It was
who?
that guy, Colin, the guy that they're looking for. What's his name?
Connie?
Connie. Yeah,
The
Connie.
head of the head of the Quds Force, IRGC Quds Force. Yeah.
You think so?
It's
Well, that's
possible.
that's that's who Kanye is.
Let
Yeah, I
me
don't know
tell
if that's
you.
what they.
Let me.
No. I'm saying, do you think that was who that? No. Connie's a Mossad agent, guys. Come on.
Right. Hey,
In which
Sam,
case, it
could you
He's
was.
open your
in. He's
DMs
It
to
was
in.
me,
someone else.
please?
Sam, could you open?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Connie's in Haifa right now.
He's been
Like, come on,
recruited
guys.
by Tamar Rabinyan from the show Tehran.
Well, David Key says Ismail Khani is still alive because he coached Al Havid's basketball team in the '90s. I'll never forget what he told us before the finals against Eula. Keep fighting because it's not over till it's over. I know this man; he's alive. Where's David? He needs to. I call. I tried to call him yesterday on his phone because I was cracking up with one of his posts, and I needed to tell him something. I'm just like dying of laughter right now. Israel just destroyed Iran's ballistic missile warehouse in the Earth's core, and then he put.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, what I don't know. Unless this is something that's symbolic, I don't. I can't think of a reason to drop a
Yeah,
hundred
there's somebody in
bombs
there. There's people. There's somebody in there.
from 50 fighter jets on a single
Yeah, if
target.
it was an empty tunnel, yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's Connie. It's
Yeah.
Connie. It seems like it's Connie. It seems like it's Connie.
No, but I mean, even then, like,
We,
Or
we, we already,
maybe
we already
I don't.
maybe
reposted
Moshtaba.
Kanye being dead like in June.
They're saying they used 50. They're saying they used 100 like subterranean bunker buster bombs
I just say wait,
delivered
because
from 50 different
we already
jets.
announced in the June war against Iran that he was eliminated, and then he popped up. So just wait. If he's dead, he's dead. We will have time to celebrate. No need to come up with making a big announcement before it's
Did you see
confirmation.
Stealth and Sam and others? Did you see and Bree? Did you
Mhm.
see Trump's Truth Social post about
Yeah, yeah,
unconditional surrender? Did you guys
Yeah.
read that yet?
yeah.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
I posted.
You know what the thing I love about Trump? I mean, there's a few things, but he doesn't care about like established kind of narratives of any kind, including on the conservative side. Like he doesn't care about scaring people about regime change or even nation building. He just doesn't care if people say like, "Oh, you're not going to do that." He'll be like, "Yeah, maybe I will." He just that's basically in that post. He's not. I very much doubt they're going to end up doing what's implied in that post, but basically he implied in that post, implied, not said, that he's going to nation build Iran back to economic glory, which is like I could see every woke person and whatever just like literally having a coronary as we speak. But yeah, that's what he said. That's what he implied, I should say.
He's using the term of unconditional surrender because it's a perfect.
Yeah.
Everybody knows the reference, which is Roosevelt and Churchill, and that's we're going back to the Casablanca meeting before they finished. And back then, no one asked, "Are you going for a regime change in Germany? Are you going? What's your strategy?" No, we are going to take the motherfuckers down until they surrender, until
they will surrender an unconditional surrender. They say, we're not going to fight anymore, or they won't be able to say it because they will be all dead, and then we will stop. No, no one asked
So
them. No one asked them.
so by by
What
the
is your
way,
strategy of exit? What are you changing the regime? No, no, no. We will take the bastards down. Whatever pops up after, we will see. We will act accordingly. But it's
by
something,
the way,
it's a narrative being circulated by the left. It's obvious.
okay, one thing. Matt Gaetz went on this Pearson Sharps show, Laundering Dugan. You got to hear this narrative framing. So, from that perspective, listen. And when I talked to Alexander Dugan, he genuinely felt, like, from his core, that this was a battle between good and evil, that Russia was fighting for the side of Christ and for the side of Western civilization against the forces of Satan. And those were his words. And when you look at do they think about us as on the side of, like, good, or about the United States as being a part of Satan, but they think that we've been infected. You know, there are elements in our society and our culture which that's hard to argue with when you look at what's happening in our country. I mean, any country in the West, especially. Yeah. But the cultural decay and, yeah, Satanism that we have here in America is hard to deny. So, from that perspective, it's easy to see why they want to resist that. And they look at nearly every Russian's an alcoholic. They've had 250 million abortions.
Well, that's,
They have a
did you hear what he
pandemic
said?
of AIDS.
No, no, what he just said is that the Jews have infected Western countries and the Jews are the satanic influence. America isn't really the great Satan. Really, it's just that the Jews have infected America. And if you excise the Jews, then you will no longer be the great Satan and you'll no longer be in conflict with Islam and with Iran. That's what he just said. Play it again. Play it back. As Kanye would say, Jay, pull that shit back.
And when I talked to Alexander Dugan, he genuinely felt, like, from his core, that this was a battle between good and evil, that Russia was fighting for the side of Christ and for the side of Western civilization against the forces of Satan. And those were his words. And when you look at do they think about us as on the side of, like, good, or about the United States as being a part of Satan, but they think that we've been infected. You know, there are elements in our society and our culture which that's hard to argue with when you look at what's happening in our country. I mean, any country in the West, especially. Yeah. But the cultural decay and, yeah, Satanism that we have here in America is hard to deny. So, from that perspective, it's easy to see why they want to resist that, and they look at it as a civilizational battle. But I know that Charlie was very happy with Eric. Yeah, so it doesn't explicitly say anything about the Jews, but, you know, because there's other
No,
elements in
but
the
they
other
always
West.
push that the Jews are responsible for porn and the Jews are responsible for cultural decay and the Jews are responsible for infecting society. It's the classic Nazi imagery of the Jews as like a tick or whatever. Jews as rats, Jews as spreaders of disease. Come on, this is like the most basic. He's laying the groundwork so that when he says it's the Jews that have infected, you already have in your mind the West was infected by some foreign disease, some foreign force, some whatever. And as long as we can excise it, then it won't be a problem in the future, and then all of our problems will be solved. He's laying the whole grid, the Cartesian grid, so that when he says it's the Jews, then the whole thing lights up.
Yeah, but when Dugin spoke, he didn't spoke like that. This is like the framing for the American audience.
Right. And so
What
the thing is,
Dugin said is completely different.
they need to layer on the context. Stealth, can you send me that clip? That's an insane clip.
Who's in that clip? Who's speaking there?
It was Matt Gaetz with a guy who says he speaks to Dugan regularly.
Jesus. By the way, I'm credible that guy was nominated for Attorney General.
It's the Catacon. So it's a podcast series that's funded through Dugan, through Malfaviv, through Putin, and it has, like, all these different people. There's, like, a whole framework around this Catacon thing. So this guy is part of that Russian misinformation infrastructure.
Is it on your feed?
Yeah, I just DM'd it. I think, did I DM it to you? Let me see. I sent it to you. The Pearson guy. His name is Pearson. He's a full-on asset. Check out some of his previous work and documentaries, etc. So Pearson with Catacon.
Yeah, Restitutor is fantastic. He has a lot of good clips that he pulls out of nowhere.
Well, he's watching podcasts with these specific people because they're all been mapped out. With James Falk and us and everybody, we're all working. James Falk and him are doing the most with this Catacon on all the Russian sites. We're doing it on the other side of things, like when they start to when they said
Yeah, but
go through.
some of these things I never would have seen before, like if it wasn't for him or
Yeah,
and
yeah. You
James
have to
and whatever
follow. You have to follow
and Stu
James's.
Studio. Like
Yeah,
these are the heavy hitters.
yeah. You have to follow Catacon. So if you're just focused on that, right? Like they're heavily focused on the Russian disinformation and mapping out things. But it's you cannot be you cannot specialize on one thing in order to get all these pieces together. You have to have multiple people in multiple areas, right, doing things, or else you're not going to be able to get the full picture.
Matt Gates, the thing is, I hope lessons are, forget Matt Gates specific, I'm just using it as an example, but I just hope among people of goodwill, which do exist, lessons are learned. These are people that wide swaths of the conservative right or the populist right or something held up as shining examples of great allies of President Trump and warrior conservatives and all, and it was never true. That's the point. It's not that it's not true now. It was never true. Matt Gaetz was always a skeezy, low life, underage, curious piece of garbage. Always, always. He's never been anything else. It's just now his financial incentives and political incentives align for him to show it in terms of the lies, at least a bit more.
Okay,
So we just
I
yeah,
want to
it's just
focus. I want to focus on something really quickly since I have Sam here. Leonid Savin, who was on Press TV, was speaking about Iran on December 3rd, 2025, and the United States as the common enemy against multipolarity. He was also with the head of Cuban intelligence and the Fidel Castro Foundation. President Miguel Diaz-Canel, first photo. Savin is president of the Russia-based Fidel Castro Foundation, which operates in congruence with DGI out of Cuba and out of the People's Forum out of New York and out of the Cuban embassies throughout, the Eastern Seaboard, but under ICAP, which is where the nexus of convergence between Neville Singham's operation and the Russian SAM. Okay, so go to my feed. You're going to see what I'm about to post. So Savin's president of like I said, the Russia-based Fidel Castro Foundation. He's editor-in-chief of Dugin's Geopolitical website. Savin also used to work for Konstantin Malofev. Malofev established Sarsgaard TV, where Alex Jones was interviewed by Dugin in 2016. Savin is also published on the Russian Foreign Intelligence Controlled Strategic Cultural Foundation site. Okay. So here they are in all pictures together, and then I'm going to let you hear the audio. Customs, tradition, etc. For example, Russian troops assisted to suppress coup in Tigran in November 1916, when Turkish and German against tried to reorganize and to catch the power in Persia. And then it was time of Soviet Union, and of course, the relation was not good because of Islamic revolutions. But then we developed very good economical, political ties on high level, and for last years we see that also kind of public diplomacy development between countries. Of course, we need to more cooperate with Iranian people, and because we have the same vision on the global world to assist oppressed people, the same vision Palestine, for example, the same vision on our common enemies like United States and collective West. Because I was speaking to some Russian people, and there's an idea that Russia doesn't really understand Iran, or Iranian culture or history. You've been to Iran recently, I think a couple of years ago. How did you find the country, and what do you think could be done to create more trust between the two countries? For Russians, ordinary people, Iran is an amazing country. It's a very ancient civilization that very interesting to see different aspects, because it's not only one ethnic group. It's like Russia consists of many ethnic groups and many historical, cultural customs, tradition, etc. But for my opinion, for some last years, Karzadegi is coming back. Idea of proposed Jalal Ali Ahmad that the Iranian people are poisoned by the West, and now it seems a little bit pro-Western trends inside of
Iran, and a kind of MTV television, kind of Western dress of women, men, etc. And I think it's not good. But from another point of view, I think technical modernizations that's good for developing countries, despite of sanctions provided by the West against Iran. Do you see Iran? And has the United States, do you think, accepted the multipolar world under their new president, Donald Trump? Are they? Is Trump adjusting their policy back towards their own hemisphere?
What
Should
multipolar
Venezuela be
world?
worried? America First is not about multipolarity. It's very clear. Even during time of Barack Obama, they proposed the idea of leadership about multilateral. If you listen to the video that I sent you, I think it from Dugan that was sent out yesterday. Avi found it for me and sent it over to me, and I played it now twice. So I'm not gonna play it again. He says that the narrative of MAGA has Trump has abandoned MAGA. MAGA is America first and wants multipolarity, whereas Trump betrayed us and wants only unipolarity. So that is the framing that's been going on, and that's the framing that Tucker had at the opening of the show yesterday. Same verbiage, identical. So did you see what I sent you? This recording from Dugan. Let me send it to you here again on your DMs.
How can you be America first and want multipolarity? That's the biggest
Because it means
the
America only. America first only means no Israel, but let everybody else screw you without a condom and with no lube.
well
That's what it
you
actually means.
you right. No, I understand that, but I'm saying forget their definition of America first, which is ridiculous.
No,
Like
all I care
America
about is their definition because they're framing it in the mind of the morons on the right that say America first who are running an op and America only. That's the thing. It doesn't matter what our definition is. It matters how they
no,
define
you're
it. You see
right.
what I'm saying?
No, I agree with
So
you.
when
I agree with you.
Tucker's opening monologue yesterday of 45 to 60 minutes is exactly Dugan's talking point that we have to turn over the rest of the world to China, and then he tells you what countries that they're targeting in a video that he releases as a white flag, but really it's not a white flag. It's we just need more time, and basically they Sam, if a normal analyst listened to this video, we would assume that they were going to try to assassinate Donald Trump in the next 18 months or less, excuse me, maybe 12 months or less to get him out of the way.
Yeah, but what multipolar world? I'm
They
confused.
want
That's
China
never been
and
a MAGA talking point.
Russia
Yeah,
to have
I know,
equal
but
stake.
that's never
and
been a
and
MAGA
India.
talking point.
Yeah, it
Oh
is
wow.
part of MAGA. So I'll tell you which part of MAGA is. It's he tells you all the influencers that he's in charge of in MAGA and the people that are inside the administration, but just not Trump anymore. It's JD Vance. It's a whole bunch of people in the DOD. They have a whole infrastructure that they built up. I mean, Kevin Roberts sadly is one of them. He talks just like them at another conference, which is the most bizarre thing ever.
I see it as panic. The strategy
I've
failed.
never heard anything from Donald Trump that leads me to believe
No, but it's
that he
not Trump.
supports
That's
some
the
You're
sort of.
not.
point.
So with Trump said he wanted to bring Russia and India closer to us and to push back the Chinese. So that's why he thought that Trump was not going to betray them. Oh, let me hear. Here you can hear the words. Listen. Africa, Latin America. So that is a kind of politics in the Middle East and Venezuela regarding BRICS, regarding Russia. Not any success and peace talks. It's more than that. The same persons who at the head of the peace talks about Ukraine, they have under our own eyes, they have betrayed the Iran. And as a conclusion of this intervention, the annihilation, total annihilation of the religious, political, sovereign, legitimate, legal authorities of Iran. So it is absolutely incompatible with the original MAGA agenda. And the most normal, most coherent, most conscious people from MAGA now, they get out from Trump. They consider him to be traitor of the cause. And now we see that Trump is nothing but the pawn, just the tool, just the instrument in the head of the new
cons, American neocons, and Israel. So there's nothing about America first that is dispensationalist Christian Zionism first, Zionism, pure Zionism first, unipolarity first, the idea to cut energy channels from Russia to Europe, now from Middle East to Europe, that is the pure imperialistic aggression. Nothing MAGA, everything on in the life of the hard ladder of neoconservative movement. So that is the end of our expectations of Trump. Maybe it will be the end of Trump himself. It doesn't matter. So we didn't see the change we hoped to, we expected to occur, to happen, and now we need to fix that. So where we are, we see we are in a very radical fight of the West, hegemonic West, in spite of inner contradictions, against the rise of multipolarity. And that affects everybody. That affects Russia, that affects India, that affects China, that affects all Asian countries, that affects Islamic world, that affects Africa, Latin America. So that is a kind of maybe last, let's hope, last aggression, last rise of unipolarity, trying to save Western hegemony domination. So let's hope it is the last, but it is very, very radical, very aggressive, and very powerful movement. So to say the truth, we expected before somehow the natural rise of multipolarity, and Trump gave the signs, the symbolical gestures that it could be accepted, that multipolarity on under some conditions could be accepted by U.S. With new government, new president, and that wasn't the case. So they still try to save at any price the unipolar domination of the world. And so we there you go.
South.
I sent you the clip. You should watch the whole thing, Sam, because it's
They're
South.
freaking out about the
he,
Iran thing. They really are freaking out
you know,
about
he
it.
names
I
And
names. He says we had Tucker, we have all these people, like all these
yeah,
influencers. They're the true MAGA. Trump is not the MAGA. You know, he'll be removed. Whatever. It gets
Hey,
yeah,
Steph,
but
yes.
because
can I get that? Can I get that? Do you have that clip specifically where he names it? Because he just posted claiming that that Trump are the real traitor. He literally said this after Trump came out, and I guess he said something to AP Post, or he's made a statement with regards to Tucker. So yeah, thank you
you
for
know,
sending
you know
This is
that.
what's interesting.
panic.
You know what's interesting? If you follow Russian politics, which I do a little bit, they tried to pull in it. You know, obviously in a Russian context where less public criticism is allowed, they've tried to pull Dugin. The Duginists in Russia have tried to pull the same thing on Putin himself, where they said Putin is not really with this Ukraine stuff, right? He's not going aggressively. He's like, if you always hear the Russia shows, even the ones who I kind of like, if we wanted to, we could have crushed Ukraine by now. It's like, no, you couldn't. If you could have, you would have. You don't just fight a war for anyway. But the point is, there's like this a flank led by Dugin and people who support Dugin, and Wagner Group was with the guy Prigozhin before he was killed. Those kind of guys who kind of try to criticize Putin, quote unquote, from the right, from the nationalistic side, in other words, and say that he's not tough enough, and he's kind of a sellout. He promised us this, right? So it's the same shtick. They're sore losers, and they are really losers, and they've flown too close to the sun now, even in America. Tucker is
Uh,
starting to get exposed, and all those guys. Go ahead. Sorry.
South. There was a like a national emergency alert issued in Qatar. They're saying that a security threat is elevated as of like less than an hour ago. I wonder if we're gonna see more missiles flying. I didn't mean to interrupt the flow of it, but I just saw that.
Any comment, Sam?
No, I mean potentially, but I'm starting to be under the impression that their ability to carry out taxes is being degraded.
So
So,
why increase the national security threat inside of Qatar?
because they've already received a lot of incoming fire. I mean, it's not really a safe place to be right now.
No, but they just upgraded it apparently. They like issued a
Send it to me.
yeah. Okay, I'm sending it
Maybe
now.
they're going to war.
With
Very potentially. They've been talking about conducting strikes
They're
against
telling
Iran.
civilians to stay inside and that they can't leave. They can't leave, and all. I just
Yeah,
sent it to you.
they've been saying that for days, though. They've been saying that every day now.
Yeah, but they. Oh no, I know. But Tux is reporting that they upgraded it.
Hmm. Well, then maybe they're anticipating some sort of attack.
I mean, remember that what you guys were talking about when I.
It's kind of like the red alerts, right? So like red alerts on home front command, they tell people to seek cover when munitions are launched, not when they're anticipating
Yeah,
impact,
but
just for safety
the thing you guys were
purposes.
talking about when I came in, which was that they actually arrested IRGC agents and not Mossad agents, and so it might be that those agents maybe they talked and like so Qatar knows something that
Could
yeah.
be.
Qatar's ministry says that the U.S.-Israel war on Iran is going to bring down economies of the world, predicting all Gulf energy exporters would shut down production within weeks. That's the statement they just released. 231,000 views 4 hours ago.
Excuse me for interrupting, but does Qatar still have Hamas members
Yes,
stationed in their hotels,
yes, yes,
all nice and comfy?
yes.
And while they're blowing up Israel and doing all sorts of things to Israel that we've seen, that they sit there, the Qatari government sits there with those Hamas members, and they drink tea together and laugh and talk about how they're killing the Jews. Is this the same Qatar?
Well, they have egg on their face right now,
I think Bahrain has a problem.
including the
I
Lebanese
think Bahrain and
government.
Qatar have a problem, and it's called, they've got not only IRGC, but they've got all the political factions that are connected to them loosely in their government still. And I think perhaps maybe their civilization will have a little bit of a civil war, seeing how they were such big supporters of Khomeini.
Agreed.
But once this thing is done, the Iran issue, at least when it's done in the main, the attention of a lot of Zionists, I'm talking about Jews and non-Jews alike, and just people who like America in a genuine way, is going to turn to Qatar, not for bombing them or anything like that, but just for finally putting proper diplomatic pressure on them to stop being two-faced. They are like the champions of two-face. They're the cosmic champions of Two Face. Nobody does it better, but it blows back on them. Like they've managed to be somebody made, like this. Somebody made this joke last year during the 12-day war, but they've managed to be, or afterwards, they managed to be bombed by both Israel and Iran somehow, which is an accomplishment. That's, that's but that's the risk you run when you're like playing every side of every issue. Yeah.
Qatar seems to me to be a whore, okay? Just a whore. And it's a reverse whore. Qatar is actually paying money to manipulate other Western governments and have been for a long time now. And they've also been manipulating. They have had their I don't want to be crude, but I'll just say it a different way. Their hands in many cookie jars.
Stealth, I just sent you a clip if you wouldn't mind playing that.
Yeah. And turn against the committee of three that is currently ruling Iran. No, because they don't want to be foot soldiers for the Epstein class. We are dealing people who rape little American girls and bomb and kill little Iranian girls. This is what we have. And nobody in Iran is interested in working for the Epstein class. They know who Trump is. They know who Netanyahu is. These are war criminals. These are genocidal people. The average IQ in Iran is no less than average IQ internationally. Wake up and turn against the committee of three that is currently ruling Iran. No, because they don't want to be foot. Okay, so sorry, that was just that short clip, right? So this is
Yep.
on India TV or Pakistani?
It's like Arab media, some Indian, as well.
Who's the Iranian speaking? There's an Iranian voice. Who's the Iranian speaking?
Nobody cares because he's probably going to be dead sooner than later. But he the whole point was is he was trying to. He said, "You've done nothing but embarrass the United States on the world stage. Now even little terrorists are pushing your talking points, and you have no okay." So this guy talking though, he's saying that America's Epstein. They're the pedophiles over there in the Middle East. Come on, I mean Sam. This is the problem I have. There's the
Yeah,
white guy that's laughing
yeah,
at
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So the debate with an Arnab is a Indian media company. But this talking point that's being pushed is being pushed by like DSA aligned left, like Ro Khanna and Bernie, Graham Plattner, that this is a war over the Epstein files, that this is a war being conducted by the
It's
Epstein
also
class of
being called that by
America.
the woke right. Woke right and woke left are having the same talking
And
points.
Dugin.
And Dugan said the exact same thing, Sam. They wrote me, yeah.
Yep.
So that's my problem, right? Woke right and woke left.
Well, the woke right is no different than like the DSA left, and as far as I'm concerned.
The convergence, though, is the Chinese and Russians are saying the same narrative, right? So because the CCP has a lot of input on the left, I mean, there's the Russians, but um, did you see the DM I sent you? The picture I sent you of Carrie Breen, Carrie Jean.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Um, the let me see something here.
Stealth, may I jump in here quickly while you're looking something up?
Mm-hmm.
Um, the woke right, I think you're right about Charlottesville. I think it was around before then, the idea of it for sure, but Charlottesville's when they really introduced themselves. Am I correct?
Apparently, it started in 2015. Yeah.
So, in saying that, there is a very humongous schism in Christianity right now in America. I'm a Christian, so I would know this, and I see it. And it's weird because so many friends that I grew up with who went to the same Christian school, private schools, and then the same private education for universities, which was Christian, half of them seemed to have a grudge against Israel when we sat in the same class and learned the Old Testament like it was no one's business and heard about all the shame that came on Israel's history when they didn't have faith in God, and then all the glory when they did have faith in God, and how they've changed this world. And we were like brainwashed in a way with a love for Israel, a natural love for Israel from little on up. But even half of those people, for some reason, I don't know, maybe the jab got to their brain, but it's as if they turned on Israel all of a sudden. And I don't understand that in the Protestant Christian world. And if you have half of the Protestants having a issue with Israel, then the Russians have been doing their job, bringing up points of
Yes.
like Christ was killed by the Jews. The Jews go into every government, take over all the financial institutions, and they're totally the problem in this world. I don't understand that thought because it's first of all, not only is it just ridiculous, because first of all, the media goes against Israel all the time. If the Jews controlled the media, why in the world would the mainstream media hate Israel so much? Think about it.
So I see Dugan responded directly to President Trump in this post. President Trump attacked Tucker Carlson for opposing the war in Iran, calling him not MAGA, not America first, and not smart. Tucker has lost his way. I knew that a long time ago, and he's not MAGA. Okay, so that was from yesterday. And then,
For the record, when Trump starts calling people not very smart, it's actually like the meanest insult like that he has. All the people he like starts completely opposing, he starts with that insult. It's like his thing. He'll be like, "Yeah, not really. They're not really that smart. They're kind of dumb." And then he starts like completely opposing them. It always happens.
Hey, I saw a post that Trump had all these I guess his prayer board over him. He was sitting at his desk, and I saw a post. I don't know if it's true or not, but that Trump prayed the prayer, and he is now a Christian. He accepted Christ. I saw a post like that. I know that could have been just propaganda one way or the other, but I found it interesting that they even had a picture of all these people with their hands on Trump and praying for him. and that the post says that he accepted Christ in his heart. In other words, he
No,
became
that happens
Christian.
a lot.
That
He
happens a
has a
lot. That happens all the time. He does that all the time.
all the time. He has an office of religious something
Affairs.
and they always, office of religious affairs, and they always come and they pray over him a lot. Like there's countless photos from the first term and the second term.
He does the National Prayer Breakfast. It's like one of his favorite things.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we all know that we all know that Trump doesn't understand salvation with a comment that he made maybe I don't know 2 or 3 months ago, basically saying he doesn't know if he's going to heaven or not, but he's hoping that all the good works that he's doing will somehow. I know he might have been joking about that,
He was
but
joking about
it
that, but it had to do with maybe when he was not such a nice boy and he did naughty things when he was younger. That's why.
it's also probably like some humility, right? Like there's some level of humility that comes when you think like, oh well, no matter like I don't know, I don't understand Christianity so much, but I
When
would
you're almost assassinated.
no
no, but
no
I
Yeah.
Christian
yeah.
no Christian would say 2 Corinthians. Okay, it's
It's
Second
a it's
Corinthians.
a
That's the way you were raised.
it's a very common thing of New Yorkers from his age group to talk like that. It's just a normal thing. Oh, I'm gonna go to hell. You know, this is a very common thing of his age. New Yorkers, it's just a thing. We had a whole discussion about this when he said it with a bunch of New Yorkers in the room. It's not a big deal. Everybody calm down. It's okay. It'll be fine. Don't worry. It's not up to us either, or whatever he says. There's nothing he says that will make that difference. So it'll be fine. I promise you. It's the least of my worries. I'm worried they're gonna fucking try to assassinate my president again. The Russians. Go ahead, Sunlight.
Yeah, going to be a little blustery here because when the wind comes sweeping down the plains in Texas, it blows hard. But quick question for Sam. You know, we have an air embargo essentially, or an air blockade. We have a sea blockade. But it's my understanding that the rail lines coming from China have not been hit. And I'm just curious as to whether or not, you know, they have to travel through some other, you know, allied or semi-friendly countries. I mean, are you aware? Have we cut their ability to get resupplied from China in Iran?
I don't know.
Yeah, not only like physically, but we've also applied sanctions that really it encourages China to not do any business with Iran in the immediate future because they themselves will be sanctioned. So, and China does not want that. They're already they're already facing some sort of some internal struggles economically. So, but
Sam, that airstrike that you were referring to earlier with the
yep.
on the tunnel.
Oh, and not to mention one
Yeah,
second, not to mention the sorry, I was working on something else. The corridor that China uses to ship has to pass through Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, and those countries are American sympathetic. So it would be more difficult in the current moment.
So
I was
Well,
going to ask
also,
that
I
strike that
also
you
put in
referred.
your DMAB if you could read, you know, the you know the missile stocks, you know, according to that report that I shared with you all. I mean, is depleted, and I was just concerned, you know, that they could get resupplied or get rail technology from China. But you know, Sam, if you're comfortable with that, then great. I feel better about it now.
Sam, there's an interesting post I need you to take a look at. I just want your thoughts on this. So considering, okay, so Lara Logan does an interview. She went to Russia. She just came back. She was at the Bolshoi, did an RT event, met with Kirill Dmitriev. Then she hosted Jim Simpson on her podcast, and Simpson was explaining what's going on inside of Russia. So apparently, there's been there has been, according the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia is warning of Moscow's return to communism. This he's discussing the Golitsyn thesis. Here, listen to this. Having a huge revival. So, but Jim, having said all of that, Russia today is not the same as it was before the collapse of the Soviet Union. I just came back from there, and people all over were talking about God and faith. There's a massive Christian revival that's taking place. The Russian Orthodox Church, which obviously predated communism in Russia, is having a huge revival. And while we get regular updates from CENTCOM. Okay, so but Jim, apparently Jim, he doesn't have the clip where Jim was talking, which I wish I had the clip where he was explaining to her about what's going on. Hold on. Then Cernovich. So we don't have the clip where he was explaining to her what's going on currently in Russia right now. Um, and then she pushes back. Interesting. And then
Stealth, as you know, it's a huge myth too that just needs to be dispelled. America is a far more religious society, even though it's less religious than it used to be than Russia is, just way more. So like when they hold it up as an exemplar of, like, a white Christian whatever uh, purity, it's a joke.
Tim Starr wrote an article saying the Russian facade of Christianity has been fake ever since the start of the Russian Orthodox Church. Who is this guy? He's got a Substack, a pretty big one. Hold on one second. So the global
Bahrain's being
arsonist.
hit. Bahrain's being hit right now.
Okay. Um, One thing to rule them all was this author's note. 19th century Tsarist Russia drove Europe to catastrophe. From the end of the Napoleonic Wars to the outbreak of the First World War, Russia crushed liberal movements, exported violence and conspiracy, destroyed minority nations. Russia started the chain reactions that produced German militarism, Balkan radicalization, collapse of the old European order, the rise of Bolshevism, and the racial doctrines of Nazism. Russia was the central arsonist of the modern world. The fires it lit spread outward till they eventually consumed everyone, from Vienna to the birth of the global arsonist. 1815 to 1833. I'm going to send you this. Do you like to listen? Do you read Russian history, Sam? By any chance, Sam?
Hey, the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917. Um, could it be possible that Alexander Dugin is more like a white Russian in that revolution? You know, the ones that lost, the one where Trotsky ran off to South America and
So
got a nice big.
Dugin is an occultist. He's a Nazi occultist. Like, uh, what's the best way for me to describe him to you that I don't have to go into too much detail about? He's more of a fascist, right? And he's obviously into the expansionism and everything. But James Lindsay does a great write up on him and a great podcast he did on his esoteric belief system. Between, I call him a warlock, literally. That's best way to describe Dugin at this point. But he's got this like Nazi occult esoteric fascism thing going. It's communism too, but it's like a fascism actually that you're really seeing in him. So let me see.
So instead of a Lenin, he was more like a Stalin.
Um, Socio-Gnosticism, the Russian National Socialism. That's what he is. Russian National Socialist. That's the best way to. The black socio-Gnosticism and black magic. You're gonna want to hear about. Hold on. Unlimited. So listen to this podcast about him. Switch to Hold on. Fi wireless. Surrounding world in which harmony, balance, bliss, and peace are all seen. All evil is but a particular instance. This is from his essay, but let me explain to you. Oh God, the commercials, I can't deal with it. You're gonna have to watch this on your own. You'll be fine. I promise you, you'll be great. You'll watch it. It's on my feed. I posted it right now. It's last post. So in it, he's considered Vladimir Putin's brain. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but he's always been an extremist of fascist philosophy for decades. He's the one who's been leaking into the American right wing woke right. He wrote an essay in 1995 in the Russian National Bolshevik magazine titled The Gnostic, in which he makes the explicit case for following left-hand path, which is black or satanic magic. In fact, he links this magic to communism and fascism and more. In this episode, Lindsay regards Dugin's bizarre essay and explains this concept of socio-Gnosticism that makes sense of it. So there you go. You can go and research that over the weekend since you'll have some time. And there's also an essay that, let's see here. It's a great interview he did. Your pancreas can. So he was in Israel and he did an interview. Let's see if this is it. I knew from before or connected to them, so that was all very good. We did a public event. I taught at their Argamon Center in their offices for a day about woke. It was interesting and good day. We had a good adventure there. But I also went over for Minister Amichai Shikli's Combating Anti-Semitism conference that he's now held 2 years in a row on Holocaust Remembrance Day. So there was another purpose. So this was a kind of a fragmented trip in a sense. Rather than being a cohesive tour, there were like these kind of four pieces that just kind of don't go together. There was like the kind of initial couple of days, which were sort of play it by ear, figure it out. Hold on, that's a good interview, but there's one he did. He goes into detail on JNS as well, but there's one here. Is this his? Oh, he did this 4 months ago on his other trip. 1 second. No, not this one. Not this one. Pushing Sharia. Hold on. Let's see. So before I address why specifically, I want to put a frame around what this is. Some of you will know that I have this term that I've made popular, the woke right, and I've given an analysis of this concept of woke for a decade or so. And it's a complicated philosophical topic. I tend to be a little heavy, but I think we can boil this down. What this comes to, what is woke in a practical sense, is this politic of friend and enemy, as it could be called, a friend and enemy distinction of politics, where there is a group of people who are designated as friend because they feel similarly alienated and oppressed, and they develop a grievance and an envy-based view of friends and enemies. Of course, I don't have to tell an audience in Israel at an anti-Semitism conference that sometimes there are enemies. You're all very aware that there are enemies. But there's a difference. When you believe that your enemy is your enemy because you are envious of him, because you have grievances against him, that's a different mindset. And so this politics of friend and enemy appears in the woke on the left, whether it was BLM with Black Lives Matter. If you didn't agree with them, you were a racist. So the enemies were called racists and the friends were called anti-racists. In the People's Republic of Republic of China under Mao Zedong, Mao called them very bluntly, the people and the enemies of the people. And if you were the enemies of the people, you would have the people mobilized against you, or they too would become the enemies of the people. So you have this logic of hatred and destruction. The Nazis, of course, used this same idea. The fascists use the same idea. You're either with us or against us. That's what fascism means. And of course, in radical Islam, there is a concept in Arabic, the al-wara, al-bara, which is loyalty and disavowal, that metastasizes through the Muslim Brotherhood and that Bolshevik ideology of Islamism. And this idea is that the friends are the people who are united in their alienation and in their grievance against this politics, against this society that they believe cheats them, oppresses them, robs them of their opportunity. And the enemy has to be destroyed so that the friends might be able to survive. So why has this happened? The reason that this has happened is because we've been operating under this logic, thanks to the left, the woke left, and the Marxist left, for many years. We've operated under this logic, and it's contagious. We've started to adopt it ourselves. The reaction to a friend-enemy distinction, a war between tribes, red and blue, A and B, left and right, is more tribalism. We've adopted it for this reason, and what has happened is President Trump threw a monkey wrench in the entire operation. President Trump came up with MAGA, Make America Great Again, which is spread around the world as a concept that we're going to do things differently than this
left-right paradigm, that we're going to step out of having the friend-enemy distinction imposed upon us by the left, and elements around the world that do not want that movement to be able to succeed have said the MAGA movement must be destroyed. And this is why. The MAGA movement, which represents people seeking truth, that represents people seeking freedom, liberty, even God, has to be destroyed, because if it's successful, the friend enemy politics that they use to leverage from left or from right, one time after another, to get their opportunities will go away. So they've seeded the American right with the most divisive issue that you could possibly have, which is anti-Semitism. As Reverend Moore just said, evangelicals will not go with them, and they know this. So they can split the right into those that will and that those will not. So you have the one team and the other, and they fight, no longer working together. And they can undermine President Trump's vision. They can undermine the resurgence of a true freedom-oriented politic, and they can advance their agenda back on the friend-enemy distinction. And I'll just add one last point. This distinction, if we look at loyalty and disavowal as the phrasing, friend, enemy, it doesn't matter. That was the Nazi phrasing from Carl Schmitt. Always ends up including anti-Semitism, not just because it's a useful tool to split coalitions, but because the loyalty of the Jewish people is to their God, to their memory, their community. So they will not be loyal to a regime. So when the regime declares the enemy, the Jew will say no, along with the evangelical beside him, for the same reasons. They will say no. So they become enemy by default and must be destroyed. Destroying them from a position of weakness is impossible, so they must first be dehumanized, demonized, and that's anti-Semitism. So it is the first step in a broader project of imperialism to take over those who will not submit their freedoms. So just again on this word of courage and this idea of that being the bigger lack that Seth points out, and all the things that Karis just brought up, I'll just say that the Israel itself and the Jewish people have something to offer here that's very unique, that's very easy to step into because you live it every day, especially here in the state of Israel after October 7th. Is that courage is proof of faith, and this renewal of faith and this renewal of courage comes very naturally here. So it's a very easy example to set and to talk about and to show why things are worth standing for. Here, the threat is imminent. The threat is physical. It's dangerous. In the U.S., it's insidious. But that courage shows that you care about something bigger than yourself, longer than yourself, timeless, more important than yourself. And that courage, like I said, is a proof of faith. And this is an opportunity that the Jewish people can lead in exactly the same way that they've led for, 3,000 years or something, by being who they are and showing the world what it means to live your faith and exhibit that it shows courage to do so. Thank you very much. Okay, just really quickly. So I've been saying now for 4 days, almost 5 days, that I believe that either Russia or China was giving targeting to the RGC on the ground to strike U.S. To hit U.S. sites. So Washington Post just came out with that article that Russia is providing Iran intelligence to target U.S. forces. I believe they gave him the information where their 6 servicemen were and servicewomen were killed. The reason why I felt so strongly about this narrative shaping that I was hearing both on the left and the right, the Senate hearings, the reports, even in Twitter spaces, even in podcasts, was about or on like breaking points, all these different, shows, was suddenly they were talking about American servicemen that had passed. It was originally 4 that we had confirmed. Now we know 6. And I was like, you guys never cared all through since October 7th, American servicemen getting hit or killed or interdictions in the Red Sea or anything at all. They never cared. They never discussed any of them at all. Zero. Right. And then suddenly that's all they were talking about for the last 4 or 5 days. Both the Democrats, the woke right, the ones that were kicked out, the Bannon show, none of them at all talked about anything after October 7th about U.S. servicemen passing, getting injured, even even the attack in Syria that happened with ISIS. It was like 5 seconds and it was over it. But this one, they've been like milking it for days and days and days. And I knew there was something inorganic around it. And I kept asking people. I was in Mario's space twice about it in the middle of the night.
and others, just trying to get a feel. And now clearly I was accurate in what in my instinct.
Well,
It's part of a
they
narrative
wanted that image of the soldiers returning. In the
in the
you know
caskets.
yeah, that's
Have,
they wanted,
haven't
and they want
haven't
to
haven't
keep that narrative alive as long as possible.
They're
And
trying to say that the choice of war is killing Americans.
haven't we been running intelligence for Ukraine against Russia for so long right now?
well, yeah, it's
I
not
mean,
surprising. Yeah,
we should
we're in a war.
expect that. Yeah, you know what I mean. But still, I think the United States of America and Russia are in a cultural war, and the one that they're used to winning over here with the propaganda. But now they're being beat back by MAGA. I believe that. I believe that when Donald Trump won that second time, that a change occurred throughout the whole world, and the whole world didn't wake up to that change yet. But that change is the last bastion of hope that we have against this woke ideology, this globalistic viewpoints. This is it. We're nationalists here in America. We care about America.
But there's something interesting that's kind of happening that I don't know if anyone's kind of noticed. There's a lot of like some of these accounts that are not exactly like pro-Israel, or they're not exactly like super enthused. They're not. They weren't necessarily super supportive of the war before it started, but like now they're more because they've seen that it's very successful. Who they're seeing like the crazy like Jake Shields and their whole crazy crew go nuts and join the and Fuentes, oh, vote for Democrats, all of this kind of stuff, and they're like, no, like actually no, and like stay away from us. And there is a splitting that's happening even with among like the Israel skeptic kind of crew, where the actual crazy people are kind of being separated from like just like,
That's the good kind of splitting. That's the kind of splitting we want. Splitting of their coalition,
yeah,
not.
it's interesting, right? Like these people who might not have spoken up so much against each other, they're starting to be like, wait, no, you're insane. Like I
Marco
don't care if
Yeah,
you
Marco Rubio's on his way to be deployed to Cuba right now because Cuba's falling. Let's go! Oh my God, I voted. Did I put my money on Poly Market on this? This is insane that I was right. I said by March. By March we would
do
Steph,
you
have
this is like
Cuba.
your super stealth. This is like your Super Bowl. It literally
hey,
is.
do you know how much money? Do you know how much money America can make if it just took Cuba, just within resorts alone, and turning that place into what it should have been this whole time?
Wait, so Stealth, what's the actual news? Marco Rubio is visiting Cuba. What's going on? No, we're What's the taking actual news? Cuba. Cuba's falling. Okay, it's like something official. I mean, I know that we're It's close, but official. like, It's been public. It's from the White House.
Peacefully, we are peacefully taking Cuba.
Dana yeah, Bash is that's on cool. the air discussing it.
These are amazing, amazing, amazing news. Amazing, unbelievable. We
This is the
will
way.
And they will continue
But
ramping up this online sort of warfare against us, this narrative warfare. The losers at this moment, a lot of the things, that we're going to see and that we've been seeing, they knew this was coming. They knew this day was coming. They've been gearing up for this forever. That's why you've seen those narratives. They've seeded them. They've seeded them now for so long that now they can say that it's real because we're actually doing what they've claimed we've been doing, even though we weren't doing it.
well,
Have you?
let's be honest with this. The Spanish American War happened. Cuba kind of is already ours. We just never really.
No, it was not ours at all in any way, shape, or form because we were allowing the PLA to run bases there, Hezbollah to run bases there. They were hitting us in so many different ways, spying on us. We were allowing our kids to fly down there to get radicalized. No, Cuba was not ours. They were assisting the Venezuelans. They were providing security for Venezuela. They were allowing Russian subs. They were allowing
I was
no.
just speaking. I was just speaking historically. The fact that we kicked the Spanish European government out of there, and we tried to give them their freedom.
We allowed the Russians and the Chinese and the Iranians to take it over.
Cuba is the mastermind behind all those agents that are getting, the ideology transformation program.
Yes.
It came from Cuba. They don't have the money. They got the money from Venezuela for many years, and that's why when Venezuela went down, we all knew and said it here repeatedly, including me just today, like four times,
Didn't they
that
attack
Cuba is the
our
next one because Cuba is where the ideology came after it was even before, but after the falling of the Soviet Union and the Iron Curtain, they moved the center or the epicenter of the steering of this ideology from Eastern Europe to South America, having Cuba as their ideological center. Also, a place where they trained the soldiers, for example, the warriors in Venezuela. Cuba is a pivot point. It doesn't matter. You all look at it as a very, very poor country. It's true. They have no money, but it doesn't mean that they're not key players, and they are. And if they're down now, it's amazing news again for this whole axis of evil, starting from China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba. Again, it's the global left, those leftists that are going there and speaking in your academias about whatever. It can be global warming or what, or transgender ideology. It comes from there. They are the masterminds behind all those lies, all those crazy campaigns that are the one and only goal is to weaken the West, and first and foremost, of course, the United States of America. So these are great news, and I'm just waiting to see how it goes on.
Amichai quickly just called out Tucker for putting a threat risk on Chabad all over the world.
Okay, Shabbat Shalom, guys. I'm going for the
Shabbat
Shabbat
Shalom.
candles,
Shabbat
and I'll
shalom,
join
Michal.
later. Bye.
Bye, sweetheart. Bye. Video of Democratic mayor of San Francisco is going viral after he calmly walked away while his security detail was being attacked. Mayor
He's
Daniel Lurie was
he's
seen.
Jewish. He's the head of, he's the one of the heirs to the Levi Strauss fortune, I think.
Mayor Daniel Lurie?
Hmm. It's weird because also Daniel Goldman also is apparent. People were saying, but I'm pretty sure I looked up Daniel Leary and think it's Levi Strauss. Grandkids, maybe they're related. I don't know. Or maybe one's Levi, one's Strauss.
Hold on one second. This is Jake Donnelly. What is he doing? He's putting on tefillin? Oh, Jake's putting on tefillin on his live. Okay.
So someone put out the drone swarms, and the missiles, and from Iran, and like I guess everyone's been counting every day, and they've gone from 350 on the first day, from ballistic missiles, 294 drone swarms on the first day, to day 8, 15 ballistic missiles, and I mean the day's not over, I guess, but they're ahead of us. So day 8, 15 ballistic missiles and 12 drone swarms. So they're degrading, like, significantly.
Significantly, yeah. They announced yesterday that the ballistic missile attacks are overall down 90% since the first day, and the drones are down, I believe, about 80%.
So is it
Since the
true? Who, I don't
this
know.
was as of
Was
yesterday.
it Sam who said this? Maybe was it Sam who said this before, that they're actually hitting the Gulf countries more than they're hitting Israel?
You take the drones into account. So I actually just looked that up because so Israel's getting the most missiles, plurality, but not a majority because they are spread out to other countries, but they're still getting the most ballistic missiles because the drones don't work on the Israel anymore because it's too far and they have too good technology to stop it, etc. And they kind of learn from their mistakes. Anyway, so yeah, but they're sending a shitload of drones to the UAE and Bahrain and Kuwait and all these countries. So they're getting way more drones than the Israelis are. Israel's getting the most missiles, but still, only a percentage of it. So I think it's actually like UAE might be number one in terms of if you combine both categories, the drones and the missiles. I have to look up what I saw. I think it was UAE. But yeah, they're getting. I think the UAE has shot down or received like over 500 drones.
Do they have enough
Something.
defenders to keep? Are we providing them with more?
Yeah, so they're coming up with, we were talking about it. They're coming up with like new interception tactics too. Like the U.S. now has, they're using like using like guns, like kind of like C-rams are called, like almost like those like guns they have similar on the ones they have on battleships, like that fire like a trillion. I'm exaggerating, a trillion bullets, a minute. You could use another drone to knock it down. The U.S. has counter and reverse engineered the Shahed drone, so we now have that in our arsenal. You know, so they're
Oh
trying
yeah,
to find.
Admiral Cooper mentioned that
Yeah,
yesterday.
no,
But
people mentioned that.
Eyal has his hand. Eyal has
Yeah, I
his
was
hand
gonna say,
raised.
yeah, I could tell us more.
Hi, I just wanted to point out that oil is already almost 90.
Yeah, yeah,
It's up about,
yeah. We know.
and you know, if this is if the Hormuz Strait is not going to be open, we are going to lose this war.
It's going to be fine, and there's plenty of reserve oil for 6 months. Most countries have it. It will course correct. It's over the weekend, and we've had it at $100 a barrel before, and we didn't lose any war, and nobody
I
died.
know. It was,
So I don't be
I
a panicking. This is something.
no, I'm not panicking. I'm not
Nobody's
panicking.
losing the
I'm
war.
just,
You can't lose the war just because
uh,
it's at $90 a
you
gallon.
look. You can lose the war if someone will decide to stop it too soon.
No, not when you've
And
done the
I'm
type of
saying
damage you've done so far, and they're still picking up the nuclear fissile material.
no, the damage is considerable, but the regime still control within its border. They have very significant control, and if this war ends too soon, they're going to rush to build an atomic bomb. So let's be
There has
realistic.
to be enough people alive and well and money
I'm
to
not,
do so. You know that, right?
Yeah, somebody
I'm
who
not,
wants the
I'm
And
oil
not,
Donald
back.
Trump posted this morning, there is no you have
I
to
know.
surrender. There's
Well,
no
that's what I was
alternative.
going to say. That's what I was going to say. The reason oil
You can't
prices spiked.
refine any of that uranium during earthquakes.
The reason oil prices spiked in the short term, this morning, was because of the Donald Trump comments. Because the panicins in the oil market, some of the panicins, like, oh, that means the war is going to go on longer. No, it means it's going to be. That's Donald Trump's way of saying to the Iranians, you're effed, and then I'm not going to end the war sooner. So it's kind of like ironic it went up
Great.
because of the
No,
comment.
this is great. I'm not against it. I'm very much for it, and
Yeah.
it's a good goal to tell them to unconditionally surrender. I'm all for it. What I'm saying is that in the past more than 48 hours, there was no tankers crossing the Hormuz Strait, and this has to be open. That's Iran's only weapon.
Well, it's not going to be open right now. They have to take out other things before they open it, and there's other ways for them to move around. They don't need just that area. They can move in other ways.
I don't think that there is a really good way of getting the oil out of the Gulf other than the Hormuz Strait.
They're going to have to find one. First, they have to set up the insurance, and Trump is doing that right now. So they haven't.
Insurance is important. Insurance is absolutely important, and to get the Hormuz Strait open should be a very primary and quite urgent goal.
Well, the ironic thing is the strait is open, just no one's willing to just transit it with oil
That's
right
right,
now.
because they don't have
It,
insurance.
Agree with you. I agree. I
Yeah.
agree
yeah.
with you.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why nobody's
I
losing
agree,
the war.
Amy.
Oh my God, we're losing the war. Oh my God, what am I going to do?
No, I didn't say we're losing the war. I said if the Hormuz Strait is going to remain closed, this war may end too soon. And if this war ends too soon, then the regime is still standing. For the regime to win, all they need to do is to remain in control of the Iranian territory and people. That's all they need.
The Baluch, the
I don't
Baluch
see that at
and the
all.
Kurds are about to invade, and the U.S. is signing agreements with these people. There's a lot more coming. Everybody needs to just chill out for a little bit. And Netanyahu doesn't want to leave this planet until this issue with Iran is finalized. That's literally the man's mission is to do this.
Yeah, I know. I think you agree. You're equally impressed with us about how things are actually going in military terms, right? So far,
Oh,
yeah.
Donald Trump said it's a 17 out of 10 this morning. They're like shocked. People are like shocked. The
Yeah,
entire world is
yeah.
shocked. Okay, so there's a stitch rep update from FTD, which is always very, very good. Maybe
Let's hear it.
I suggest everybody beef up on their red meat.
The multi-front war in the Middle East is now 881 days old, and the war within the war against the Islamic Republic is now 1 week old. Once again, the Middle East is perhaps one of the only places in the world where wars break out in the middle of wars. And once again, I'm your host, Jonathan Shanzer. Welcome back yet again to the FTD Morning Brief. All right, we've got total air superiority or near total air superiority, depending on who you talk to. But the air defenses of the Islamic Republic are down, if not completely out. We're watching an intensification of strikes both by the United States and Israel. The regime in Iran is getting hammered, wave after wave of military strikes. This is not looking good for the Islamic Republic right now. Let me just say, the launches are down. We're hearing that something like they're down 80%, those missile launchers. That's great. That means the Israelis have taken out a huge number of the missiles. They've gone after the launchers and reduced them by at least 50%, maybe 60, maybe 70, depending on who you talk to. But let's just acknowledge something. The regime is still able to fire. They're still squeezing off missile shots at Israel, at the Arab world. They're landing their punches even as they are pinned down. Meanwhile, Dahia, the stronghold of Hezbollah in Beirut, has gotten absolutely hammered. The Israelis have unleashed on the core infrastructure of Hezbollah. This has prompted something like 500,000 people to flee the area. This comes as the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, has been banned by the government of Lebanon. This comes after the government of Lebanon has declared that Hezbollah's military activities are unlawful. This is potentially an alignment of interest between the United States, Israel, and the government of Lebanon. That would be a good thing if we're all on the same page. But in the meantime, drone strikes continue in Israel, including one that apparently just landed in northern Israel just a few minutes before we started this program. The Hezbollah is layering rocket fire onto Iranian launches. Apparently, a couple of minutes after they identify a launch out of Iran, we're seeing Hezbollah try to add to the chaos in the skies over Israel. Now, beyond that, with the Iranian regime firing all around the region, what we're actually hearing right now is that 11 countries have been hit by Iranian missile fire and drone fire. The breakdown of that is very interesting. 60% against Arab states and 40% against Israel, give or take. The Arab states continue to shoot down Iranian projectiles. The UAE, Saudi, Qatar, Kuwait, they've all announced that they've been shooting down these projectiles, but some of them are actually also sustaining strikes. There was a big one in Bahrain. Babco, the oil refinery, got hit, major explosion, rattling oil markets. You get a sense of the chaos, folks. One interesting country that got hit, Azerbaijan, announced that it may join the war effort. That would be interesting, creating some kind of a coalition, because right now we don't really see.
Yeah.
Azerbaijan also announced this morning that they were closing their Iranian embassy and, doing all the things that the UAE apparently did
Okay, cool.
a couple of days ago.
At least not overtly. According to the Washington Post, we're going to talk about this momentarily, Russia may be providing intelligence to Iran to target U.S. forces. We're going to talk about what that means as we talk about the axis of aggressors. Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of the now dead supreme leader, was at one point seen to be the front runner for the next supreme leader. Right now, he is polling 50% or under on Polymarket. People are betting on this, folks, and it's kind of wild to watch. Finally, there is confusion surrounding the Kurds and whatever role they may play. The Iranian people are not necessarily happy about a Kurdish intervention. That was reported initially by Fox News. Then it was retracted. It was revised. It does seem like there are still Kurdish factions that are interested or tempted or being talked to by the United States to enter into the fray. But the Persian people, the Iranian people, may not like the idea of having minorities, sectarian groups coming in and intervening in a conflict that they believe is theirs. That is our roundup. It's now time for me to bring on two special guests to this sit rep edition of the FDD Morning Brief. We're going to bring on Brad Bowman, who is the director of our center, senior director of our Center on Military and Political Power. And we're also going to bring on Jonathan Conriquez, who is a senior fellow here at FDD and a former spokesman for the IDF. Both of these guys, you've seen them on the program in the past. They are, of course, repeat offenders. So let's bring them on now and let's get into a deeper discussion. All right, welcome, gentlemen. Brad, I want to start with you, and I just want to ask you for your, I guess if you can summarize what the BDA is, the battle damage assessment of the Islamic Republic, according to the Pentagon. What are we hearing? Yeah, great. Thanks, John. It's a pleasure to be with you and also with my friend and colleague, Jonathan. Here's the bottom line. For those of you who may have missed the update from U.S. Central Command headquarters in Florida yesterday afternoon, here's some highlights from that with a little commentary from me. So in the first 24 hours of this war, we saw a large quantity of ballistic missiles and drones launched. But if you compare those amounts to what we saw in the 24 hours as of yesterday afternoon, the commander of U.S. Central Command, Admiral Brad Cooper, who I did interviewed here at FTD a few years back, said that the quantity of ballistic missiles being launched by Iran have declined by 90%, 90%, and the quantity of drones has declined by 83%. So in the early days, our Center of Military and Political Power was noting that essentially what we had here was a race between Iran launching particularly ballistic missiles and our ability to degrade our actions to degrade their ability to do that. What those numbers represent, which we highlighted in a Long War Journal piece a day or two ago, reflects numerous things, including what the Israelis did.
Bye, guys. Shabbat shalom.
The first 11 of the 12-day wars, degrading Iran's ballistic missile capabilities.
Shabbat
So
shalom.
obviously reflects what we've done in this recent war, and it also reflects the fact that we are severely damaging Iran's command and control and communications abilities. So in other words, the ability for headquarters, which in many cases don't exist, to communicate with their lower units. And we're actually seeing examples when you look at some of the satellite imagery where you have Iranians literally just abandoning what appear to be fully functional mobile launchers in some cases. In other words, they know that we have regional and soon to be countrywide in the next few days air dominance, we being the United States and Israel, and that we're going to be able to hit anything at will as many times as we want. And that includes bombers. And so they said we've had just in the last 24 hours or so, we've had B-2s of Midnight Hammer fame, basically conducting dropping dozens of penetrating bombs focused on a hardened ballistic missile targets. So as was said in the 12-day war, this is like playing soccer or football, depending on your persuasion, against an opponent that doesn't have a goalie. So that's a good place. And then just so the ballistic missiles, that's an update on that. That's good news. I think that's going to continue to be good news. I continue to be concerned about drones. I'm happy to see Ukraine offering assistance. Obviously, they're the world's leading experts on counter drone, right up there with the Israelis being quite strong. We have a lot to learn from both. We also saw in the briefing yesterday afternoon that Admiral Cooper said more than 30. That's an increase from President Trump's number. That's how quickly we're sinking them. 30 Iranian ships have been sunk or destroyed. They have a drone carrier. Think of this as like an aircraft carrier from World War II. It's about that size that is used to launch drones. As of the briefing yesterday afternoon, that was on fire and is now destroyed. And then lastly, obviously anything that's left of the nuclear program is going to be targeted. So the bottom line is, I would say the three main goals here: ballistic missiles, destroy their navy, destroy their nuclear program, known sites. We are on track to accomplish that from a military perspective. So, and I think what's making all this possible is the incredible years and even decades-long planning between the United States and Israel, our ability to operate together. From a military perspective, this is quite impressive. It's extraordinary, frankly. Great summary. And I want to get to that in a minute about the integration. But if you can first, I'm trying to get my head wrapped around the Iranian strategy of attacking more Gulf states and surrounding Muslim states, potentially drawing them into this conflict, while of course hitting Israel. There appears to be a strategy of maybe trying to erode the missile defense of these countries. Is that the long and short of it, or is there something bigger that you assess that's going on here as you watch these? It's an onslaught, right? You look at these Arab states; they're not ready for this. They're not used to it. We're not talking about countries like Israel that have been doing this for years, so they're pretty rattled, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, all three of us and are longtime Middle East watchers, and it's my view, at risk of oversimplifying a little bit, that the essential Iranian strategy since 1979 has been to try to divide and conquer, and to dupe the region into believing that Israel was the main, was the main threat, and to try to attack others via terror proxies while avoiding the counterpunches and consequences. That the veil is off. We all know that's a joke, and that's why the Abraham Accords was so great, because it basically demonstrated what a lie that was. And somewhere along the line, Iran made the decision to attack Arab neighbors. Hopefully, I think by trying to convince America's Gulf partners to try to divide them from what we were doing. But actually, the opposite happened. Admiral Brad Cooper said yesterday afternoon that 12 countries have been attacked. 12. Not all of those are Arab Gulf partners, but 12. And so what's happened is it's actually pushed our Gulf partners closer to us. And I don't think it's an exaggeration to say we're now seeing a American, Israeli, and Arab coalition developing, which is exactly the opposite of what they intended. And then just last comment is that let me just highlight that the Iranians have been increasing the quantity of their ballistic missile launches. It was 120 in April 2024. It was 200 in October 2024. Roughly 550 during the 12-day war. That's in 12 days. And in this war, they launched about that amount in half as much time. So anyone sitting in the United States who would want to say the ballistic missile argument is a joke, they don't know what they're talking about. And one of the reasons they've been able to build that is because of assistance from China with sodium perchlorate shipments. All right, so great segue to the question of axis of aggressors. We know you love these guys. Well, you probably don't love them, but you've been focusing on them. You're writing a book about it. There was this story that just came out in the Post today that I mentioned at the top of the show, that the Russians are providing intel to the Iranians. This is part of a broader infrastructure that you've been tracking. Tell us just for a minute about that. Yeah. So I highly recommend everyone look at the Washington Post reporting this morning. They're saying Russia is providing Iran with targeting information to attack American forces in the Middle East. That's the reporting. Holy cow. If that's surprising, then you pay more attention, because in last year, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, said that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea are conducting unprecedented cooperation across all domains of power. And let me give you a few examples. Iran has received from China, as I said, sodium perchlorate for its ballistic missiles, dual-use inputs for its defense industrial base, and full military access to the Bedou navigation system. From Russia, Iran has received satellite launch assistance. They've received the Yak-130 trainers, which I applaud the Israelis for just doing the first air-to-air kill with F-35s. And they've also received tactical U.S. missile systems from Russia to study them and replicate them. And from North Korea, they received long-time assistance. And this news in this morning, the Washington Post, is just the latest. Let me remind everyone that in 2023, there was solid reporting, that Russia and Iran were working together to target and kill American forces in Syria so that they could try to get American forces to withdraw from Syria, which we've been doing. And then lastly, in 2024, there was reporting that Russia provided, via Iran and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, intelligence to the Houthis to target shipping. So it is not an exaggeration to say that we're seeing growing and unprecedented cooperation across all domains of power between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And while this threat from Iran was not imminent in terms of days or weeks, that was creating growing capability, capacity, resilience, and readiness for all four members of the Axis, making them more capable than they would have been otherwise in their ongoing or prospective spheres of aggression, John. All right. Well, I think what we're watching right now then only reinforces the work that you've been doing over these months. It's been a heck of a journey, and obviously culminating with this war. Jonathan, I want to turn to you now. I want to just could everybody please retweet this space? Thank you. Quote tweet this space. Thank you. The war in Iran is going. Most of what I hear is actually downright giddiness from folks in Israel about the progress that's been made. But there have been those that have said, well, yes, it's going well, but where do you fall on things? I mean, is it going as well as Israel could have expected?
Hi, Jonathan and Brad. Always good to be here, of course. In short, I would say yes, it's going as good or perhaps even better than we would have expected. When I sum everything together, the amount of casualties that we've sustained, the amount of damage that we, together with the US, have been able to inflict on Iran, and the level of, and how things are positioned now, like when you assess their capabilities, their strategic alliances, their economics, their logistics, their ability to supply themselves, and their ability to continue fighting versus ours as in Israel and the US together. It's an assessment that is a very good one. And there's a lot of freedom of movement here. There's enough diplomatic space to maneuver. And militarily speaking, things are proceeding well. I would say that our enemies are doing mistakes and very odd decisions that I think will be counterproductive. You spoke about the fact that they've, lashed out and are now striking, or Brad mentioned this, 11 or 12 different countries in the region. I think something that is backfiring and will backfire against Iran. The whole axis of proxy organizations, the vaunted ring of fire that the Iranians spent around 30 years building around Israel, is very hardly significant and will be dealt with. So the only thing that that brings me or brings me to pause and slight concern is how disciplined will we be in Israel. There's actually two issues. One is how disciplined will we be in Israel to actually pursue our strategic goals and not allow ourselves to get carried away and go one bridge too far, as in overreaching and trying to do things that are outside of our capabilities, outside of our reach, outside of our real interests, just because it appears that we can. Nation building, appointing leaders, meddling in demographics, all of those are in the category of things that, in my perspective, are a bit beyond our size, and we would be wise not to do it. And that's one thing that concerns me, because usually when you're successful and when you're getting your way in war, you can have that tendency of wanting to do more, even if it doesn't really suit your real strategic goals, or it doesn't. It's not something that you really have the capacity to do. So that's one thing that concerns me. Second thing that concerns me is the issue of when will we find the first fork in the road where we have a varying, where there's daylight between American goals and perspectives on the war and Israeli goals and perspectives on the war, which I think are different. Israel, I think pretty clearly wants to bring down the Iranian regime by one way or another. The end game, strategically speaking, not only by military action but by other tools afterwards. We want that regime to be gone. I'm not sure that the US is as focused on that as we are. And somewhere along the line, maybe in a week, maybe two, maybe three, I don't know when, that question will come up. And then that'll be an important fork in the road. And I am a bit concerned because what we've seen so far from this administration, alongside tremendous cooperation, political support, and steadfastness, sharing intel, brave leadership, and all of the things that we have so rightfully been praising President Trump and his excellent team for, there's also this, binary nature of there's this way or the highway. And we can, like the Gaza situation. So we can find ourselves in a place that I think wouldn't be ideal. But until we get there, and hopefully we will get there on even keel and having communicated things better. But those two topics aside, military progress, diplomatic progress, our enemies are making mistakes, and we are in a position to take advantage of them in order to pursue our goals. Okay, I want to talk to you about overreach and enemies making mistakes. I mean, Hezbollah made big mistakes, right? They fired rockets after having violated the ceasefire 500 something times, and Israel decided to take advantage of the error that they made. And now you're watching Israel hammer Dahia and a lot of infrastructure of Hezbollah across Lebanon. I'm looking right now on my screen. It's Channel 11 Israel, just over this screen, my computer screen, and it says that Israel is attacking Hezbollah and Iran at the same time.
Does this feel like an overreach to you? I mean, look, I want to hear your battle assessment of what's going on with Hezbollah, but are you concerned that Israel has opened up a second front and it's making the skies over Israel more? Okay, go ahead, Angela. What's up?
Sorry, I was just flipping through to find out what happened to Carolina. I wanted to ask you if you had heard that a bishop had been arrested at San
Yes,
Diego.
I posted all about it. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I
yeah,
must have fallen asleep at
yeah,
that point in time.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, yeah. What's up, Jen? We're just in the middle of the FDD update, Citrate update. Do you have anything, Bullfrog? No? Yes? No? Okay.
No, I just joined. Just
Okay.
listen.
Cool. In terms of missiles and drones that are coming in and from different trajectories, is this a concern for you at all?
No, I think what Hezbollah did was exactly what Israel wanted Hezbollah to do, and it has opened the way diplomatically and militarily for Israel to now execute plans that have existed for many months, basically since the ceasefire came into effect a year and some 2 months ago. Israel has been itching to do this. Why so? Because in Lebanon we have unfinished business. Hezbollah is still there. Hezbollah still has weapons. Hezbollah is still a very important and potent military force. And Israel wants that not to be the reality. So for months and months, Israel degraded Hezbollah capabilities, but all of that was within the framework, below the threshold, within the framework of the ceasefire mechanism, and with either approval or, at least tacit approval of the Americans of what Israel was doing, but we couldn't do nearly everything that we wanted. Now, when Hezbollah opened fire on Israel, when they opened that front against Israel and are fired rockets at Haifa and are trying to penetrate into northern Israel, firing rockets and missiles at northern Israel, that's basically all Israel needed in order to say, okay, now we're going to tidy up. We are going to strike hard and deep. Everywhere that Hezbollah has significant infrastructure, we are going to strike. The Bekaa area, Mahia, and other centers of gravity of Hezbollah are now all targets. We've seen a significant movement of population, Lebanese civilians that were called upon to move out of a concern for their safety by the IDF Arabic spokesperson. They did so, have moved, and as you said very correctly, the IDF is striking and delivering a lot of ordnance. I think it is well within the capabilities of the Israeli Air Force to conduct these simultaneous operations against Iran and against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And what I think is the most important part is actually happening now with regards to Hezbollah is the French proposal that has now been put on the table, which basically says that Hezbollah has 2 weeks to agree to a ceasefire, to agree to a ceasefire now, and within 2 weeks allow the Lebanese armed forces to move into the Dakhia and for the Lebanese armed forces to take control of all their weapons and all their facilities. Hezbollah has already answered that they are not interested and they will never give up their weapons and they will resist any attempt to do so. But I think this political process, the state of Lebanon, with international backing, American, and we see a lot of French diplomatic involvement, that is the way forward. I see that as the best option for stability in the future. And I think it is within reach if Israel is able to degrade Hezbollah sufficiently militarily, political and diplomatic domestic pressure applied by the Lebanese government and by the other ethnic groups in Lebanon, and of course with U.S. and French and perhaps Saudi support from the outside. So no, I don't think it's an overreach, and I think Israel will try to separate and distinguish between these two fronts. Whatever happens in Iran will much more be decided by the U.S. When the U.S. says we're done, then I'm sure they will tell Israel that we're done as well. In Lebanon, that's a different story. And we will try, I think, to pursue the goals here and really tidy up with Hezbollah once and for all. Yeah, I tie up those loose ends. I know that that's been sort of a lingering challenge. And I understand the Israeli, how eager Israelis are to finish that file. Last question for you, and then one more for Brad here. The regional
dynamic. I mean, you sort of mentioned that you didn't think that it was a real threat that these Arab states are sustaining fire. I don't know how much I agree, but I guess my question to you right now is, do you see that realignment happening? Do you think that this is pushing the Arabs into the arms of Israel? Are you getting signs of that right now? Where do you see things moving in terms of widening the Abraham Accords or whatever happens as a result of this war? It does seem like Israel and the Arabs are fighting together with the United States.
It does seem like that, not because the Arabs wanted to, because they've been forced to. I think it's a bit premature, and I don't have a good assessment yet. I see some hesitance from the Arabs to actually, take arms and defend themselves, which is what we've become accustomed to with, Gulf states. They're defending themselves, some better than others. Some have, invested money in it before and have proficient air defense systems like the Emirates, and I'm happy that they're able to do that and defend their population and infrastructure. I'm not entirely sure that it will happen, but I think in any case, whether or not this blooms into an expansion of the Abraham Accords, which it might, it's nevertheless a much better situation than having a powerful and dominating Iranian regime and Arab countries that are either cheerleading for Iran out of fear and cowardice, or outwardly just hostile towards Israel. And currently they have moved from that space because the Iranians have attacked them. And I think that's a positive thing. That's a first development in the right direction. I think we'll have to be patient and see where this goes. My comment about regional was about the proxies, that the proxies are not, bringing their weight here, and that they're not really as influential as we thought. Yeah. That they would be. Arab states defending themselves, that's good. It's interesting, to see what the Iranians so far are getting away with, hitting a NATO member, Turkey, hitting a member state of the European Union, and hitting a Shiite Muslim country, Azerbaijan. It is quite fascinating, and I cannot really understand the thinking of the Iranians, what they think they would achieve by this. But just like in sports, when you see your adversary or your enemy do mistakes, by no means don't interfere. Allow them to do those mistakes and then use them in order to achieve your goals. And I think that's, in general, what the U.S. and Israel are doing with regards to Iran. Fully agree. All right, Brad, I want to just one more question for you. You, for many years, have been advocating for closer U.S.-Israel military cooperation, technological development of weapons together. The exercises that we've seen regionally and the integration of Israel and the United States. So all of that is now coming to fruition right now. We're watching the Israelis fully integrated with the American operation. How complicated is this? And how amazing is it for you to watch? John, it's extraordinary. I've done this for a while, like all of us, and I have called for increased security cooperation, a term that encompasses all kinds of things, including selling American weapons so that they can be operating the same equipment as us, and that we can train together, conducting exercises, intelligence planning, coordination, all those sorts of things. And when there is no conflict or war, those kind of don't sound sexy and boring, and people kind of go to sleep. But it's in moments like this that you realize that kind of hard work, that spade work behind the scenes when no one's paying attention, pays off. By the way, Dugan just released a Substack, multipolar, whatever it is. Maybe it's called The Essence of Zionism. Alexander Dugan argues that Zionism is Judaism, heretical rebellion where Jews declare themselves God, which is hilarious, seize the Holy Land by force, and plunge tradition into apocalyptic upheaval. Read the essay below. It's called the multipolarpress.com. I mean, I can't. I just,
Nicole,
Shit
what
starter.
Substack? Just a quick point. What's this Substack?
I just read it to you. It's Alexander
Al-
Dugan Substack.
the crazy Russian philosopher guy.
Yeah, I know him, of course, but what is Substack
Oh, it's
actually?
a website or an app. You can download it. It's where people put all their essays there, Substack.
It's long form writing.
You just download Substack.
It's like a blog website, kind of, but more.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, that's very interesting. That Bree, are you here? Do you know how I was saying that either China or Russia was giving the IRGC information of targeting? Well, the Washington Post confirmed it, Bree.
Not surprising.
Yeah. So may be how they struck the U.S. soldiers.
Yeah,
Because I've been saying
yeah.
this for over 4 days now. Okay.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. This has been known. It just it's not been known in open source. So now it's known in open source. I
Well,
mean,
I was
we
saying it
were,
in advance and
yeah, we were
asking
saying
people,
it,
but
right?
nobody wanted to respond to me. I was like,
But well, here's the thing. At the end of the day, when it comes to a lot of intelligence, we've talked about this before. It isn't like it's like seven degrees to Kevin Bacon when it comes to intelligence. Oftentimes, it's really basic and it points directly to your adversaries. It's just to have the evidence to support it.
yeah, I didn't have the
That's where it
evidence.
gets
I
into
had strong
yeah,
instinct and
yes,
would do
exactly,
before anybody else. But and I'm
right,
saying it, and then I'm like, somebody stop this. Whatever is going on, say it out loud. Somebody release it. They released it on
right,
Friday. You know, of course, it's already like
right.
late in
I mean, but
Israel.
we've been saying this like too with regards to the Chinese being on the ground helping to develop,
The
right? Like
Chinese
this
were
is
giving satellite imagery of
yeah,
where U.S.
yeah,
military planes were in Israel.
assets were. Yep,
I
yep.
I have a question about this. How does this in like okay, so the war's going on right now. We deal with what we have to deal with, but in the post-war, how does this like manifest in the United States' relationship with China and Russia if we know for a fact that they literally gave sourcing that led to the death of our soldiers? Like how does that affect the on the
They are adversarial. This is what they do. The problem is that right now like, they're getting very close to aiding and abetting. They're getting themselves into the war. That's what
Yeah,
this
no,
is.
that's my point. So if that's the case, right? It goes from okay, they're just like our competitor or they're just our adversary to like they're literally resulting in like directly it's out in the open. So how does that change the way that the United States like interacts with them or
Lily, we're just going to find ways to kill their people that have killed ours. That's what we're going to do. We've taken over their ships. I don't know how many we've killed of theirs on the ground in Iran. We're going to do things to them like they did to us, but behind the scenes. We're literally killing their people inside of Russia right now because of the Ukraine war. You get that, right? So, I mean,
yeah.
yeah, they've tried to. I believe they've tried to kill our president. I think they're going to try again. That's what I think.
Advantage that we have gained in the last since Trump took office again, and are in the process of gaining, is enormous, right? Between Venezuela, between yes, the stuff that's going on in Ukraine that they're bogged down there, between the way that we are going to win this war in Iran, it's clear the way it's headed. It doesn't mean there's no risk, right? And Cuba, which God willing is on the right track as well. That is an enormous leverage you're getting. So, listen, it's always been that way with Russia and China to varying extents, or the Soviet Union previously, right? You talk, but then you're trying to stab each other behind the scenes in one way or another, and sometimes there's more cooperation, sometimes there's less
Yeah, well,
cooperation.
we don't initiate that. They start it and we finish it, and then they retaliate afterwards.
100%.
I mean,
They're
I
they're the bad
fully,
guy.
we know at least one attempt of them trying to kill our president, the Russians. So at least one. So
So,
yeah,
so the way it works, you have more and more leverage over them. We have more leverage over their oil. We have more leverage over their war effort in Ukraine. We have more leverage over their economy, and everything else. And
yeah.
that's why Dugan is freaking out. If you, I know it's stealth reason, but if you guys read him, Dugan is freaking out about this. He's like, we're getting pantsed, basically. I'm paraphrasing. By by the fact that Russia's and they spoke about it in this FTD thing, right? This quartet of Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, right, have been getting closer and closer. They were saying that in the FTT morning brief. You're taking out one of the Jenga pieces out of that quartet, and that's a huge loss for them, right? The other three are very hard to deal with because they all have nukes, right? So it's much harder to deal
So
with them.
so
But
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead.
Close it up because it's getting repetitive. But Caroline Glick just released an audio this morning, and I wanted to listen to what she said. We're 6 days into this war. How would you summarize things up until now?
I think that so many things about this war are unprecedented. First of all, let's just talk about the achievements we've already accomplished, what we've already accomplished. And, we have decapitated the Iranian tyranny, the main leaders, the henchmen, the arch murderers of the Iranian regime, starting with Ayatollah Khamenei and his inner circle. And going out, we were able to find and kill the Iranian special envoy or whatever for killing foreign leaders, who was responsible for the plot to twice attempt to assassinate President Donald Trump. We were able to target as well the head in the IRGC of operations in Lebanon at the same time that we're decimating still more what's left of Hezbollah in Lebanon. So that we're going after Iran, the head of the snake, and their principal arm, Hezbollah, which is a global terrorist organization that swallowed Lebanon back in 2006. So this is a very, very big deal. And at the same time as we're going after the leadership, we've laid waste to much of its missile arsenal, to its capacity for building them, their launchers, and their nuclear installations, as well as the United States has destroyed most of their navy. So these are all very important things towards accomplishing the goals of the war, which are to end the threat that Iran poses to the world and to set the conditions for the Iranian people to seize control of their destiny by weakening the regime sufficiently to make it safe for people to go outside into the streets without being mowed down by machine guns. So these are incredible accomplishments that we've managed to achieve in less than a week of war. The other thing that we've achieved is a total seamless cooperation with the U.S. military, U.S. intelligence, in a way that really is a source of amazement for people looking, in fact, for people involved, just how well our militaries operate together in Iran. The common language that they found of operators, of commanders on every level, it's amazing. You said that we're 5 days, 6 days into this. I want to go back to last Thursday. There was complaints. Why are they taking so long? Why are they dragging this on? Are they coordinated between themselves? And within 2 days, we saw that. What suddenly changed? What brought them to this moment? Was this, there were events that they were preparing for that I understand occurred on Saturday, and which brought them to this, to the point of beginning the operation. So what was going on in the buildup? And then we'll take it from there. Well, I mean, one of the main concerns was that as the United States built up its military machine around Iran, that the Iranians were going to preemptively attack. And President Trump said the other day that he was very concerned when his negotiators came back from the third round of negotiations, and it was utterly clear, as the special envoy Steve Witkoff said in a couple of interviews, that the Iranians were just tapping them along, that they had no intention of ending any of their nuclear weapons work. And they said that much. And they said it. They said it to their faces, and not in so many words. I mean, they gave them a draft of an agreement that was going to enable them to enrich 5 times the amount of uranium that they had been allowed to enrich under the Obama deal of 2015. So, I mean, it was just an absurd position, and it was clear that the Iranians had no intention of ending their nuclear weapons program, and that they weren't operating in good faith. They were just playing for time. And so when the president understood just the absurdity of the Iranian position, and really the contemptuous nature of that position, that they really thought that they could just play the Americans for fools, President Trump came to the conclusion that there was a real danger that the Iranians were going to preemptively attack the U.S. Forces in the region, and of course Israel with their missiles. So he thought it was necessary to move very quickly. We had the intelligence that Khamenei was meeting with his entire leadership circle on Saturday morning, so we didn't want to waste that opportunity. And so there were a lot of different things that came together to force the issue to a decision point, and that was what caused it. It's very important because a lot of Israeli media were criticizing or either supportive or not supportive of Witkoff and of the negotiators, and were saying, "Oh, they don't understand what's going on. The Iranians are fooling with them." So they did come with, and representing the United States and the president, with a genuine interest in trying to find a peaceful resolution to this. But they were not fools, and they realized that they were being played with. And that was the moment that they gave that information to the president, and things changed at that moment. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner really are fantastic negotiators, and President Trump is an incredible negotiator. And, they know how to get a deal. And they had, as Envoy Witkoff said, they had a lot of freedom of operation that the president had given them in terms of flexibility in the American position, and they were willing to make a deal if there was any credibility to the Iranian position, but there wasn't.
So, the idea was that you build up an enormous armada, as the president said, of forces coming to the Persian Gulf, coming to the Mediterranean Sea, two carrier groups that have assembled here. And you say, okay, now what are you going to do, right? And show your cards. And so the Iranians showed them. And their cards were a joke, and they were playing the Americans. And they're also deadly serious that they are, in fact, intent on achieving the capability that would allow them to carry out the mission of the Iranian Revolution as it's been explained since 1979 by Ayatollah Khomeini: death to America, death to Israel. That they're absolutely intent on reaching that. And, when you're looking at it in the shadow of genocidal-like massacre of the Iranian people at the hands of their own authorities just, less than 2 months ago, it's obvious that we're dealing with stone-cold killers, that they mean it when they say death to America, death to Israel. They're developing the means. And the other thing that was very alarming, there were two aspects of it. One was that they've industrialized their ballistic missile manufacturing capability to the point where they were going to be able to field or build 100 ballistic missiles a month. And our pace of development of manufacture of the interceptor missiles is only 7 a month. So, you get to the math becomes such that no matter how good our protection, our umbrella of missile defenses, how many layers we have, how much it covers Israeli territory or Arab states or NATO countries or the United States, it's never going to be able to withstand that kind of onslaught because the numbers just aren't there. You don't have enough interceptors to intercept all the missiles that they'll be showing. You just look at what happened in Beit Shemesh the other day. It was terrible, right? I mean, they shot one missile. It hit a synagogue. 8 people were killed. Why? Because you have a missile the size of a bus that is falling at Mach 8 straight into a building, and it just obliterates it and all of the buildings around it, and it causes mass death. That's just one. So imagine you have 100 of them coming in because our defensive layers aren't equipped to deal with 500 missiles coming in per day. So I mean, this is what they were building. Why would they want such an arsenal of missiles? Because when they have that, then who's going to attack them as they sort of lackadaisically walk towards the nuclear finish line, right? And what Witkoff said was that they already had enough fissile material enriched to 60% to develop 11, and they were bragging about it to him and to Jared Kushner. That they had enough fissile material enriched to 60% to produce 11 nuclear bombs within a week and a half. And they had enough fissile material enriched to 20% enrichment to develop another, I think, 25 nuclear bombs within a month and a half. So, I mean, you're talking about a massive nuclear arsenal in the hands of these people who are willy-nilly shooting ballistic missiles anywhere they can, whether at economic targets, military targets, or civilian targets like synagogues. And you can't allow that to happen. Plus, they were going to take all of that industrial capability and move it underground, move it down below ground where it would be immune from aerial attack. So you can't attack it from the air. It's too big for you to defend against, and you're faced with a doomsday scenario. So all of these things together at this moment in time, plus Khamenei and all of his henchmen meeting together in broad daylight. It was, you're talking about how they were sort of shoving it in the face of the Americans. Do you think that the history of how the West has addressed Iran, or in a sense, have always tried to appease them? And we saw what happened in Europe, and in a moment I want to get to that. But do you think that what they learned from the West over the past 46 years is something that encouraged them, that, hey, they can get away with this because nobody's going to do anything? I mean, they should have learned a different lesson from President Trump. Right. I mean, President Trump is a president that left Obama's crazy nuclear deal from 2015. And he was the president who killed their most important person, their most important killer, Qasem Soleimani. And I mean, nobody would have dared to do that. And so he took those two actions in his first term of office. And I think the fact that they weren't able to really distinguish between President Trump and his predecessors and his successor in the case of Biden shows that they're also brittle, that they don't have the capacity to actually internalize new information. That President Trump is a different sort of leader. He's a leader who really does mean that he's going to protect his country and it's going to be America first, and he's not just going to kick a can down the proverbial alley. It's not going to happen under his watch. He wants to protect the United States of America. I want to take that for a moment because we're hearing a lot of things. Are you telling me that President Trump is his own man and he makes decisions on his own, and it's not that Israel has influence? I'm being very sarcastic because that's how stupid that accusation sounds. He is the president of the United States, yet they do have a very good relationship. Can you give us some insights on that? First of all, I mean, the very notion that President Trump could be controlled by some nefarious leader who has a tiny country that you can't find on the map, that's so small that you have to print its name inside of the Mediterranean Sea because there's not enough land for it to fit on. I mean, it's stupid, and it's it's absurd. And the idea that the only way that you could believe something like that is if you've already detached yourself from the mothership of reality. And unfortunately, there are quite a few people apparently who live somewhere out in the Netherlands of conspiracy theories, where the president of the United States, the strongest leader the United States has had, at least in a generation, absolutely, is somehow or another just a pawn in the hands of a mustache, twirling Israeli Svengali. It's or Jewish Bengali, more to the point. And I think it's a sickness more than anything else because it's so absurd. Prime Minister of Israel is an extraordinary leader. I have the privilege of working very closely with him, and sometimes people are less close up than they are far away, right? I mean. Michael Jackson comes to mind, for instance. But I mean, Prime Minister of Israel, the closer you come to him, the more you realize what a giant he is. So I think, let's not take anything away from him by giving all credit to Donald Trump. I mean, these are two giants of history, and the president appreciates that. And it's our great good fortune, absolutely, that they are together at this time leading their countries. I mean, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said yesterday, I mean, when he was praising Israel, and of course, it really fills your heart with pride to hear those kinds of words from Secretary of War, who's also, I mean, if you look at the Secretary of War and his relationship with the Joint Chiefs of Staff and with CENTCOM, and you've heard so many things about civil-military relations in the United States and what may or may not go wrong in different presidencies and different war situations. And here, I mean, you see the extraordinary cooperation and communication that's being carried out between the civilian and military leadership in the United States. It feels like that system has just been corrected. And that's also, Americans should be very, very absolutely happy about that state of affairs. I know that Israel, as their junior partner in this campaign, it's an amazing thing. And by the way, we see very, very good communications all the time at all levels between the prime minister and our security leadership. So I think, and of course, Minister of Defense, Israel Katz. So, we are very blessed. We should be very thankful for the leadership of the United States and the leadership of Israel. But the idea, I think one of the problems that people have, people with preconceived notions and maybe prejudices against Israel. Israel has never fought with other countries. I mean, I think I saw General Jack Keane, who's an extraordinary military leader in the United States, who's also a correspondent on Fox News, and I saw him quoted saying, Israel's never fought with anybody before, and it's an amazing partnership that we're experiencing with the Israeli military. And we ask them to do the bare minimum. We do everything. Well, and we know how to, and we work with them so easily. This is a new experience for us to be working with a partner, and it's such a partnership. And the communication and the relationship between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump is unprecedented. We always have had a relationship. We've always had a close relationship with the United States. They've always been our most important ally, most important friend. But we've never had a relationship like this. We've never had a full-blown alliance like this. And we appreciate it. We're so thankful for the Trump administration, for the U.S. military at this time. And it really, it's a source of pride for this country because we have such a generation of warriors who are leading and fighting in our army and in our Air Force that we also have every reason to be very proud that we're in this situation today. And I think people have to understand, if you can elaborate a little on this is not just a simple, in two levels, not a simple operation or even war. First off, Iran is not your average backward country. It is a very sophisticated, very intellectual country. Even though it's run by the Ayatollahs, the Iranian Persian people themselves are some of the top people in the world. You have that. And on the other hand, for Israel, this is not just a neighboring country. This is 2,000 kilometers away from us. This requires 24 hours ability. The United States is coming halfway around the world for this. So it's a very complex, and yet it has been tremendously successful that we can't take that for granted. Can you elaborate a little on what's the details of what is going on? I remember when I was in, back in 2003, I was an embedded reporter with the 3rd Infantry Division in Iraq. And I remember we were in a battle. I think around Baghdad. I can't remember anymore. And I just remember the Iraqis would come sort of like Hamas in these pickup trucks. They were old Datsuns, and they had 50 caliber machine guns on their roofs, and they would be shooting at the Bradley fighting vehicles, and then the Bradley would just go ping, and they'd shoot off a javelin missile, and it would reach 3,500 meters away and blow them up. And I remember the first time I saw it, I just started laughing. They said, laughing? What are you laughing about? They thought I was as crazy as I said, you guys came 7,000 kilometers from America to Iraq, and you're pinging them off at 3,500 feet. I come from Jerusalem, and it's an international incident when we move 10 kilometers north of the city into Ramallah, because there are these beds of terror there that are coming out and blowing themselves up in our shopping malls, and you guys are shooting them from 3,500 meters away. Our wars are always, at our borders, or in Judea and Samaria or whatever. I mean, they're so close. We have incredible military medicine because the distance between the front and our hospitals is so short, and we've managed to save so many lives of soldiers in this war who were wounded in battle, because it's 40 minutes, right, and or at most from the front to the operating theater in some of the best hospitals in the world. So this is what we're used to. And here you see these maps of little tiny Israel, and our flights going all the way over to Iran to get there. And it's a completely different experience for us. The Americans are more used to it because they're a global power, they're a global superpower, and they're used to projecting their power far away. But we have to remember that with Iran, all of the distances have collapsed because they built these proxy armies around us, the ring of fire around us that they surrounded us with, that they tried to annihilate us with beginning on October 7th. And we've been fighting a seven-front war against this axis, this ring of fire that Iran built of these terrorist armies around us. And in the United States, they had 9/11. They've had Iranian incursions into American territories. As I said, 2 attempts to assassinate President Trump, to assassinate former Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and American citizens who have, Iranian immigrants living in New York City. You have death squads wandering around there, and of course you have so many Iranian agents who came in through Latin America over the years, and Venezuela and other hostile states to the United States. So I mean, they have their tentacles of this sort of octopus all over the globe. You were one of the first journalists who wrote about the Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy. Right. Their penetration of the United States through the open border thing. You were the first one who drew attention to this back, was it over 10 years ago? Maybe, yeah. But I mean, you watch this stuff for long enough and you begin to learn a lot. I mean, Iran really had global aspirations when they say that they wanted to destroy all the infidels and to have an Iranian Islamic empire. They were looking at the earth. They were looking at the globe. And it's something that people don't really understand. So when you have this kind of demonic, really, and as President Trump rightly called it, lunatic regime, that it will stop at nothing to continue on with its terrorism and death, and try to industrialize it and bring it to genocidal scales of annihilation through nuclear arsenals. It makes the world seem a lot smaller, all the same, So we have that, and we more or less know where this is going to go. But in the meantime, the prime minister is juggling quite a few things, such as our international relationship, the Abrahamic Accords, what happens with Gaza. I'm not even talking about I'm not even going to get into the issue. What do we do with Hamas at the moment? We know what we have to do, but there are plans for Gaza in the future. This is going to come quicker than we even anticipate. What are the major things? Where is Israel going? And how does what is happening at the moment, I would say, help not fit in, but move us into the direction of eventually having a positive outcome of these past 2.5 years? Again, I think I said it's the head of the snake, and you get rid of this regime, and maybe it's more like an octopus, right? I mean, you have its legs, its tentacles going all over the place because it's built them, right? And so you get rid of the head. What happens to the legs? And that has an enormous impact on the strategic situation here. It also has an enormous impact on prospects for peace in the region, because everybody is terrified of Iran, and trying to appease them so that they don't come after them first. They can come after them last. Maybe something will happen by then. And then Iran up, and all of the countries that were trying to reach separate deals with them and try to cater to them, and they're all getting attacked, because that's all these people know how to do is bomb. And so they're bombing Saudi Arabia, which had made some sort of an arrangement with them. They're bombing Kuwait. They're bombing Qatar, their closest Arab ally. I mean, they're bombing all of these countries. They're bombing Turkey. And they're bombing all of these countries that didn't really have a beef with them, that were neutral. And now they're inflaming the region and unifying it against them. They declared war in Europe after the EU declared the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, a terrorist organization 2 weeks ago, before this war began. And I mean, talk about biting the hand that feeds you. These people are they can't do anything but aggression, apparently, and that's part of the Shia ideology. That's part of what the Shiaism is about, and they want to bring about this in world war to bring the Mahdi to come back. So, in the West, we tend to ignore that, but for them, it is serious, and they're absolutely concentrated on that. Like, I mean, they're They are fanatic in their belief. And they believe this is what they believe. They believe it sincerely. And you have to take them at their word and at their deed, because their deed and their words are one. So I think, this is we're meeting at an extraordinary time, where we're seeing things that are unprecedented. Nobody, you sometimes you stop for a second and you look at the photos of the bombs going off in IRGC bases and besieged bases and missile bases in Tehran. And you stop for a second and you think, and because you're watching it, and you're now seeing these kinds of videos on your feed, several times a day. But you stop for a second and think about it and say, what on earth? Tehran? Isfahan, Shiraz, all of these places that were just names, and that they were immune because they were so far away and so powerful. And it's amazing. I keep using that word. I think I used it in an interview yesterday. I don't know, probably 50 times. I watched it and I thought, what? Can't you think of a different word? But I use biblical. It is that astounding what is happening right now. So I just think that we have to take it in stride, but we also have to be very thankful for being here at this moment. We've certainly worked very hard to get here. We have to be very, very thankful that at this time in history, we have the two greatest leaders of our lifetime, the President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, at the helms of the United States and Israel. And we're keeping our promise to ourselves, to our countrymen, and I'd say to humanity, in protecting the free world. Absolutely. Carolyn Glick, toda rabba. Thank you for being with us here. We could have gone on for longer, but you have a lot to do. Our regards to the Prime Minister and our gratitude to him for all that he's doing. And may we have good news. Thank you for being with us. She's a master class. Just a master class. Just,
Oh, good.
It's fun to listen to her.
she's just, yeah. And she was very complimentary to Witkoff and to Kushner too. And
Yeah, that's the only point that whatever, we won't get stuck on that. But the analysis was amazing. The sort of the insight working. She now works obviously directly for Minister Netanyahu was phenomenal. Uh, yeah, good.
Yeah, but why is it like I listen, I've had my issues, but why is it an issue for her to praise Wickoff and Kushner? That makes exact sense. They're on the same
well,
they're
no, but I think she's had so much experience with them now
yeah.
firsthand that she's saying that she
Right,
wouldn't
it's not
just,
an issue. It's the right
yeah,
thing that she should
yeah,
praise them.
yeah.
Hey, so
Yeah,
I posted up in the nest so that people know. I posted up the nest, the clip that Stuff was playing earlier of Dugan listing the names of the useful, who he himself says are useful to the cause of the ideological push that he is aiming for in the West. He precursors his statement in his video that the United States is on the verge of failing and falling.
Yep.
That we're morally bankrupt, et cetera, et cetera. And then he goes on to say, but we have friends in the West, and that these people are useful influencers in MAGA who share the same ideological cause as the Russians. And then he lists several of them. Please try to make this go viral, because this is out of the mouths of babes. This is Dugan literally burning his main influencers in the influence ops that he is running, and it just needs to be, people need to be aware. And he doesn't name all of them. He doesn't name Bannon, and he doesn't name Vigano, but these are people that are named by themselves participating in conferences, right? So, but he does name Tucker as the first, Candace as the second, Alex Jones as the third. So it is something that people should be aware. And then he talks about Jackson
Wow.
Hinkle, and he actually says Kim.com, which I wasn't really aware of, but I haven't really
That's Kim
followed Kim
Iver.
for a while.
Is that Kim
Yeah.
Iverson?
What about Syrian girl?
He doesn't say anything about them, but I mean, those, like,
No, no.
he's naming
Kim.com.
his active measures.
Yeah,
So
those are the
Bree,
largest mouthpieces in the U.S. That's the thing. These are not, those other people are not in the
His
U.S.
most successful, he thinks, but
except for
he obviously.
Kim.com. Kim.com is the Russian guy who's in New Zealand.
so
But
so here's the conservative Russia, Russia, Russia. Right here it is.
It isn't really, because this is actually coming from the Russians, making it clear it's not coming from some
Again, but this
English
they
spy.
tried to make it look like the conservatives were working with Russia, and of course Trump is not. The administration is not.
But
Unfortunately, he had
there
people
were
around
people who
him.
were like General
Correct.
Flynn, you know. So there
Yes.
always there's going to be
Yes.
truth to the lie that they push. So you know they overreached, and they claimed that Trump was directly involved with it, with Russian psyops, et cetera, et cetera. But they could have actually taken down the Dems, an actual influence op, but that wasn't their intent. You know, their intent was to take down Trump, but they could have taken down an
Stealth. I
influence
tried to
op.
bring up Viva, but I was not able to do so.
Okay, wait. Finish your thought, Bree, because it's okay.
Yeah,
I'll get him up.
they could have taken down a Russian influence op by focusing on Flynn, etc., who already were involved in the Russian influence op. But that wasn't their intent, because it's never gonna. If they're gonna just, the Dems know what useful idiots are as well, so they're going to use the psyop that's being presented to them, and they will always overreach. You know, but in this case, this is the influence op. And if people aren't aware, hear from Dugan himself. It's not like he has to lie. The evidence is overwhelming. You know, from the Epstein, you know, he names the Epstein files as being part of the issue right now in the United States. Of course it is, because the Russians are utilizing it. Like, if you're not seeing this, I don't know how, what else I can do. Like, this will be part of my training that I'm going to give for navigating, you know, the psyop. But this has been going on for nigh on you know, decades now. How the Russians operate, they will always exploit. And that's what he's doing here. He's presenting, these are like, here's an opportunity to try to, you know, we have friends in the West. Here's a name of influencers within MAGA, and Trump is the traitor, he said today. He said Trump is the traitor.
Isn't it always the Dems who accuse the right of stuff that they're doing? It's just a
Yeah,
gaslighting
it's gaslighting.
manipulation
Yeah,
tactic
yeah.
that honestly any person with common sense can see right through it.
But these are quote unquote conservatives, right? These are ideologically captured people, according to Dugan himself. So they look like,
Line,
again.
you're wrong. Not anyone can see through it. You can see through it, but you're projecting your own ability onto everyone else.
So now the evidence is there. I don't know how much more you can have, Eva. Like I like Dugan himself is saying it, but people are going to say it's some what are they going to say?
Just like the Iranians have overreached in the
By the
war,
way,
right?
this video is like one of like 10,000 that I've already been looked at over a
Right.
year. I mean, we
But you
could go
have to
back a
actually sit
year and
down
I
and
could show
pay
you.
attention to him, which most people don't. So you've got to clip out specifically when he says America is about to fall and that Trump's the traitor and here are my friends. Like, you have to
And
get to
most
that
people
clip.
don't
Yeah,
understand
Bree's
the
got a good point.
significance of the threads.
Bree's got a
That's
really
right.
good point, though. Most people don't listen to any of this stuff. None of it.
But it,
Like the average person is not in tune to this stuff. Like the
it's even
98% don't listen to it. But if you can grab those, there was some when Stealth was playing that yesterday. There's some. It actually shows you when the enemy starts talking like that openly that they know their time is short and they're sending out their message so that
Exactly.
people
That
can carry it on.
he is literally burning his sources right now. He is
yep.
burning his assets, which he's expecting that only the people, he's doing like a dog whistle. So he's expecting only the people who follow him to recognize the friendlies. But the thing is that like he risked burning his assets, and here he is burning his assets right now. But what Dugin
Then
is
let's use it
expecting,
to our advantage.
well, but the
Bree,
thing is,
yeah,
Blinken's expecting is no one in on the right's going to pay attention because of the Russia hoax. They think that
Dave,
no one's going to pay
do,
attention.
do you think that this is because he's sensing that they are getting weaker?
Yes, he says it. He says it that
How?
multipolarity is not ready yet. Like, the world's not ready for multipolarity because of what the Trump has done. He says that he was hopeful that they had convinced Trump on multipolarity, but now with what's going on in Russia. And by the way, he also mentions anti-Zionism as part of as part of the op.
Yep.
Of course, this is their
Yeah, no
core.
one's paying attention to this. You're in an echo chamber, Stealth. It's you, and I mean, you're the tip of the spear on this. I don't know anyone else who's really talking about it, or Bree, or
What?
Well,
researching it.
Barbie is because of me, but like she's put out a ton of articles. She's been doing it daily. But we've all, I don't know. I was doing
It's
it
yeah,
alone for over a
it's
year,
just
and
hard to
now,
see the
accomplishments from what they've been doing, and it's hard to network it all together because you have like it's kind of like a decentralized operation that they're running, and when you start putting the pieces together, they're a little bit scant for people
But
outside of.
Look at my post. My post is super simple. I quote Dugin directly, claiming that Trump is a traitor. I give a link to Dugin's direct, calling out his assets. This should be enough to go super viral. People should look at this and say, "Wait a second. Why is this person naming names? Who is this person? What is he saying? He's Russian. He's saying that they had the ideology anti-Zionism. Wait a second." But unless we share this to everyone, like share it to everyone. And I'm not saying make me go viral, but I don't care. The intent is to try to get this sound, quote unquote, sound clip and Dugan's post from today to go super viral to expose these people and hold them accountable. And it has to
people
go
don't
outside.
understand the Russian threat because the left ruined it like they ruined so many things. They overplayed their hand with the Russia thing. We all know about this Russia. The Ukraine war was a disaster. That was spearheaded by Biden as far as our American involvement. Sorry, the Biden administration. We know how they manage everything. It just goes to shit, as Donald Trump said correctly. And so Americans have serious fatigue with this anti-Russia stuff. The problem is they have a very clever operation, as you outlined. And Bree, your communication was perfect. I retweeted it before I came on the space.
Thanks. I
It is so
appreciate that.
concise.
Yeah, it's got to be
Anyone can
concise.
understand it.
It's got to be,
Dave,
and the deep diving that Barbie is doing. I just posted her entire thread on my Facebook page. I will tell you that there will be maybe 10 people who will read the entire thing. The majority of the people don't have this is scientific. We are seeing this now. People have about 5 to 10 minutes maximum of reading capability before they put something down and leave. And then watching videos, it's up to 4 minutes. That's what they're saying right now. So what we have to do, and we have to thank, by the way, some of the long form podcasts and making it longer, because I will tell you a few years ago, they were saying 2 minutes max for training type videos because people will just start to not pay attention. So it's gone up. But look, at the end of the day, we have to make it concise. We have to name the names. We have to hold that. Look, if this was to go super viral at this point, Dugan's statements, Tucker would have to go on the defensive because he's
Dan
yeah,
Bongino shared Barbie's thing,
fantastic.
in a video clip right now. Hold on one second. This is huge. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on one second.
And it's so important what Barbie's doing, what you're doing, Stealth Bree, what you're doing. The deep research is very important, but
Me and
it's not for
Barbie
the
did not
masses.
sleep
The deep research is
all
for the people.
last was it last night or the night before? I can't even remember. Neither of us slept. Oh, it was Wednesday night. It was right when the Tucker thing came out, and we were feeding it through AI and layered it on top of a bunch of Tucker's old transcripts. Like, this is what we were doing so that we could track. And of course, we needed Dugin's old podcasts as well, even if they were in Russian, so that you could create a framework to see the logic and how it was mapping out one for one. So I just want to see this right now with Barbie. Hold on a second.
And I have to say, as an aside, while you're looking that up, I think there is hope for Jones. He was third on that list. He does have Dugan on the program. I've seen Dugan on the program. He seems very sympathetic. He praises
He's
Dugan.
been on the program probably, I don't even know, 50 times, just so you know, at least.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing: Jones praises Trump's action in Venezuela, and he is not very negative on Iran. He lays out how it could go bad, but he's also laying out that it's gone pretty well. There is a potential for it to go pretty well, and that's actually a huge change of tone.
Dave,
Okay, guy, can I just play this 1 second? We'll go to the Alex Jones in a second. Hold on.
Bobby, they're everywhere. They're propagandists, agitprop bullshitters. They're not serious journalists, and they're certainly not interested in the facts. Listen, I showed you in the beginning of the show, despite a massive propaganda exercise leveled against me and other Trump administration folks to make you believe nothing's happening, black pillars, doomers, they all have an agenda. They've got a 2028 agenda that is going, and their agenda, by the way, is to tear apart this Republican movement based on faith, family, and values. That is absolutely their agenda. It is a intentional kind of nuclear fission exercise from the inside. You know, there's a good piece about this. If you guys kind of gone viral today, if you want to read it, I don't have time to get the whole thing on the air, but it's a good account. I think it's Insurrection Barbie. I strongly encourage you to read a blog post, maybe a Substack. She has it attached on her X account about what's going on. If you think any of this is real, this whole effort to dismantle this new coalition, well, actually, it's not. It's an old conservative coalition, but it's taken a new form in the MAGA movement. If you think any of this is real, folks, if it was real, let's be honest, you would believe it and no one would be here. The nothing is happening crowd hasn't. Oh, the audio goes away. I don't know why. Is she screen recorded? I think maybe he's. Oh no, Barbie.
Just FYI, Rapid Response 47 has been putting out all this like evidence and explanation
Get that.
about the
The
relationship
problem
Iran has
is,
had with terrorism.
let's be honest, you would believe it and no one would be here. The nothing is happening crowd hasn't. Oh, every time she posts her side by side on the article, the audio goes away. Okay, I gotta tell her. Hold on 1 second. She's losing.
We can find the clip.
There might be a limit on the amount of seconds it could be quoted or whatever. Or the length of the video.
The problem is it's not working. So you're seeing the extinction burst. You guys got that doggy video? The dog. If you're citing your education, you're probably a moron. Folks in the chat, can I get a dispensation for a moment? Okay, thank you. Just Republicans love Donald Trump. Okay, more. That's so funny. Wait a second. Hold on 1 second. How a network of political Catholic integralists, Russian ideologues, and media provocateurs are systematically dismantling the evangelical foundation of the American right. Oh, she linked her article audio. Framework for understanding the convulsions tearing through American conservatism treats them as a foreign policy argument. Israel or no Israel? Aid or no aid? America first versus globalism. This framing is wrong and the most important. Okay, so this is the article. So, okay, so I want to hear that. I'm going to tell her that not all of Don Bongino's. It is code posted below, so many of you viewers can find it. I have a video clip, but some of the audio is missing. I would love to hear the rest. If anyone reading or watching this managed to clip it live. Oh shoot, yeah. So she couldn't get it either.
It's from his daily podcast.
Yeah, daily podcast. Yeah.
So the recording should be out by now.
Just wanted to say quickly on Jones. Jones kind of goes back and forth because on one hand, this is just my view. On one hand, he's crazy. On the other hand, he does love America. I think he genuinely loves America. So whenever he sees other people expressing discontent in a way that he feels kind of goes into straight out America bashing, especially sort of even on the right, he feels uncomfortable with it. You could tell he does have a sort of basic shame in that
Yeah,
sense.
he'll speak out against it. He is truly America first before they bastardized it, and he spoke out against some idiot who said vote for Dems because he was always a Dem. And I'm not going to name this idiot, but you know who he is. I hate talking about these people because they're less than a footnote in history. No one knows who they are at the grocery store. None of the primary voters know who they are. You talk to tens of thousands of them. You poll hundreds of thousands of them. No one knows or cares what these people are talking about. Now, it does have an effect. It has an effect on some of our most strident activists that get a lot of stuff done. It has an effect on donors. It does have an effect. It is real, but it's not very real in the minds of voters. And Barbie hit it on the head. I read part of her dissertation, dissertations on this. And what she had said was this is the fight for the soul of the movement in 10 years. That's what it is. In 2 to 10 years. She's exactly right. It's not going to move really hardly anyone at the midterms now. They're looking past 28. And you know who does that? You know how I know this isn't organically conservative? Conservatives have never done that. For all of our principled greatness, how intellectually superior we are to the left in our arguments, we do not plan. We do not do Machiavelli. We do not plan for the century like the communists do. We do not plan for half a century like the Democrats do.
Yeah, and you see that again in the polls that have come out this year, just like came out last year, that 90, 95, 98, depending on which poll you're looking at, of MAGA voters, different ways of measuring the right, approve of the strike. Because of course they do, right? Because number one, they tend to just follow the leader, right? And number
Well, you
two,
saw Thomas Massey's poll, right? It's a biased, it's a non-scientific poll because they're mostly Massey supporters, not haters that follow him. And he said, should the U.S. Lead a strike against Iran? And the 56% said yes. And then I think he asked another one, should Israel lead a strike in the United States fall? It was 1% more. It was like 58% said yes, Israel should lead a strike and the United States should fall. That's Thomas Massey's non-scientific poll on Twitter.
same thing with Jack Posobiec. They all tried and they all lost the poll. But one more thing. I think finally objectively you could say that the sort of correct framing of what's it called, Tucker et al. Of the woke right as being Russian ops. I think it is finally breaking through into maybe not the mainstream, but in let's say the activist mainstream at the very least, the online mainstream.
Correct. I
But
hate agreeing with you. This sucks. Let's argue.
no, no, but people are noticing it, and obviously it helps. It was supercharged by the fact that President Trump, because the war broke out, and now it's information war too. And President Trump finally felt the need again to blast Tucker and say he's not real MAGA, he's not really smart, et cetera, et cetera. And then this Dugan thing that Bree is so correctly and Stealth are drawing attention to, like that is like you're burning an asset, and like people are gonna notice this shit. You know, people are like, what is this? What is this?
Well, Russia's really desperate, and Stealth is right about this, and I'm hitting it. And this is the opportunity to say it again. Russia is looking to take out President Trump, and what's left of Iran is looking to take out Trump. China wants Trump down. Why? That he strangled their fuel, their energy. In Venezuela, we control all of the cutoffs for their energy now. They're really screwed if they go to war with Taiwan. I mean, they could still take it. They could still hurt us. They could still win a Pyrrhic victory. Okay, and we could both hurt. But that's what it would take at this point because of Trump's strategic brilliance, really. But the issue is Russia is really looking to take Trump out now because Russia's in dire straits. Yes, there'll be a withering attack in Europe and Ukraine, a counterattack if Trump is assassinated by, this new axis of evil: China, Iran, Russia. And I think it would be a Russian to do it. And I've said multiple times in this space, I know it's clipped, I know it goes to certain people, but he absolutely needs to be covered from at least 2,000 yards, 2,000 meters. He has to be protected against, 50 caliber class rifles and any other attempt. He doesn't really need to go anywhere in public, meet with anyone unless it's absolutely necessary. And then his security has to be, the antithesis of Butler, where just to this day, the do nothing crowd is right about this, but they never put this in their equation. They say, well, Trump doesn't do anything about what we'd like him to look into because he's corrupt and Epstein and what have you. Well, nothing's happened to the stand down order that was obviously given in Butler, Pennsylvania, where the leading candidate to become president of the United States, the two-term president of the United States, Donald Trump, was shot in the head. And people were recording film of the shooter 20 minutes before it happened, reporting it to Secret Service, reporting it to FBI, reporting it to police. And Trump's detail was switched out to DHS guys who had never done security detail ever and had a 1 hour video presentation on how to protect the president of the United States. He had 5 foot female security detail that cannot cover his 6'3" frame physically as a bullet shield, which is part of the job. The whole thing was set up. There's been no justice for that. No one's been indicted. No one's been, to my knowledge, investigated thoroughly. We don't know anything about Matthew Crooks. He's just like the Mandalay Bay shooter. He's a ghost now. And so the point is they're going to try to kill Trump again because that's their only play now. Yes, there's going to be a withering counterstrike in Europe against Russia, but they will win the game in 10, 20 years because Trump is playing much more strategically. He's one of the only guys on our side that will actually play for multiple decades into the future.
Okay, so a few things. This just came out right now from Laura Loomer. Tulsi Gabbard hired former Tucker Carlson producer Eduardo Nerett to work at ODNI Gov as a communications advisor. I can confirm that in 2025, DNI Gabbard hired Eduardo to work for her in comms at odni.gov. I mean, at gov. Whatever, ODNI Gov. Eduardo Nerett's X account is full of recent posts praising Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly as they continue attacking Jewish Americans and keep pushing their smear campaign against President Trump's strikes in Iran. The Tulsi Tucker connection is extremely concerning to me, to be completely honest. Remember, it was Tucker Carlson who recommended Tulsi to President Trump for the DNI nomination. Tucker even said Tulsi should run for president, and then he interviewed Joe Kent on his show. Kent now works for Tulsi. Nerett's posts constantly praised Tucker Carlson. Most recently, Nerett even defended Carlson's interview with Huckabee, which is full of anti-Jewish conspiracy theories and the insinuation that President Trump is controlled by Netanyahu. Source, and she lists the source. Oddly, Nerett claims Hispanics, not Muslims, are the greatest threat to America. Sounds like a Tucker talking point to me. She puts the source. It's worth noting Nerett's pinned tweet is his interview with Tucker Carlson from December of 2024. Hey, at Alex Henning, isn't your job over at the DNI's office to keep all of the woke right hires somewhat in line? It's not exactly a secret that ODNI Gov likes to hire Jew haters and Democrats who oppose President Trump's foreign policy. DNI Spock's, why was a Tucker Carlson fanboy like Eduardo Nerit hired by the head of the U.S. intelligence community? Very disturbing. Between Tucker's son working for VP Vance and Tucker's former staff scattered throughout the Department of War and ODNI Gov, it's almost like Tucker Carlson is running his own shadow government inside the Trump administration to undermine President Trump. Was this always part of the plan? And then she shows all the evidence that you would need.
Yeah,
Then
but
she
she
says
doesn't
she's
understand psychology at all. That's the one thing I hate about people that don't have any real training. Like she knows like what's coming up with these elections, right? Like she understands that. Like degrading people right now is just that's more seeds for their farm. So I don't know how to explain this to people, but there is actually training manuals that have been leaked and declassified. You can learn about all of this with the midterms coming up this soon. A lot of this stuff just wait until after the midterms and then trash everybody because it's I don't know how to
so
explain it
it's
to
not about
people.
trashing, it's about this guy should not be in the White
You're
House
gonna
when
take you're
Tucker
gonna
leaked
take
to
okay.
him.
So Laura's gonna take votes from our side because of a grudge. It's been continuing with the ODNI, which possibly is real, right? It's
No, she
probably
had no
actually something
grudge
that
with
should
the
be brought up.
ODNY. We have a problem with Tucker Carlson. Now ODNI made a mistake before the 12-day strike. She's been on a do not invite list. We now know of her relation. Well, we've known for a while, but the relationship with Omid Malik and Tucker, and then Joe Kent, who set up.
Israel
So
will have less support if we lose these midterms.
you don't
Just I want
understand.
you
The
to understand
midterms
the
being lost
calculus.
has nothing to do with this random reporter, Edu Nerit, who was leaking.
There is a major, yeah. So there is a major push in the United States called America Only. I've told you guys about this a year ago before anybody really even started talking about it. America Only excludes Israel in financing and support, not just Israel, but pretty much every ally that we have. It's the
No, just
isolationist
Israel.
stuff from
There's no other
Dugin's side.
allies, just Israel. Just there's no other
No,
allies,
I
just
mean I
That
Israel.
is
agree. I'm
correct.
just telling you that's what that's what they're going for is like America literally like only like completely,
Well,
you know,
you're
like
both
no.
correct, but the thing
Yeah.
is, it's a very small effect that this will take hold in the midterms. Now, if you get a race that's decided by a tenth of 1 point, now we're talking. Now, what key and those do occur increasingly.
Okay, I'm going to say this again. This is to do with leaks from inside the administration, leaks that we just experienced on Saturday and
Yeah,
Sunday,
it's not going to help.
leaks from
It's
last
not going
week.
to help Israel. It's not going to help any Jew. The focus right now needs to be on the enemy, on the attack vector right now. And the attack vector isn't internal strife and problems that we have because that's a long game. That's a
Well,
long
Trump
problem.
literally,
Pete,
okay,
The
so
wait,
short
so
term
stop.
CTF, you're absolutely wrong because I literally been working on this for 2 years. I'm going to say to you again. Trump just went after Tucker and kicked him out. He was the one that was derailing, literally derailing and dividing MAGA and
and
the
they lost
conservative movement.
thousands and
They
thousands
are
of votes
trying
all
to
over the
rip
country
apart
from
the
that because you
conservative
guys
No,
don't
vote.
have
you
any
have no proof of
comprehension of what
that.
I'm
You
talking
have
about.
zero proof at all about what you're saying. Zero proof.
No, that's what
Listen,
I said. You just
obviously the
okay.
point is
Okay,
to
I'm
pressure
wrong.
the
You're right.
administration. Hold on. Just can I say one thing to you so you can see what maybe you're not seeing it from the right angle. The point is to pressure the administration. The point is to put so much public pressure that they're going to not follow through or do what they want to do or take it back a step or whatever. Their goal is to make it stop earlier and make it stop faster so that the regime can survive. That is the whole goal of this disinformation campaign in this moment. Obviously there's like 500 goals, long term, short term, whatever, but in this moment the pressure campaign right now is for Trump to retreat.
And Barbie, they
That's why
failed. They failed in the 12-day war. They failed in the support for
correct.
Israel. They failed in this
No, they
Iran.
actually did not fail in the 12-day war. So I'm going to have to remind you again because people seem to not listen to me because I'm not writing long fucking essays because I'm sitting and arguing with you guys in spaces. I could do I could do what I needed to do in 2 hours rather than a whole day keep reteaching you guys over and over again what's going on with the narrative. No, the 12-day war was shut short. Trump was at 4 a.m. was up. Somebody gave him bad intel. He walks out to go to the green patch to get on a plane. And before that, he goes, "Oh, Israel doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Iran doesn't know what the fuck they're doing." and he turns back planes when there was a whole package of strikes that should have happened in between then. And what we found out afterwards was that he was given bad intel. Again,
I could be wrong, but it's a brilliant long-term move, and I'm not even saying it's intentional on Trump's behalf, although I think he's quite a brilliant individual. It proved that he's not under the thumb of Netanyahu or Israel when he said they don't know what the F they're doing, and when he turned back planes, and he called the Jewish prime minister and he said, turn the planes around. So that
yes,
destroys the
because
narrative of these guys, these
yes,
Duganites,
but you
saying,
don't
oh, we're
understand.
controlled by
That's
Israel.
because, okay, you're not listening. So if you're not going to listen, then I can't help you. Would you like me to close the space, or would you like to leave the space? I'm going to give you options. I'm not going to yell. I've been up all night. I'm going to say this again. What occurred was subversion of the president last year. It made him look bad. There was already, everybody was arguing against him, preemptively striking against the president, who came right out of ODNI's office, leaking it, but putting it out to every single personal social media site she had across the board, not her professional one. That was a strike against Trump's agenda to go after Iran's nuclear program.
What was the leak, the atomic video
Yes,
or what?
yes, yes, yes. The video, yes. Can I finish my statement, or are you going to interrupt me
And
every
the
time?
false report. Remember the initial report that came out where they said that they hadn't been successful?
Okay. The bat. I'm going to drop and next person who speaks, I'm going to drop you. Period. Full stop. Except for Barbie and Bree and the girls. Okay, it's just the boys right now. You're retarded right this morning. You cannot control yourselves. You've had coffee.
Emotion
Relax.
will lose this election. I don't understand why women don't.
Yes, and the people that are emotional are the men right now inside of
Yeah, but it's
podcast
just
land.
anger.
No, it's because you guys have no impulse control. How many more want to go down? Okay, so I'm going to say it again. The after report and the leaks about the damage that had occurred or not occurred all was part of the op. It was set up from before. They did the same thing with this with what's going on right now. What we're doing right now is like resetting the whole multipolar versus unipolar universe. The blowback is they're probably going to try to assassinate my president again, like I had predicted before. None of you predicted his assassination and to have it recorded on his face with now the current head of the National Security Council. I did, me. Okay, so I'm going to say this again. I've predicted this over and over again. I predicted the Dugan thing. I predicted exactly what was going on and all this stuff. Again, this intentional stopping of the 12-day strike caused a massive internal issue in Israel for Netanyahu, major problems. It caused major problems in the U.S. in terms of narrative shaping, and it allowed Bannon and Tucker to say that Israel's dragging Trump across the nose. They didn't even take into consideration at all that the planes were turned back. They didn't get credit for that. Trump didn't get credit for that. So this whole time, Tucker has been doing counter signaling to the administration, the false leaks around Qatar. He's been escalating and escalating and escalating and putting a target on Jewish people's backs. Who do you think is going to be funding a lot of these races in a lot of states? Because it's CARE that's funding for the left to get their people in. There's very few people funding on the right for these smaller runs when you have, money that you're going to lose because nobody wants to incentivize the woke right. Nobody wants to fund anything when you're hearing Nazi propaganda and you're hearing Tucker doing it and then saying, okay, let's go kill out all the major Jewish population that you know of under Chabad across the world after Bondi Beach. You can't keep that going. There's continuous subversion, right? There's also affinity smearing. So anytime Tucker is next to the president, next to JD Vance, next to this, it's causing internal havoc to the point that the White House was requesting reports on this. And it started under RFK, way, way, way before that. You cannot have a DNI that's filled with individuals or these people, these appointments that if they weren't on there, are currently on RT all day long, doing interviews and podcasts with literally enemies to the president, Coke back think tanks. Sam called the guy Caldwell, who was fired from the DOD right away. You have Colby with a disaster of a Senate hearing yesterday for the armed services, where both the Republicans and the Democrats are telling him he's being dishonest, and he's saying he's not aligned with the president because he wasn't. You still have people inside the administration that was brought on by God knows who. There's a problem. We've all been saying it. I've been saying it first. Barbie's been saying it. James Lindsay said first, woke right. But we've been seeing this counter signaling, but nobody's listening. And this is where we are today. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Barbie.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Barbie. Barbie.
I didn't. Did I have my hand up? I'm sorry. I was just listening. No, I had nothing to say.
I
Sorry.
just
Oh,
wanted
you
to say,
did. No, you did. You were talking when you got interrupted.
Oh, I was no, I was saying that there. This is definitely about in the information warfare is definitely a huge part of it. Yes, of course, the most important part is what's happening on the ground and all of that stuff. But the information warfare is how they actually get to, you know, that's how they've been moving the
They,
needle,
they they
and
move it
they're
from
not
the
moving the needle
ground.
with
They move
us.
it from the ground. That's
Yeah.
how it works with the administration. If the ground sounds like it's shaky, they will completely reset, and this is the problem.
and I see Key's point. I'm a political animal. I've worked many campaigns, so I get it about like prioritizing elections. It is super important. However, that being said, number one, some things are more important than elections. War and peace is one of them. Number two, even on that issue, the best time to launch a counter strike, I guess you want to say, against these internal subversives is during a hot war. Right, because everything gets subsumed by the hot war. That's the headline every day. The best time to sort of take out your enemies, in this case, your internal enemies, your subversives, and they really are enemies. They're not just like people who disagree with us. Is during a hot war because it doesn't become the main headline. The main headline every day for the next X amount of time is going to be the actual missiles and bombs.
Tucker called the president disgusting and evil. You
Yeah,
have to address that. That will affect midterms.
correct.
That is a problem. I'm
Lose a
sorry.
lot. You lose. I'm not war. Sorry, you lose a lot more votes again by being associated, even unintentionally, with Nazism or something close to it, and jihadism and communism than you do alienating Tucker. Tucker can be fired into the sun, and we'll be better off for it politically.
Okay, go ahead, Eyal.
Well, Qatar is adjacent to the sun, by the way.
Go ahead, Eyal. Go ahead, Eyal. Eyal, can you hear me? Eyal? Okay, go ahead, grifters. Nobody can hear? No.
Hi. We
Hey, yeah,
just
can you
had
Okay,
an
hear
go ahead,
me?
alarm,
Eyal.
so
Oh, you got an alarm? Sorry. Are you okay?
no, no problem. Um, I think it's. By the way, the Caroline Glick interview was brilliant. I really enjoyed listening to it. There is also a good interview of Witkoff by Mark Levine.
Yep. I played it yesterday. It was
Oh,
excellent.
you played it
Excellent.
yesterday already? Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. And I think, the most important thing right now is that we make sure we go the distance. This really has to go on because it will take time to really undermine the regime.
Barbie, we're trying to get you the audio that's muted out in your article.
Yeah, it was weird,
Yeah,
right?
very weird.
Or is it just maybe it was just me? I don't know.
Is it how did the account pop up? Was that on his side? Is that why it got muted?
Oh, yeah, it was on. Yeah, it was. I was just on Rumble. I was very. It's very weird.
Hmm.
I thought it was. That's why, like you see, I was like trying to put the volume up. I don't
Yeah,
know. It's
yeah.
weird.
I've never seen that before.
Right?
That's very strange.
Uh, telling you guys.
Okay. Barbie,
Yes,
did you see the Dugan video that we played several times from yesterday? Did you watch it?
I've watched. I like the creepy Merlin. I've watched all his videos. Honestly, I'm like all the
Creepy
way.
Merlin.
I'm sorry, he's
I'll
such
say he's
creeper.
Merlin though, because Merlin's like, Pendragon. It's a good
He's like
show. G-
Rasputin, like
No,
Rasputin.
Give
yeah,
me a
he's like
really good creepy
Rasputin,
troll, and
or
I'll use that. Any good creepy, like
he's
I
whatever
like
call him the warlock.
gnome.
what's
I call
yeah,
him the
he's like
Russian
That's good.
warlock.
warlock
Russian warlock.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's actually really good.
Yeah, the
Actually, to
Russian
be honest,
warlock.
that's better.
because of his like weird
A
obsession
Weird.
with
Rasputin.
the occult. Yeah, he's a Rasputin, but no one knows how to say that. So
Yeah, so
Russian
warlock is
warlock is good.
yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
Russian
I
you've
warlock.
can't
learned.
pronounce it correctly.
The student has
You
become
guys
the
should.
teacher, Bree.
You guys should watch his video from 9 years ago when he was talking about Syria, which I'm not. I'm really just not good at, and so. But I feel like it would. So you guys would be very interested.
Can you
People
send
who
it to me?
especially know what's going on
Can
in
you send
Syria.
it to me?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna send it to you. Yeah, and it's what I love. The reason why I liked it is because it specifically introduces him as the foreign policy advisor to Vladimir Putin in English. So
I don't.
no one.
What
Wow.
I don't understand
Yeah.
is how anyone could watch like any of these videos. I mean, I guess people aren't watching them, but any of these videos of him and not like be super creeped out. Like it. I'm not one to bring up energy or whatever, but like just energetically, just you watch it and it's just creepy. It's like icky.
Well, they don't have to watch it. Tucker Carlson gives it to them
That's right.
with a better
Also
veneer
icky.
and like the right
Yep.
studio set or
Yep. He
whatever.
packages it with the Fatima like a cigarette thing behind him in his pouches or whatever. His Alp pouches from India.
He's so dangerous. Dugin, that even Putin internally, if you read about internal Kremlinology, so to uh, finds a way to keep him at, like, he doesn't totally exile him, but he keeps him at arm's length because he knows that he's a bit of a Rasputin, as you said, and that he to kind of subvert even Putin's leadership at times. So that's like,
I don't know how that's possible when they lived together for 2.5 years in the Kremlin with his daughter, and when the daughter died, they got even
yeah.
closer. So I don't believe that they're separate. I just
I'm
Yeah,
not,
don't.
it was
I'm not,
just a gay relationship. It wasn't really political.
not separate. It's kind of like almost. I can't find a good analogy. I was going to say almost like Tucker and Trump in some ways, but the point is they've had a on again, off again relationship over the years, and Dugin constantly attacks, just like Prigozhin did before he was killed finally by the Kremlin, the former head of the Wagner Group. They've had a love hate relationship where he's important to him in some ways. Dugin is to Putin, but he's also afraid of him. So they've kind of like he keeps him far enough away that he at times that he can't do damage, but close enough that he doesn't lose his support. It's kind of like that,
Yeah, you'd have to do some in-depth psychoanalysis and LGB 123 relationships to really understand.
something like that. Yeah.
Barbie, anything in the scroll or in tablet?
I haven't looked at because I was looking for all the videos of Dugan in the Third Temple. Um, I really no because so I found one and I had it translated and then I was like I don't know if it's translated correctly, and so I sent it to Roden. But then I was like I'm just gonna post it. Hopefully the AI translator translated it correctly because I mean it's a whole episode from 2019 on the Third Temple. I'm
He
assuming
did
it
a
has something to
Substack
do
that
with
just came
the.
out, the same thing this morning. Did you see it?
Of course, it's like yeah,
Yeah.
and it's brilliant because it's like
The
it's
Substack
brilliant
is a
because
mirror image of what Tucker said in his podcast.
right. Exactly, and it's like he does it after. So these people are really smart. They're very diabolical and evil, but they're very
That's
smart.
how I can tell they're
It
not they're not
surprises
true
me.
conservatives. I mean, we're more direct. It's not that we're less intelligent. We do not plan, like I said, for 50 years in advance.
At least
Bet you
10.
that's a combination of words you were hoping you would never have to say, Barbie. Dugin and the Third Temple. It's like what?
I think this is just so crazy because it's such a brilliant maneuver when you throw crap at the wall and make see what sticks while completely confusing everybody about everything of every denomination. I'm an evangelical. I'm not a dispensationalist. I'm not saying I don't think it's true. I don't know. I don't believe anything that I can't verify for myself in the Bible. That's just who I am. It has nothing to do with anything else. And like they throw all this crap at the wall and like every denomination's confused. If everyone's gonna be yelling at each other, it's a perfect
They like to talk
strategy.
about words that aren't in
That's
the
like
Bible.
creative.
Zion, as you pointed out, is in the Bible dozens or hundreds of times.
159 times. 159 times.
Dispensation's not in the Bible one time. Check it.
They love to tell me that what I am and what I'm not. And I've never I'm like, I didn't say any of that. All I said is that what are you freaking talking about? There's a strike in Iran. No, what are you talking about? What temp like what are you freaking
Hey,
talking
by
Pop
the
about?
quiz.
way,
Do you even?
did you know that Ayatollah Khamenei is posting from the hellscape wherever he is right now on X? Do you see that? He
The
Oh
just
my
I
posted
saw
it
that
God.
again.
The Hebrew account was posting, right?
Well, they say X is a hellscape.
No, but I saw something that like I don't know if it's the IRGC or maybe Khamenei's Hebrew account that somebody got access to. But they
I
were
mean, is there
posting
a
like
Starlink there? I
I
mean,
don't
I'm
in
still don't
hell. I don't
understand.
know.
Yeah, who
Maybe.
knows?
But in like I saw that Hebrew account, like some Iranian regime Hebrew account was posting in Hebrew. They do it because they think it's like, oh, we're gonna post in your language. We're gonna show you. Da, da, da. I don't know, but they were posting like these crazy like AI depiction, like oh yeah, we're secretly winning. Like okay, I don't. I don't know. Like I don't know. Are you in a
It's
padded room
hilarious.
somewhere? Like I don't.
It's super funny.
Wait a second.
It's
This
super
is
funny.
crazy. The Jillian Michaels, Anna Kasparian, and Linda Lee. Wait. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. What happened?
Oh yeah, they have a podcast.
Yeah, I know, but I thought she quit.
To Al Jazeera. Yes, yeah. I mean, why is it every time we track down a lie, we end up finding people connected to Qatar or Iran? There's no proof this ever happened. So, none. Wait, how does that debunk the fact that you just read it? Where is your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu? No, I'm referring. Where is the proof? You're not getting. No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I told you
This
all
is
the reasons.
older, by the way, Steph.
Where is the proof? We're not saying that it happened. We're really not saying that it happened.
Now I'm gonna review a part.
We're not. Okay, so what we're reporting on is now they're in the marketplace what
they're saying. This is a discussion that's happening literally everywhere. We would be remiss if we didn't cover it. It's a week old, this conversation. It's over a week. It's still pretty prevalent. Is a week old. It's still going on, Jillian. Okay, well, nevertheless, where is the proof that actually Jillian, happened? I just said, according to this guy's reporting, he was offered 150 million. Okay, that was the corroborated by Candace. It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick, and also listen, I like Candace. She has people from his own team have said he has not seen her in years. And yet last year they were on tour together. Last year they were on tour together. Wait, if you want to talk about people on the time, Andrew his press. No, it was last year. Andrew, that guy is like, okay, everybody calm down. Let's just calm down. Subsequently said this is not true. No, they never told it. Eric Bolling, all of them are like, yeah. Okay, Eric Bolling thought that he had 2 daughters. Okay, so I'm not gonna. Okay, Andrew Colvin. The narrative is not true. Charlie has a cordial relationship with Ackman. There's no black. Also, no he said nothing like what Candace is suggesting. That same Andrew said that Candace and Charlie remain friends. I just want to be sure. He's saying this is not true. But they were literally touring together last year. Nothing like what Candace is suggesting. What does that have to do with their friendship? What does that have to do with you? What does that have to do with their friendship? He's saying what Candace is suggesting. He is saying what Candace is suggesting is not true. He's talking about her suggesting that Israel killed him. We're talking about 100. Please do not conflate the two things. Okay. Well, unilaterally across the board now, we've got multiple accusations that all pile up to the same exact. I think it's the furries. It's the furries. I think it's the furries. I don't know, and I don't look. For those who are saying evidence to suggest none. Okay, you're saying so what's interesting is that Asian girl who was the DNC donor, she's a CCP op, right? And nobody's called that out. She did the whole tour saying she was working in the DNC. She was the money raiser for Biden. Linda Lee, this one that showed up out of nowhere and all of a sudden was doing the whole circuit on the right. That was the op. Jillian Michaels, there's this Groiper girl from Australia, and then Anna Kasparian, the Armenian who loves the Turks that killed all her people.
But do you guys see the op or the goal, the point? They're gonna throw the more insane they sound, the better, because this is what political discourse has become. And pretty soon we're all gonna not have any brain cells left because all we have to do is analyze and talk about this
Do you
insanity.
want to
And
do
I
a
don't know about everybody
debate
else, my
with
head
Carrie
just hurt from
Prejean
that.
Bowler? I was trying to ask you. I asked Bree's not available to do it. Oh
No,
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 okay.
no.
I'll do it.
This is the
It's
problem.
only women. It's
Why are we
only women.
debating
It's
these
only women.
people?
Stealth.
Why are
I
we
identify as
debating
a
these
woman as of
people?
right now.
Do we dare start promoting with all these posts that
If she can identify as a Catholic, Viva, you can identify as a woman,
with all
okay?
these posts
Precisely.
that Barbie and Bree are putting out? Shouldn't we start honestly pushing VP Vance needs to pick a side?
I don't want to push anybody to do anything. I want people to do things that they want to do, that they feel comfortable doing. That tells me way more than I'm a conservative, so I probably am not the right person to ask. Probably need to ask
Yeah,
somebody who runs
TPUSA
ops.
hired Tucker's former head writer Blake Neff, but Blake Neff and Tucker had a falling out. And
Blake Neff he's the only one. He actually has been pushing back against some of
yeah, but
well, definitely against the conspiracy into Israel
he was
stuff.
fired at Fox News for some of this interesting behavior, and then he course corrected. I guess hopefully he's at TPUSA, but I didn't know that the administration hired 2 of Tucker's prior employees. That's kind of crazy, and his son. So that's 3.
I didn't. It goes so far. It goes so deep, you guys. Like institutionally, it goes so deep and so far, and it's very dormant, and it's going to be not dormant at some point.
Were they his
And I'm just saying, like,
employees from this round or from Fox?
No, from the podcast.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah. Is this the story with ODNI? It's oh wait, somebody else.
I mean, think about it. How do you infiltrate? You have to infiltrate a movement, right? If you want to hollow it out and change it, what do? You have to infiltrate it, and then you have to be quiet for a
Yep.
long time until you cannot be quiet. And when everyone's loud at the same time, that should be an indicator to everybody how far along we are.
Oh boy. Okay, let's see what else has come out. Let's see. There's that Kevin Roberts thing that we still have to go through, the Patrick Bet-David one that they did. The president just posted an hour ago, June 1985, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists hijacked TWA Flight 847 on its way from Athens to Rome, torturing a U.S. Navy diver before shooting him point blank in the head and tossing his body onto the Bay. Oh my God, the administration is doing it. They did a whole thread, 8 posts. Wow, they're doing it. They're showing the world the truth. They have not shown the truth about what the Hezbollah and Iran have done and Islamic terrorism. This is major. Okay, how many threads are there? Hold on one second. So, a full thread from the administration. For nearly half a century, the Iranian regime has been slaughtering Americans. President Trump is doing what other presidents have refused to do, eliminate the Iranian threat, so no more American blood is spilled by these terrorists. November 79, Iranian students backed by the regime seized the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking 66 Americans hostage in a 444-day standoff. They post all the pictures. 1983, the Islamic Jihad, an Iranian-backed Islamic terrorist group, carried out a suicide car bombing at the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, killing 17 Americans. October 1983, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists killed 241 U.S. Marines, U.S. military personnel, including 220 U.S. Marines and 21 other service personnel, in a truck bombing at a Marine compound in Beirut. They're showing the images, too. Here's the coffin pictures. March 1984, Iran-backed Islamic Jihad terrorists kidnapped CIA Station Chief William Buckley on his way to work in Beirut, ultimately killing him in the following year. September 1984, they didn't say that he was tortured and his whole team was killed as well. So, okay. September 1984, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists killed 23 innocent people, including 2 American service members, in a car bomb attack at the U.S. Embassy Annex in Beirut. And they post the New York Times picture. December 1984, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists hijacked Kuwait Airways Flight 221 en route to Pakistan, diverting it to Tehran, where they brutally tortured and killed 2 American officials. June 1985, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists hijacked TWA Flight 847 on its way from Athens to Rome, torturing a U.S. Navy diver before shooting him point blank. July 1989, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists killed U.S. Marine Colonel William Higgins after kidnapping him in the previous year while serving with the United Nations peacekeeping force in Lebanon. April 1995, Iran-backed Islamic Jihad terrorists killed 8 people, including 1 American citizen, in a car bombing attack in the Gaza Strip. August 1995, an Iran-backed Hamas suicide bomber blew up a bus in Jerusalem, killing an American and 3 other passengers and wounding more than 100 others. February 1996, an Iran-backed Hamas suicide bomber blew up another bus in Jerusalem, killing 3 Americans and wounding three other Americans. March 1996, a suicide bomber linked to the Iran-backed Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorist groups killed 20 people, including 2 Americans, in a suicide bombing at a Tel Aviv shopping center. May 1996, Iran-backed terrorists killed an American-Israeli dual citizen and wounded another American citizen in the West Bank. My son was one of the first victims killed by Hamas. It's listed as here in a tablet article. June 1996, Iran-backed Hezbollah al-Hijaz terrorists killed 19 U.S. airmen and wounded nearly 500 others in a truck bombing at a U.S. Air Force housing complex in Saudi Arabia. They post the building. September 1997, Iran-backed Hamas suicide bombers blew themselves up on a pedestrian mall in Jerusalem, killing an American-Israeli dual citizen and wounding 7 other American citizens. August 1998, Al-Qaeda suicide bombers facilitated by Iran backed Hezbollah simultaneously bombed U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 224 people, including a dozen American citizens. August 2001, an Iran-backed Hamas terrorist blew up a Jerusalem pizzeria, killing 3 Americans, a husband and wife and their baby. January 2002,
Self,
in Iran.
self, can I
Yes.
stop you for a second? Two-thirds of American casualties in Iraq were due to the Iranian technology of IEDs
IEDs.
and
Yeah.
roadside bombs.
Yeah.
That thousands of people.
January 2002, an Iran-backed Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade terrorist killed an American-Israeli dual citizen in the West Bank. July 2002, an Iran-backed Hamas terrorist killed 5 Americans in a bombing at Hebrew University in Jerusalem. 2003, an Iran-backed Hamas suicide bomber killed 17 people, including an American citizen, on a bus in Jerusalem. October 2003, the threat is going on and on. Iran backed popular resistance committees, terrorists killed 3 U.S. diplomatic personnel in a bombing in Gaza. Between 2003 and 2011, Iran backed militias killed at least 603 U.S. troops in Iraq. Roughly 1 in every 6 American combat fatality in Iraq was due to Iran. August 2003, an Iran backed Hamas terrorist blew up a bus in Jerusalem, killing 5 Americans and wounding 1 other American. August 2006, Iran backed Hezbollah terrorists killed American citizen and IDF soldier Michael Levin during the Second Lebanon War, the only American to die in the conflict. January 2007, a dozen men affiliated with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Quds Force killed 5 U.S. soldiers and wounded 3 others in Karbala, Iraq, after disguising themselves as U.S. soldiers and entering the provincial Joint Coordination Center. March 2007, former FBI agent Robert Levinson disappeared in Iran, likely dying in an Iranian prison. July 2014, Iran-backed Hamas terrorists killed 2 American citizens serving in the IDF. Americans from Texas. Hold on one second. Give me a second. It already has 150,000 views. Americans from Texas, California killed in Gaza. October 2015, Iran-backed Hamas terrorists killed an American citizen and his wife in a drive-by shooting in the West Bank. Their baby was between them. December 2019, Iran-backed Kataib Hezbollah terrorists killed an American civilian contractor and wounded several U.S. service members in a rocket attack at the K-1 Air Base in Kirkuk, Iraq. January 2020, 109 U.S. troops suffered traumatic brain injuries in an Iranian ballistic missile attack on the Ain al-Assad Air Base in Iraq. September 2020, U.S. intelligence indicated the Iranian regime was considering a plot to assassinate the U.S. ambassador to South Africa. February 2021, an Iran-backed militia fired a rocket at coalition forces in Erbil, Iraq, wounding a U.S. service member and 4 U.S. civilian contractors. July 2021, why didn't they include 9/11 when they were involved in hiding the Al-Qaeda terrorists and were involved in 9/11? That's interesting. July 2021, Iranian-backed militias wounded 2 U.S. service members in a series of rocket and drone attacks against U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. 2022, an Iranian rocket killed an American citizen in Iraqi Kurdistan. November 2022, an IRGC captain orchestrated the killing of an American citizen in Baghdad. 2023, an Iranian drone attack killed an American contractor and wounded 5 U.S. service members and another contractor in a strike on a coalition base in Syria. 2023, Iran-backed Hamas terrorists killed 46 Americans and kidnapped at least 12 Americans in the October 7th massacre. December 2023, Iran-backed militias wounded 3 U.S. service members in an attack on Erbil Air Base in Iraq. Where's the ones that died in Jordan? Okay. January 2024, Iran-backed Kataib Hezbollah terrorists killed 3 U.S. service members and wounded more than 40 service members in a drone attack against Tower 22 in the military base in Jordan. That's that one. Okay, that's in Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene's people. Between October 2023 and November of 2024, Iran and its proxies conducted more than 180 attacks against U.S. forces in the Middle East, wounding more than 180 U.S. service members and killing 3 service members. November 2024, an Iranian national and IRGC asset was charged for plotting to assassinate President Trump. June 2025, Iran-backed militias attacked at least 3 U.S. bases in Syria and 2 U.S. bases in Iraq. And then it's James Lindsay says, you have been served yet again, Matt Walsh. And they're missing some, which is even wilder.
Hey, can I ask you a question quickly?
What? Yeah.
In your opinion, with Iran using cluster munitions recently, does that show their desperation as far as this war, this conflict coming to a pretty soon
No,
close?
it just shows that they're
Or
sick fucks and they want to do more damage. That's it. And it's not
could
real
it?
cluster munitions. It's a type of, it just separates out the ballistic missile head into different pieces. It's not like classic cluster munitions. They got it. It's just they used this technology last year as well. So no, it's not related to that. So no, they're just killers. That's it. Obviously, we just read a whole list of all the stuff that they did. Very proud of the administration for putting the thread together. They had pictures, everything was very well done. Go ahead, grifters.
Hey, I wanted to speak to the question that came up earlier about how do you spread the news slash evidence of, I'm not sure what it's being called, the Dugan Bannon Tucker axis of evil that's been exposed, that psyop. I don't know what the quick way to call that is, but so my question is a little complicated and I'm tired. So I was
I'd
wondering,
call them the new axis because that'll stick. 2 words, new axis.
well, that sounds too positive. Like we're trying to expose.
It doesn't matter. I called you
Anyway,
Eurasian slop, but it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, there's a problem with a lot of the podcasters on the right are, whatever, corrupt or
Captured.
selfish or just not
Just captured. We call
responsible.
it just captured. Yeah.
I used to listen to Megan. I tried Dana for Lash for a while. I'm trying chicks on the right who I like, but they've only got 180K followers. And my question is kind of like, what is the kind of circle or waves of how we would want to spread this information, right? Like, going viral on X might be the first step, but at some point, who are you trying to let know? Are you just trying to let know conservatives like this has been, or MAGA? Are you trying to let everyone
Everyone
know?
know.
Because
Everyone has to know.
what I like about Chicks on the Right, they're too small, but I could have them on and anyone could walk in the room and isn't going to think, Dan Bongino, now that I'm more on MAGA side and I see that I align in a lot of ways, I really like him, but he's kind of an insider's guy, right? Like you can't, you know, he's not people who are not totally inside and like want to, fight with him. Yeah, right. They're not going to really take to him. So I just was wondering if it was worth thinking a minute about like kind of what kind of podcasters or what kind of venue you want at what point. I mean, I guess at this point, someone like Dan is good because he'll get the word out to the insiders and he's really strong in his delivery. So it's also a little bit of a longer term planning thing because then the next time something needs to be spread, like who who are the reliable accounts that can do so for the audience that needs to be reached is kind of what I'm saying. Just was wondering if it was
Yeah,
worth thinking
it's
about
it's a
that.
really hard question because look, like there are more and more people who are starting to wake up, but in the case of say like the Dugan video itself, it is very clear that Dugan is naming his assets here. And the post I had above it shows Dugan crashing out on the whole rejection by Trump of his main assets, right? So now you're starting to see the movement now, like the Trump administration now is pushing back on the movement that has been set up by the Dugan machine out of Russia, and he's crashing out about this. But this has been coming. We know that this has been long overdue, and so what's important is to get it seen on the socials. It doesn't mean that people are going to accept it. What we have to do is get it seen, like mass propagated, so that people could see that one instance of Dugan lifting up the curtain, a curtain that has been pretty transparent from the beginning, but for people to hear directly from the mouth of the let's just say FSB. Okay, so directly from the Russians, that this is how Russia the certain narrative is being formed by the Duganites and those who are the mouthpieces here that he names about how U.S. is on decline, where we're crashing out as a country, we're not having we're dealing with a moral decay, et cetera, et cetera, and only those who are seeing this, who are the true MAGA people, and they're the ideological friends. He dropped specifically his guard and his wording here. And so the more that people see this repeated over and over again, whenever like Tucker now posts, I'm going to be posting this video. It's just going to be over and over and over again. Eventually, some people will listen to what Dugan says. If nothing else, just like, oh wow, he's naming his names, like he's naming these people, right? Who's this guy, right? And hopefully, some people who are still, potentially critical thinkers are going to hear and maybe consider that they've been manipulated. But for those who are ideologically captured, as it's said by Yuri Bezimov, there's not much you could do. You can like literally present the facts directly in front of them, and they will still not believe you. And that's how you ideologically capture
Because
someone.
facts are not very effective. Like you said,
Right.
Brie, you hit it on the head. Repetition is far more effective than facts.
Yes, that's exactly
Repetition.
correct.
And you can study this in psychology, the actual empirical part of psychology that's not a soft science, it's actually measured. We know that the more time someone hears an appeal, the more likely they are to believe it. Even if you
Exactly.
make someone aware of the mechanism by which this works. If you say, hey, I'm going to repeat something a million times, and by the end of it, you're going to believe it more. Even when people are reluctant to believe that or reject it fully, they still are affected by the mere exposure of an idea.
We're using their own weapons against them here. You don't have to say a thing about your belief on Dugan or Tucker or anything. Let Alexander do his own work for you by exposing him. And this is where I'm saying, like, if you look today and you say to yourself, how do I fight this war, this ideological war? This is how you do it. Bookmark this particular post. I've narrowed down Dugan's statement to the critical piece here, which is his belief and how the Russians see the United States and what they're trying to do to capture the quote unquote ideological friendlies, right? So like use bookmark this video. Every time Candace posts or Dugan posts or Jones posts, just go ahead and post right underneath them. What about this? What about this? What about this? Just asking questions like over and over and over again. And maybe
And that's
maybe
how
you'll
we
be
got
seeing,
here
yeah,
with
yeah,
Jews bad. And this is how you have to counter it.
right.
Their appeal is so simple. And by the time you've spoken 7 words, I mean it, 7 words in a short sentence, you lost to the appeal Jews bad. Jews bad is 2 words. Jews cause all problems. That's a short appeal. Your appeal needs to be that short, and Bree's exactly right. Just repost this, repost this. It needs to be 1 sentence or less.
Well, if I might now that everybody kind of calmed down a little bit. So
No, no,
I
no,
actually
no,
posted
no.
something.
We were calm. You were not calm. That's the problem. You sat there without understanding the pattern of events and evidence that we were dealing with, me almost 2 years, and not understanding the damage that Tucker was doing to Trump in the midterms and to other candidates, including for 2028. And there was a time sensitive nature. Do you cut him out now, enough time before midterms to disavow his behavior, or do you cut him out afterwards? He just flew back from Jerusalem and tried to run roughshod over Trump's ambassador to Israel. He created an international scandal saying that the U.S. would not protect Tucker Carlson's plane. He went to 3 visits to the White House. There was leaks going on. He said that the Mossad was caught bombing Saudi Arabia and Qatar. He lied about that, which means either he's under a CIA investigation because he was handed over leaked information, or he was given information from the Russians or the Chinese through whatever pipeline he got it, or somebody inside the DOD and DNI, and therefore led to an investigation with the NSA. This is like a bigger implication, right? The problem is they're trying to kill the president. No, the president doesn't care about midterms. He needs to finish his agenda in the next 3 years without getting impeached to get all this
Or killed.
reshaping done. The midterms, it will be resolved when it's resolved, but the end goal is what Trump needs to accomplish in these 4 years. That was fully described in a very, very detailed podcast that I had played, which was really phenomenal. And if you really understood what the president's agenda was, he's like, I'm not dealing with the midterms. I have major shifts that I need to make in order to box out China and then bring us back to hegemony. I have major things to do in terms of naval ships and dealing with our own energy independence and restructuring, this push towards multipolarity. I want all oil, 40-50% of oil, all to go on to be on the US dollar. I want to have, oil. That's it. He didn't want any Russian money, Chinese money, Iranian money, whatever it was, Bitcoin, BRICS, anything. IMEC, the deal between America, Israel, and India, huge. This is the reframing. The best thing that could have happened was the Iranians trying to strike these Middle East Gulf countries because they're on their back foot. And for Trump, not to mention the amount of sales that's going to occur just from air defense systems in the Gulf countries because they're going to be so afraid like this happens ever again. There's bigger implications. Syria was a hotbed, and they walked away from it to deal with Iran on purpose. Now they're making a deal with the Kurds that's going to have to cover both Syria and Iran. Brilliant for the Kurds and for the administration because you're going to fix a mistake that's happened. There's bigger implications than midterms. Clearly, they must have a plan because it's almost March and I haven't seen any messaging. We just had Christy Nome moved to this position. Another guy bought in this position. And we still don't even have everybody hired and we're still moving people around. We haven't cleaned out DOD. I mean, in the State Department, which is a disaster. And we do not have one university under control, not one, nor any vector to do that. I'm thinking they're going to bring new legislation, which is why they didn't go to the Supreme Court. But unless you clean up the universities, there is no midterms for now for another 20 years. None. Zero. Midterms, no 2028, nothing. Zilch. No
Election integrity,
TQSA,
to say
no
back.
Charlie Kirk. They killed Charlie Kirk. Heritage was gutted, so no election integrity team, no Project 2025, nothing. Full takeover. Countersingly, Bannon was conspiring with Epstein and with the CCP to take down Trump, and with the Russians is what it looks like. I mean, these are like, and they ran a whole op with Epstein against the administration, which is a Russian op to begin with. You can hear it because Dugin and all their little followers are calling it the Epstein War, as if Trump launched the situation in Iran to avoid the Epstein stuff. Trump's like, what does Epstein have anything to do with me? I was the first guy to call up the FBI and tell them to go after this dirtbag. He's the first one. And most of the stuff that you see in there, other than what we don't know, is a bunch of money laundering and behavior of cronyism and nepotism and girls selling other girls to Epstein and a bunch of FSB female agents and pilots that are missing and them doing, it's crazy. We have an NGO infrastructure in our country that is drowning us and choking us, literally hanging us by our own rope. We can't do that. We have Massey running around and he's getting $7,000 per donation and it's
That's the
not from
best thing
APAC.
ever. Can you say that again and again? And that's one of those things we need to be repeating. It's just a great thing to say.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Massey, every single donation to him of $7,000, it's him having it. It's not Netanyahu giving it. I mean, how many times did I say that he's working with an Iranian operative in Texas? Remember, Viva? I mean, the guy was being
I
paid.
do not remember that.
No, we do not remember at all. Nothing. He's being paid by Islamists. The guy is standing next to a guy that's involved with Muslim Brotherhood in like massive pictures with the super PAC. I mean, what can I
That's
Well,
tell you?
exactly what you need to
if
do,
I could get a
and you're saying
chance,
it perfectly,
Hold
but
on,
nobody
guys.
is conveying it.
I
Hold
didn't
on,
hear
There
anything
goes
guys.
the
But
anybody says because we
emotions
well,
all
again.
talk over each other again. No, I'm just saying again. We have a massive issue. We have eight-year-olds in every single state being taken
Sorry,
out with a
before you get off
phone.
Massey,
Yes,
did
yes.
everybody notice that a minute that the $7,000 text came, his social media engagement magically got boosted and like amplified? I don't know. You
Hmm.
guys should, for fun, just take a look at those stats because it's like, what the hell? Really?
Key, the important thing is that mommy MAGA still loves you. Okay, she's just giving you some admonition here.
Yes, mommy
no, yeah,
MAGA.
I mean, I'm not on
I'm
here
not.
for my health, right? Like, I just want people to
Oh,
understand
Wait,
that. So
am
I've
I
Timothy,
I
been
don't
for
I
get
you? Am I
why
am.
this
trying to
helping
are.
provide
I
you?
don't think any of us
valuable
are.
Do you
information.
want some
You
help
know
on
what I
your
mean?
COVID vaccine injuries? Is this what we're talking about with health? I mean, listen, we're everybody came on here
No,
for
I
their health
mean,
for me, so
okay.
that's how all these people know me.
Same,
But I'm
same.
just saying, like the midterms are an illusion that we cannot do anything about because they killed Charlie Kirk and they took a bunch of our infrastructure away from us at Heritage. Who did that? Tucker did that. So how do I do anything unless I remove him from the playing field, from being counter signaling the president, putting Americans at risk, confusing
I
people?
can tell you if you want, or that's what I'm trying to get to.
So
I
get
mean,
to it.
Bree has kind of a good idea, but so the only thing that's actually been proven to work is actually mocking people, right? So when you disagree with their narrative, mocking them and making fun of them are the only ones that are statistically verified as being something that actually works. Telling people, "Hey, look at this information. That information's bad." That doesn't work. It actually amplifies them. It actually gives them more reach, and then therefore more people probabilistically end up actually siding with your enemy,
Okay,
right?
so
So
I'm going
that's
to
the
say this
reason.
again. Okay, he has been mocked for over a year. It did not work, and I'll tell you why. His proximity to Don Jr. and to 1789 Capital and to key infrastructure in the administration. He's got businesses with people in the Middle East. He brought in J.D. Vance and used that capital with Don Jr., who made it himself. Used all his favors with Trump for 100 years. They had a whole interview about this. His proximity to so many vectors in the administration is I don't know
You're
what to
right,
say.
Stealth,
Tulsi
but
Gabbard, Pete Hegseth. He went after Pete Hegseth. When did you think that Tucker was going to go after Pete Hegseth
you're
in yesterday's
right,
podcast?
but he hasn't been mocked enough or effectively enough. But you're correct. He has vectors that can survive the mocking for the period of time that it's undergone.
Does anybody know how to populate the gifs that you can get on X? Because like a little Dugan clip gif that's like naming those podcasters, because when you're talking about put under the posts, put the video, but also populate the gifs so you can select it from, on X where you can select gifs. Does anybody know how to
Everybody
do
knows
that?
the
Yeah,
most
mimetic
powerful
warfare works.
person is the president. Okay, period. Full stop. Brandon Dilley, you have Nathan Livingstone. Everything about Tucker Carlson. That's not where the power center was at. The power center was at is moving people into positions and gearing up for 2028. The power center was him being on
Yes.
stage at TPUSA and at CPAC and internationally. The power center was Heritage Foundation, the key infrastructure of the Republican Party for like 100 years or however long it's been open, 70, 60, 50 years, literally being gutted because of him. How many more institutions can you lose? You can't. You can't have real American voices and Tucker Carlson's show and everybody else. Dan Bongino comes out of the FBI to start back his podcast so he can yell at a camera and tell everybody they're a panicking. I mean, like,
Did
Well,
you
look,
guys pick up what he
the
said
best
though
way to
about that?
explain it, the best way to explain it is like, let's say that I'm at a show, right, and I'm marketing siding for houses, and next to me is a competitor marketing siding for houses. Both of those people don't point to the other person and say their siding's bad. They actually point out why their siding is better. If you guys don't grasp that concept, you'll never understand how this war works.
that
I don't
doesn't
know what
that
to tell
doesn't
you.
work with malign foreign influence ops and neurolinguistic programming and
It
somebody who's
it
built up a
does, and that's
record.
why I posted it down bottom so you can
20
read it. You got to
Everybody
set.
will go with the
Okay.
company that has
Okay.
20 years of experience in a specialty over a company that's newer, and Tucker has 20 years of experience between Fox and industry and DC and his relationships. It's Megyn Kelly. You got Megyn Kelly
Tucker
who
is he's not as important. I'm telling you, Tucker is not as important. I understand what you're saying on the vector side of like what he's saying. Yes, it is very damaging, especially long term, right? But I'm talking about short term right now. The only thing anybody should be saying about him is mocking him how he talks, how he looks, whatever. I don't care. Pick your poison, right? Because nothing else is going to help degrade his information set at this time. Right. The
And then
longer
the other thing
pattern
is what you
can
do,
be done
Stealth,
by the
is talking to
smarter,
people in the
but the smarter
administration.
people that address this in stealth. I mean, you like I forget all of the names because there's actually so many really good people that drill down into the nuances for the people that are willing to really look for the long game and then get there. I get that, but I'm saying for the short term, for most of the people that aren't really in the game deeply, that are going to, they hear Tucker and the reason they side with him, the reason they side with Nick Fuentes is based off of short bursts of information that they have. And they never ever want to hear your story about why they're wrong for that information. But if you put like a pig face on Nick Fuentes and call him the Mexican LGBT president, that will get their attention. And then maybe they'll question what he said. And I don't know
Yep.
why it works. It's just proven to
Gay
work.
gay Mexican nationalism.
It's very popular right now. Just really, really quickly for you to understand, the issue is with key individuals in the administration, his grasp and hold. Not only does his presence next to them smear them, but it causes division in terms of voters. And you're seeing that even amongst people that were former MAGA or no longer MAGA or America Firsters, because exactly what Dugan said. So the narrative that Trump has betrayed you will extend down the line in terms of voter rolls, and it has nothing to do with whether anybody's ever seen one of my posts against Tucker. It has to do with creating enough of a groundswell and evidence that it got Laura Loomer to get her on a phone with Trump so we can actually visually see what Tucker was doing. It wasn't even enough when it happened with the with Ambassador Huckabee, because him to say that he was detained and he was nearly killed, and then the Mossad was doing ground operations, and you can't cause havoc when you have like all the Chabad rabbis come 2 weeks ago to come in to give you a blessing and give you an award, and you have like, I don't know, big part of him getting elected was 700,000 Americans in Israel voted for him. This was like something when I sat down with the GOP Israel guy and I spoke to him about it. He's like, it had a significance in the votes. It did. I was like, I couldn't
Yeah, well,
believe
let
it.
me explain. Let me explain okay. So my big takeaway from a lot of what's happening now is this is actually how it works, right? The math proves this. About 45% of the people in the U.S. work like a typical 9 to 5. Everybody else is on some other sort of schedule. Those people are the people that are less likely to vote under certain pressures and circumstances. Degradation is what the Democrats always do. Democrats' argument is never vote for us. It's always don't vote for them. Don't vote for them. That's basically their main programming propaganda that they put out. Tucker Carlson is now saying not only don't vote for Republicans essentially, but now vote for the Democrats. So is Nick Fuentes. I
No,
recognize
they're
this
saying don't vote.
over six. Yeah,
Nick
yeah.
says
It's
don't
either
vote or
don't
vote.
vote
Yeah.
or you vote for Democrats,
You,
right? Like, but I'm saying over 6 months ago, you could see this trend coming, and I have posts about it, and I left them up this time so everybody can see. It is very clear what their agenda was because they're focused on the midterms. Every other topic they're talking about may seem like it's important to them. It's not. It's only about whether or not you win that vote because votes actually do count here. Votes will give you power, and when you get that power, you can use it the way that you want to. As you can see, we can't even get the SAVE Act passed because we don't have enough people in power right now that agree with it. And I'm just telling you, everything is focused on these midterms right now, and they're going to do every possible thing that they can
We
to
have
take
enough
all of the
people.
narratives
They're
away
either
from it.
confused or corrupt.
again, the midterms are going to be left up to the people who are doing the ground game. They killed Charlie Kirk. That was a strike directly against us. I don't see any infrastructure being built tangentially or horizontally or parallel, whatever you want to say, to losing that organization. There would have had to have been somebody who took out $200 million from their pocket immediately and try to create an infrastructure like you have that CARE is able to mobilize. We don't have it.
Well, I
Conventionally
talk
speaking,
about
yes, you're right.
So I talk about the space that I was in, and what they were talking about. That topic has never, it still hasn't came up, like what the accusations were. Parts of it, Candace has now gotten parts of it. I wouldn't expect for the rest of that narrative to start coming out later on. So I don't repeat it because it's actually just degrading. I think it was an operation against TPUSA, but it's clear that they were targeting TPUSA for a long time, and they do this, and you're right. Tucker Carlson is doing this with the Chabad stuff. He's going to get people killed because of his words, right? Like
Killing Charlie was
they
the
know what
first
they're
part of the
doing.
degradation operation. Destroying his legacy through Candace Owens is the second part of the operation to take conservatism in the United States Constitution out.
Yeah, but they
Yes,
said, I just think it's interesting.
she was poised and ready. She started on day one.
Yeah, and they know what they're
Well, I
doing
have a
long
question
term.
about that. Is there any and Key, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm actually, maybe you have some thoughts on this. At what point is it not ridiculous to actually make the connection between Charlie Kirk's death and this Eurasian
The,
Oh,
the,
it
the
slaughter?
is. It
Eurasian
is
slaughter is
directly
something separate.
connected
It's just
from,
a little
but
bit
from the
separate.
same. But it's from the same mindset, right? It's from that same programming mindset of like degrading the society, degrading like everything's bad. There's no reason to vote. Everything's
The
wrong. Everybody messed
demoralization.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So Candace
Yeah.
Owen came out with a statement this morning saying that nobody should join the military. If you're in the military, you should quit immediately today. Did you see that, Bree?
Which is clearly illegal. And why isn't she arrested? And those are the problems that we should actually be talking about because the DOJ could
I
physically
actually do have a
go
question about the
and
legality of
I'm
arrest
that.
sure
her.
that
Bree, do
that's
you know
really
anything?
scary to Dugan that people are joining the military. I wonder if we need to remind people what she was named this morning. I just throwing that out there, guys. It's
Wait, what? What was she named
Repeat.
this morning?
like it just we discovered amongst Dugan's ramblings. That she is an influencer that has been useful to him. I mean,
She
clearly
was
the
outed
Russians are
as
scared of
Dugan's
our
slot
Russians.
bitch.
Yeah, well, I just
Yeah.
take the video that Duke says and just say, I've got questions. Are you afraid? Are the Russians afraid of our military?
I've
Clearly,
got
because
questions,
you're the
Candace.
guy
Why
that.
are you fulfilling the operation to kill Charlie Kirk and his legacy? I just have questions. Why? Why are you integral in destroying TPUSA? Why are you
Yeah,
integral
I mean,
in
those are
destroying what he
really good
built?
questions too, Viva. But what I'm saying is that she's calling for people to abandon their
Military
posts in the
duties. Yes.
military. So
So
what I
now
would
she's
say is,
using Russia's
are the
mouth.
Russians? I would literally take the video that I have posted, and I would say, Candice, are you saying that the Russians are afraid of our military? Because
Why?
clearly Dugan thinks you're an ideological friend.
That's a great appeal,
Is
but a
that
better
what you're
one is
saying?
why aren't you arrested? I think it's shorter. Why aren't you arrested? Why aren't you being arrested? Are you being protected by the Epstein
I
cadre?
mean
Or why are you
that's
not
all
arrested?
those that's all okay. You could ask those questions, but I'd say again, focus on the topic that she's bringing up.
Why
So
can't we just change the conversation and ask if she wants the United States to be a monarchy and when she
Yes.
plans on throwing over to the Constitution?
yeah, but
Yes,
All
remember
right, no, I'm
again,
absolutely.
being
what
dead
she's
serious.
asking is for people to not be part of the military. So if this is the narrative that she's putting out is like not be part of the military, then obviously the opposite is true, except Dugan and his cronies don't want people in the military because they're afraid of the military. So be part of the military. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, it's always
Every time
it's
she
good
No,
puts
I
too.
something
totally
like
get
Tucker
this.
it.
Tucker does this a lot where he'll agree with somebody, and this is actually a really good technique that's actually taught in business school. So you agree with the person, and then you completely inject whatever information, like Barbie just said. So you could even go and say something like, "Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on this point, Candace," and then you inject your narrative. So everybody that's reading it, or even when you speak it, they're going to be in agreement with you first if they already agree with Candace, and then they're going to read your disagreement unwillingly. I don't know
No one
if that's not
understands on
clear.
this panel
That
or
was
anywhere
confusing.
else, including myself, how effective confirmation bias is, the power of bias. And that's what Key is talking about. I do not understand how powerful bias is. You do not. It is incredibly powerful. It is a shield. You have to prove beyond all possible objection and all attention that someone's willing to give you that something is false that they already believe. It's far easier to convince someone of a lie than it is to convince someone that they believe a lie. That's how bias works. And that's what Key is talking about. When you agree with someone, you diffuse their bias shield.
And
Their bias shield is
you
stronger
get
than any
words in then.
words you
Yeah,
can
you get
use.
words in then. If you start out with with going against the grain, you're not going to get anywhere. But if you go with the grain first and then you get in there, then you can start placing your information, your narrative. And
The
if you do
Jews
this
are a
tactfully,
serious
you can get
problem.
somewhere.
I agree with you that the Jews are such a serious problem. So why is it that Candace Owens is the greatest agent of Mossad in destroying TPUSA?
Well, here's an approach you do. You say, well, because you don't want to say, no, you're wrong, because then you've just brought up their defenses. I mean, that's known in couples therapy and individual therapy, everything. But one thing I'm trying that I came up with is you say, well, that's one possibility. And another possibility is this other thing. And that's because what are they going to take the bratty position that, like, no, the way I say it is the only possibility, right? But you're also not saying you're wrong. You're saying, yeah, that's one possibility. The other possibility is,
Well, they're
whatever. But
layering
your
affirmations.
positions are awfully.
Candace, you mentioned relational psychology. So Candace is layering affirmations, just like so. The reason you don't get divorced like immediately is
Sorry,
because you
I have
have
some breaking news,
multiple.
guys. Sorry, you guys. So it has been confirmed that the Saudis were pushing the United States to attack Iran, and that was leaked out from an international source. Just before the attack, the Saudi ruler was pushing the administration with all his might for a strike against Iran. But whoever did so possessed both natural malice and perfect timing of this release. One can only imagine the hysteria in Riyadh when the truth was revealed publicly. While Saudi Arabia condemned the aggressive Israelis, its ruler Mohammed bin Salman was urging them to strike the great Shiite enemy. That was both to Israel and to America. It was like a maximum pressure campaign by the Saudis to get the strikes to occur. Now, Barbie and Bree and Michal, I find this highly interesting that it's coming out finally on Friday. It was, I mean, it was leaked, but like now it's like fully out there. So, wow, this is not
I'm
well
not dying for
for the
Saudis.
podcasters. You're what?
I'm not dying for Riyadh.
But I would die for Qatar. It's really the greatest place on earth.
That's actually a really good one, though, Avi. That was a good one. That there should be posts all over that.
Yeah, there should be.
Not dying
Yeah,
for
guys,
Qatar.
I want to offer another perspective here. I come from branding, and branding is a story, and the story should, tell your values and basically who you are. And you have a great story here. I've been telling it like 4 times on this space. You have a great story going on, and you are running after these crazy kids who are lying all day long, and whatever you can fix about this particular lie or that particular lie, it doesn't matter because they will come up with more lies and more lies and more lies. I say yes, ridicule them and laugh at them and make them look really stupid. That's fine. That's awesome. But you also need to offer an alternative, a better one, a sane one, a good one, as something that people would want to identify with. And this is branding one on one. It's not about marketing better or counter marketing or stuff. No, no. This is branding, pure branding, values and actions, and be true to yourself and true to the facts, and not about what they say. It's about what actually happened on the ground. And Stell told a great story about what the hell Trump is doing right now, but nobody understands that. You all back down to the tactics of what this guy says, and how Tucker is hurting this particular Christian sect or whatever. This is all tactics. You need to tell the bigger story, the strategy of what's going on, and then this particular story about Iran or about Maduro become a smaller story of the bigger arc of the story, and the bigger arc of the story should tell about the goals, and the goals should be something that uh, easily understandable to the American, why they are good for us, because there's always an alternative which is bad for us. This is exactly what Dugin is talking about. So
The,
this is
the,
the
the,
story you want to tell.
the president decided to say, I'm less concerned, not that he's less concerned, but because he likes to win, and we know this. His idea of this term was to reset the U.S. so that when he leaves it, he has a better feeling of what the world looks like, because he spent like what 40 years before becoming president saying the exact same thing, what should be
This
done,
is
and it was never
awesome.
done. And
This
so
is
he's planning on grooming and preparing the next president, whoever he decides to pass the baton to perfectly follow what the plan is, because we're supposed to have another 8 years. It's going to take us 12 years to reset what Obama did in just 4 years under Biden, right? Forget about the 8 years under Obama. That's like so much was destroyed. There's three vectors. There's the university and NGO vector and street ground vector, like of the ability to establish anything because of the lawfare. So you have to do an anti-communist movement in America, and then it was to reset us as energy dominant, and to destabilize the BRICS multipolarity movement. That's the goal. To reset the mistakes we made with China, and to make sure that we are energy dominant, and to have the Done Road Doctrine, and to
make a
take out.
graphic of where you were when Obama left on those three vectors and where you are right now. This is progress. This is something you can sell. This is a story.
That's right. That's right. Okay, somebody make it. Make a graphic. I don't have the time to do the graphics. I still haven't eaten since yesterday.
No,
Okay,
but graphic
so
is just a tool to tell the story.
yes,
The
of
story
course,
is
yes,
it's what matters. Trump should
yes,
say it.
yes, yes. Yes, I agree. Okay, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I mean, I mostly came up for the Massey stuff because after
Yes.
the accusations for the past 2 years, it's a little ridiculous that these people think they're going to get away with this and just sweep it under the rug as if they haven't been accusing every American who just basically is Jewish for posting in response of this bullshit. Down below, I tagged Elad Eliyahu. He's the White House correspondent for Timcast, another one of these libertarian podcasters that influence all younger Americans with their anti-war bullshit. So getting him in a space one of these days would be drastically important because we now have to really kind of get these people on the same page, or else they're all going to end up falling down this same grifting path as Candace and all the other ones who bring on these former CIA people such as John Kiriakou. The same thing that I've been yelling about on these spaces for like 2 years. I am just so glad that it's finally somewhat getting addressed by the administration, though, because it's been so damaging beyond words.
Hey, Stove,
Yeah.
can you hear me? Yeah, I went ahead and I put down in the Purple Pill the Southcom meeting that was held a couple days ago in Doral, Florida. I don't know if you covered it, but 17 nations in the Caribbean, Central and South America signed up on our narco terrorist initiatives as well as border security and other security. And it's interesting that 14 of the 17 were part of the 22 nations that under Obama and under a couple under Trump and under Biden that had signed memorandums of understanding with China and Belts and Roads initiatives. So 14 of the 17 were on that. Now, Venezuela and Cuba are also on the Chinese list. So we could safely say if Cuba goes free Cuba stuff in the next couple months and Venezuela is already in the back pocket, then there will be 5 countries left in China's Belt and Road Initiative in our hemisphere that need to be addressed. This is another reset right here. I put it down in the purple pill and I also put it up in the nest. Thanks.
Just another thing, if you guys remember, it was the Saudis and Kuwaitis that applied pressure on the U.S. to get us to go and invade Iraq the first time, because the Iraqis had invaded Kuwait and the Saudis had were freaking out, and that's when the English came along and everybody did it because they were so afraid of oil, and the Saudis and the Kuwaitis were much more important than Israel at that time. Okay, so that's happened now twice. Again, now the Saudis and the Kuwaitis, were afraid of what. Iran was going to do, and it applied pressure on America and Israel to go in and strike now. So that needs to be shared publicly and be put out there. And I think the it's not even narrative. I mean, it's reality, but it's important that people understand the implications of that. So
Yeah, and earlier to my point, so I'm not saying that you can't talk about the facts, right? The facts as they are, historical evidence, facts, stuff like that. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying with some of the bad faith actors like Tucker and stuff like that, the way to address them, I think is much different than in like at the academic level. A lot of the discussions you have are more at like the academic level of understanding, right? But the people that
well,
Tucker and Candace are targeting are not academics at all.
yeah.
Like they're
So my
targeting, yeah.
my bigger problem is that Dugan is sanctioned by the United States government since 2016, and anybody who's interacted with him is violating U.S. sanctions and espionage and a whole bunch of other slew of things. So if his guests have been on his show and picked by a certain person who's a lobbyist on behalf of the Qataris, which is really a cutout, I guess, for the Russians at this point, and that they're placing certain guests on his show, like that KGB Shia nun who hasn't shaved in 100 years. So like if that's the situation, then that is a way to investigate Tucker now, because that is a much bigger thing to occur. It's one thing to like ridicule what he says. It's another thing for him to be under investigation for engaging in, I don't know, espionage, foreign malign
Well, they're
influence
driving that.
ops,
They're driving that big
treason.
fallacy. They're driving that big fallacy, right? Like, so just so it like if it in any way benefits Israel, we're not supposed to act on it, no matter how much evidence is that it's detrimental to the United States as well. That's like a lot of the narrative that they're pushing. It's like, nope, America,
Yes.
you can't get involved with that because it might somehow, even tertially, like benefit Israel in some kind of way. And I think that that's where
Well,
you get into what you're
well,
talking
but
about
that
with
was
Dugan.
released. But that was released with the hearing yesterday with Colby, Elbridge Colby, when they asked how come you removed Iran and that access from the Middle East as a threat concern in terms of our national strategy in terms of security. Now that was a bizarre thing to see to come out of that hearing, right? They asked him directly, why are you not discussing Iran or the Middle East or anything that's going on? That's because Elbridge and their crew were like, oh, it's no, it's all China. Everything's built on China. Well, you're not going to invade China. We know we're not going kinetic with China. So what is this illusion here, right? And that's the hypocrisy that's come out, is that all these people from these Koch-backed think tanks that were placed into this administration by certain individuals and pumped up by Tucker and Tulsi and others who place these people in there, as we know, and JD Vance, all these suggestions that came through an infrastructure that we have yet to fully understand how pervasive it was and how many people attach themselves in inappropriate ways came from an ideology of, yeah, we're going to pretend like we're turning towards China, but we're really going to just give China the entire Middle East and all of Europe and South America. And by the way, Canada too. Oh, and by the way, take South Korea while you're at it and maybe Japan. And let's also give them, like, I don't know, Malaysia and the whole rest of that region. That was the plan. And that was the Russia China plan. And that's that. But that's literally that. By avoiding the Middle East, you let Russia win inside of Ukraine, and you let Russia win the Middle East, and you let Russia win in the East. I mean, the whole thing is very plain, and because it's the Russia-China convergence. That's why they were all freaking out when Israel and America made the deal last 2 weeks ago on India. Like, Modi flew out on Thursday, and we struck on Friday night. You get it? That's wild. That's wild. I mean, anyways, okay.
Hey, Stel, can I just throw in, hey, Barbie, I saw your response to Bowler. Just FYI, Casper doesn't have the greatest reputation, but I mean, look, he's an authority and it's certainly
This
you
is
can,
why I can't ever do this because
right.
I have no freaking
Well,
clue.
but it doesn't really
I
matter
can't.
if you know him or not. He's a cardinal, and he has a hell of a lot more authority than she does in her 1 minute in the Catholic Church. So his statement is in line with what the Catholic Church teaches. You're just going to get people come back and say, "Well, he's a bad one," but that's not,
Yeah, this is why it's impossible to. This is why, like, you need a full time person to
Well, it
constantly
doesn't
rebuke
even
her own
matter. Do you know what
people
I'm
for
saying? Because
anything.
if they reject a cardinal, fine, they reject a cardinal, just like they've done with like Cardinal Burke as well. They reject him because he's not trad enough for the SSPXers. They're always going to find an excuse, but it's not going to be in line with the Catholic Church. That just me. I want to make that clear.
When is the excommunication happening, or SSPX schism thing, or when is the final? Do we know how long it's going to take? Is it going to take a year, you think?
So the moment they decide to ordain bishops, which they're planning, I believe, in July, June or July to do so, the moment they do it, they're in schism. So they're excommunicated late sensiae. But I think the church will come out that day to make it clear because they gave them a heads up. So the church is planning the documents now. So they go ahead with it. That's going to be the results. But it has to do with action. It's not just words, right? So this has to do with action.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I understand that. Barbie, who are you responding to? I need to see what's.
I deleted it because again, it's impossible for me. I was responding to Carrie Ann Hezbollah because she loves to cite specific
Yeah,
people who she
you
wants to
were
cite.
right. Sorry to have to say this. You were right in quoting him. He's quoting from the church. This is the church's stance, and he has authority. She does not. The problem is you're going to get the trads who come back and say, "Well, he's not a good guy. He's gay." Like they'll
Yeah,
say this stuff, but they'll hit
yeah.
him. They'll not hit the actual substance. But you keep quoting from the church because she has no leg to stand on.
I thought quoting you through. Oh. That's very funny.
Barbie, I was so annoyed in the other space last night when you were presenting your really excellent long article, and the first couple speakers were totally playing into the infighting instead of seeing your point. Anyway, I wanted to, since I was raised Catholic, and one of them was like, I'm the, kind of like I'm the only Catholic here, and you evangelicals can't speak for us, and you're offending me. I wanted to speak, but then I had to go into dinner, so I just wanted to let you know I saw that. I hope the space got better after that.
I would say no, but that's okay because I wasn't talking about Catholics. I specifically wrote an entire dissertation in the beginning where I said this has nothing to do with Catholics. This is about
You outright said
political
that,
Catholic
Barbie. I
integralism.
witnessed it.
Literally
Yes, you
Yeah,
verbatim. My
absolutely said
in-laws
it.
are
I
Catholic.
know.
I said that verbatim. Like, really? I said
That's my
political
point.
Catholic
Yeah.
integralism. I said nothing about the faith. What's and I literally, I mean, I verbatim quoted that on purpose. So listen, I can't help people if they're going to get mad. It is what it is. I don't want to offend anybody's faith. I would never do that. My faith is the most important thing to me. So anybody that knows me knows how important my faith is. I would never want to offend anybody's faith. This is not about faith. This is about taking a political ideology and using faith to steer people into somewhere. I don't know any Catholic that wants a monarchy in America. Bree, would you like a monarchy in America or do you like your constitution?
Right. Constitution.
She's
But
probably
it did
responding to a
make me
tweet.
think maybe that's part of why they used it. They use it because, like, it
Well,
actually
yeah,
worked and we saw it
absolutely.
right in
I
front
mean,
of
that's
you.
the whole
Saw
point.
it right in front of you.
And the thing
No,
is, it's brilliant. It's
Stealth,
brilliant
she's
because they
referring to a blow up that happened in a different room yesterday over Barbie's reading of a post that she created, which was spot on,
Yeah.
but it someone started to speak in
I
offense
mean, there was two Catholic
as
people who
if
were
you're
offended,
not
yeah,
allowed
but
to
I
speak
wasn't.
about my
Yeah,
religion because it's not your religion. And Barbie's like, I wasn't speaking about it. I was talking about people who are falsely identifying with it. So anyway, I'll let it go.
I mean, first of all, we're
And
all
she said
Christians, so being
mainstream
Catholic is a
Catholics.
denomination.
She
Like,
said
so it is my
mainstream
religion.
Catholics, but then she doesn't agree with Vatican II. So I could take offense that, like, you're not speaking for mainstream Catholics. You don't
This is the
agree with
thing that I really
the
wanted to
current
impress upon people that they
church.
totally missed. I wanted to impress upon people who never get to hear this kind of information that this is not about Catholicism. That the majority of the 70 million Catholics in America, like who are walking around and working and like going to mass and like, you know, taking well, the same things we all do in the space, they have no idea what this crap is. Okay. They really I can't say for sure, but I would venture to guess a lot of money. They have no idea what the hell this academic like thingy is, you know? So at the end of the day, that was what I was trying to impress, that this is a very politicalized movement that is using a very specific type of grievance system in order to, you know, get their political power
The
intact.
new political director of the College Republicans. This is a problem, right? Iran apologizes them supporting fishback, total groiper retardation from maladjusted boys born in 2005 who've been immersed. Oh, that's amazing. Who've been immersed in nothing but anti-white wokeness, critical race theory, and internet culture their entire lives. So this kid is Kai Schwemmer. They're saying that he has to be removed from this position. Who runs the this group? Who runs the College of Republicans group? Does anybody know? Director of College of Republicans.
It's a national organization that's affiliated with the RNC.
Yeah, but is there TPUSA involved? Who's involved? Real Daily, because they're quoting CPAC, TPUSA, and Real Daily Wire as the people to reach out to cut the cancer out.
That doesn't make any sense to me, but you know, maybe they have influence, but
Yeah, he's a TPUSA speaker, and he's listed on their website. That's why.
oh, if he's going to be a speaker and he has that position and he's representing the College Young Republican National Organization, then yeah, then TPUSA needs to remove him from the speaker set, right?
Yeah, he's got the people are putting. He was part of the Reawaken USA tour. What, I don't understand what this means. But can I read this to you, Barbie? Can you hear what? Can you hear me, Barbie? Okay, so
Yeah,
this
I
is
can hear
from this
you.
guy says this is the noble Republican nativist history, Joel. We made the Catholics Calvinists, and everyone else gets the same. So that when their Pope's God, their rabbi disagrees with Republicans, the church authority is wrong. I don't understand this. What does this mean? America is God's chosen land. Republicans are God's chosen people. Republicans are the light and the good guys in any.
They want a theocracy,
Okay.
guys. They want the church to be able to, or maybe not even the church, maybe whatever, they want to pick the five people who they want to represent their views. Okay. Those are going to be the people who are going to direct like morality. Like it's going to be,
Yeah,
it's
they
going to be
straight
the,
up
think
said they
about
don't
the,
even trust the Pope, Barbie, right there in that statement.
I mean, do the reverse of liberalism. So it's going to be exactly like the polar opposite of liberalism, except instead of like right now, what we're doing is making our children do LGBTQ and trans surgeries. Is going to be somebody else's morality, and if you don't fall into that, not morality in general, because it's but that person's morality, then you know you're gonna be that's the state's gonna fine you or like I don't know take your kids away or I don't know whatever they want to. I haven't like really dug into their like day-to-day plans, but the overall arching plan is very simple: to merge the power of the church and the state. I am a Christian. I am a very, very, very faithful Christian. I do not want that ever in this country, ever. I do not
We
ever
left
want
Europe
the
for a
merging of the
reason.
state.
So this is really weird. This whole timeline is.
By the way, my church either or my pastor, I don't want any kind of forced religion from the state. That is like a very big problem in history. If anybody who's ever read anything in history will tell you that that is a bad idea. Duh.
Um,
And people don't understand that self. I think we need to do a space where we just explain that
yeah.
to people. That this is like absolutely nothing to do with mass or like the Pope or literally it has nothing to do with your actual faith. What it has to do with is consolidating power in a small subset of people that they're going to tell you that, you know, do we really want to go to medieval like Europe? This is the model. Like I don't want that. It'd be nice. Bree is
Yeah,
Bree
she's
here. She
here.
would probably be
Bree,
able
can
to
you
give
hear
me a
me?
better.
I don't know if she's doing a tweet or something. Maybe she's doing.
I hear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We had a question for you.
Can you explain or can you first of all let me ask if you agree with me, but I almost am 1,000% sure you agree with me, right? The point is that the people who are pushing this integralist like ideology, what the goal is to merge the state and the church
Yes,
into one
that's
power,
correct.
right?
Hmm.
This is bad, correct? I mean, I think this is horrible, but I'm sure you
Well,
think this
it's
is
not
bad too.
American. It's not American, but it comes from the whole idea of how looking at history, like like great Catholic monarchs were, they brought about, the Renaissance, et cetera. It's idealism. It's Narnia. That's what this is. They
Yes,
live in
right. And
It's
in
the
Narnia.
America, we
European
just celebrate
history,
church and
guys.
state.
The
No, no,
monarchs
but
directed the
they're
church.
Europhiles, so they love the cultural Europe. They love the history of England. They wear bow ties and patched elbow jackets and smoke pipes and dream of a better world where like Catholic monarchs rule in peace and there is no war. It's Narnia. It's
It
Narnia.
goes back to their Eurasia plan again because China runs the church in China also. They control the church.
Here's the problem. Whenever you consolidate temporal power, the kingdom is not of this world. So when you consolidate temporal power in the church, power corrupts absolutely. Like absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah,
So
but I
it
mean,
just
like
common
Augustine
sense
wrote City of
dictates.
God, and he focused on how this could happen. Like this is all eschatological too, if you want to look at it, Barbie, towards like when for the Jews, when the Mashiach comes, there's going to be a reign of God on earth, right? There's like this whole idea of like God being directly involved in, we have it in the book of Revelation where there's going to be a reign, a peaceful reign of the Messiah, of Jesus for when he returns for a
But
thousand,
here's the
right?
problem with all of this: we're gonna entrust it into man, and I don't trust man.
That's
I
the
don't want man
point.
to govern
But
me.
that's the point.
So
So Barbie, when we talked about earlier how there are individuals within evangelical and Protestant groups that are trying to rebuild the temple in order to push God's hand towards the second coming. This is another a form of it. It's just
yeah, I
another
reject that too
mentality.
wholeheartedly. Yeah, I reject that too
Right.
wholeheartedly. Like
It doesn't
seriously,
represent, but it's a
no.
twisting of scripture, and this is a twisting of an ideology. Both are Narnia. Both are Narnia.
So yeah. So basically, the moral of the story is the crazy people cannot be in charge of the country. They just can't. We have to let the sane people who believe in the Constitution and who believe in individual rights that are God given and protected by the Constitution. It's so simple. That's all it is. You know that it's so simple. They make it so complicated because they really want to be smart, but it's really simple.
Well, yeah, if you have to manipulate people into your persuasion, like, using these sort of tactics and techniques, I can see if we end up with that situation that Bree was just talking about through a natural kind of process. But when you see the tactics they're using, it's not, you know what I mean? It's not going to work. Not only is it not going to work, it's the opposite, I think, of what that idea is in the Bible, that sort of rule over a land. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong or misinterpreting that, Bree, but I think I don't see how they're
Can
actually
I make
playing
one?
towards that agenda, right? Like that's not, it's like almost the opposite agenda, it's like they're claiming
Can
they
I just
want
make also
the
one
yeah.
statement? Like, besides the theological stuff, which I would be happy to discuss ad nauseum, we have an actual strategic interest in our relationship with Israel. I'm working on all of the decisions that have ever been made by any president since 1948, and like which decisions were made in whose interests, and how many times APAC didn't get their way in big decisions. Which it's a very interesting analysis, to be honest with you. And it indicates to me exactly what I knew to be true. Some people made good decisions, some people made bad decisions, but whatever we wanted in America, we did always. Right, like our strategic objective, that is what we did. And so the whole point of this theological thing is to like completely destroy and confuse people, because it's not just theological. Like, yes, I have a biblical argument, and I have a whatever belief, and all of these things are great, but as a country, we have a strategic interest in our alliance with Israel. It benefits us immensely. This is the number
But but
one,
but
two, three, and 10
but
issue.
Barbie, this is not just focused on America. I want people to understand this. This because Bannon was so involved in trying to get this throughout the Europe now. Conservatives in Europe are also dreaming of this kind of post, kind of like a rejection of enlightenment, which I have to say, if we look at what happened in France and to this day of enlightenment application with the revolution, and then like the rejection of all history, really French history, with their leaderships, including Macron, right? This whole full on rejection. We're seeing it also in Europe. I mean, sorry, in the UK and in Ireland. This whole rejection of their history for this new world order, so to speak. What that does is, and then appeal for the Christian side to be manipulated to say world was better before the Enlightenment, and the only way that that happened was through the Christian monarchs and ideology. So that is being pushed by Bannon, and understand that that's where the whole idea of Alexander Dugin coming in and pushing this whole op of Russia is the third Rome through the excommunicated Carlo Maria Vigano, pushing the whole idea that Russia, Mother Russia, with its integration of the Russian Orthodox Church is how the world will be saved. Dugin himself says in the video that we posted here, Dugin himself says that they are seeking to save America through the use of these influencers, and they're
Oh
using
yeah, pass.
Christianity as part of that.
Notice how she said using, like using
Yep,
for a
using.
purpose other than faith. Using, yeah. People need to really understand it's not a personal attack on people's denominations. Nobody cares. At the end of the day, we all believe in the same thing. Those of us who are Christian, it's that simple. They love this division, and all of this. This is what they want, because they want people to throw their hands up in the air and say everything is screwed, everything is corrupt. There's no other way to go back. So let's just give up all of our individual rights for the greater good, the collective, and
It's
let's
the
everybody vote.
skin suit analogy that you guys so wisely made.
Yeah, they're practicing their faith or using their faith for political purposes as like a skin suit. Hey T,
Then we need to call it political Catholicism, integralism, whatever. We got to think of a better name, because that's a tongue twister. But
yeah.
yeah, it's political, not spiritual, not faith based, not anything to do with your faith. It's political.
Hey T,
The
how are
interesting
you?
thing is, hey, how are you? I haven't seen you
Good.
for a while. How are you
Yeah.
doing? Yeah, so it's interesting. I see so many different spaces talking about this, with the new I don't know, debate on Christianity and the left. And what I feel is that people are forgetting people like, James Madison, Thomas Jefferson, when they came here, literally coining that term, wall of separation, for a reason. It's actually the opposite. It's to protect religious liberty, right? And when you abuse that wall of separation, you're no longer protecting that religious, autonomy and liberty anymore. You're then moving into indoctrination, and that secular state is then used against people in a political way. And that's what we're seeing right now, right? So even Christians among themselves have so many different variations. And Catholics, Protestant, it doesn't matter, LDS, any religion, that if you try to make one term, one ideology, then we're no better than anything that we tried to separate from when we initiated the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. There is a purpose for that. And it's so sad to see people so easily swayed by their emotions and not realizing that actually by keeping that secular independence, we're protecting religious liberty for every different variation, whether it be Christian, Jew, it doesn't matter. They have the right to feel that way. And they don't realize they're even being manipulated. But I feel like that was just par for the course, is the way that the political landscape has been moving over the past, 20 to 50 years, especially in the US.
I also think, to your point, the other problem that we're having is that they use real grievances, like the same grievances that we have, that we voted for Trump for, the same things that we are upset about within our government and within our system of governance. They use all of that, they weaponize it, and they come to a very different, very horrible conclusion. But they effectively use that to audience capture. I don't know, it's probably not audience capture, but you know what I mean, to like convert the base, or whatever you want to call it, to get the votes that they would not have had if they are honest about what they actually
Oh,
want for this
absolutely.
country.
It's a parallel projection, Barbie. But hey, Stokes, real quick. I mean, treat me like I'm a fourth grader. I have a couple questions to ask you. So I mentioned yesterday that we are the global maritime guarantor of trade. 90% of the globe's trade travels across the oceans. We host the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Did Israel negotiate the Bahrain agreement for us?
No. Bahrain, no.
Bahrain. Did Israel negotiate our air base in Qatar for us?
No.
Or were we invited by the Qataris?
Invited by the Qataris.
And the same with the UAE, is that correct?
Same with the
And
UAE.
the same with Saudi Arabia?
Yep.
And the same with Kuwait?
Yep.
And the same with Jordan?
Yep.
And the same with Iraq?
Yep.
And the same with Syria and Oman?
Yep.
So what
But
is this notion that
sunlight.
we're there to die for Israel? What is the what? Excuse me. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say sunlight. There was actually a Jewish person that supplied the pen that wrote the documents. So
Oh, okay.
that's their.
That's nice.
Oh, that's
I'm
what
just
it
saying
is. And
that's
then
how
we
far they'll go.
yeah.
They'll be like, there's a Jew guy that bought like a factory and made some pens, and then they were used in the signing of those agreements.
You know,
They tried to make Darby Jew adjacent. I'm like, what are you guys freaking talking about? He was not Jew. Like, what are you guys even talking about? This is just
it is
insane.
insane, but at the end of the day, Barbie, we're there because there's oil and gas there. We got our caught with our pants down in the oil embargo in '73, so we started on, and we're battling with Russia right over control of the region because we're not there to control the sand. We're there to help control the oil and gas and the flow of trade, and to be a good arbiter of the flow of trade, so that if Russia had control of it. How many oil embargoes would there have been anytime they tried to do
Have you?
something in Afghanistan or elsewhere? Hmm? Yeah.
Can I just play this for a
So,
second? Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. Quick clip. Agents were arrested in Qatar and Saudi Arabia for planning bombings. It's been shared a lot online, but here's the real story. Tucker Carlson posted a video saying authorities in Qatar and Saudi Arabia arrested Israeli Mossad intelligence agents planning attacks. But the official response from Qatar's foreign ministry directly contradicts that. They've said they have no information about Mossad cells or arrests related to such a plot. In fact, Qatar has recently been a source of misinformation in the context of the Iran war. Qatar rejected a report by the Jerusalem Post claiming the Gulf state launched attacks inside Iran. Spokesperson Majed Al-Ansari stated on X, Qatar has not been part of the campaign targeting Iran, and emphasized that Doha is exercising
their right to self-defense and deterring Iranian attacks. He also called on media organizations to rely on official Qatari sources when reporting on the country's position. What has been reported via official channels, Qatari authorities say they recently arrested 10 people linked to two cells allegedly working for Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, accused of espionage and sabotage targeting sensitive and military infrastructure. So, the bottom line, no confirmed Mossad arrests in Qatar or Saudi Arabia, no credible sources backing Tucker Carlson's claims, and Qatar says it has no involvement in attacks on Iran and urges media to check official sources. And here's a crucial point. Spreading false news in Qatar is a serious crime. You can face up to 5 years in prison and fines up to $27,500 US, with penalties doubled if committed during wartime. So before sharing sensational claims, remember, in Qatar, fake news isn't just misleading, it's criminal.
Yeah, so they just told Tucker, because he was in the house there, they can put him in jail for 10 years for each claim that of what he said. Um, it's pretty crazy that Tucker did that, and that's Al Arabian News. The Qataris and the Saudis put out that statement, so yeah. I'm speechless.
There's a you were talking about the college Republicans.
Yes.
James Lindsay put out a post
Oh
a
yeah.
couple hours
Oh yeah,
ago.
I know. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Yesterday it came out, but that's why I was talking about it today. Came out. I discussed it yesterday, and then I'm discussing it again today. I wanted to know who's in in charge of it, because people were posting TPOSA, et cetera, et cetera. Did he add anything else about who's in charge of it?
I did. He quotes some pretty terrible racial things that was on a group chat.
Yes, I know all about
Uh,
that. Yeah,
okay, that was
because
disgusting.
that was a scandal that had come out a while ago with Sloan. She had gone back and forth with that guy Kai, and so it kind of bubbled up. Yeah, yeah.
Just on approaching. What do you think of this hermeneutic of interpreting what Tucker and Candace, et cetera, are doing as a form of agitprop?
What is that form of agitprop? What?
What they're doing is a form of agitprop
No,
because
no.
it
No,
disengages
no. It's a full blown op.
disengages.
It. I mean, she's running a full blown op against TPOSA, Candace Owens, like a
Correct.
tactical
They're
active
correct.
measure op. And,
But
and
the
Tucker's doing the same against the campaign, his administration, against Israel too.
but the but the target is the emotions, not the intellect.
No, it is intellectually moving people over, and creating a new party.
They're doing that through emotions, is what he's saying. Yeah, he's saying
By the way,
they
she
they are doing
posted
through
Father
emotion, obviously.
Ripperger. I told you. Did I not
What
tell you?
happened?
She posted Father Ripperger.
Which one? Which one?
I don't know who even that is. Is this
So
Hezbollah?
Candace,
so you were in the space, but Father Ripperger, Chad Ripperger, was on with Sean Ryan yesterday and the day before. I
Yeah.
guess it's a series. Father Ripperger talks about how the temple will never be rebuilt because of his investigation into certain fathers of the church. Father Ripperger is an exorcist who's found himself in some hot water within the exorcist community for quite some time. He is in an independent order that he has founded with one other individual. I don't know if there's anybody else, but when I knew him, he had only one other person in this quote unquote religious order under the Archdiocese of Denver, Colorado. This is important for people to know, okay? So that if you have any issues with what Father Ripperger says, you can take it up with his bishop, okay? But Ripperger has gone on social media, is very close to Dr. Taylor Marshall, and in fact, he claims that, or Taylor Marshall says that he's his spiritual director. Okay, so this is how, like, the backstory. Ripperger goes on to Sean Ryden, and with authority that he has as a priest, he comes out and he says that the temple is never going to be rebuilt. Right. The arguments that are made, whether or not the temple is going to be rebuilt or not, is eschatological. It hasn't happened yet. So for a priest to say it's never going to happen with authority is ridiculous on its head, because it could be or it couldn't be. It's based off of scriptures, and it's not happened yet. So why is he speaking on authority that it will never happen? It could happen, right? It could also not happen. Who knows? So he's speaking as if it's already happened, and or it's already been determined, and that is not part of the church's way of handling things. We focus on things eschatologically in a theological sense. And so he decided to go on and talk about first about aliens being demons, and that in itself is a problematic thing as well. And now he's going into this area of where he's, again, not a theologian, he's a philosopher. He is a trad Catholic, and he is someone who has caused problem within his own communities. And now we see Candace Owens reposting it because it has to do with Israel, right? So this is, and also because she's connected with this trad community, including Taylor Marshall. So again, it's not a shocking thing. This is the use and again, Ripperger is, like I said, an exorcist. Exorcists usually do not go on, and podcasts and become celebrity figures. In fact, most exorcists do not. I know of only one who, by order of the Vatican, has done and advised on podcasts and movies and whatnot, because he's been told by the Vatican he has to. Other than that, to do it on your own, it puts you in a very, very serious situation. And Barbie could talk about this as well as an evangelical when it comes to spiritual warfare. You don't talk to the demons, and yet it seems that that Ripperger tends to have a lot of conversations with demons, according to his own statements. That's a problem.
Wait.
Does
Like,
it?
wait,
I
wait,
just
wait,
Does
wait,
it?
don't
wait, wait, wait,
understand
wait,
this
wait,
whole
wait, wait, wait,
coordinated
wait, wait, wait,
influence.
wait. Sorry, Barbie.
I
I just
love
want
it.
to say something. Wait a second. He talks to demons like when he's not at work, like when he's like going on
No,
a
like
picnic, a bike ride,
when he is actually going
when he's
through
shaving.
no, what he's actually
Mhm.
doing in exorcist, the rite of solemn exorcism.
Mhm.
According to the rite of solemn exorcism, you don't talk to the demons, period,
So
ever, point
so
blank.
I
You are
believe that once
exorcising,
you break up
but
with
he's
somebody,
listening to them and what they're
once you
saying.
break up
And
with
he
somebody, you
he
don't talk to them ever again. It's the same thing with the demons, right?
Well, it's not just that. It's like
You're
during
supposed
the
to go gray
process
rock.
of exorcism,
Hmm.
you aren't talking to the demons, you're ordering them out of the person.
Right.
So the fact is that he is regurgitating
Hmm.
what demons have said to him during exorcism is a problem, especially for people who are like really fascinated into the occult.
That's called
And this is
possession.
one of the reasons why exorcists are really having a problem with him, is because he makes statements like this on authority based off of sometimes what demons have told him. And that's where the whole conversation about how demons are actually, aliens are actually demons, et cetera, et cetera. He goes into like specific things about exorcisms and the occult, and it's just not, it's, obviously that's problematic.
Okay.
That's extraritus.
I
I mean, that's outside of the right.
Yeah. Let me get to seven hands. Go ahead, Swamp Marine. I don't watch
Why are we
scary
why are they
movies.
talking about exorcism? Sorry,
Don't
hold
know,
on.
likey, this
Why are
topic.
you talking about exorcism?
Okay, so you don't. So
No, but like what is the point of this psyop, the
Because
exorcism one? Like I'm just curious.
Sean
no,
Ryan's interested in this kind of thing,
no,
just
that's not
like
why.
Joe Rogan is and
No,
whatnot.
no,
They're,
no,
they're fascinating with
And
this.
no.
you said Candace was
It's not
quoting
about
this
that.
dude.
It's not about that. It's Gnosticism. That's what. Okay, so listen. This goes into satanic occult stuff, and it can be put in. This is what all those scary movies are about. This is the audio, Barbie. Listen. Are
So
these
Dugan, no.
people, are they possessed? Are they hoping to be possessed? Hold on. They want to be possessed? Are they inviting demons into their soul, into their mind, into their body? Yeah, okay, so there's varying degrees. Some of them are not, actually. They're actually not possessed. They're just involved in it because the demons do reward them, like by obsession or by giving them pleasure in doing sadistic things. And so they're not necessarily. I can't hear any of this stuff because I'm sorry. In Judaism, we believe like when you like go and watch.
I don't want to hear
Okay,
any
let
of
me
this stuff
explain to you
either.
why. So when you
Please.
go to like scary movies or you watch inappropriate things, or you listen to inappropriate things, you actually invite very like bad things into your soul and into your world. For me, even him saying this stuff is any of it. People think that they're God and they're not God. I'm sorry. And this is the line that I'm having a really hard time
I agree,
with.
which is why I don't even like listening to Tucker.
No, but what you just said is exactly what all exorcists say. For the fact that he is doing something differently, that do you see where I'm saying this is well outside the
Demons
right?
attack
He's
me.
speaking on the authority as an exorcist on these topics to the general population who don't have the understanding, as you said, where it's like you're opening yourself up, you're opening the door as is discussed in spiritual warfare. You don't open the door. You don't invite in like intrigue and curiosity for people into these subjects. This is what he's doing, and he is causing damage, harm to people in doing this. Maybe not to you, maybe not to me, maybe not to the people who are listening to this space, but he is absolutely causing people to dive into this out of curiosity and open themselves up for influence.
The, yeah, the right doesn't allow for this sort of
Yes, exactly,
path.
Stephen. It does not.
There's
Like
it
it's
does. I mean,
very, very like it's like precision bombing. It's scientific. You don't go outside of the right. He has been doing this for now years. Years. And it's in the trad communities. He is a celebrity priest in the trad communities.
there's a right in the
I just
Episcopalian
all of
Church.
this takes
There's a
away
right.
from like people's actual faith. Like, do you guys notice that all of this takes away from people's actual faith, which is a very serious thing that is not to be used and wielded for political power. And this is my problem with all of this. The people who should be the most mad are the people who are being used in this way because like why do I go off on Joel Webben? Because I do not use my faith as a cudgel against other people. I hate that. It's absolutely disgusting in my opinion. Just my opinion.
Well, that's what he.
Yeah. Hold
That
on,
is what
Stefan.
he's
Hold
doing.
on. There's
Okay.
people. Yeah, go ahead. Who is talking?
Yeah, I don't talk unless I think I've got something pertinent, and I just Miss Bree, you're right on. Barbie, I haven't do the whole thing yet, but brilliant. But I think what they're doing, I think these are several parts of the same operation, and basically with the Catholics, with their pre-Vatican II stuff, they are trying to bring back kind of a theocracy idea, and that is pretty much the same as what Sharia is, and they're going to connect the two, and there's your Chrislam shit, and this is all directed at Jews, and this is I started perking up a long time ago when I started hearing all this anti-Jew stuff. It just didn't sound right, and it's all an op, I think, and that's why they're going after these religious people. They're going to bring it, and they're like I think Barbara, you said they're using current events like the trans movement. They're using legit shit and saying, look at these bastards, and it all comes back to blaming Jews, and I don't know why. That's the part I don't know why, but I think what a lot of what you guys were saying as far as who you got to go after, Tucker, and I don't know how these people live with themselves doing this, and I don't know what the payoff is. Maybe it's directly billions from the Russians because I know they're involved, but who else is involved, and what's the end game? But I think if you're asking why the Catholic or why they're going after that, I think they're going to kind of combine the two and say, hey, wait, Sharia's kind of like that. Hey, pre-Vatican, we're kind of like that. We don't want all these free shit, and trans. Look what happened. And Trump's a puppet of BB it's bad. And that's what I do is I listen in some of these spaces like Diligent. Those spaces, he's going on a totally different one, and they're going to connect the Epstein to Jews to back to the. And he's come out and said that him several times, and everybody in their fucking room, and some of them come here, by the way, and speak. They're Trump is basically BB's fucking puppet, and it's all the Jews' fault. So don't. There's a lot that are out there saying this, and they've come around from sideways, like you guys know, and that's what I try to do by posting and circling and all that shit. Anyway, and I think that's why my original account got hacked because I had Anyway, it doesn't matter, but I think the answer to why they're coming doing the Catholic thing is they're gonna. That's what they're different parts of the same fucking evil shit, but it's gonna come together. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I don't speak a lot. Thank you very much.
Stealth, real quick. I apologize, but I have a Zoom call I have to lead. So if one of the ladies
Yeah,
can step in and
no
help you,
problem.
thank you.
No problem. No problem. Okay. Go ahead.
The end goal is for political power, you guys. It's so simple. They want political power. They want more political power, and they want to take away your individual liberties to do it. It's the same end goal for everybody on every side of the aisle who wants to usurp power.
But at the expense of who? This is huge. I mean, this is like, okay, yeah, I got to this political power. I get that, but okay, there's something more there, though. I understand that.
James Lindsay did a YouTube on Philosophia Perennis, which is a form of this Gnosticism, and he articulates it excellently as he always does. And what one of his points was that the targets are people of faith for this Gnostic heresy and cult because they're the most difficult to persuade. And once you can persuade them, he said, particularly Jewish believers are solid in their faith, and it's difficult to move them. Same with evangelicals. It's difficult to move them then into this Gnostic political slop. And is a wonderful little article on YouTube from him about precisely this.
I'm just
Go ahead, Sunlight.
curious. What
Yeah, so
what do
Steph,
you think?
so with that, whose mic is open? So with that political power that Barbie describes comes money, right? So it's all about money and power. And I get confused, as to or is the United States, since the Jews control the United States government, are we actually the big Satan or the baby Satan? Which one is it? Are we the great Satan and they're the minor Satan? The Jews in Israel, the minor Satan. It's really confusing. And then, since we supply, 52 to 58% of the military hardware and know-how and missile defense systems and all that, not to Israel, but to all the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia and all that. I mean, they have bought billions and billions from us. I mean, so are the Jews telling us to sell weapons to potential enemies, or I'm trying to figure this out because it's really confusing, as to who controls who and what controls what. You know what I'm saying? All these arguments that they make are 100% illogical. It doesn't make any sense when you add it up. Maybe CTF can inform me. How did CTF why are we selling all these weapons to the Arab countries that surround Israel if Israel controls us? Maybe because
Well,
they're
the
actually
calculus.
peaceful. Yeah.
Jonathan Huston
Sorry,
was here, but he
I was
ran
actually
away
eating
because
something.
the
But
conversation is ridiculous at this point. Okay. So
well,
again,
yeah, no, but let me answer what he was saying, just so he understands. Like the calculus right now, and we are kind of responsible for Israel in the grandest sense of things. It was the United States' pressure, as well as obviously cooperation with Israel, to create this nation state. This is a young nation state, just like we are. And then you have all kinds of bullies bullying it since its birth. They've been attacked all the time. So I think there's like there's a special relationship there. I tell everybody it's not going to go away, but obviously people are always going to be our opposition is always going to be going after Israel as well as us, but Israel they don't like because of how close the relationship is. But as to the weapons, I mean, you got to arm your friends, right? Like if somebody's attacking your friend, you got to help them out. You got to arm them. You got to do what you can to help them out because they're your friend. And until Israel has ever, like, I don't think it's ever going to happen, right? But Israel has never shown that it is not our friend and that it is not our ally. There's never been a request where Israel was like, no, fuck you, America. We can't help you with that. But there are plenty other allies, so-called allies, that have done that exact thing. So, but I'll leave it there.
Yeah, lots of countries in the region buy weaponry from us, right? And when the Gulf War popped off, Desert Shield, we were invited by the Saudi Arabian government, to develop a coalition of the willing. And we camped out in the desert until we launched Operation Desert Storm because the Ba'athist Fascist Party of Saddam Hussein had invaded a sovereign country, Kuwait, and the Saudis were afraid of this continuing to go toward the Saudi oil fields, and so we were invited into that. That had nothing to do with Israel. We weren't fighting that war, for Israel. We were fighting that war to repel an invader out of a sovereign country and disrupting the natural gas and oil supplies. But these narratives, I was being sarcastic at CTF, obviously, but these narratives that they paint is it's a very complex situation over there. And the thing that solves it is the IMEC trade corridor. When that is finally realized, then the whole area, the whole region will prosper once the yoke of this threat from Iran is not hovering over them anymore. So
One
Yeah,
last
I
thing, and
agree
then
with
I'll
you.
drop down. What you said is great, and not only that, but we stopped Israel from responding. If you remember, we actually held Israel back from getting involved at all. So that history, we know that. And right now, what's going on with Iran? I only needed the fact that they killed that Navy diver back in 1985. That was why I joined the Marine Corps. And it was Hezbollah with Iran backing it. What's going on outside right now is awesome. Trump is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. But what we've also got going on from the inside, they're coming at us bad. All these victories could really. I mean, these people are fucking devious. And what's going on with some of these spaces, and with it's like we're all winning on the outside. And yes, you're right. We're selling all that. But right now with the Abraham Accords, there actually is a chance in my lifetime, the first time I've ever seen a chance for peace, because Iran was behind all of that. They were supplying all the money to all these motherfuckers to blow themselves up, and everybody knows it. So for the first time in our lifetimes, we actually have a chance. But the shit that's happening on our inside right now is what's really scaring the fuck out of me. And right now they're trying to pull the evangelicals. And if they do that, we're in trouble. That's all.
Yes, I agree. I agree, big time.
It is Monday morning, day 3 of the.
Hold on one second. I'm looking for something that I saw that came out. Debating Trump's Iran policy. No, no, no. Is this it? I think. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Interviews we've done, I kind of like to open at the wide end of the funnel and ask if there's anything that jumps out at you from these opening days of Operation Epic Fury that is the most important. Is there anything that the public is not getting? Is there something you'd like to see get more attention? How's it all working out for you? Well, I think the public is getting the main story, which is just that this has been a phenomenally hold on one second. I'm to such attacks. Help me understand a universe in which it makes sense for Iran to drive just about everybody into our camp. Well, there is a method to this madness, although I have to say that one surprised me. But that's a head scratcher. But there is a method here, and that one element of the regionalization strategy of the Iranians is just to force the United States to and its allies to burn through interceptors. There's a global, there's a finite number of interceptors, and the Iranians have more missiles than we have interceptors to take them down. And as part of their strategy of waiting out the Americans, they want to put pressure on them. They want our stockpiles to run short, and so they're doing this to a certain degree on purpose. They also want to bring maximum diplomatic and political pressure to bear on Donald Trump. The calculation is that the Turks don't want to be drawn into this, and they will be angered by what the Iranians are doing in the short term, but in the long run, they'll put pressure on Donald Trump to bring this to an end sooner rather than later. Let's talk a little bit about pressure of another type. I can only imagine, and I've not been in the habit of trying to sort of channel the Chinese or figure out, be a whisperer for them. I mean, I understand the basic logic of the CCP and a communist regime and their global positioning. But if you'd have told me 6 months ago we're going to do something really aggressive about Iran, I would have expected a lot of Russian pushback, an enormous amount of Chinese pushback. How do you explain the fact that it's almost that the Chinese seem very nearly compliant
apparently willing to offer to sort of negotiate a lowering of the temperature. What is going on in China? Well, the Chinese have always stayed one step removed from these conflicts in the Middle East. They benefit from them greatly, and they benefit from building up the Iranians. They have a vested interest here in the regime. They are very, very significant supporters of Iran's ballistic missile program. They provide targeting data to the Houthis, for example. There are only two entities in the world that have anti-ship ballistic missiles. That is a weapon that is designed for one thing and one thing only, and that is to attack American aircraft carriers when they are maneuvering in confined waterways. And those two entities are the Chinese and the Houthis. And so they're following all of the Houthi activities very closely. They're supporting them through the Iranians with component parts for the missiles and some of the chemicals needed to build solid fuel propellant and so on. So the Chinese are there in the background. They're also buying Iranian oil at a steep discount. They benefit from that greatly, but they are always reluctant to get directly involved in these conflicts. So what they want to see right now is they just want to see the conflict come to an end and the regime survive so that they can again rebuild their missile program in a way that will benefit the Chinese and that they will sell their oil to the Chinese. Last thing, I'm glad to get it to fit this in a world filled with people who very understandably say, I have no idea how this is going to work out. I have no crystal ball and let the game come to me. I have no idea. Not 24 hours ago, you wrote a piece called Trump's Endgame, in which you take a look at your tea leaves and share a little bit about how you think this all plays out. So please share with the class. I think that Donald Trump, in let's say about a week, maybe a few days less, maybe a few days more, I think he will declare victory and he will begin negotiating with the regime about ballistic missiles and the nuclear program and support for proxies. And I think he will move away from support for revolution in Iran. He doesn't want a huge revolution, could turn into civil war. It could then turn into a problem that can't be managed for many years. He's going to run over the Iranians with a herd of elephants and then prop them up a little bit and try to see if he can cut a deal with them. We can argue about whether that's the wisest way to go about it or unwise, but that's what I think he's going to do. Well, there are no solutions. There are only trade-offs, and that may be less satisfying to the gut than hanging in there and watching American flags and Iranian flags as they build statues to Donald Trump. We may get to that point, but what you've described, I think, may accentuate the positives and eliminate the negatives, as the old song lyric goes. Mike Doran, thank you so much. Thanks for all you do. Okay. There is there any breaking out of the White House or anything with the president? Has anybody heard anything?
Not yet. I'm monitoring, but I haven't heard anything. Anything
I
new
mean,
that we haven't already covered.
like open source news is reporting like it's every 5 seconds. It's like rockets, missiles into Israel. Oh my God, the updates have nonstop. It's Iran's state-linked Fars news agency quoting Iranian security. If we wanted to attack Azerbaijan, we would not have done it with a small drone. They're threatening that. Here's Fox News is Caroline Levitt.
Kristen. You just said on Fox that it doesn't really matter if Russia is giving Iran information about military assets. Why doesn't it matter if U.S. military is being endangered by Russia? Is that what the president believes as well? What I meant, Kristen, and thank you for giving me a chance to make it very clear, is that it clearly is not making a difference with respect to the military operations in Iran, because we are completely decimating them. As I said earlier, we've taken out nearly 30 of their ships. Their Navy has been deemed combat ineffective. 90% reduction in ballistic missile retaliatory strikes against the United States and our Gulf Arab and partners in the region. So, of course, we are achieving the military objectives of this operation, and that is going to continue because the United States military is the best and most lethal fighting force in the world. Okay, so Washington Post released information, like I had discussed, about the U.S. soldiers that have been killed, that I believed it was either the Russians or Chinese giving intelligence to the IRGC where to strike to take out Americans. So it turns out I was right yet again. Now, I wish they would extend to see if the Chinese were assisting. Right now we have just Russia in that article.
that came out, and so her response was clearly like, well, it doesn't matter if they are, because they aren't making a dent, but they did kill Americans, and so that's my belief. Even though they're not including the Americans, they said it was striking U.S. bases and something else that maybe it was like was the other thing she named. But anyways, I believe that it should be investigated around the Americans being identified there. The Russians had given the IRGC intelligence. We had Americans in that crate or whatever the hell they put our poor soldiers in. So to protect these Arabs. Anyways, so sorry, I can be, I can be what I want to be right now. I feel like it. So that's why she had to clear that up. She's meeting with the president's meeting with defense contractors here at the White House in a few minutes with Hexeth to discuss. You're getting close to your due date, and so am I. Hi, she's pregnant. Good to see you out here. It's a busy day here, as you all know. The president will be meeting with defense contractors here at the White House in a few minutes with Secretary Hegseth. This is a pre-scheduled meeting, and the purpose of it is to talk about the president's aggressive and fierce support for rapidly increasing the ability of U.S. manufacturers to produce American-made weapons, which we know are the best in the world. The president signed an executive order on this earlier this year. This is a long-held policy objective of this administration, and so he'll be speaking directly with these defense contractors. But of course, as the president has maintained, we have more than enough ammunition, weapons, stockpiles to achieve the objectives of Operation Epic Fury and beyond. After that, you'll be hearing from the president directly at 4 p.m. in the East Room at the College Sports Roundtable. We have coaches and we have scholars and we have athletes from around the country who will be joining. I know some lawmakers will be up there as well. President, again, a long-sought goal is to fix college sports, and so he'll be holding a roundtable to hear from all of these great people in this afternoon, and you'll see him up there as well. Why don't we take a few questions? Sure. Okay. So, wow, the president's got a busy Friday. Oh, wow, this is. Caroline, do you have any comment on the MAGA influencer divide on the Iran war? It seems like MAGA influencer divide on the Iran war on X. Message to both sides of the aisle. I would just remind people X is not real life. This president lives in the real world. And with respect to MAGA, President Trump is the leader of MAGA. He's the creator of the MAGA movement. And there is nothing more America first than taking out terrorists who have maimed and killed our own servicemen and women, who chant death to America and who pose a threat to the homeland. And so President Trump is a leader of the peace through strength foreign policy doctrine. He attempted peace through diplomacy exhaustively and extensively with the rogue Iranian regime. And so they have been struck with the strength and the sheer might and will of the United States Armed Forces. And President Trump has proven he's a man of his word. Okay, cute, short, sweet. I like it. She hit all the points. And they still made like a 25 points thread on why we struck Iran on at the rapid response on X. So, yeah, anyways, we'll see how the apples go.
I
Operation
think
Epic.
later on when there's more strikes, they're going to be talking. They're going to be doing something similar because a lot of that. Remember, I was telling you about that document that I was reading that had like a
Yep.
whole history. I
Yeah.
really think that as they push into other areas that kind of seem like they don't have anything, and like, what are they going to do then? They're going to try and blame Israel for conflicts that have been going on before Israel even existed. From the push from the Chinese and then the push from the Russians into the territory and all of those issues that are out there. I think they're going to keep pushing. I don't think they're going to give up. I don't think they're going to stop at Iran. I really don't. I know people are probably going to be like, "Oh, you're a war hawk," but I really think that Trump has decided that he's not going to let that chaos go on anymore. Like I think you mentioned it earlier. He's focused on like the longevity of the entire region now. Like peace through
Israel
strength, as he calls it.
Israel has been bombing parts of western Iran to support the Kurdish militias who have to exploit the US Israeli war on Iran to seize towns near the frontier. Holy shit. This is wild. Since Hezbollah's attack on Monday, the IDF says it has hit more than 500 targets across Lebanon, including 170 rocket launchers. Oh my God, these are big numbers. Today alone, Israeli forces struck over 100 sites, including more than a dozen in southern Beirut, a known Hezbollah stronghold. Where's Kala Walsh? That's what I want to know. Macron spoke with the Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al Sudani, expressed friends of solidarity. for the jihadis, and I look forward to the French Foreign Legion paying a visit to Candace Owens. Wow, I can't believe he said that when talking about Iraq. I'm teasing, guys. Nobody's okay. That's fine. Barbie, are you working on a thread or something? Okay, let's see.
I was working on I was working on a thread of all of the times that U.S. presidents took action against the APAC lobby. There's quite a number of
Oh,
them, by the way.
interesting.
I just want to say that really quickly, if you're gonna fake dox people, at least like be when you're below the last person who tried it, it doesn't work as well as if you're like above. You got to at least like match the energy of the last person who tried that. Just saying.
Megan Kelly. Okay. Okay. So lots of strikes in Iran.
And like cite a different source. I mean,
Right. I mean, sheesh.
Well, they don't have a different source. It's the same operation.
but that's my
So
point. Like, you can't do your own research, and
yeah.
so you're citing another source. What is going on? I don't understand. Like, you're
The,
in
the main
journalism.
reason
This
I'm
is
a
not how you journalism, guys.
yeah, the main reason I'm anonymous really has nothing to do with my identity. It's just it gets at them when they don't know who you are. You know what I mean? When they have no idea who you actually are, it really gets to them. They get so because they want to actually try and get to you, not necessarily even in violence. They want to try and offer you money and stuff like that. I've had so many people offer me money to just literally stop talking about
The
politics, and I
problem
was like,
is
no, I'm not
that
going to
it's
do
not
that.
about the
That's I love
substance
it.
of anything that Barbie says. It's about who Barbie is. It's not the substance. It's about who she is. And that's the problem. If her substance was was nonsense, like Candace Owens, for example, then we would look at the motivation behind it, right? Like, why is this person saying to active duty military to get out of the military, and it's okay to take the other than honorable or dishonorable discharge? Like, why does she keep repeating that? I don't know, because she's Dugin's asset. And the Russians don't want us to have a strong military. Maybe that's part of the reason why. That's logical, right? But when someone is placing out factual evidence and statements, and you have a problem with it, go after the statements, and then maybe look for
Because
the
they can't defeat
motivation.
the message, Bree. They
Can't.
can't defeat the
That's
message,
an
so they have to
unfortunate thing.
defeat. They have to go after the messenger.
But then the problem is again, like, this is not how we journalism. Journalism is not like, oh, we're going to repost doxing accounts by other anonymous doxers. Like that's what, like, how do you know what you can't corroborate any of this. This is not how we do work.
So,
Well, I thank God that they suck at their jobs. So I'm just gonna say, thank God that they suck at their jobs. What can I tell you? So, like, little prayer for me to God that these people all suck. But if you're, I was expecting like a Tucker Carlson. I wasn't expecting to go down in the
food
food chain.
chain.
I was expecting to go up.
Right.
Yeah,
Um.
you know,
Well, it may happen now
hello,
after the Dan Bongino thing. But anyways, Zoran Mamdani's
thanks.
wife on October 7th was celebrating the massacre in real time while they were bringing in bodies of girls on trucks. She was posting, and yeah, that's trending right now. 306,000 views from her. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, she was celebrating.
Wait, what's trending?
It's
Who's
trending.
celebrating what?
Mamdani's wife was celebrating the attacks, and they were and tweeting and posting pictures of the trucks that were bringing back the dead girls from the concert in the back of the cabs, like of the trucks.
Yeah, they hate humanity. Like,
Yeah.
it's so much more deeper than just like, Jewish, Christian. They just hate human life, and they relish in snuffing it out. It's very, very dark and very evil.
Yeah, if you don't agree with them, they don't want you here. They don't want you to exist. You have to go with whatever it is, whatever their agenda is, and you have to be all in for the Kool-Aid, right? Or they don't want you here. And it was a tragedy, even not just this one. That's crazy. I'm looking at it now, but the one with Charlie Kirk, right? Like, I don't even know Charlie Kirk, but how are you going to celebrate as just a decent person? And then at least, like, I know America has kind of a little sick culture with comedy and stuff. But like we didn't start seeing comedians really start doing 9/11 jokes until quite a good distance from the time that it happened. They were out like he wasn't even in the ground yet. He was still in the hospital and they were already celebrating his death. And it's disgusting, I think. Barbie hit it on the head though. They hate life. Like they're the opposite. Like they love They love all things about that, I don't know. It gets me aggravated that there's even people that exist like that, and that we're not
Actually,
supposed to attack them. We're not supposed
just a
to fight
point.
with them. We're not supposed to kill the enemy that behaves and believes that way, right? And it's, I don't know. But sorry for cutting you off. I don't know who that was that came in.
It it's simple for me. It's they're evil.
Go ahead, Axel.
Actually, they want to preserve their families, but they want to not preserve the families of other people in general that will not follow their own ideology. So it's very clear that so we are going to protect our family, and the rest of the humanity follow what we do think. So it doesn't matter.
I don't even think that they consider us human.
I don't care what they think. I care what they do. That's my biggest concern. It's actions. That's my biggest concern.
Can I share something quickly?
Yeah, yeah,
It's a
yeah.
little bit off topic, no, a little bit on topic. I saw this amazing video of Israelis doing a Purim party in a bomb shelter,
Yes.
dancing to a remix of Trump's speech announcing Khamenei's death.
Yeah, I
It's
saw it. It was
awesome.
great. It's very awesome. It really is. Um, Chabad is saying to light candles before the Sabbath. Um, Alex Dugan quoted Jackson Hinkle, U.S. markets lost $2 trillion since Monday. Alexander Dugan says, wonderful. But Tucker talks to him all the time. That's interesting. Iran announces their new supreme leader. Who's this? With all our strength and determination, we will make the perpetrators of this crime regret the devil. Oh my gosh, that's very funny. Oh my gosh, that's the Babylon Bee. They just did something very funny. It was very funny. Um,
Isn't Cenk Uyghur the new Ayatollah or something? No?
no, there wasn't enough Ozempic to get him to in time to fit into the outfit. So it's because we airdropped all the Ozempic to Gaza because of the obesity issue. So Saint's gonna have to wait to be the Ayatollah next time
So
around.
it must be Anna Kasparian then. Shit.
Yes, she is gonna be the new Ayatollah. That's right. That's right. Right. Absolutely. That's you're very funny. Let's see here. Wow, there's a huge crash site in Beersheba. Wow, it's like a crater. It's wild. Um, the PA. What is this? The White House are posting some very strange videos of things. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm just gonna leave it.
The White House?
The White House, yeah, basically like a video
What
game.
are they posting?
They posted a video game showing a guy walking through the hood in the alley with a white wife beater on, and then the
The
strike of the
GTA one, yeah.
yeah. Is that what it is? GTA.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They certainly have interesting troll content this time around. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah.
When it
That's
pops up on TikTok, I'm always laughing.
so. Did you listen to the whole Laura
Um,
Loomer thing where she spoke to the president? Did you listen to that?
I listened to that.
What did
Yeah.
you think?
Um, I think that honestly, I really think President Trump has no idea because he shouldn't have any idea because he's got other things
It's
going
like
on. But there's just
we're
I
in
don't
the
think
middle of
he.
like a crazy war. It's not like with like all,
Yeah, yeah, but
yeah,
it's the thing is, it's that serious. Like, I feel bad for President Trump because I feel like his movement got hijacked by a bunch of
yeah,
radical
yeah.
accelerationists who want to burn this country down, and they took all of the legitimate grievances that we all feel, like all of the things that we legitimately have problems with that we fight for in these spaces, and in general, and they like weaponize them and turn them into something horrible and are dragging like this movement, because the Democrats are going to use it when they want to. The reason they haven't used it yet is because it hasn't been the most advantageous. There's going to come a moment when they're going to slap us in the face with all of these people's comments, and it's going to be really hard to defend that. I will not be defending that because I didn't defend it to begin with. I will be arguing that they're Democrats because really conservatives don't act this way. But I don't know. It's he's in a tough spot too because I think he would have react. I think he would. I personally, this is just my personal opinion, and it's not based on any kind of knowledge or facts or anything else. I think he would like to react more forcefully, but he can't because midterms are coming up. You know what I mean? I think that's a calculation, and rightfully so. So I don't know. Can't did he really do that? He's really Tucker Carlson has really done nothing wrong. Like all of this foreign money, there's nothing like no FARA violations,
Yeah.
nothing.
There, I think he is.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's crazy that we literally people make money off of selling out this country every day and pretend to be the good guys.
Yes, I.
It's crazy.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson transformation from 2006 till now on the Islamic stuff?
I
Yeah.
have. I really think that the Tucker Carlson transformation from a year ago to now is it's just it's like really drastic stuff. And ironically, not the minute he came back from his Dugan interview. I mean,
Yeah.
literally, that's the magic wizard is clearly very powerful. I don't know.
By the way, I have not watched at all Candace's anything this week. So
Me neither. It's been so nice and quiet in my brain.
right.
I can't. Yeah. But they all serve their very specific roles. Like Tucker is the one who is able to like package all sorts of like horrible ideas beautifully with like, the right lighting and sound and the right team. And Candace is kind of the accelerant, if that makes sense. She's the one who pushes the needle to
Oh,
the
holy cow! Mamdani just
nasty side.
responded to the claims about his wife. Oh my
Jewish
God.
insider that
What do you
Let's
say?
see.
thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. You should have a chance, I think, to respond to this. It's an off-topic question. I'd like to know what your reaction was to the article in the Jewish Insider that was posted about your wife's social media activity. And what I'm wondering is, you're an elected official. She is not. Is it anybody's business, and is it fair to question you about it? My wife is the love of my life, and she's also a private person who has held no formal position on my campaign or in my city hall. I, however, was elected to represent all 8.5 million people in the city, and I believe that it's my responsibility, because of that role, to answer any questions about my thoughts and my policies and my decisions. Maybe you should be grateful because when the Muslims came to conquer Jerusalem, the Romans were the ones that kicked you people out. Who brought them back in? The Muslims.
Okay, that's Nico with his eschatological background on the conquering of Jerusalem. Don't ask. It's I don't know. It's some Haitian, Filipino, newly Islamic, UAE Snooky from Jersey Beach version of I don't know history. I don't know.
All right, Snooky, that's the
So
name. I'm sorry. That
so
is definitely the name you should
I've been
call
calling
him.
Sneeko Snooky now for 2.5, 3 weeks on my tweets.
Okay, you should be calling him that, and then you should be thinking of other people who we can figure out what to call them.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
So
just
when every
easy,
time
quick,
I post
like,
one of it, like when he interviews the CCP, like front workers, right, for the CCP, I post always a gif of Snooky, like the actual Snooky, on top of his, like you have to. I'll send it to you. You'll see. So I all the Snooky gifs that are available on Twitter, I keep just using different Snooky gifs. So every time somebody brings up Sneeko, I'm like, you mean Snooky, right? And then I put it's great. It's let me grab you something so you can actually. Is there one in the upward bubble? Let's see. If you go to the upward bubble, I did something with Nick's super chat right now with I don't know if you saw what Zero Hour did up top. Go look at the upward bubble for me. And um then I did a funny one with Dan Bilzerian and that guy that's like I think wanted or something. I don't know what Fuentes had a boyfriend, I guess, for a while. I didn't know he had a boyfriend, so figured that one out. And then the thing that Carrie, do you know that her mom was married 3 times and kept marrying like very wealthy guys? Carrie Hezbollah, did you know that? It was
I had no
yeah. Her
idea,
mom
but
was a sugar baby
that
or
is news
something.
to
Her mom
her.
was like had a ton of sugar daddies. It's kind of wild, actually. Yeah, I found that out. It's interesting. But anyways, her teeth. So yeah, it's funny. I don't know. I just every time I see her teeth, I want to post about them. So there was this woman named Monica. Look at the upward bubble, Monica Vensky. She went after Marco Rubio and the Corey Lewandowski and the Christy Nome thing. So they made a very inappropriate tweet. Have you seen it? Let me send it to you on your DMs.
I've not, but is that why she got moved? Because
It's
it's
about
not
her
because of Corey
affair.
Lewandowski.
Yeah, about her affair.
It
Yeah,
is?
yeah.
Where the hell have I been?
Yeah,
I thought that was old news. Am
go look
I?
at the tweet
No.
that this woman wrote, and then though I just sent it to you on DMs, and then I had to write her back a spicy DM because she wrote Marco Rubio realizing he's gonna have to start having an affair with Corey Lewandowski, and he's wearing the ice thing. So she's like a DNC operative. So, and then yeah, yeah. It should have gotten much more because it was a very funny tweet. But anyways, yeah, it was spicy. But she went after Rubio, so I was like, no, we're not gonna let that happen. Okay, let me see here. Where is the Okay, let's see. I think somebody's requesting. Hold on, I'm not looking down there. Oh gosh, I can't even get back to the feed. Maybe this is it.
I don't know. I'm like old. I'm so tired. I used to be able to
Me
hang
too.
way
I
longer.
know.
Now I just want to go to sleep
I
all
need
the
to go to
time.
sleep. Like I need a break. But there was an interview with Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin's been cooking lately quite a bit. Let me see. You're a Big Tent guy. You have at the top of your X feed a pinned tweet, a beautiful talk you gave about having a Big Tent. I mean, bigger armies are more. It's incredibly powerful. Where is she? Amongst the missiles, the drones that are resisting U.S. imperialism and Zionism that have launched historic strikes on the heart of the genocidal Zionist. Kyle Walsh has left Iran already. הדרך לתקיפת מטרות היסטוריות. אנחנו בעיצומה של מערכה שמטרתה להסיר איום קיומי על מדינתנו. אנחנו נגיע לכל מקום, לכל אויב. Yeah, I'll get back to that in a second. In coordination with the Gulf governments, Israeli Air Force is taking out Iranian missile launchers aimed at Gulf countries. Wild. Okay. First century president's own party approval about at this point in the second term. Bush was at 77%. Obama was at 77%. Look at this. 86% of Republicans approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing at this point. That is higher than either Obama or Bush had within their own party at this point. Trump's magic touch has not seen the war off yet when it comes to the Republican base. And what kind of approval are we talking about here? Okay, so we're talking about overall approval here. How about the strongly approved, not just like, but love. Okay, we're going to look at these same presidents again. Strong approval among your own party's base. What you see here is Trump is the only one who gets a majority at this point in their presidency. Obama was at 48%. Bush was at 47%. You see here Trump at 53%. Not as high as overall approval rating, but still getting a majority of the Republican base, at least in the average of polls, to say that they still really, really, really like him. Okay, I understand because I hear commentators in the United States talking about a Muslim-Christian alliance. Yeah, you come to Europe and tell us about a Muslim-Christian alliance. You come into Germany, or you go into France, or you go into Sweden, and you tell us about this Muslim-Christian alliance. You ain't going to get one. They might have a little alliance with you when they're at 1%. Trust me. Yeah. Well, they could lie to us, of course. Yeah. And they are lying to you. Yeah. But they're not lying to you. Yeah. Your own commentators are lying to you. Tucker Carlson's lying to you. I'm just telling you how it is. I've watched him. Tucker Carlson come into my country. In your opinion, yeah, that's how you. It's not my opinion. It's not my opinion. It's a fact. Tucker Carlson is lying. Tucker Carlson come into my country and said, "There's no problems here." What do you mean there's no problems here? A whole generation of our daughters being raped. What do you mean there's no problem? Islam's all right because my taxi driver was nice. Yeah, well done, Tucker. That's right, isn't it? Qatar's great. Yeah, it's great. Great. They're funding every terrorist organisation in the world. £1 billion, as I said. Most of the problems I see in my country. Do you know Qatar? I went in, when I walked in to do an Al Jazeera speech, you can go and find this interview. I went in to go into the Al Jazeera building. France had just been blown to bits in a terrorist attack. The money comes from Qatar. I walk into Al Jazeera's head office, which again is just a propaganda machine on behalf of Islam. Yeah. That's what it is. Okay? That's what it is. I went in to Al Jazeera's office and I had to go through all these metal detectors everywhere and security everywhere. And then I sat down and said, "You cheeky bastards. We're out there on the street. They're killing us in every European country. You're funding it. And then you sitting here protected by all you've literally got a military here to defend you when the people that you're funding are in my country desecrating it. So again, Tucker Carlson has no idea what he's talking about. If I'm honest, I watch and look and think, well, come to the UK. So this was him on InfoWars. And they're like, well, that's your opinion. She's like, nope, that's what's happening. Anyways, for you, in short, everything's going quite well. Although in Texas, hold on. Okay, hold on a second. These countries, they were sort of neutral. They were, they didn't want to get involved, and Iran involved them. And why did Iran do this? Iran did it because they're a one-trick pony. All they know is terrorism and trying to terrify people into changing their policies. It's all about trying to extort people into submission, whether it's the people of Iran who they mass murder and torture and humiliate and subjugate, or it's the peoples of the region, including Israel, who they threaten and attack with mass murder, and people throughout the world. Europe has, almost every country in Europe has suffered from some sort of a terrorist attack by Iranian forces and their proxies, down to South America, Argentina, the tri-border area. That whole area is filled, with Iran. And so we've seen them operate in Africa and almost every. I don't think they've operated in Antarctica, But I mean, this is a one-trick pony country. What they want to do, it's a death cult. They want to kill, and so that's what they're doing now. They're under attack. What's their strategy? Oh, let's terrorize all the other countries around us, and then attack an EU member state, Cyprus. And this is 2 weeks after they declared war on the EU because they declared the Revolutionary Guard Corps a terrorist organization. And I mean, that's what these people do. They kill. They kill, they maim, they terrorize. So what else are they going to do? They're going to do something else? When have they ever done anything else? This is on Ruben Report. Hold on. Did you know that?
Steph, when was Carlin interviewed?
This was yesterday. So she did two interviews yesterday. Ruben Report, and she did JNS.
Caroline Glick. Caroline, welcome back to
I
the Ruben
didn't see
Report.
the Janice.
It's great to be with you, David. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I suppose I should ask, how are you doing? We're 4 days into this thing. How are things looking on your side? You're in Jerusalem right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I am. Yes, I'm in the government press building. Yeah. Oh, we're doing great. We're doing absolutely terrific. It's all good. All good. This is an extraordinary time for this country and for the world, I would say. And thank God we're doing well. Our American partners are doing amazingly, and so we're happy with the way things are progressing. So as we're taping this, we're going to put this up just in a couple hours. But about an hour ago, Pete Hegseth gave a press conference. And he really was talking about the level of coordination that's happening with Israel, the professionalism, the fact that as an ally, Israel is reliable and brave and, used all the adjectives right there. Are you even, or I suppose you could probably speak for Bibi, are you guys even surprised at the level of coordination and success, say 4 or 5 days into this operation? We've been working very closely with the Americans, particularly since June with Operation Rising Lion and Midnight Hammer that we did together. So it's not a surprise, but it's amazing. There really is seamless cooperation, seamless sharing of information, of intelligence, and operational cooperation. So it's an extraordinary partnership. It really is. It's an amazing alliance that we have with the Americans. How is it for you guys? Okay, the foreign side of this, meaning the attacks on Iran are going well, but you are being hit at home. This is only 6 months later, or about 8 months since the last operation. How do you balance the focus between what you're doing in Iran and making sure that the home front is okay? We're okay with the split screen. We've been at this for many, many years. With the missile, we've been living under missile threat for a long time, even well before October 7th. The southern part of Israel, the one that was invaded on October 7th, they were under the guns of Hamas for 15 years before they were invaded. And we've had attacks from Lebanon going back to the 1980s with the Katyusha rockets. And so, we're talking about something that Israelis are used to. Obviously, it's not easy, and it's the entire country. It's not areas that are sort of used to having to live under these conditions. It's everybody in the country that has to get up in the middle of the night and in the morning and then during the day and stop on the road when you're driving somewhere and lie down. I mean, there's a lot of there is a challenge here but Israelis are really, unified behind the need to see this through. I mean, the polls are extraordinary. Almost the entire public is saying, yes, we have to finish this off, because everybody understands that Iran is an existential threat to the state of Israel and to the nation of Israel. This regime is a bunch of, it's a death cult, and they have emblazoned on their flag practically. I mean, it's a Houthi flag for sure. I mean, for real. But the slogan, the guiding light of the Iranian regime since the revolution in 1979 has been death to America, death to Israel. And they have been using proxies that they've built up, armies of terror that they've surrounded us with, that they've scattered all around the world to advance at the achievement of that goal of to destroy the United States of America and to destroy Israel. And we've been in an active state of war with Iran since their Palestinian proxy Hamas invaded us on October 7th. And then since then, it's been 7 fronts, all controlled by Iran and Iran directly. So, I mean, we want to see this through. We understand that this isn't a war that you fight to a draw. This is a war that we have to fight to victory if we want to ensure our security and our future here. So what does see it through actually look like? I mean, on the military side, their navy is gone. Hegseth was talking about total air superiority between the Israelis and Americans. I mean, it sounds like the military portion of it, they're running out of rockets, I assume at some point. It seems like there's been less each day. So what does the next phase, after this sort of shock and awe part ends, what does the next phase look like? Well, I mean, first of all, Iran is a big country, and it's a strong regime. I mean, it's been in power, it's been ruling an enormous population under its jackboot for 47 years, and it's been carrying out its idea of governance, which is building terror armies around the world and developing a massive ballistic missile arsenal and working towards the nuclear arsenal for decades. So this isn't an easy task. It's amazing what we've done. It's amazing what we've achieved, but we have to end their threat on missiles, on nuclear, on terror. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we're working on. And obviously, all of this is in order to reach the point where the Iranian people, who were just massacred by the tens of thousands by this regime when they tried to rise up and demand their freedom in January, just in January, not 2 months ago. And they were killed by the tens of thousands by these evil, what does the president call them? Lunatics who are in charge there. And we want to create a safe environment for them to go out and seize their future, seize their country back, get their country back from these people who have been holding them and the entire country of Iran and all of its peoples within it hostage. And so, I think it's very important to set those conditions, and that's what we're also working on. What do you make of the Iranian response? I mean, they've fired rockets into, I believe it's now 10 countries in the area. So it's not just Israel, even though Israel is getting the brunt of it and dealing with it accordingly. But they fired rockets into several Arab Muslim nations. It seems like the alliances are being redrawn right now. And my hope, and I suspect your hope and Bibi's hope and everyone in Israel's hope, will be that most of the people living in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, and certainly UAE is obvious, and some of the others, will realize, boy, it's not Israel that's our enemy, it's Iran that's firing rockets into our backyards. Look, I mean, I think that, you had the president said it, I think last night in his conversation, his presser with German Chancellor Merz. I mean, a lot of these countries, they were sort of neutral. They were, they didn't want to get involved, and Iran involved them. Why did Iran do this? Iran did it because they're a one-trick pony. All they know is terrorism and trying to terrify people into changing their policies. It's all about trying to extort people into submission, whether it's the people of Iran who they mass murder and torture and humiliate and subjugate, or it's the peoples of the region, including Israel, who they threaten and attack with mass murder, and people throughout the world. Europe has, almost every country in Europe has suffered from some sort of a terrorist attack by Iranian forces and their proxies, down to South America, Argentina, the tri-border area. That whole area is filled, with Iran. And so we've seen them operate in Africa and almost every. I don't think they've operated in Antarctica, But I mean, this is a one-trick pony country. What they want to do, it's a death cult. They want to kill, and so that's what they're doing now. They're under attack. What's their strategy? Oh, let's terrorize all the other countries around us, and then attack an EU member state, Cyprus. And this is 2 weeks after they declared war on the EU because they declared the Revolutionary Guard Corps a terrorist organization. And I mean, that's what these people do. They kill. They kill, they maim, they terrorize. So what else are they going to do? They're going to do something else? When have they ever done anything else? So what would you say to the American who is just doesn't care about other parts of the world? They just have an isolationist view of the world and they just don't want to think about anything outside of our borders. What would you say to that person? First of all, most people in the world are like that. Israelis are like that. We just want to go about our business. We don't go out into the world seeking countries to be at war with. To the contrary, we want peace. And and Americans want peace. Everybody wants peace. Americans didn't ask for 9/11. The 9/11 Commission was showing that many of the 19 terrorists, I think 11 of them were going through Iran. Iran had ties to Al Qaeda. In Iraq. Abu Musab Zarqawi came into Iraq from Iran. I mean, there are lots and lots of connections, and Iran has been going after Americans since the revolution. What was the first thing that they did? They seized control of the American embassy and took the American diplomats hostage for 441 days. They took Americans hostage in Beirut in the 1980s. They tortured the CIA station chief in Iran, Buckley, to death. That's what they've done. They killed 241 Marines in their barracks in their sleep in 1983. They've attacked Americans. They attacked the USS Cole. I mean, the list goes on, and what they did to the American GIs in Iraq and in Afghanistan with their IEDs. I think it was General Petraeus who said that 600 American soldiers were killed by IEDs that were produced by Iran, and they were carried out by militias that to this day, are very loyal to the Iranians, the Shiite militias in Iraq. So, you're talking about a country that's been in active state of war with the United States since 1979, and they're developing the means to be immune from attack, from anybody being able to stop their machine of murder from mass producing 100 ballistic missiles a month. All right, and using those ballistic missiles as a shield to just sort of, meander to the nuclear finish line under the immunity of their massive missile arsenal. We had a missile that fell on the town of Beit Shemesh, on a synagogue, a couple of days ago. One missile killed 8 people. Imagine what would happen if they could shoot 1,000 of them, and they could overwhelm our missile defenses. They could overwhelm the missile defenses of Saudi Arabia. They have missiles intermediate range missiles that are capable of reaching Europe. They already reached Cyprus. So, what are we talking about? We're talking about a regime that is developing the means to take their war against the United States, their war against the free world, and obviously their war against the Jewish state, to the next level. And what is that next level? It's annihilation, because that's what they want, because that's what they've been calling for since 1979. They're lunatics, but they're fanatics, and they believe that this is what they're supposed to be doing, and they're unreformable, as Prime Minister Netanyahu said the other day. You can't reform them. So if this continues to go well militarily, and if the Iranian people are able to reconstitute a country, or however you want to word that, do you think in some sense this rewrites the map of the Middle East in a way that would be almost unimaginable? I mean, there would basically be no source for terror anymore. Nobody, even the Lebanese now, the Lebanese prime minister is saying suddenly, hey, we're done with Hezbollah, which has been Iran. And, Iran's been basically running Lebanon. So do you view that horizon as something that really would be possible? David, we feel it. You feel it in your bones. You can see things happening. The plates of this earth are shifting because of what's happening today in Iran. People never imagined that something like this could take place. There's something miraculous about what's happening right now. And you're absolutely right. Imagine an Iraq that isn't controlled by Iran, right? Imagine what that would look like. Imagine an Arab the Arab Gulf that isn't under the gun of Iran, and how different they would feel about cooperating. We just had an amazing visit
nearly alarm
a
right now.
week and a half ago from Prime
Hi guys,
Minister
feeling it down.
Narendra Modi from India. She's an amazing, amazing man, and India is an amazing country. And we can join the entire Middle East, and Europe together in one big highway that goes from India through the Persian Gulf across into Israel, from Israel straight to Europe. It revolutionizes the transport of goods and materials to the West in a way that nobody imagined. And instead of just having one or two countries that it can go through, it can go through so many countries, because people are going to want to be part of it. They're going to be wanting to be part of that prosperity and peace, because they're the biggest threat to everybody. Again, the country that just extorts submission through terrorism and mass death and the threat of even larger annihilation, it will be fundamentally shifted. Imagine 80%, according to the polls that we've seen over years, of Iranians cannot stand their overlords, cannot stand this regime, do not identify with this regime, want nothing more to do with this regime. They want to be free of this regime, and they want to move on. You saw the incredible, incredible bravery of the Iranians who were out in the streets, totally unarmed, and just getting mowed down by machine gunning, wielding thugs and murderers who are they're supposed to protect them. And can you imagine your own policeman just turning on you and opening up on people demonstrating in Miami? That's what happened in Tehran. And that's what happens all the time. You saw those incredible women of Iran who didn't want to have didn't want these mandatory hijabs that they have to wear, and they went at women, life, freedom. That was their slogan. These are the Iranian people, and you know how smart they are. These are an incredibly, incredibly talented people. They're peaceful people. They 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 want an opportunity. People talk about ground forces, boots on the ground, whatever. It's the Iranian people, but they can't go out. The president said, "Don't go out yet. It's too dangerous." There are bombs going off all over the place. They need the safety to go out and seize their destiny, and that's a larger goal of this operation. If it works, the sky's the limit in terms of what we can wish for the Middle East, for the nations of the Middle East, obviously for Israel. But if it doesn't happen, if God forbid something happens, just you have to remember that the amount of damage that we're doing now, the United States and Israel, to the murder machine of this horrible, horrendous, horrific regime is enormous. And so at least you're buying time, you're setting them back, and you've exposed their weakness. So this isn't a zero sum game. People have to realize it's not. We've already come such a long way just in 4 days. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? But if we can complete this mission, it's almost, you don't want to tempt fate by even talking about it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let me just ask you one other thing. I know my answer to this, and I suspect it'll be similar to your answer to this. But so much of what people who've never been to Israel see about Israel, it's related to war. Unfortunately, wars that Israel usually did not choose. Um, what can you tell people about Israel and Israeli life that maybe somebody who's never been there doesn't really understand? Last time I saw you was in Tel Aviv. We were at right on the beach at an unbelievable bar. It was post October 7th, and people were still out there living life and celebrating and all of those things. It's almost indescribable in a certain sense. Yeah, I saw some footage. It's Purim, which is extraordinary, and I'll get to that in the second part of my answer. But people have parties in Purim. It's a very, very happy holiday in the Jewish calendar, and it's we're celebrating that the ancient Persian proto-Nazi named Haman convinced the king to kill all of the Jews in his kingdom. And the Jewish queen Esther and her uncle Mordecai were able to get the king to rescind the order and kill Haman, and the whole plot was overturned. The whole Megillah, and so it's as they say. The whole Megillah, exactly, which we read. And so people were celebrating, and they were celebrating in a shelter. And there's this guy playing the synthesizer. I think I will survive, and yeah, we'll show some video of that because I saw it. Yeah, that was pretty. Yeah. But that's like the spirit of Israel. But I was just gonna say, the amazing thing about Israel is like where I live. It's a town that King David grew up in. That's where he was from. And that's, it's the land of the Bible. And you go there and you're walking literally in the footsteps of everybody from King David and Abraham and Isaac and Jacob to Jesus and Mary and John, and they're real people and they lived here, and that's amazing. And everywhere you go, you're in some site where something miraculous happened, where something in the Bible happened, and that's amazing. And we're like this bridge between past, present, and future with like you were talking about with Tel Aviv and Startup Nation. We have so much stuff going on. Our economy is booming despite 2.5 years of war. Nobody imagined that was going to be the case, and it is. And we are the innovation capital of the world outside of Silicon Valley. I think the Prime Minister said that there's more investment. The Americans have the largest investment in, I think it's their high-tech industries and their technology sector in the world. And number two in absolute numbers is Israel, a country of 10 million people. It's crazy. So I think we're a country that's so exciting because we bridge the past, the faraway past, the not so far away past, to the present and into the future. And it's an amazing place to live, and it's an amazing place to visit. And let me tell you, Americans are beloved here like they're beloved nowhere else on earth. So anybody who wants to come out here from America, you're welcome. You're welcome. Israelis love America, and we love President Trump, who's just been the most extraordinary president that Israel has ever experienced since we were established. He's really turned a longtime alliance between our countries into an alliance like nobody's ever seen before, that nobody could have imagined, and it's like you were talking about at the outset of our conversation in terms of our cooperation, our military to military cooperation. It's seamless and it's amazing, and he's the leader, and he's leading this whole miraculous mission in Iran, and we're very thankful. We're very thankful for him, for his leadership, for his entire administration, and for the U.S. military, U.S. Air Force that's working shoulder to shoulder with our leadership and with our military. And intelligence services, obviously, and it's an amazing thing. Well, Caroline, even though it's evening your time already, I suspect you have a long day ahead of you. So I thank you for your time. And hopefully I will see you in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem in the not too distant future. We love you too. We'll be very happy to welcome you and your guys. All right, take care. Thanks. If you want a more worldly perspective on current events, check out our international playlist. And if you want to watch full interviews on a wide variety of topics, watch our full episode playlist, all right over here. And to get notified of all future videos, be sure to subscribe and click the notification bell. Your pancreas can reboot at any age. All you have to do is mix cinnamon with clover honey and wake up the next morning with perfect glucose, 90 milligrams per deciliter. This is the strangest method I've ever seen to completely eliminate type 2 by 2026. And this will probably be the last time I share this. A simple 15-second natural ritual forces your body to flush a disgusting creature out through your urine and lowers your A1C in just a few hours. 9 out of 10 Americans have type 2 and fewer than 1% know why. Because the real cause isn't sugar or carbs. It's a 3-centimeter parasite that clings to your pancreas, feeding on your beta cells and your insulin. That's what causes weight gain, constant hunger, frequent urination, and tingling in your hands and feet. But here's the good news. A 20-year Japanese study discovered this parasite is extremely weak, and a quick 3-minute trick using nothing more than a handful of cinnamon can wipe it out almost instantly. Within hours, your A1C levels drop dramatically, and within days, they remain permanently below 4%. In just a few days, diabetic neuropathy begins reversing, vision starts clearing, and stubborn diabetic belly fat that's bothered you for years begins melting away. If this video appeared for you, consider yourself lucky, because I'm going to show you exactly how to prepare this recipe in under 30 seconds. Just click the button below to watch the free video while it's still available. This method works regardless of age, genetics, or current condition. Even if you're over 70, weigh more than 176 pounds, and have lived with type 2 for 3 months or 30 years, you can still regain energy, stop suffering from tingling sensations, and enjoy the foods you love again. More than 197,000 smart people around the world of all ages and conditions are already using this natural solution to finally take control of their blood sugar. I strongly recommend you stop what you're doing right now and tap the blue button below to watch the free video that shows exactly how this simple homemade recipe can help you completely reverse type 2. And remember, you won't need doctors, restrictive diets, or expensive medications that only mask symptoms instead of addressing the root cause. This is something you can safely do in the comfort of your own home. Just imagine no more tingling in your hands and feet. No more spending thousands on useless medications. And best of all, living without the constant fear and suffering type 2 brings. However, the billion-dollar pharmaceutical industry has already taken this video down twice in a desperate attempt to protect their profits, so there's no guarantee it will remain online this time. Tap the Watch Now button below before it disappears forever, and see exactly how to use this method at home today. Dr. Gundry, can age spots be removed? Absolutely. A common mistake is thinking that you can remove them by retinol treatments. Sure, you can diminish that look, but you're not actually stopping the underlying reason that those keep appearing. They're actually a combination of the sugar that we have within us, the protein that we have within us, and our body heat, which combines that sugar and protein in a chemical reaction that's called the Maillard reaction. So we can actually reduce that process and fade these dark spots. In fact, many of my patients are shocked when their dark spots disappeared. I was amazed when my dark spots on my hands disappeared by following my protocol. And people look at my hands and they say, oh my gosh, look at your hands. I have more sunspots than you. What are your tricks? The lining of your gut is your skin turned inside out, so that what happens on the lining of your gut is reflected in your skin. So if you have a healthy gut lining that's glowing, you'll actually see that on your skin. The reality is age spots like these are caused by overactive pigment cells in your skin. And if this banana could actually get rid of them, there wouldn't be thousands of people struggling with unwanted discoloration, just like my wife Penny did. For years, she beat herself up over these pesky spots and how much older she thought they might make her look. She tried all the tricks out there. I hated seeing her self-confidence suffer, which is why I made it my personal mission to find a solution. So I dug into the research, and what I found absolutely shocked me. Here we were trying to find a solution no matter the cost, when there was a simple, effective, foolproof, do-it-yourself trick right in front of us. It's made such a difference for Penny, it would feel irresponsible not to share it with the public. So today, I'm showing you how to visibly erase dark spots right from home. It's a do-at-home age spot solution that works so well, some say they no longer need foundation or concealer.
My dark spots appeared to be magically erased from my face after trying so many different methods and watching how easily and fast it was happening. It was really strange because the results are so good. It's a completely new approach based on the research of Dr. Stephen Gundry. And he's here to show us the easiest way to do it on your own, right at home. This is something I came up with for my wife, Penny. And now the spots that used to bother her so much don't even get her attention anymore. This blank canvas approach has now worked for thousands of women over 40, including many who had been struggling with age spots for years. Within a few weeks, I was astonished at the results, and I started getting compliments from my friends and family. And they were asking me what I was doing and that I looked more radiant, more youthful. A study of 170 women found that uneven skin tone really does affect how old people think we are, adding as much as 20 years to our appearance. Whether they're dark, defined spots, blurry discoloration that's more spread out, signs of sun damage, or any other stubborn hyperpigmentations. It's amazing how quickly they seem to disappear. And because it gets to the real issue behind that pigmentation, it can have the same effect on your neck, hands, chest, arms, anywhere you'd like to see more even-looking skin. You may recognize Dr. Stephen Gundry from his appearances on shows like Dr. Oz, his best-selling books, and the popular Gundry diet that countless Americans swear by. What you may not know about Dr. Gundry is that he's a world-renowned heart surgeon, which has given him a front-row seat to what's really happening underneath our skin. Over his 40-year career in medicine, Dr. Gundry has been a medical school professor, hospital chief of heart surgery, and division president of the American Heart Association. He's volunteered throughout Asia and Africa, performing surgeries for people in need, and published hundreds of articles in academic journals, including several on the topic this new age spot solution is based on. He's known for testing the world's first artificial heart, inventing the most widely used device for keeping your heart alive during surgery, and giving life-saving heart transplants to more children than any other surgeon in the world, alongside his late partner, Dr. Leonard Bailey. Dr. Gundry is also the founder and director of the renowned Center for Restorative Medicine, where an appointment with him is in such high demand that the waiting list is over a year long. And he's the personal physician to Hollywood celebrities, Fortune 500 executives, and even legendary self-help guru Tony Robbins, who recently said, Dr. Gundry is one of America's greatest and most knowledgeable physicians, and for years, I've had the good fortune to benefit from his care. But my most important role is being the proud husband to the love of my life, Penny. One night as we were getting ready for bed, Penny was looking in the mirror, and she said, Stephen, what happened to me? I feel like I'm turning into my mother. She was looking at the age spots that had begun to form on her temples, and my heart sank because I wanted Penny to feel as beautiful as the way I see her. But what were her options? We had friends who were getting laser treatments and chemical peels, but Penny wanted a solution that was less extreme. And who wouldn't? So we stopped by the department store and bought the dark spot product they told us was the best. Penny later said it was the worst $200 we'd ever spent. Sure, it was convenient that she could use it at home. There was just one problem, the results. I still remember seeing the disappointment on Penny's face in her vanity mirror. Eventually, I decided to take a closer look at what was actually in this so-called dark spot corrector she was using.